Xiao Yun traversed into a fantastical realm, only to find himself in the classic scene of being jilted by his fiancée. However, instead of uttering the infamous line, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank, do not mock the youth and poverty, he waved his hand grandly. Should you wish to annul our engagement, then your venerable ancestor, still possessing her charm, must marry me. Upon hearing this, his fiancée was left speechless. She merely sought to avoid matrimony with him, yet he audaciously proposed to her ancestor. The paramour of his fiancée erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "I merely took your beloved. How dare you propose such an outrageous generational swap?" Unbeknownst to them, the fiancée's ancestor was, in fact, the reincarnation of an empress. Just as Xiao Yun prepared for a night of passion, the empress paled in fright, exclaiming, "Do not approach me. You just mentioned that I am the young master of the Xiao family within the Tianqi dynasty?" Xiao Yun inquired, bewilderment clouding his gaze. The maid nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the young master possesses extraordinary talent, a rare genius within the family. Though regrettably, he lost all cultivation 3 years ago. A chill ran through Xiao Yun's heart. Why did this all feel so eerily familiar? The maid, mistaking his silence for sorrow, hastily reassured him, "But fret not, young master. You are betrothed to Miss Yanran. As long as you possess a thick enough skin, living off her will be quite delightful." Xiao Yun. That was a commendable consolation, but perhaps it would be best to refrain from further reassurances. Yet, suddenly, he leapt to his feet. "What did you just say?" The young master of the Xiao family. A genius turned into a waste, and a fiancée named Yanran. Good heavens! This buff is overwhelming. Soon, a flood of memories surged into his mind, prompting him to gasp in astonishment. Is this even possible to traverse dimensions? Originally from Blue Star, Xiao Yun had been struck by a truck while helping an elderly lady cross the street. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Tianqi dynasty, a world with a strong reign supreme. The maid continued her monologue, oblivious to his shock. The family head dispatched someone to present a betrothal gift to the Liu family this morning. Tomorrow, the young master shall marry Miss Yanran and embrace beauty, though it seems rather challenging for the young master to be on top. Xiao Yun's expression shifted drastically. This is utterly unacceptable. Before his traversal, as a seasoned lover of novels, he was all too familiar with such plot twists. It appeared he had unwittingly stepped into a script written by a certain Xiao Yan. No wonder it felt so familiar. If the narrative were to unfold as anticipated, would his fiancée not be at his doorstep to call off the engagement? Surely, it cannot be this coincidental? Xiao Yun pondered, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. Such coincidences are rare in this world. Just then, a young girl's voice rang out from outside, declaring, "The Liu family, Liu Yanran, has come to annul the engagement." Xiao Yun felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Ah, so this is how we are to play it. But in the grand hall of the Xiao family, numerous elders and high-ranking officials were seated, their gazes fixed upon a young man and woman standing before them. "Master Xiao, I have come to annul the engagement." Liu Yanran, clad in a flowing white gown, displayed an air of haughty confidence. What? She dares to call off the engagement? Is the Liu family attempting to renege on their promise? The members of the Xiao family exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. In the center stood an elder, his hair streaked with gray, yet his gaze sharp and spirited. He was Xiao Wuyo, the patriarch of the Xiao family, and also the grandfather of Xiao Yan. "Yanran, you and Yuna have been childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. I sent the betrothal gifts this morning, and the wedding is set for tomorrow. Why do you suddenly wish to annul the engagement?" Xiao Wuyo inquired. Liu Yanran offered a disdainful smile and affectionately linked arms with the young man beside her, declaring, "Master Xiao, I must confess that a few days ago I awakened the purity desire physique, and I have already pledged my heart to the third prince. Thus, I am unable to fulfill the marriage contract. Furthermore, though Xiao Yun was once a genius, he now possesses no cultivation whatsoever. Such a waste is utterly unworthy of me." The expressions of those present transformed repeatedly. "I see. She has awakened the purity desire physique and secured the favor of the third prince. No wonder she dares to come here and annul the engagement. In this world, there exist a select few individuals blessed with extraordinary talents, either innate or acquired, capable of awakening unique physiques that far surpass ordinary individuals. The purity desire physique that Lu Yanran had awakened was one such exceptional trait. According to ancient texts, women possessing this physique could greatly benefit from mutual cultivation with a male counterpart. It was no wonder she had captured the third prince's attention. Master Xiao Yun has long been unworthy of Yanran. Let their engagement be rendered null and void. Spoke the young man calmly. He was Zhao Exine, the third prince of the Tianqi dynasty. Zhao Zin's demeanor was composed, even tinged with arrogance, his words leaving no room for negotiation. The hall fell into a sudden silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Though the Xiao family members seethed with anger, the presence of Zhao Exine rendered them speechless. Xiao Wuyo maintained a stoic expression, yet the intensity of his gaze betrayed the turmoil within. To have Lu Yanran, a mere junior, publicly announce her intention to annul the engagement and to insult his grandson as a waste was not merely an affront to the Xiao family, but a direct assault on his pride. However, with Zhao Exine representing the imperial family, even dissent would likely be futile. The young master has arrived. Everyone turned in unison. Xiao Yun, your timing is impeccable. I have come to annul the engagement. If you wish to avoid public humiliation, you would do well to acquiesce. Lu Yanran directed her gaze at Xiao Yun, her expression brimming with arrogance. One was a cultivator devoid of power, while the other was a prince of the realm. Even a fool would know whom to choose. As for the betrothal gifts you presented earlier, I shall reluctantly accept them as compensation for the years of my youth wasted on Xiao Yun. Lu Yanran declared with an air of entitlement. She had assessed the sumptuous gifts prepared by Xiao Wuyo prior to her arrival and found them exceedingly tempting. However, this marriage must be annulled, and the bride price shall never be returned. How utterly shameless. I could just slap her into oblivion. She doesn't even need to marry. Her audacity is unparalleled. The members of the Xiao family were filled with righteous indignation. How could this woman have the audacity to demand compensation? When Xiao Yun was at the height of his glory, it was clearly Lu Yanran who shamelessly attached herself to him, calling him brother Xiao Yun with more affection than anyone else, and frequently visiting the Xiao family to curry favor, which ultimately persuaded Xiao Wuyo to establish the engagement. Yet now that Xiao Yun had fallen, Lu Yanran, having just climbed onto the third prince's coattails, hastily approached to annul the engagement, brazenly uttering such shameless words truly despicable. Xiao Yun also turned his gaze toward his fiancée. To be fair, she was indeed quite beautiful, with fair skin and a graceful figure. The only flaw was a certain lack of endowment, which could be discerned with a mere glance downwards. Clearly, she was somewhat malnourished. As he contemplated how to navigate this situation, a melodious voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host experiencing the classic scenario of being rejected by his fiancée. The super anti-trope system has been activated. Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. System, please tell me your functions. As the name suggests, the purpose of this system is, as long as the host behaves unconventionally and acts contrary to expectations, he will be rewarded abundantly. Soon, the system presented three options. Option 1. Publicly declare, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the youth in poverty. Ultimately, establish a 3-year pact. This trope has been overused and yields no rewards. Option 2. Kneel and plead, weeping and sniffling to win. Lu Yanran back. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful, rewarding the title of world's greatest coward along with disdain from the system. Option 3. Agree to annul the engagement and state the intention to marry the most beautiful, voluptuous, and shapely woman from the Lu family. This behavior defies conventions, rewarding the ancient sacred body and a cultivation level of the first realm of the profound. Now, Xiao Yun understood. Grandfather, who is the most beautiful in the Lu family? He suddenly turned to ask Xiao Wuyo, who is the most beautiful? Xiao Wuyo's eyes lit up. That would undoubtedly be the matriarch, Lu Rian. She is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Qinqi dynasty. Although she is now over 1,000 years old, she still possesses an enchanting grace, as beautiful as a celestial being. Xiao Yun nodded. Then who has the largest bosom in the Lu family? Xiao Wuyo chuckled, stroking his beard. That would also be Lu Ruyin. You haven't seen her, my boy. Her figure is simply magnificent. Xiao Yun was quite taken aback. This Lu Ruyin certainly had something extraordinary about her. And who is the most shapely posterior in the Lu family? At this, Xiao Wuyo's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, it is also the matriarch, Lu Ruyin. Her form is ample and rounded. She could easily bear 12 or 8 children without issue. Although the assembled crowd was oblivious to the reason behind Xiao Yun's inquiries, they unanimously nodded in agreement. Those who had encountered the ancestral figure of the Lu family all spoke highly of him. My ancestor is indeed flawless. Your envy is of no consequence, Lu Yinran proudly remarked, basking in the glory of her lineage. I understand now. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, leaving the onlookers perplexed. What do you comprehend? Under the scrutiny of all present, Xiao Yun abruptly turned to Lu Yinran and declared, I consent to the annulment of our engagement, and you may keep the betrothal gifts. However, I have one stipulation. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's acquiescence, Lu Yinran felt an overwhelming sense of triumph and whimsically inquired, do share your condition. Given your perceptiveness, I might just grant your request. A mischievous smile suddenly graced Xiao Yun's face as he replied, the condition is that after the annulment, I wish to marry your esteemed ancestor. Chapter 2. Who supports and who opposes? The world fell abruptly silent. The smile on Lu Yinran's face vanished in an instant. What did he just say? Surely, I must have misheard. Good heavens, what audacious words. The next moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is worth noting that Lu Ruyin is regarded as the unparalleled beauty of the Enlightenment dynasty, a position unchallenged for over a millennium. However, the dilemma is that Lu Ruyin is already over 1,000 years old. Now, looking at Xiao Yun, who has only just reached adulthood, what did they just hear? Xiao Yun actually proclaimed his intention to marry Lu Ruyin. This is akin to an old bull yearning for tender grass, no? Rather like a newly born calf attempting to gnaw on a millennia-old celestial herb. At this moment, Xiao Wuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. By age, he is even younger than Lu Ruyin. Yet here stands Xiao Yun, expressing a desire to wed her? Is he intending to demonstrate what it means to transcend generations? This is utterly absurd. Xiao Yun, have you lost your mind? Lu Yinran suddenly let out a shrill scream. She never anticipated that Xiao Yun would pull such a stunt, catching her completely off guard and sending a chill down her spine. What if her fiancé becomes her ancestor? If this were to come to fruition, what would she even call Xiao Yun? How would they interact in the future? The thought alone sends shivers down her spine. You are truly insatiable, willing to consume anything. Beside her, Zhao Xian's expression morphed into one of utter disgust, as if he had just ingested something foul. If he were to marry Lu Yinran and Xiao Yun indeed wed Lu Ruyin, would he not be directly overshadowed by Xiao Yun's generational leap? What would he even call Xiao Yun then? The mere thought made him break into a cold sweat. Xiao Yun turned to Zhao Xian with a slight smile. Since you are fond of this woman who cannot discern right from wrong, I shall graciously relinquish her to you. However, if I were to become your ancestor, how would you cope? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the unconventional choice. Reward. Ancient sacred body and advancement to the first level of the profound realm. The system's voice resounded once more. In an instant, Xiao Yun felt a warm surge coursing through his body, invigorating him with newfound strength. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy. Those familiar with the lore know that even unique physiques are categorized into various tiers, and the ancient sacred body is among the most formidable of ancient lineages. Once he perfects this sacred form, he will effortlessly overwhelm all adversaries. Lu Yinran's so-called pure desire body would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Furthermore, through the memories of his original self, he learned that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, cultivation ranks from low to high as follows: body refinement realm, gathering profound realm, spiritual profound realm, earth profound realm, and heaven profound realm, each divided into 9 levels. The pinnacle of his original self's power was merely at the peak of the gathering profound realm, yet 3 years prior, he abruptly lost all cultivation, as if drained entirely. Now, however, he has advanced directly to the profound realm. Xiao Yun, you worthless being devoid of any cultivation. How dare you humiliate the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family? Such an offense warrants the gravest of punishments. Suddenly, Lu Yanran erupted in fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Do you dare to challenge me?" Xiaoyan regarded her with a bemused smile. He chuckled. "If this were a time long past, I might have held you in higher esteem. Yet now, who in the entire Tianqi dynasty does not know that you, Xiaoyun, are merely a pretty faade, utterly ineffectual, and yet you believe yourself worthy of my challenge?" Lu Yanran's tone dripped with derision and disdain. The members of the Xiao family seethed with anger at her words. Truly, a petty individual reveling in their moment of triumph. 3 years ago, Xiaoyun could have easily made Lu Yanran kneel in submission with a mere flick of his hand, but that is no longer the case. Lu Yanran's talent was formidable. She had long since transcended to the gathering Xian realm, and now, having awakened a unique physique, the unqualified Xiaoyan stood no chance against her. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! A villain has provoked the host. Please complete the following choices. Choice 1. Continue to engage in trivial banter, and then strike at the last moment to defeat them. A tired old routine, offering no rewards. Choice 2. Stand forth and wager against them before ultimately defeating them. An unoriginal tactic that would bore the system to sleep. Choice 3. Act decisively and silence them with a swift slap, rewarding the host with the ancient sword qi. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. Was there even a need for deliberation? Meanwhile, Lu Yanran persisted with her taunts. Why the silence? If you kneel and apologize, perhaps I might consider forgiving you. Yet before her words could fully escape her lips, slap. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Xiao Yun, with lightning speed, struck Lu Yanran across the face, sending her crashing to the ground with tremendous force. "Ah, you! How dare you? A mere waste, strike me!" Lu Yanran was momentarily stunned, her voice hoarse with disbelief. Xiao Yun sighed. "If one must strike, then strike. There is no need for an abundance of meaningless chatter. Do you not understand that villains often meet their demise through excessive words? Indeed, this is a familiar fantasy realm, where many indulge in preamble before combat. Even without the system's guidance, he would refrain from engaging in pointless dialogue. After all, he had been steeped in the tropes of countless exhilarating tales, and now, having crossed over, he felt utterly formidable. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Xiao Yun smiled at Lu Yanran and Zhao Xian. "Now, I declare my intention to marry the Lu family's venerable ancestor, Lu Ruyan. Who here is in favor, and who stands opposed?" The hall fell into a profound silence. The imprint of the slap on Lu Yanran's face was vivid, and all present gazed in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. How could this transpire? Ha ha ha, splendidly done. Yet, why does something feel amiss? The members of the Xiao family found great satisfaction in witnessing this scene unfold. At that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly shouted, a mix of astonishment and fury evident in his voice as he pointed at Xiao Yun. "Your cultivation has recovered?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Just a moment ago, as Xiao Yun made his move, his cultivation was unmistakably revealed, astonishingly reaching the realm of Tongxian. But hadn't Xiao Yun been rendered impotent 3 years prior? What on earth was happening? None of your business. Xiao Yun had no intention of responding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the unconventional choice. Reward, ancient sword qi. The reward had arrived once again. It was as simple as that. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Yanran covered her face, utterly unable to believe the events unfolding before her. Xiao Yun approached her with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on successfully annulling your engagement. But do not rejoice too soon, for it will not be long before you shall call me your ancestor." With that, he turned to leave. Xiao Wuyo, witnessing this, hurriedly stood up. "Yunner, where are you going?" Without looking back, Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, I am going to marry the matriarch of the Lu family." Before anyone could react, Xiao Yun left behind an elegant silhouette. In the great hall, the senior members of the Xiao family exchanged bewildered glances, still struggling to comprehend the situation. "Oh no," Lu Yanran trembled. "My ancestor is in danger." Zhao Xian, equally furious, gritted his teeth. He must not succeed. At that moment, genuine fear gripped him. If Xiao Yun were to marry Lu Ruyan, what would become of his chances with Lu Yanran? That would truly complicate matters. As Lu Ruyan and Zhao Xian rushed out, Xiao Wuyo suddenly issued a command, his powerful voice resonating through the skies. "All members of the Xiao family, follow me." Regardless of whether Yunner wishes to marry Lu Ruyan or an unparalleled empress, we shall certainly lend our support. Chapter 3. The death knell simultaneously at the Lu family estate. Patriarch, Is there truly no other way? Lu Yuanshan, the head of the Lu family, bore a look of bitter resignation. Even Master Duan of the Tianbao Tower is powerless. What else can be done? The senior members of the Lu family sighed in unison. The predicament stemmed from the fact that Lu Ruyan, the matriarch of the Lu family, had suddenly fallen gravely ill a year ago, exhibiting exceedingly peculiar symptoms. While her physical condition appeared normal, no matter what they attempted, Lu Ruyan seemed to be ensnared in a deep slumber, unable to awaken. Over the past year, Lu Yuanshan had sought out every alchemist in the Tianqi dynasty, even resorting to dubious practitioners, yet all efforts culminated in failure. Just moments ago, even the master of Tianbao Tower had declared himself at a loss, plunging their hearts into despair. Patriarch, perhaps we might consider the method Master Duan suggested previously, a senior elder of the Lu family interjected. Lu Yuanshan rolled his eyes. Do you think I do not wish to try? The individuals who meet the criteria are simply non-existent. That proposal had been made by Master Duan 6 months prior. In the case of Lu Ruoyan, it is conceivable that she has been possessed. It may be beneficial to find a robust and vigorous swordsman to marry her, thereby facilitating a transfer of fortune that might awaken her. The vigor is essential to ensure that the recipient of this transfer can withstand the malevolent forces, preventing an immediate demise, while the requirement for a swordsman arises from Lu Ruoyan's own identity as a swordswoman, which would heighten the probability of success. However, this endeavor proves exceedingly challenging. A vigorous physique indicates that the individual must either be a body cultivator or possess a unique physical constitution related to the corporeal form. Moreover, to become a swordsman, one must comprehend the essence of sword energy. If only one of these criteria were necessary, a candidate might be found with some effort. But to locate an individual who fulfills both conditions simultaneously is akin to an insurmountable task. He has searched for over half a year without success. Perhaps this is simply fate. Lu Yuanshan sighed once more, realizing that if all else fails, he must relinquish hope. The senior members of the Lu family shared his dismay. The continued unconsciousness of their ancestor would be a tremendous blow to the entire clan. At that moment, Lu Yanran rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Father! Quickly! Close the door. Xiao Yin has gone mad." Lu Yuanshan furrowed his brow. What a ruckus! Lu Yanran gasped for breath, hurriedly recounting the events that transpired at the Xiao residence alongside Zhao Xian. What? This is utterly outrageous. Lu Yuanshan's face turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing the news. What audacity this young man possesses. The senior members of the Lu clan were equally incensed. While they were astonished that Xiao Yun had regained his cultivation, the audacity with which he had treated their ancestor incited their already frayed tempers. Turning around, Lu Yanran's expression shifted drastically. He is coming. He truly is coming. She beheld Xiao Yun approaching the gates of the Lu residence, accompanied by Xiao Wuyo and the members of the Xiao family. Seeing this, Zhao Xian immediately declared, Lu family head, this Xiao Yun is utterly lawless. He must be taught a lesson. Lu Yuanshan nodded solemnly and commanded, Lu Yang, apprehend this audacious scoundrel. Consider it done. A robust man strode forward, emanating an aura of profound energy that unmistakably surpassed Xiao Yun by a level. You dare to insult our ancestor of the Lu family? Today, you shall pay the price. Lu Yang proclaimed, and without further ado, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Xiao Yun. With a resounding hum, the ferocious energy surged forth, causing the air to erupt in a series of sonic booms, swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Yun. Let me test my ancient sacred body. Xiao Yun faced the oncoming attack with unwavering resolve, retaliating with a punch of his own. An overconfident fool. Zhao Xian laughed heartily. Although Lu Yang's cultivation was merely one level higher than Xiao Yun's, the latter's willingness to engage in direct confrontation was akin to courting death. A deep, reverberating sound resonated, shaking the eardrums of all present as a chaotic force expanded, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Ah, my hand! Lu Yang's arm unexpectedly snapped in an instant, and his entire body was sent flying backward, his arm a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. How is this possible? The crowd was left in shock. Lu Yang, at the second level of the Tongxian realm, had been defeated by Xiao Yun, who was merely at the first level, and he was annihilated with a single punch. What overwhelming vitality! Lu Yuanshan's pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression darkened. Ninth Elder, eliminate this brat. His murderous intent towards Xiao Yun had already taken root. Yes, The ninth elder of the Lu family stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face. You foolish little wretch, I shall claim your life. His cultivation level was at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, a full 4 levels above Xiao Yun. Clang. The sword was drawn from its sheath. The ninth elder of the Lu family aimed his sword directly at Xiao Yun's heart. Old man, do you think the Xiao family is defenseless? Xiao Wuyo immediately shielded Xiao Yun, fully aware that the 5th level of the Tongxian realm vastly surpassed Xiao Yun's capabilities. Xiao Yun was undoubtedly no match. But in the next moment, the sword comes. Xiao Yun suddenly waved his hand. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Whoosh! The sound of the sword was crisp and resonant. A sharp sword, which Xiao Wuyo had at his waist, unexpectedly unsheathed itself without warning and landed in Xiao Yun's grasp. With a slash, Xiao Yun brought down the sword. A formidable sword aura surged and wreaked havoc. The wind tousled Xiao Yun's hair. Meanwhile, the ninth elder of the Lu family, who had approached him, suddenly halted, his expression becoming increasingly frozen. Yu. He stared intently at Xiao Yun, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. There would be no chance in this life. He should be more cautious in the next. Xiao Yun smiled slightly at him, his smile exceptionally radiant. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ninth elder's body was split in two. The blood that splattered was a glaring sight. Xiao Yun then approached the corpse and inquired, Hey, are you dead or not? If you're dead, make a sound. The scene fell into an eerie silence. He dead. How could he respond? He. The sword aura, it's sword aura. He is actually a sword cultivator. Witnessing this bloody spectacle, everyone was left dumbfounded, feeling a chill run down their spines. What is a sword cultivator? Among the countless practitioners in this world, body cultivators, knife cultivators, dual cultivators, gun cultivators, each with their own path, the sword cultivator is universally recognized as the strongest. The prerequisite to becoming a sword cultivator is to comprehend the sword aura. This alone can stump 90% of people. Yet Xiao Yun had achieved it. What the heck? Xiao Wuyo was flabbergasted, his head buzzing. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his weapon, unleashing all his profound energy. Everyone of the Xiao family, prepare for battle. Xiao Yun has slain the ninth elder of the Lu family, which signifies a complete severance of ties with them. A fierce bloodbath is undoubtedly on the horizon. Ha, Xiao Yun, if you survive today, I shall bow to you on the spot. Zhao Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Splendid. Xiao Yun has actually killed an elder of the Lu family. Lu Yuanshan will surely not let this transgression go unpunished. Xiao Yun, if you manage to escape death, I will bow to you twice. Lu Yanran also laughed heartily. Based on her understanding of her father, even if they engage in a mutually destructive battle with the Xiao family today, Xiao Yun is assuredly doomed. Swish, swish, swish. Both the Xiao and Lu families drew their weapons, and the atmosphere became tense, as if a grand battle was imminent. However, in the next moment, Lu Yuanshan suddenly charged towards Xiao Yun, excitement radiating from him as he embraced Xiao Yun's shoulders and burst into laughter. Ha, my dear nephew Xiao Yun. This is all a misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. Chapter 4. All a misunderstanding. Lu Yanran. Zhao Xian. The Lu family members. Even Xiao Wuyo and the others were left bewildered. Just moments ago, they had braced themselves for a desperate fight, only for Lu Yuanshan to throw them all into confusion with his unexpected demeanor. Ha, my noble nephew Xiao Yun. I had no idea you remained so valiant after such a long time. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Lu Yuanshan affectionately clutched Xiao Yun, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. The crowd's minds went blank. The opposing party has killed your kin, and instead of seeking vengeance, you laud their valor. What on earth is happening? Father, he just killed the ninth elder. You must avenge him. Lu Yanran urgently reminded. Indeed, Lu family patriarch, this brat is far too arrogant. He must not be let off lightly. Zhao Xian chimed in. Yet, Lu Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. I have already stated, it is all a misunderstanding. His gaze was sincere and fervent as he looked at Xiao Yun. The ninth elder merely became overly excited upon seeing my noble nephew, and at his advanced age. He unfortunately met his demise. This has nothing to do with my noble nephew. The crowd? The ninth elder? What is this? Is my life not worth anything? Everyone present was utterly perplexed. Only a few high-ranking members of the Lu family seemed to grasp Lu Yuanshan's intent, their hearts suddenly igniting with excitement. Father, what are you saying? Lu Yanran was nearly in tears from anxiety. This old fool must have something up his sleeve. Xiao Yun was equally taken aback by Lu Yuanshan's attitude, but drawing from his years of experience as a bookworm, he sensed that the man was harboring ulterior motives. Thus, he addressed Lu Yuanshan, saying, "Patriarch Lu, let us not speak in riddles. In truth, I have long admired your esteemed ancestor, and I have come today to propose a union, while also seeking to honor your lineage." Goodness, has the pretense been completely abandoned? Some bewildered members of the Lu family were instantly infuriated, their faces reddening with rage as they began to vocally condemn the situation. This damn brat. I see he is lost in a daydream. How dare this impudent child defile our Lu family's ancestors? He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The atmosphere grew tense once more, leaving Xiao Wuyo and the others feeling alarmed. Yun'er, you must refrain from speaking further. This is the Lu family, and if we provoke Lu Yuanshan, we may not be able to leave. At that moment, Zhao Exine suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Yun, oh Xiao Yun, you truly have a knack for courting death. If you manage to survive this time, I will kneel before you and pay my respects. His laughter was genuine. Just moments ago, Lu Yuanshan had inexplicably refrained from punishing Xiao Yun, yet now Xiao Yun dared to humiliate Lu Rian to her face, even claiming he would become the ancestor of the entire Lu family. Was this not the essence of courting death? Lu Yuanshan would undoubtedly not let Xiao Yun escape this time. Very well, absolutely no problem. But the next second, Lu Yuanshan excitedly proclaimed, "Who says that Xiao Yun, my esteemed nephew, cannot marry our Lu family's ancestor? This is truly remarkable." He was already overjoyed. Xiao Yun had displayed an impressive vigor and even grasped the essence of sword energy, proving himself to be a genuine sword cultivator, precisely the exceptional individual he had sought for half a year to bring joy to Lu Rian. He had initially pondered how to arrange a union between Xiao Yun and Lu Rian, yet now Xiao Yun had brought it up himself. It was a stroke of fortune that required no effort at all. With this thought, he waved his hand decisively. "I shall take charge of this matter. Tonight we shall arrange the joyous occasion between my esteemed nephew, Xiao Yun, and our Lu family's ancestor." Upon hearing this declaration, everyone was thrown into disarray. What? How could this be possible? I've never seen anything like this in my life. The Lu family members were utterly bewildered, and even Xiao Wuyo and the Xiao family stood in stunned silence. Lu Yuanshan had actually agreed? This old fellow was surprisingly straightforward. Xiao Yun was equally taken aback. Yet this only further confirmed his suspicions. Lu Yuanshan harbored ulterior motives. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Exine and Lu Yanran were rendered ashen-faced. They could hardly believe their ears. Had Xiao Yun truly gone mad, or was Lu Yuanshan equally deranged? However, they had just stated that if Xiao Yun did not perish today, they would bow to him. But now it seemed Xiao Yun was clearly not destined to die, which meant they were in a predicament. No, this cannot be allowed. Beep. A reversal attempt by the antagonist has been detected. Please complete the following choices. Choice 1. Pretend to be deaf and mute, ignoring the antagonist's reversal. Cowardly behavior is unworthy of a reward. Choice 2. Engage in verbal mockery, merely taunting the antagonist. This holds little interest and offers no reward. Choice 3. Show no leniency, fulfill the antagonist's previous words, and force Lu Yanran and Zhao Exine to bow, rewarding the spirit artifact, the human emperor banner. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. This system was precisely to his liking. With a bemused smile, he gazed at Lu Yanran and Zhao Exine. "Did you not just say that if I were to survive today, you would have to bow to me?" The expressions of both individuals shifted dramatically. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Exine's voice trembled with a facade of bravado. "This is the Lu residence. Do not act recklessly." Lu Yanran glared at Xiao Yun, though a sense of dread crept into her heart. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. "I am someone who delights in aiding others. Since you are unaware of your obligations, allow me to assist you." With that, he strode purposefully towards Lu Yanran. "You, do not come any closer," Lu Yanran exclaimed, her face draining of color as she panicked. "Father, I do not wish to bow to him. Please save me." Lu Yuanshan hurried forward. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Yun interjected, "Master Lu, if she does not bow to me, we shall need to reconsider my status as your ancestral figure." Lu Yuanshan was taken aback. "My friend, your words imply that I am begging you to be my ancestor." Yet, in truth, he found no one else suitable to bring joy to Lu Ruoyan, and now, "Father, please help me." Lu Yinran attempted to flee, but Xiao Yun firmly grasped her shoulder, rendering her unable to escape. Stop calling for help. Quickly bow. With a sudden exertion of strength, Xiao Yun pressed her head down, forcing her to kneel before him, her face perilously close to an inappropriate angle. Thud! Thud! Under Xiao Yun's coercion, Lu Yinran had no means of resistance and crashed her forehead to the ground with 2 resounding blows. Ah! Xiao Yun! I will not let this go. Only when Xiao Yun released her did Lu Yinran explode in fury. This is utterly intolerable. The onlookers from the Lu family seethed with rage, and Lu Yuanshan's expression darkened ominously. Yet, he knew this was a necessary sacrifice to awaken the ancestor. He could discern the weight of his daughter versus the ancestor's life. Once Lu Ruoyan awoke, he would personally eliminate Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, however, paid no heed to their distress and turned his attention to Zhao Xian. Now it is your turn. Instantly, Zhao Xian's face turned pale with fear. I am a prince. If you dare to harm me, my father will never forgive you. Xiao Yun, undeterred, continued his advance. Regardless of your status, today you too shall bow. Driven by the prospect of reward, Xiao Yun exhibited an alarming strength, disregarding the prince's title as he forcefully pressed him down. Yunner, he is still a prince. Xiao Wuyo expressed his concern. In the Tianqi dynasty, the Xiao and Lu families held similar power, and they did not fear the Lu family. Yet the royal family's dignity must not be overlooked. Can a prince truly act with impunity? With a firm grip, Xiao Yun pressed down once more. Thud! Zhao Xian abruptly fell to his knees, the force so immense that a crack formed in the ground beneath him. Ah! Xiao Yun, I shall surely kill you. Zhao Xian struggled desperately, yet he was no match for Xiao Yun, who pressed his head down, forcing him to bow 3 times. Blood seeped from his forehead, rendering him a pitiful sight. Goodness, this is quite ferocious. It is my first time witnessing a prince bowing to someone else. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an unconventional choice, receiving the reward, the Human Emperor Banner. Magical artifact, Human Emperor Banner level, low-grade mystic effect, capable of absorbing a person or soul, subsequently refining them with the 9 nether fire, causing their soul to scatter. Characteristic, can enhance its level by devouring individuals or souls. With the reward in hand, Xiao Yun cast Zhao Xian aside, then turned to Lu Yuanshan. Let us go? Take me to meet my bride. Lu Yuanshan, though shaken, managed a bright smile and nodded. Young Master Xiao Yun, please follow me. Chapter 5. The Reincarnation of the Empress. Meanwhile, deep within the Lu family estate, in a room of exquisite antiquity, lay a regal woman upon the bed. Upon closer inspection, her delicate, curvaceous form was subtly revealed beneath a flowing white gown. Her graceful silhouette and the glistening skin exposed tantalized the imagination, resembling a slumbering beauty. She was none other than Lu Ruoyan, the matriarch of the Lu clan. However, tranquility was merely a facade. I never anticipated I would be the reincarnation of the Ice Phoenix Empress. How wondrously fate plays its hand. Yet, this was fortuitous. With the experiences of my past life, I shall surely rise to prominence in this life within the briefest span of time. Perhaps I may even shatter the constraints and ascend to that legendary, supreme realm. At that juncture, not only the humble Tianqi dynasty, but this entire world shall acknowledge my presence. Lu Ruoyan's heart swelled with exhilaration. Although she was the matriarch of one of the 3 great families of the Tianqi dynasty, having surpassed a millennium in age, she was, in truth, nearing the twilight of her years given her current cultivation. However, now awakened to the memories of her previous life as the Ice Phoenix Empress. Armed with all her former knowledge, raising her cultivation would pose no challenge. Indeed, it would be a mere trifle. The reason for her sudden slumber a year prior was due to the awakening of her past memories and the activation of her Xianbing sacred body, which rendered her current form unable to bear the burden, thus necessitating a period of repose. Once awakened, no force could impede her ascent, and the profound enmities of her past life would be repaid 100-fold. Contemplating this, Lu Ruoyan suddenly smiled. Now, I merely need to navigate the final fortnight in peace before awakening. That moment shall herald the resurgence of the Ice Phoenix Empress to her zenith, a prospect I eagerly anticipate. Everything seemed so splendid. Yet just then, a creaking sound interrupted the idyllic scene. The tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open. Young Master Xiao Yun, please follow me. Lu Yuanshan led Xiao Yun inside, while Xiao Wuyo remained ever vigilant of Lu Yuanshan. He harbored no illusions about Lu Yuanshan's amiable demeanor. There was undoubtedly a scheme afoot. Should Lu Yuanshan make a move, he would risk everything to ensure Xiao Yun's safe escape. Lu Yuanshan, however, seemed wholly unconcerned, maintaining a radiant smile throughout, ultimately guiding Xiao Yun to the bedside of Lu Ruyan. Why is he here again? Lu Ruyan, immersed in a deep slumber, was unable to move but sensed everything transpiring around her through her spiritual awareness. Yet, she dismissed it as inconsequential. Lu Yuanshan had previously brought numerous individuals to her in hopes of a cure, all of whom departed in vain. It appeared he was merely indulging in yet another futile endeavor. How dreadfully tedious. Is this the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family? Gazing at Lu Ruyan, who lay quietly on the bed, Xiao Yun was captivated, his heart racing fervently. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. Her features were exquisitely refined, surpassing even the most illustrious stars of his past life in allure. The mature charm she exuded was akin to a perfectly ripened peach, evoking a desire to embrace her tightly and take a hearty bite. Even more captivating were the two ample fruits that adorned her delicate branches. Despite her recumbent state, the proud contours before him remained resplendent, an exquisite sight from every angle. Lu Ruyan sensed Xiao Yun's fervent gaze and let out a disdainful snort. How dare a mere child, still unformed, look at me with such eyes? Had this been my past life, he would have met his demise countless times over. She held unwavering confidence in her beauty, believing it to eclipse all from her previous existence. Xiao Yun, this is my esteemed ancestor Lu Ruyan of the Lu family. From this day forth, she shall be your bride, Lu Yuanshan proclaimed, his face aglow with delight, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What? Lu Ruyan was instantly taken aback. When had she become someone else's bride? And to this little fellow before her? I see how it is. Xiao Yun feigned calmness, nodding with composure. In truth, he was already anticipating the wedding night. Why wait for an auspicious day when we can seize the moment? Tonight, I shall personally oversee the grand wedding of young master Xiao Yun and ancestor Ruyan. Lu Yuanshan declared with fervor. As for the betrothal gifts, we received them this morning. So young master Xiao Yun need not concern himself with them. All that remains is to complete the auspicious rite. Once ancestor Ruyan awakens, regardless of whether Xiao Yun lives or dies, he shall not escape the consequences of having dared to make my daughter bow, and for aspiring to be my ancestor. Very well, Xiao Yun readily acquiesced. Though he recognized Lu Yuanshan's nefarious intentions, with Xiao Wuyo and the Xiao family present, coupled with his own system, he believed Lu Yuanshan would find it difficult to harm him. What a load of nonsense. Lu Ruoyan, filled with indignation, couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. A boy not even half my age dares to propose to me? She was on the brink of madness. Yet, no matter how furious she felt, she remained ensconced in her slumber, unable to move even a finger, let alone protest. I shall prepare at once. Upon receiving Xiao Yun's affirmation, Lu Yuanshan rushed out, his excitement palpable, summoning the entire Lu family to commence the arrangements with utmost urgency. The success of this endeavor hinged on this moment. If awakening the ancestral spirit of Ruoyan required sacrificing his own daughter, even if it meant granting Xiao Yun a fleeting triumph, so be it. Come back. You must return. Lu Ruoyan felt her spirit nearly departing in desperation. What are you preparing for? I am your ancestor. Even if I must marry, it should not be at your behest. Yet, even as she screamed internally, no sound escaped her lips. In the room, apart from her, only Xiao Yun and Xiao Wuyo remained. Yunner, are you truly serious about this? Xiao Wuyo finally turned his gaze to Xiao Yun. Initially, all seemed well, but since Xiao Yun declared his intention to wed Lu Ruoyan, the situation had taken a strange turn. Indeed, I am absolutely serious. Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. If I miss this opportunity, it may never come again. However, Xiao Wuyo hesitated, words caught in his throat. Rest assured, grandfather, even if I marry her, she shall merely be the matriarch of the Lu family. We shall each maintain our own domains. Sensing Xiao Wuyo's lingering concerns, Xiao Yun unveiled his trump card, declaring, once I wed, I shall ensure that I provide you with 10 or 8 great-grandchildren, so our family can revel in joy together. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiao Wuyo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly responded, excellent, excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. He had resolved, regardless of Lu Yuanshan's true intentions or the costs involved, to see Xiao Yun wed Lu Ruoyan today. Not for any other reason, but to embrace the prospect of great-grandchildren. Yet, this left Lu Ruoyan in a dire predicament. Help! Someone, please save me. Her heart was a tumult of rage and despair, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. What deepened her despair was the fact that this boy had just proclaimed he wanted her to bear 10 or 8 children. She felt her vision darken. How could the dignified Ice Phoenix Empress in her reincarnation be reduced to marrying a mere youth? Was there anything more absurd than this? Chapter 6. The Wedding of Lu Ruoyan. With the bright moon hanging high and the night air delightful, the Lu family, under Lu Yuanshan's guidance, was aglow with lights and festooned with decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. Xiao Yun donned a resplendent red robe, a smile gracing his face as he sat in the grand hall, patiently awaiting the auspicious moment. The auspicious hour has arrived. A voice rang out. Please welcome the bride. All turned to gaze in anticipation. Only then did Lu Ruoyan, supported by 2 maidservants, enter the grand hall, adorned in a phoenix coronet and a flowing robe, her graceful figure accentuating her already enchanting features. Truly, she embodied the epitome of beauty in the Tianqi dynasty. Her allure was simply breathtaking. My heavens! How could the Lu family consent to marrying their esteemed ancestor to our young master? I am utterly envious. Were I to wed such a stunning beauty, I would gladly accept the throne. The members of the Xiao family marveled in awe. Yet, skepticism and disbelief prevailed among them. Even now, they could hardly grasp the reality before their eyes. Some pinched themselves, wincing in pain. Let me go? I do not wish to marry. Lu Ruoyan's heart was filled with despair and fury. She desperately tried to cry out, or even move, but to no avail. With 2 weeks remaining until her awakening, she found herself in a state of utmost vulnerability, and no matter how fiercely she struggled, it was futile. She could only helplessly watch as she was led to the center of the red carpet in the grand hall. Xiao Yun, do hurry. Lu Yuanshan beamed at Xiao Yun. Why do I feel you are more anxious than I am, Lu family head? Are you so eager to make me your ancestor? Xiao Yun replied with a hint of a smile. Is it not that Xiao Yun has regained his powers, and our families shall be united, drawing closer together? Lu Yuanshan spoke ambiguously. I see. Regarding Lu Ruoyan's deep slumber, Lu Yuanshan had informed him that she had fallen into a coma due to internal injuries and would awaken soon. Xiao Yun, of course, did not believe a word of it, but for now, the priority was to marry his bride. Everything else was inconsequential. Head of the family, this cannot be allowed. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the Lu family members. We absolutely cannot marry our ancestor to him. Otherwise, our lineage will be thrown into disarray. Are we to call that young lad our ancestor? This is preposterous. Indeed, head of the family, such an absurdity must not occur within the Lu family. Please retract your decree. Aside from a few high-ranking members of the Lu family who knew the truth, the rest were now in a state of panic. Shouting to prevent the union, Lu Ruoyan, who had never borne offspring, had become the highest-ranking ancestor of the Lu family after the demise of her siblings. Yet they still could not accept this circumstance. However, Lu Yuanshan paid no heed, reveling in his own satisfaction. If everyone in the Lu family agreed to his marrying Lu Ruoyan to Xiao Yun, it would arouse suspicion from the Xiao family. Thus, the current opposition seemed entirely reasonable. First, we bow to heaven and earth, Lu Yuanshan proclaimed loudly. Xiao Yun slightly bowed his head, while Lu Ruoyan, aided by the 2 maidservants, completed the first bow. I am going mad. Lu Ruoyan's heart sank. If only she could weep. Second, we bow to our parents. Lu Yuanshan's voice resonated once more. However, there was only Xiao Wui present above, as Xiao Yun had married the ancestral figure of the Lu family, and no one dared to assume such a position within the family. Very well, very well. Xiao Wui beamed with delight, particularly captivated by Lu Ruoyan's graceful figure, imagining that they would certainly have several sons in the future, filling him with excitement. The couple shall bow to each other. Lu Yuanshan spoke again. Subsequently, Xiao Yun turned to gaze at Lu Ruoyan, who, despite being in a deep slumber, remained breathtakingly beautiful. As for her age, what of being over 1,000 years? It was indeed the most enchanting age. If an eagle can capture a chick, why can't a chick consume an eagle? Lu Ruoyan, at this moment, felt tears welling up, desperately crying out, No, I do not wish to bow, I do not want to marry. Despite her profound reluctance, she completed the final bow with Xiao Yun, aided by 2 maidservants. To think that I, the illustrious Ice Phoenix Empress reincarnated and cultivating anew, would so inexplicably wed a mere youth. Had I known, I would have chosen death over reincarnation. Lu Rian was truly at her wit's end. Everything had been within her grasp. Only half a month remained until her awakening. Yet an unforeseen calamity had struck at this very moment. The Lu family members, witnessing this scene, erupted in lamentation, feeling as if the heavens had collapsed. Yet, Lu Yuanshan smiled radiantly. Congratulations to my esteemed nephew Xiao Yun. From now on, we shall be one family. The joyous occasion had succeeded. They merely awaited the awakening of the matriarch. Xiao Yun, however, looked at him with a grin and inquired, Lu family head, still referring to me as esteemed nephew. Shouldn't we change the address now? Lu Yuanshan's smile instantly faltered. By the hierarchy of kinship, with Xiao Yun now married to Lu Ruyan, he indeed ought to address Xiao Yun as ancestor. However, the thought of it was simply too difficult to utter. Lu Yuanshan appeared quite awkward. Since the Lu family head is unwilling, I shall not press the issue. After all, I have more pressing matters at hand. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. What more pressing matters? Lu Yuanshan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Today is my wedding night. Naturally, there are certain matters to attend to. Xiao Yun grinned with immense joy. Indeed, a smile does not fade. It merely shifts from one face to another. Lu Yuanshan felt a rush of panic. As someone who had experienced such moments, he certainly understood what Xiao Yun was implying. Yet now, with Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan formally wed, and Lu Ruyan still in slumber, there was no way for her to resist. However, this was utterly absurd. Is there a problem? Xiao Yun asked Lu Yuanshan. And no problem. Lu Yuanshan could only force a smile, feeling quite embarrassed. Alas, if the matriarch were to know of my good intentions, she would surely not hold it against me upon awakening. But in reality, Lu Yuanshan thought, I shall end you. Lu Ruyan's soul trembled with fury. No, I refuse to partake in such matters. I lack experience. She truly regretted it. Neither in her previous life as the Ice Phoenix Empress, nor in this life as Lu Ruyan had she ever engaged in such affairs, particularly under these circumstances and with such a young lad. It was as if she were merely a pawn to be manipulated. At that moment, Xiao Yun had already taken Lu Ruyan from the hands of the two maidservants and lifted her effortlessly. My dear, let us return home. Thus, amidst the furious gazes of the Lu family and the protective presence of the Xiao family, he carried her back to the Xiao residence. Yinner, give it your all tonight and seal the deal. Otherwise, once she awakens, there may not be another opportunity. Xiao Wuyo exclaimed excitedly, winking knowingly. Although he was unaware of why Lu Yuanshan had consented to such an outrageous arrangement, he understood that once Lu Ruyan regained consciousness, she might very well dispute the matter. However, if he could turn raw rice into cooked rice beforehand, it would be ideal. Understood. Xiao Yun chuckled. With a creak, he closed the door behind him and turned to the Lu Ruyan in his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. My dear, it is just the two of us now. Chapter 7, The Wedding Night. Ah, that detestable Xiao Yun. I shall kill you. Zhao Exine roared in fury, his face contorted. This was a hasty miscalculation. As a prince, how could he have been forced to kneel and bow before Xiao Yun if not for the absence of the protector? It was an utter humiliation. Lu Yanran's eyes were equally filled with resentment. I merely wished to annul the engagement, yet Xiao Yun dared to marry my ancestor. It is utterly infuriating. Just then, Lu Yuanshan approached. Father, Lu Yanran cried out in despair. What on earth is happening? She began to suspect whether Lu Yuanshan had lost his senses, for how could he agree to such a ludicrous arrangement? Lu Yuanshan sighed deeply. Yanran, third prince. The situation is as follows. He revealed his intentions. So it was like this. Lu Yanran finally understood. But what if Xiao Yun were to perish in the process? And the ancestor still did not awaken? Lu Yanran inquired further. Lu Yuanshan snorted coldly. Then it would be his own misfortune, as long as Lu Ruyan awakens. I do not care whether Xiao Yun lives or dies. His demise would merely indicate his fate was too weak. Even so, I cannot swallow this indignation. I shall report to Father Emperor and ensure Xiao Yun meets a gruesome end. Zhao Exine continued to seethe, for regardless of the circumstances, he had already bowed before Xiao Yun. Calm yourself, third prince. The master of Tianbao Tower has stated that the auspicious occasion lasts no more than half a month. Once the ancestor awakens, I assure you, it shall not be just Xiao Yun. The entire Xiao family will pay the price. Lu Yuanshan spoke coldly. He had long since passed the death sentence upon Xiao Yun, but until Lu Ruyan awakened, Xiao Yun could not die. Very well, I shall wait another fortnight. By then, I will personally reduce Xiao Yun to ashes, and the Xiao family shall no longer have any reason to exist. Zhao Xian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The bridal chamber was adorned with flowers, and the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. Lu Ruyan remained silent, consumed by exasperation. It infuriated me to the core. I was utterly exasperated. How could I have so foolishly married? Moreover, to a mere boy who is barely my age. It is utterly absurd. Just as her fury reached its peak, Xiao Yun had already discarded his outer garments, a radiant smile illuminating his face. My dear, I am here. Lu Ruyan was instantly struck with horror. No, please do not come any closer. Recalling Xiao Wuya's earlier words to Xiao Yun, she instinctively deduced his intentions. And at that moment, panic overwhelmed her. Yet, outwardly, she lay quietly upon the bed, resembling a slumbering beauty, exuding an irresistible charm. Xiao Yun lifted the covers and reclined beside her, immediately enveloped by a captivating fragrance. My dear, you smell delightful. Xiao Yun could not refrain from taking a deep breath. Turning to gaze at Lu Ruyan's exquisite profile, his heart raced, igniting a surge of desire within him. He then gently grasped Lu Ruyan's hand. Though slightly cool to the touch, it was incredibly tender, seemingly devoid of bone, prompting Xiao Yun to caress it softly. Before his journey into this realm, he had been a novice. Despite having learned much from adult films, this was his first encounter with a woman's delicate hand, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. Oh, this scoundrel! Lu Ruyan fumed in fury. How could she be so brazenly treated? Xiao Yun suddenly exclaimed softly. He had noticed Lu Ruyan's fingers seemed to twitch ever so slightly. Though the movement was imperceptible, he truly felt it. My dear, are you awakening? Xiao Yun inquired gently, yet received no reply. Could it be my imagination? He intertwined his fingers with Lu Ruyan's, marveling at the sensation. Although she had lived for over 1,000 years, her touch felt as innocent as that of a maiden. Ah, I shall slay you. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyan had already reached her breaking point. Even in slumber, she could still hear the sounds from the outside world and distinctly felt the sensations upon her hand. Particularly, the warmth radiating from Xiao Yun's palm and the way he casually toyed with her hand shattered her defenses entirely. Neither in her previous life as the Ice Phoenix Empress, nor in this life as Lu Ruyan had she ever been treated so intimately by a man. What does he intend to do? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. She saw Xiao Yun gazing at her with fervent eyes, leaning closer, his face nearing her cheek. My dear, I can no longer restrain myself. Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes. You mustn't kiss me. You mustn't. Lu Ruyan's face paled in fear as she desperately resisted, yet all her efforts proved futile. A smacking sound echoed as Xiao Yun planted a kiss on the side of Lu Ruyan's face, soft and slightly slick. He chuckled with delight, realizing the sensation of a kiss was indeed exhilarating. Suddenly, he exclaimed, My dear, you truly moved. This time, Xiao Yun was certain he had felt Lu Ruyan's fingers stir once more. It was undoubtedly not an illusion. My dear, do you feel it as well? Yet, internally, Lu Ruyan's mind was in a frenzy, screaming, I am tainted, I must kill you. It was over. Her purity, preserved for over a millennium, was now lost. As for why her fingers moved, it was entirely a reflex of her body. After all, she had never allowed a man to touch her before. Yet now she was being trifled with by Xiao Yun. The thought of her innocence being shattered made her want to weep. Was there ever a more unfortunate empress than her? My dear, do you also enjoy being held by me, being kissed by me? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Xiao Yun grinned. Gazing at Lu Ruyan's tranquil and exquisite visage, an overwhelming thrill surged within him, particularly as he beheld her alluring curves, which made him swallow hard. This was far superior to Lu Yanran's modest figure, despite sharing the same surname. They were in entirely different realms. If only he could touch her, it would be ecstasy. With an uncharacteristic impulse, Xiao Yun slowly extended his hand. What are you doing? This is absolutely forbidden. Lu Ruyan was driven to madness at the sight. If you dare to lay a finger on me, when I awaken, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Yet, she could emit no sound, only watch helplessly as Xiao Yun drew nearer, feeling the urgency of his breath. Her heart sinking into profound despair. Chapter 8. My dear, I am coming. Xiao Yun was both anxious and exhilarated, beholding Lu Ruyan's alluring form and inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance. It was unimaginable how tantalizing this was for a young man of over 20 years, yet still a novice in such matters. "My dear, I am coming." But just as Xiao Yun reached out, on the verge of touching her ample bosom, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Hee. If you do anything to her now, once she awakens, prepare to face your demise." Xiao Yun was startled. Who is speaking? He quickly scanned the surroundings. But apart from himself and Lu Ruyan, the room was devoid of any other presence. "Look down, and you shall see me." The aged voice resonated once more, prompting Xiao Yun to glance in its direction. His expression instantly morphed into one of peculiar intrigue as he beheld the ancient ring adorning his finger, now emanating a faint, ethereal glow. "Good heavens!" Xiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment. How could he have overlooked this detail, given that he possessed the script of the young Yan? It was only reasonable for him to wear such a ring, and perhaps it was not excessive to harbor an old soul within it. No wonder he had always felt something was amiss. This made perfect sense. "Esteemed elder, might I inquire if your surname is Yao? And are you, perchance, an exceptionally skilled alchemist?" Xiao Yun pondered within. The aged voice responded with surprise. "Indeed, I am Yao Chun, a sixth-grade alchemist, famously known as the Immortal Pill King." Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. Everything fell into place. He was indeed the archetype of the protagonist. "What? From your tone, do you perhaps recognize me?" Yao Chen manifested an image in Xiao Yun's mind. Upon beholding the ethereal figure of the elder, Xiao Yun could not help but smile. "Recognize you? Of course. Your name resonates like thunder. The grandfather of the ring, no less." Such a glitch. It turned out that aside from the system, he also possessed the advantage of this elder. With such dual support, it would be a challenge not to ascend. "You truly know me?" Now it was Yao Chen's turn to be bewildered. Although he had resided in the ring for many years without revealing himself, how could this young man possibly know him? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. "Not only do I know you, but I am also aware that 3 years ago, I suddenly lost all my cultivation due to your meddling." Yao Chen's countenance shifted slightly. "You know this? How could you possibly be aware?" "Well, since you are already aware, I shall lay my cards on the table. I did indeed absorb your profound energy for 3 years, rendering you a waste during that time. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that I can offer you an extraordinary opportunity," Yao Chen declared forthwith. Anticipation surged within Xiao Yun. If his conjecture was correct, the elder would soon present him with 2 cultivation techniques from which to choose, one of which could very well be the burning technique. Just imagine. He would be propelled to the pinnacle of success. Cloud Emperor, Xiao Yun. The mere thought filled him with delight. "Might I inquire what this opportunity entails, esteemed elder?" Xiao Yun suppressed his excitement, feigning ignorance. "Ha ha ha." Yao Chen suddenly erupted into a raspy laugh. "This opportunity is none other than that I shall seize your body and utilize it to reclaim my former glory." As his words echoed, the once ethereal figure of Yao Chen erupted with a dense black mist that surged into Xiao Yun's consciousness. After absorbing the profound energy from Xiao Yun over the years, he has regained a modicum of strength. Although it amounts to less than 1% of his peak prowess, overpowering a fledgling in the understanding realm poses no challenge whatsoever. "What the hell?" Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. His opponent was deviating from the expected course of action. In an instant, he felt a splitting headache. His consciousness began to blur, akin to being poisoned by a toxic mushroom. That damned old fool. His adversary was forcefully attempting to seize control of his body. "Ha ha, young one, did you naively believe I would take you as my disciple, teach you the art of alchemy, and elevate you to become an unparalleled powerhouse? What a preposterous fantasy." Yao Chen chuckled with palpable delight. In truth, he had entertained the notion of accepting Xiao Yun as his apprentice, with the hope that one day, once Xiao Yun grew stronger, he could aid him in restoring his physical form. However, that idea was swiftly dismissed. Not only would such an endeavor be time-consuming and laborious, but it offered no benefit to himself. Why go to such lengths when seizing control would suffice? Having lived for over a millennium, he was no fool. He understood the necessity of such choices. As he continued his attempt at possession, Yao Chen guffawed. "Ha! This woman is simply too exquisite. You cannot possibly resist. Allow me to assist you. Should I succeed in this possession, not only will I reclaim my corporeal form, but I shall also possess a woman of unparalleled beauty. After centuries of accumulated essence, I can finally unleash it all. The mere thought is exhilarating." At this moment, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Was he destined to perish here, barely having crossed into this new realm and married to a beautiful wife? He could not resign himself to such a dismal fate. Beep. Classic ring grandpa detected. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Make no resistance. Willingly let your guard down and allow the opponent to possess you. If you're dead, what reward is left? Choice 2. Kneel and plead for mercy. Acknowledge the opponent as your master and vow to assist in restoring their physical form. An old and tired trope devoid of any reward. Choice 3. Execute a desperate counterattack, employing every possible means to turn the tables on the opponent. Reward: an invisible spatial ring. The system had appeared, yet Xiaoyun found no joy in it. Even a fool would know how to choose among these three options. But the current dilemma was that he was incapable of mounting a counterattack. The opponent employed a soul attack, targeting the very essence of his being, rendering his cultivation utterly useless, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. Young one, cease your futile resistance. To be possessed by me, the alchemist of immortality, is the greatest honor of your life. Yao Chen continued to laugh uncontrollably. Freedom was within his grasp. In this life and death moment, Xiaoyun suddenly regained his composure. With his cultivation ineffective and the system unable to assist him, what else did he possess? Ah yes. Xiaoyun abruptly lifted his head, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn that old fool. What are you staring at? I shall take you down now. Yao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then, he beheld Xiaoyun producing a flag, dark and purplish, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This was the reward bestowed upon Xiaoyun by the system after he forcefully fed Lu Yanran and Zhao Exine, a low-grade Xian-level spirit artifact, the Emperor's Banner. Chapter 9. Each to their own. You dare boast of capturing me with such a worthless trinket? Yao Chen's tone dripped with disdain. He could scarcely believe that a destitute wretch from a remote corner could possess anything capable of confronting him. Old Deng, since you have shown me no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Gather. Xiaoyun barked. The Emperor's Banner suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, directly pulling Yao Chen, who was still in the process of seizing control, into its depths. Within the banner, a sea of black flames roared. What is this place? Impossible. How could you possess such a treasure? Yao Chen, the Undying Pill King, shouted in a panic. Release me at once, or I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. His earlier arrogance evaporated, replaced by genuine fear. Undying Pill King? Let us see if you truly cannot die today. Xiaoyun showed no intention of relenting. He had nearly perished moments ago. It mattered not who he was. He was destined for death. The flames within the Emperor's Banner surged wildly, causing Yao Chen's already ethereal form to weaken further, eliciting agonizing screams. Ah, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Please, release me, and I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Yao Chen began to beg desperately, his voice hoarse. In mere moments, he felt his soul's essence being scorched away. If this continued, he would soon be utterly obliterated. I shall teach you nothing. Enraged, Xiaoyun intensified his power, and the inferno within the Emperor's Banner engulfed Yao Chen entirely. No, I am the Undying Pill King. With a piercing scream, silence swiftly followed within the Emperor's Banner. Ding. Refining a remnant soul has elevated the Emperor's Banner from low-grade to mid-grade Xian level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an unexpected choice. Reward: an invisible space ring. The Undying Pill King has met his end. That was a close call. Xiaoyun panted heavily, still shaken. Had it not been for the protection of the Emperor's Banner, he might have been seized and become the shortest-lived transmigrator. The primary reason for this reckless gamble was his initial belief that the other party would approach him with goodwill. Thus, he had not prepared adequately. But who could have anticipated that the opponent would disregard all conventions, attempting to seize him the moment they met? Indeed, novels are deceiving. Xiaoyun seethed with frustration. In this fantastical realm where strength reigns supreme, where can one find so many amiable old gentlemen? They are all nefarious old geezers. It seems I must be more cautious in the future. Otherwise, I may not even know how I meet my demise. Subsequently, Xiaoyun gazed at his palm, which, though appearing empty, actually concealed a spatial ring. An invisible spatial ring is rather splendid. After a thorough inspection, Xiaoyun felt immensely satisfied. This spatial ring, awarded by the system, not only possesses invisibility but also boasts a space hundreds of times larger than his original one. A truly remarkable item. He promptly stored the Emperor's Banner within, ensuring that any important belongings could be kept there safely. Through the memories of his predecessor, he learned that in this world, spiritual artifacts are ranked from low to high as yellow, profound, earth, and heaven levels, with each level further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. The higher the rank of the spiritual artifact, the more formidable its power. Remarkably, after refining the old geezer Yao Chun, the emperor's banner ascended from the inferior grade of the profound level to the medium grade, with the potential for further enhancement. A veritable treasure. The following morning, with a creak, Xiaoyun pushed open the door. Before he could step outside, he suddenly froze. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" He saw Xiao Wuya pressed against the door, seemingly eavesdropping. Upon noticing Xiao Yun's emergence, he grinned mischievously. "Yuner, has everything been settled?" Initially, Xiao Yun did not comprehend the meaning of the question. But upon witnessing Xiao Wuya's suggestive expression, he instantly understood. He was inquiring whether he had planted the seed. Of course, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Had it not been for that old geezer Yao Chun causing a ruckus last night, he would have already lost his virginity. However, to deter Xiao Wuya from continuing to eavesdrop, he had to falsely claim success. That's good, that's good. Xiao Wuya beamed with joy. It must be noted that Lu Ruyan, being the matriarch of the Lu family, was considerably older than him. In his youthful days, like many others, he regarded Lu Ruyan as his goddess and even pursued her, though she had dismissed him at that time, leading to an unresolved conclusion. Yet, unexpectedly, the goddess he failed to win over in his youth had now become his grandson's partner, transforming into his granddaughter-in-law. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. As Xiao Wuya pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yun's peculiar gaze and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What? Do you want me to call you something?" Xiao Yun chuckled in resignation. "No need. Let us each maintain our own titles from now on." He then glanced outside, his brow furrowing. The atmosphere in the Xiao family was palpably tense today, with an increased number of patrolling individuals, and even the family's defensive array had been activated, presenting a distinct air of impending storm. Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the situation. The Xiao and Lu families were the two most powerful clans in the Tianqi dynasty. Their influence evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other. However, looming above them was the formidable Tianqi imperial family. Yesterday, he had coerced Zhao Xian into kneeling and bowing before him, an act tantamount to slapping the face of the Tianqi emperor. Now, with the Xiao family on high alert, it was evident they were concerned about potential retribution from the imperial family. Despite his marriage to the esteemed Lu matriarch, Lu Ruyan, the Xiao family might not withstand the wrath of the imperial family should they choose to unleash their fury. "Do not worry, my dear Yuner. Leave everything to me. Your sole task is to bring forth a robust grandson," Xiao Wuya proclaimed with a smile. He bore no resentment towards Xiao Yun's impulsive actions from the previous day. If the imperial family truly sought vengeance, even if it meant a desperate struggle to the death, he would not permit Xiao Yun to suffer any harm. Xiao Yun felt a warm surge of gratitude swell within him, yet he resolutely refused to remain passive. "Grandfather, I must visit the Lu family," he declared. He did not trust a single word spoken by Lu Yuanshan yesterday, and he was certain that Lu Yuanshan, and indeed the entire Lu family, had ulterior motives in wishing to marry Lu Ruyan to him, particularly after the bitter lesson he learned yesterday, nearly stumbling into a trap. He was all the more determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 10. Unwanted Intruders. I am your ancestor. At the Lu family estate, two guards stood at the entrance, their faces etched with frustration. "What on earth is the master thinking?" One lamented. "If you ask me, who am I to inquire?" The other replied. "That wretched boy not only killed Elder Gio, but ended up marrying our matriarch. This is utterly absurd." Their teeth ground together in indignation. They had pondered throughout the night, unable to comprehend why Lu Yuanshan would seek to designate such a young man as the ancestor of the entire Lu family. It was nothing short of an inversion of natural order. "By heavens, look!" One guard suddenly exclaimed in alarm. "What are you shouting about? Is your father arriving?" The other guard retorted, turning to see a figure approaching, his expression shifting dramatically. It's him." There, advancing along the path, was Xiao Yun, still clad in the resplendent red attire of a groom from the previous day. "Halt!" The two guards exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, "This is the Lu family. No outsiders are permitted entry." Xiao Yun came to a stop. With a swift motion, he struck the right guard, sending him hurtling away. "You dare lay hands here." The left guard roared, drawing his sword. In a flash, Xiao Yun delivered another blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Outsiders, you say? Xiao Yun stepped forward, seizing both guards by their collars. Open your eyes and behold clearly. I am your ancestor now. To fail to pay respects upon seeing your ancestor is one thing. But to dare label me an outsider? Do you not deserve a beating? The two guards were left utterly speechless. Although, it is true that Xiao Yun's status is indeed higher than theirs, and if one were to account for it, they should address Xiao Yun as their ancestor. Yet, such words are difficult to utter. Xiao Yun, how dare you show your face here? At that moment, a furious voice echoed as Lu Yanran and Zhao Xian emerged. Their faces flushed and their attire somewhat disheveled, evidently having just concluded an intimate encounter. Why can't I come? Xiao Yun smiled gently at them. As it happens, it is an opportune moment for a reintroduction. I am your new ancestor. Why not hastily call me ancestor so I may hear it? Lu Yanran's expression darkened. You must be dreaming, she shouted vehemently. In an instant, Xiao Yun lunged forward, grasping Lu Yanran by the neck. It seems you have forgotten your lessons, he remarked as he tightened his grip. Release me. Lu Yanran struggled desperately, but she was no match for Xiao Yun. Despite her flailing limbs, she could not break free. Your Highness, save me, she pleaded. Her eyes bloodshot as she turned to Zhao Xian for help. However, Zhao Xian trembled and instinctively took several steps back, feeling no inclination to assist Lu Yanran. I dare not, he stammered. Ever since Xiao Yun had forced him to kneel and bow the day before, he had realized he was no match for Xiao Yun, and a psychological shadow loomed over him, rendering him incapable of meeting Xiao Yun's gaze, let alone intervening to rescue anyone. It appears the man you have chosen is rather lacking, Xiao Yun remarked with a faint smile, his words cutting deep. Lu Yanran's complexion turned ashen. Just moments ago, Zhao Xian had been atop her, confidently promising that his previous defeat was due to carelessness, and that when next he encountered Xiao Yun, he would ensure that Xiao Yun would be left searching for his teeth. Yet now, he lacked even the courage to confront Xiao Yun. Help me. As waves of suffocation washed over her, Lu Yanran's face turned as pale as a sheet, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan suddenly appeared. Nephew Xiao Yun, grant me a favor and spare my daughter, will you? Xiao Yun abruptly turned his head. How dare you? Lu Yuanshan's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Shanzi, is this how you address your ancestor? His tone hinted at his displeasure. Lu Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Shanzi. No one had ever referred to him in such a manner. Yet, there was no denying that Xiao Yun's address was not without merit. The members of the Lu family who had rushed over were equally taken aback. This young man had audacity to be so brazen within their ranks. Father, please save me. Lu Yanran continued to plead desperately. Nephew Xiao Yun, we are all family now. Let us speak amicably. Please, release her. Lu Yuanshan quickly offered a conciliatory smile, genuinely fearing that Xiao Yun might inadvertently harm Lu Yanran. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. All right, I shall release her shortly, but she must address me as ancestor. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to uphold justice. For surely you would not wish your daughter to lack reverence for her elders and affection for the young, would you? Lu Yuanshan, unconcerned by such matters, nodded repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Once freed, Lu Yanran broke into a fit of violent coughing. Yet she did not forget to glare fiercely at Xiao Yun. Enough. Hurry and call me. I have matters to attend to, Xiao Yun said nonchalantly. Yanran. Just call him once, Lu Yuanshan urged. The auspicious ceremony had only just concluded, and the ancestral spirit had yet to awaken. His priority was to stabilize Xiao Yun. Once the ancestor awoke, he would personally ensure Xiao Yun met a gruesome fate. But father, Lu Yanran exclaimed, almost in tears. Just say it. It won't cost you anything. Lu Yuanshan spoke earnestly. For the sake of the ancestor, I must sacrifice my daughter. Lu Yanran was well aware of her father's intentions. Despite her inner turmoil of reluctance and bitterness, she reluctantly turned to Xiao Yun and stammered, Ancestor. Her voice trembled, and her face flushed crimson. Ah, my dear great-granddaughter, how obedient. Xiao Yun beamed with satisfaction. You claim to dislike the engagement? You profess not to wish to be my wife. Very well. If you do not wish to be my wife, then you shall be my granddaughter instead. My heavens. We have just acquired an ancestor. This world is truly mad. Those present felt their heads buzzing. Lu Yanran's face burned with shame and fury. She was a genius who had awakened the pure desire body, and now she was compelled to call Xiao Yun ancestor. She longed to find a crevice to hide in. Enough. Go play, great-granddaughter. Remember to behave properly when next you meet the ancestor. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Lu Yanran, seething with rage, gritted her teeth but dared not retaliate. Yanran, rest assured, within half a month, I will ensure my father punishes him severely. Zhao Xin whispered to Lu Yanran. She did not respond. At that moment, she felt as if Xiao Yun surpassed Zhao Xin by 1,000-fold. No, it must be a delusion, regardless of Zhao Xin's shortcomings. He was a prince, and his status far eclipsed that of Xiao Yun. No matter how arrogant Xiao Yun appeared now, he would undoubtedly meet his end in half a month. Her judgment could not be mistaken. By the way, Xiao Yun suddenly turned to Lu Yuanshan. I am quite curious as to why you would wish to marry your own ancestor to me. Chapter 11. My rules are my rules. Upon Xiao Yun's utterance, the Lu family members turned their gazes towards him. Among them, aside from a few high-ranking individuals privy to the truth, the rest were left in the dark and equally eager to learn the reason. Ha ha ha, it's actually quite simple. Lu Yuanshan laughed heartily. Young Master Xiao Yun has remarkably ascended to the realm of profound understanding at such a tender age, and as a swordsman, his future is undoubtedly boundless. It would be a tremendous blessing for our Lu family to unite with young Master Xiao. He had already concocted a narrative, candidly expressing his admiration for Xiao Yun's innate talent, a statement that could hardly be contested. Is that so? Xiao Yun remained utterly unconvinced. However, if the other party chose silence, then let us indulge in some amusement. With this understanding, Xiao Yun smiled faintly and strode forward. Young Master Xiao, where do you intend to go? Lu Yuanshan unobtrusively positioned himself before Xiao Yun, naturally to peruse the treasure vault. Xiao Yun replied with an air of certainty. Absolutely not. This is entirely out of the question. Lu Yuanshan erupted at the remark. The treasure vault. That is the very heart of the family. Few within the Lu family are granted access to the treasure vault, and now an outsider like Xiao Yun dares to seek entry? This is utterly unacceptable. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. Little Mountain, you just claimed my future was limitless and expressed a desire to invest in me. How is it that now it is not permissible? Lu Yuanshan forced a smile. Young Master Xiao, let us consider the ancestors. Xiao Yun promptly interjected. Lu Yuanshan's murderous intent flickered momentarily in his eyes, yet recalling the matter's significance for the ancestors, he quickly regained his composure. Very well, ancestor. But the treasure vault is of paramount importance. Even within the Lu family, few may enter. A true gentleman knows when to yield, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Yun must not be permitted inside. Preposterous. Xiao Yun suddenly exclaimed. Whether others may enter is your concern. I am now the ancestor of the Lu family. The entire Lu family belongs to me. So how is it that I cannot enter? His visit to the Lu family primarily served two purposes: to discern the schemes Lu Yuanshan harbored and to extract some benefits from the Lu family. Otherwise, how could he justify his current status? The assembly fell into an abrupt silence. At first glance, Xiao Yun's assertion seemed reasonable, but upon further reflection, it was indeed alarming. What did he mean by claiming the entire Lu family as his own? What then did that make them? Lu Yuanshan, drenched in sweat, was taken aback. He never anticipated Xiao Yun would invoke seniority, and the unsettling truth was he found himself unable to refute it. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in denying Xiao Yun entry. Should the latter stealthily pilfer something, would he not be inviting disaster? Xiao Yun suddenly declared, rest assured. I shall merely take a look and guarantee that I will not take anything. Surely, this is acceptable? As he spoke, he lightly touched the invisible spatial ring on his finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Not taking anything is foolish. When dealing with a cunning character like you, one must not show any mercy. Otherwise, one would appear exceedingly naive. Lu Yuanshan hesitated at these words, feeling a sense of unease in his heart, as if he were on the brink of being ensnared. How outrageous. You don't even acknowledge my presence, treating me as if I were insignificant. I shall return and sever ties with your ancestors. Henceforth, no one shall dare approach me. Xiao Yun exclaimed in a fit of rage, his frustration evident. What a disgrace. He continued, storming out in a huff. Wait. Lu Yuanshan hastily intervened, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Given that Lu Rian and Xiao Yun had only recently wed, and their elder had yet to awaken, it was imperative not to abandon this endeavor. You must first agree that upon entering, you may only observe. You cannot take a single item. Lu Yuanshan declared with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. That is certainly acceptable. I possess enough discretion for that. Witnessing Xiao Yun's sudden shift in demeanor nearly drove Lu Yuanshan to despair. However, the objective had been achieved. As long as Xiao Yun refrained from taking anything, merely viewing would pose no significant issue. Under Lu Yuanshan's guidance, they traversed through a series of buildings until they arrived at a secret chamber. To their astonishment, the chamber was protected by a formidable defensive formation, undoubtedly safeguarding the Lu family's treasure vault. Xiao Yun, my esteemed nephew, please enter with me, Lu Yuanshan said, deactivating the protective array and turning to Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun shook his head. I shall enter alone, you all wait outside. Lu Yuanshan's heart sank at this declaration. This is against protocol. He attempted to negotiate further. Little Shan, do not forget, I am now the ancestor of the Lu family. My rules are paramount. Lu Yuanshan's expression darkened. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. Very well. But you must remember your promise. Once inside, you may only look, not take. Understood? Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. Do I appear to be the sort of person who would steal? Lu Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this. Your expression suggests otherwise. Xiao Yun, undeterred, opened the door to the secret chamber and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Father, do you truly dare allow him into the treasure vault? Lu Yanran inquired anxiously. The vault was almost the lifeblood of the family. Should anything go awry, the entire Lu clan would suffer greatly. At that moment, the murderous intent in Lu Yuanshan's eyes was unmistakable as he replied coldly, it matters not. Should he dare to extract even a single item, I will ensure that he pays dearly for it, regardless of prior efforts. The vault is as crucial as the ancestor. If Xiao Yun indeed attempted to pilfer anything, Lu Yuanshan would not hesitate to eliminate him entirely. Lu Yanran and Zhao Xian exchanged glances, their hearts filled with delight. They even harbored hopes that Xiao Yun might attempt to steal something, providing them with the opportunity for revenge. Inside the vault, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good gracious! Before him lay mountains of profound crystals, an array of diverse spiritual artifacts, and an endless bounty of rare materials. In this world, the pursuit of cultivation is inextricably linked to the presence of Xianjing, which serves as the universal currency. Xianjing is classified into various grades based on the amount of xuanli it contains, ranging from inferior to superior and culminating in the apex grade of supreme Xianjing, each level differing by a factor of 100. Thus, 100 inferior Xianjing can be exchanged for a single piece of medium-grade Xianjing. Within the treasury of the Lu family, there are no less than tens of thousands of medium-grade Xianjing, each gleaming resplendently. Moreover, he also observed numerous vials containing elixirs, as well as an array of martial techniques, each item possessing considerable value. It is no exaggeration to assert that the contents of this treasury represent the accumulated wealth of the Lu family over several hundred to thousands of years. Should anything unfortunate occur here, the entire Lu family would suffer immensely, potentially reverting to a state of destitution overnight. It is no wonder that Lu Yuanshan is so reluctant to allow Xiao Yun entry. Ah, could this be? Suddenly, Xiao Yun lifted a small tower from among the myriad treasures. The tower was exquisitely crafted, radiating a brilliant golden light, with the characters Zijin elegantly inscribed upon it in a swirling script. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yun's heart. This is indeed the Lu family's heirloom. The supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Zijin Tower. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact. There are scarcely a few in the entire Tianqi dynasty. Through the memories of his previous incarnation, he learned that this Zijin Tower was the weapon of the Lu family's first ancestor, renowned for its formidable power, which had been instrumental in establishing their illustrious reputation. Setting aside the other treasures, the mere act of bringing forth this Zijin Tower would undoubtedly yield an astonishing fortune. Splendid. Now that I am the ancestor of the Lu family, all these treasures rightfully belong to me, does it not? With eyes gleaming, Xiao Yun promptly stored the Zijin Tower and all the treasures in the treasury into his hidden spatial ring. Half an hour later, surveying the scene, the once mountainous heap of Xianjing and treasures had been completely cleared, leaving not a single piece of Xianjing behind. Even a mouse entering would surely lament in sorrow. Finally, it is done. Xiao Yun clapped his hands in satisfaction and slowly opened the door to the secret chamber. Chapter 12, A Prince? I shall strike down the prince. Outside the secret chamber, Lu Yuanshan was anxiously awaiting. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, as if his very essence were being siphoned away. The young lad has emerged. Just then, Lu Yanran and Zhao Xian spoke in unison. witnessing Xiao Yun push open the door of the secret chamber, then turn and close it behind him. Lu Yanran immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. You there, confess at once. Did you steal any treasures from our Lu family? Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at her. Has she not learned her lesson? Lu Yanran's face turned pale. The recent memory of her defeat at Xiao Yun's hands vivid in her mind, and she dared not utter another word. Ha ha ha, my dear nephew Xiao Yun. What do you think? Lu Yuanshan jovially interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The Lu family's foundation is indeed profound. This statement holds no flaws. Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but smile with pride. He speculated that upon entering, Xiao Yun might have been so overwhelmed that he could hardly stand. Truly a country bumpkin unacquainted with the ways of the world. Suddenly, Xiao Yun turned and walked away. Lu Yuanshan's expression changed, and he quickly intercepted him. What do you mean by this, Sai Shanzi? Xiao Yun inquired with a nonchalant air. Xiao Yun, my esteemed nephew. I shall say this once more. Address me as your ancestor. Lu Yuanshan was instantly incensed, but managed to retort. Ancestor, you promised just now that you would take nothing. Xiao Yun shrugged his shoulders. I have taken nothing at all. Yet Lu Yuanshan was still unwilling to relent. He pointed at the space ring adorning Xiao Yun's finger. That will not do. I must inspect your space ring. Should he discover that Xiao Yun truly had pilfered something, he would not hesitate to sever ties and take ruthless action. Very well, inspect away, Xiao Yun replied indifferently, tossing the space ring from his finger to Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yun to be so accommodating, and he immediately began to examine it closely. Could it be that he truly had not stolen anything? Upon inspection, Lu Yuanshan found that the contents of Xiao Yun's space ring were merely trivial items of little value, with no evidence of stolen treasures. However, he still did not intend to let Xiao Yun off the hook so easily and promptly declared, Xiao Ancestor, I need to search your person further. What if you have another space ring hidden on you? This matter was of great consequence and warranted meticulous caution. Certainly. Xiao Yun readily agreed. Lu Yuanshan then conducted a thorough search of Xiao Yun's entire being, yet still found no incriminating evidence, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. How foolish of him to frighten himself. He then patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder and laughed. Ha ha, my esteemed nephew Xiao Yun is indeed a man of his word. It's good to know you haven't stolen anything. We need not reach a point of mutual destruction. Xiao Yun grinned. Of course, after all, I am your ancestor. How could I deceive my own descendants? Lu Yuanshan muttered. There are times when I truly wish to take a life. Just hold on for another half-month. At that time, I shall settle both new grievances and old. At that moment, Zhao Xian interjected with a mocking tone. Master Lu, I believe it would be wise to enter the treasury for a look, after all. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. What if he has concocted some mischief inside? He was uncertain whether Xiao Yun had stolen anything. But in any case, he could not allow Xiao Yun to have it easy. Lu Yuanshan found this reasoning sound and agreed that a visit would provide peace of mind. Thus he stated, then, slap. Just as he turned to enter the treasury, a sharp sound of a slap rang out. Xiao Yun had, with astonishing speed, delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Xian's face. I am a prince. How dare you strike me? Zhao Xian spun around several times. His face contorted in rage as he glared at Xiao Yun. A prince? What a travesty of a prince. I am determined to strike him down. With a powerful punch, Xiao Yun struck Zhao Xian squarely in the face, the sound echoing ominously as Zhao Xian collapsed to the ground. Yet, Xiao Yun was not inclined to relent. He delivered a swift kick to Zhao Xian's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones filled the air. Zhao Xian curled up like a shrimp, sent flying several meters. His screams resonating in agony. We are deliberating family matters here, and you, an outsider, dare to meddle? I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Fury etched across Xiao Yun's face. He resumed his relentless assault on Zhao Xian. Bang! 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 All. Within moments, Zhao Xian was left battered and bruised, spitting blood repeatedly. His condition utterly pitiful. What are you staring at? Someone stop them. Lu Yuanshan was alarmed by the scene, rushing to separate Xiao Yun and Zhao Xian. Both individuals held immense significance. Zhao Xian represented the Tianqi royal family, while Xiao Yun's actions were tied to the awakening of his own ancestor. Neither could afford to come to harm. Ancestor, cease this at once. Lu Yuanshan quickly pulled Xiao Yun away from Zhao Xian, but upon seeing Zhao Xian's harrowing state, His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This boy was indeed striking with lethal intent. Had he not intervened, Zhao Xian would likely have been killed on the spot. Damn it! Among the four of us, you are the only one who does not belong to the Liu family, and yet you dare to issue orders? It is a miracle that you are still alive. Despite being firmly restrained by Liu Yuanshan, Xiao Yun continued to hurl invectives. Meanwhile, though Zhao Xian had not yet succumbed, several of his bones lay shattered, and death was perilously close. Liu Yuanshan could only lament. What do you mean Zhao Xian is the only outsider here? Do you truly consider yourself my ancestor? Struggling, Zhao Xian managed to swallow a healing pill, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. Xiao Yun, you shall pay for this. I swear I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. His rage was palpable, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun raised his thumb in mock admiration. Ah, how bold of you to provoke me. If you do not flee, I shall make you regret it. He prepared to charge again. Liu Yuanshan hastily restrained him, exclaiming, My dear ancestor, temper your fury. Continuing this way may truly lead to a fatal outcome. You will pay for this. Zhao Xian realized he was no match for Xiao Yun. Continuing would only lead to his own demise, so he gritted his teeth against the pain and fled in haste. If you have the courage, do not run. Xiao Yun cursed. Do not let me see you again, otherwise I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Liu Yuanshan's eyelids twitched at the threat, urgently advising, My ancestor, show mercy. He is genuinely terrified. If Xiao Yun were to kill Zhao Xian here, the Emperor of Tianqi would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and the consequences would be dire. As for checking the treasury, with the commotion caused by Xiao Yun, he found himself devoid of any thought. After all, he had already searched Xiao Yun, so what further issues could arise? He even began to worry if Xiao Yun, in a fit of rage, would dare to strike at him. As it turned out, such a possibility indeed lingered. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Just then, a furious voice resonated from outside. Xiao Yun, you wretched little beast. How dare you inflict such harm upon our prince? Come out and face your demise. Chapter 13. Life and death are but a trifle. If you dare, then fight. Xiao Yun stepped out of the Liu residence. He beheld Zhao Xian, who had been thoroughly beaten, alongside a burly middle-aged man. It was the general of the southern town. A heaviness settled in Liu Yuanshan's heart. This man was one of the four great generals of the Tianqi dynasty, and he was also Zhao Xian's protector. You, a lowly creature from the Shao family, dare to humiliate the third prince in such a manner? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your end. The general of the southern town was seething with rage. Just yesterday, Zhao Xian had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would dare to lay hands on him. Hence he had not brought the general along, which had led to him being forced to kneel and bow before Xiao Yun. Now, with Zhao Xian severely injured once again, he felt compelled to avenge him, lest he return without an explanation. Zhao Xian limped forward, his face twisted in a grimace as he glared at Xiao Yun and taunted. Weren't you just so arrogant? Why the sudden cowardice now? If you have the guts, strike me again. As a noble prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, he could no longer tolerate the humiliation of having to kneel before Xiao Yun yesterday, and now he was on the verge of being beaten to death. What nonsense about the Liu family's ancestors. All he desired now was for Xiao Yun to perish. Zhao Xian, seemingly confident of victory, sneered, Next, I shall shatter every bone in your body, flay you alive, and finally feed your remains to the dogs. Of course, I could grant you one last chance. If you kneel and bow to me now, perhaps I could spare you some suffering. His laughter was cruel and mocking. This declaration was merely a means to humiliate Xiao Yun. Irrespective of Xiao Yun's response, he would never let him escape easily. At that moment, the system chimed in, ding. A villainous threat has been detected against the host. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Kneel and beg for mercy, pleading for your life. Such cowardly behavior is unworthy of a reward. Choice 2. Seek various excuses to flee, hiding and developing in obscurity. Reward: the shell of a ninja turtle. Choice 3. Regard life and death with indifference. If you dare, then fight. Slay him publicly. Reward: conceptual level martial technique. One sword determines life and death. The system had returned. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Yun's eyes. Based on the novels he had read, the protagonist would likely hesitate and choose to cower, uttering phrases like, I'll let you have your fun for now, while secretly taking notes. But he would not follow that path. He intended to strike with full force. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian continued to taunt. Come on, hit me. I beg you to strike me. He looked at Xiao Yun with an air of arrogance. Why are you silent now? I shall make it clear. If you dare to lay a finger on me again, not only will it be you, but I will ensure that every member of the Xiao family pays the price. Suddenly, Xiao Yun sprang to his feet, catching Zhao Xian off guard. In an instant, a sharp sword pierced through his throat. Blood gushed forth. Zhao Xian's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, opening his mouth as if to utter a word, but Xiao Yun offered him no chance, swiftly severing his head with a single stroke. I warned you that should I see you again, I would twist your head off and use it as a ball. Why do you never heed my counsel? In the moment before Zhao Xian's head fell to the ground, Xiao Yun kicked it away. The severed head traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground in a grotesque mess of red and white, while his headless corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. Reward: conceptual level martial art. A sword determines life and death. A sword determines life and death level. None required weapon. Sword characteristics. Unleashes an ultimate strike with unparalleled speed. The greater the killing intent of the wielder, the stronger the attack. With no upper limit on its power, a sword determines life and death. Xiao Yun was exceedingly familiar with this technique. In the past, a certain Yi family S. Wang had successfully turned the tables using this very move, its potency undeniable. Hiss! At that moment, the crowd gasped in shock. He actually killed the third prince. My heavens, how could he dare? This is the end. That young man is surely doomed today, even if General Zhun Nan spares him. His Majesty the Emperor will never forgive him. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Xiao Yun would dare to commit murder, let alone that the previously arrogant Zhao Xian would meet his demise before their eyes. This was a prince. They felt a chill run down their spines. The third prince is dead. Lu Yanran was utterly dumbfounded. The branch she had just climbed was now severed by none other than the Xiao Yun from whom she had withdrawn her engagement. The irony was unbearable. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to kill him? Do you wish to ruin me? Lu Yuanshan was equally enraged and astonished. This is over. He never imagined Xiao Yun would be so audacious as to slay Zhao Xian directly. At that moment, General Zhun Nan was seething with rage, trembling with fury. You little wretch, how dare you? As Zhao Xian's protector, witnessing his death before his eyes would surely lead to his own demise at the hands of Emperor Tianqi. You wretch, die? General Zhun Nan roared, launching a fist towards Xiao Yun's head. Now, he could only seek revenge for Zhao Xian's death by killing Xiao Yun, hoping to redeem himself and save his own life. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, calmly stating, Xiao Shanzi. Someone seeks to slay your ancestors. Will you merely stand by and watch? He was prepared to gamble, wagering that Lu Yuanshan harbored a guilty conscience. In an instant, General Zhun Nan lunged towards Xiao Yun, bellowing, You little rascal, no one can save you today. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Yun, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him, none other than Lu Yuanshan. Though he shielded Xiao Yun, he was internally cursing the latter, wishing he could strike him down with a single blow. With Zhao Xian already deceased, and the ancestor still unconscious, if Xiao Yun were to perish here, all would be truly lost. Thus, despite his desire to dismantle Xiao Yun, he found himself compelled to intervene. Lu family head, what is the meaning of this? General Zhun Nan roared with fury. This brat has killed the third prince, and you dare to obstruct me? Do you wish to rebel? Lu Yuanshan forced a smile that resembled a grimace, patiently replying, General Zhun Nan, please allow me to explain. But the very next moment, whoosh, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Lu Yuanshan, who had been prepared to speak, suddenly froze. He beheld Xiao Yun, who had inexplicably appeared behind him, thrusting a sword into General Zhun Nan's chest, the blade piercing through with lethal intent. What are you doing? Lu Yuanshan exclaimed in horror. Xiao Yun grinned. Xiao Shanzi. Well done. Today, in the name of the Lu family's ancestor, I declare this rebellion. Our Lu family is resolute. Chapter 14. Darling, I have returned. The world abruptly fell silent. Time seemed to stand still. The next moment, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yuanshan glared in rage. By what right do you represent the Lu family? It was evident that he was genuinely alarmed. Zhao Xian had only recently died, and now General Zhun Nan lay grievously wounded by Xiao Yun's hand, while Xiao Yun proclaimed rebellion in the name of the Lu family. Such words were not to be taken lightly. Lu Yuanshan, it seems your family has long harbored ambitions of rebellion. General Zhun Nan's features twisted in a menacing snarl, his voice a venomous hiss. Lu Yuanshan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. General Zhun Nan, please hear me out. I never intended to rebel. He hastily produced a premium healing pill, hoping to treat General Zhun Nan's injuries, perhaps even to salvage the situation. However, Xiao Yun swiftly severed the general's head with a single stroke, erupting in a tirade. Damn it, I'm done pretending. It's time to lay our cards on the table. Our Lu family has long desired rebellion. If a fight is what you want, the entirety of my family stands ready to face you. Whoever flinches is a coward. At this, Lu Yuanshan's vision darkened. Shut your mouth, he implored, fearing that if Xiao Yun continued, there would be no hope left. Yet, Xiao Yun abruptly turned back. Xiao Shanzi, you married your ancestor to me to unite with our Xiao family for rebellion, did you not? Just now, was it not your task to eliminate Zhao Xian? Now that we have reached this point, there is nothing left to fear. Once that treacherous emperor is vanquished, my Lu family shall ascend as the new sovereign. Xiao Yun spoke with genuine fervor and impassioned zeal, displaying an eagerness that betrayed no hint of pretense. What? Could it be that the family head truly harbors such intentions? Surely. Otherwise, why would he have arranged for the esteemed Lu Ruyin to wed that young man? So it is. The head of the family is indeed sagacious. Ha ha. My Lu family is destined for greatness. The onlookers from the Lu family erupted in exhilaration. They had previously been puzzled by Lu Yuanshan's decision to marry Lu Ruyin to Xiao Yun, and were at a loss as to how Xiao Yun dared to confront Zhao Xian. Yet, with Xiao Yun's proclamation, enlightenment dawned upon them. It became clear that everything was orchestrated by the family head. Lu Yanran looked at Lu Yuanshan, her expression one of bewilderment. Father, are we truly embarking on a rebellion? Why did you not confide this in me? This is thrilling. Lu Yuanshan's face flushed with anger. Rebellion? Nonsense. He had been wronged. Suddenly, consumed by rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Lu Yuanshan glared at Xiao Yun, his fury rendering him speechless. With the situation having escalated to this point, he found himself in a precarious predicament. Lu Yanran hurriedly interjected. Father, if that is the case, we must swiftly gather our forces and storm the imperial city. She could hardly contain her excitement. Her father was actually plotting a rebellion. Should they succeed, she would become a princess. Slap. Lu Yuanshan struck out in a fit of anger. Father, why do you hit me? Lu Yanran, bewildered, covered her face in shock. Since they had already resolved to rebel, should they not act immediately? An uninformed senior member of the Lu family approached Lu Yuanshan, fervently stating, Family head, I believe this plan is indeed viable. He too was under the impression that Lu Yuanshan intended to rebel. Get out. All of you leave. Lu Yuanshan nearly spat another mouthful of blood at those words, his eyes blazing with fury. He felt as though he might explode with rage. Even more alarming was the fact that Xiao Yun had brazenly slain Zhao Xian and the general of the south in front of so many witnesses, and had the audacity to declare that the Lu family would rebel. This was akin to stepping into a quagmire of despair. Why do you slander me? Lu Yuanshan pointed accusingly at Xiao Yun, his expression a portrait of disbelief. What now? Should he eliminate Xiao Yun? That would render all efforts futile. Xiao Shanzi, the ancestor acts for your own good. Xiao Yun retorted, exasperated. With our two powerful families joining forces, what fear do we have of a mere royal family? When the time comes, you shall dispatch the emperor of Tianqi, and the realm will be within your grasp. Lu Yuanshan felt a surge of indignation. Him? Eliminate the emperor? Have you ever pondered why others ascend to the throne? If he truly possessed such capability, would it be for you to say? You. Lu Yuanshan pointed at Xiao Yun, about to speak, when suddenly, blood rushed to his head, causing him to faint. Master, what has happened? The members of the Lu family were taken aback. Alas, Xiao Yun shook his head and sighed. Truly, the more one lives, the more timid one becomes. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Yun hurriedly entered the room. My dear, I have returned. Lu Ruyin lay quietly on the bed, her delicate form subtly visible beneath the azure gown. The graceful curves and the snow-white skin exposed stirred boundless imagination. Particularly, her already ample bosom rose and fell with each breath, captivating the gaze inexorably. My dear, did you miss me? Xiao Yun naturally sat beside Lu Ruyin, pinching her flawless cheek, the touch exquisite. How dare you? Remove your filthy hands. Lu Ruyin erupted in anger. Just when things had calmed down for a day, he had begun to make advances again, truly intolerable. Xiaoyan could not resist pinching her again. My dear, your skin is exceptionally well maintained. If it weren't for your age exceeding a millennium, I would mistake you for a blooming maiden. But no worries, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older than a man is like a golden brick. You are several multiples of 3 older than me. I can hardly bear the weight of this golden brick. By the way, my dear, we have yet to consummate our marriage. You must awaken quickly. If you remain in slumber, no sound will escape your lips. Rest assured, although this is my first marriage, I understand what needs to be done. You need not worry about my skills. I have learned many positions and will certainly not disappoint you. Xiaoyan rambled on. How can this inexperienced boy utter such brazen words? Lu Rian was both shy and furious. Had it been the Ice Phoenix Empress from her past life, who would dare to speak such filth to her? They would have been smitten instantly. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. My dear, you are actually blushing. Upon closer inspection, a faint rosy hue adorned Lu Rian's originally fair cheeks, making her appear as ripe as a succulent peach, even more alluring and appetizing. My dear, you are truly beautiful. Xiaoyan, unable to restrain himself, reached out to gently caress Lu Rian's flushed cheek, then glided over her rosy lips, and finally traced along her delicate neck. Gulp. Xiaoyan swallowed hard. Indeed, my dear, you can hear me. He could distinctly feel Lu Rian's body temperature gradually rising, her breaths becoming heavier. Yet at this moment, he was oblivious to everything else. All his attention was ensnared by her 2 magnificent peaks, the deep valley between them seemingly possessed of a magical allure, drawing him in, rendering him helplessly entranced. Do not look. This place is absolutely off limits. Lu Ruoyan was utterly panicked upon witnessing the events unfold. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan remained oblivious to her distress, ultimately unable to restrain himself any longer. My dear, just this once, truly just this once. In the grand imperial palace of the Tianqi dynasty. Chapter 15. One must understand the art of adaptation. A resounding slap echoed through the air. You had better provide me with an explanation. Lu Yuanshan bore the mark of a handprint upon his face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Before him stood a man adorned in a magnificent dragon robe. The emperor of the Tianqi dynasty, Zhao Qingfeng. Your Majesty, I never intended to rebel. I am innocent of the deaths of the third prince and General Zhun Nan. Lu Yuanshan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, nearly brought to tears. Despite having committed no wrongdoing, he found himself accused of 2 murders, and the entire Tianqi dynasty believed him to be a traitor. Whom could he turn to for justice? Am I asking you to explain this? Zhao Qingfeng seethed. His teeth clenched. I personally went to your Lu family to wed Lu Ruoyan, promising her the position of empress. Yet she vehemently refused and even dared to fight against me. And now, you have the audacity to marry her off to a mere boy, a whelp still reeking of milk. Do you wish to drive me to madness? Lu Yuanshan was taken aback. He had assumed Zhao Qingfeng's fury stemmed from the death of Zhao Xian and the rumors of his alleged rebellion. He never imagined the cause of his wrath lay in this matter. Your Majesty, allow me to explain. Lu Yuanshan hastily recounted the sequence of events. Even so, you should have at least brought Lu Ruoyan to me first. Zhao Qingfeng lamented, still heartbroken. Lu Ruoyan was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Tianqi dynasty, a title that had endured for over a millennium. Even he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yet had never found the opportunity to act. Now, however, Lu Ruoyan was wed to Xiaoyan, and it was likely she was no longer an untouched maiden. How could he not be enraged? As for the death of his son, such a trivial matter. He had no shortage of sons. Lu Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words. Tentatively, he ventured, Your Majesty, I actually have another daughter. Another slap resounded. Zhao Qingfeng's anger only intensified. With a daughter so indistinguishable from a front and back. How dare you mention her in my presence? As Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened, he declared, not only did Xiaoyan seize my woman, but he also had the audacity to kill my son. This enmity cannot go unpunished. Lu Yuanshan's heart tightened. Your Majesty, my ancestor may awaken within half a month. I implore you to wait until then before taking action against that boy. Though he harbored deep hatred for Xiaoyan, he knew that the latter must remain unharmed for at least half a month. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Merely targeting that boy will not quell my wrath. I demand the entire Xiao family pay the price. Lu Yuanshan's eyes brightened. So, Your Majesty means. Did that damned boy not say you would join forces with the Xiao family to rebel? Then let us turn this farce into reality. For the next half-month, pretend that you truly intend to ally with the Shao family. In truth, you will infiltrate their ranks. After this fortnight, you will strike them from behind. And with our simultaneous assault, we shall annihilate the Shao family at minimal cost. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Qingfeng revealed a cruel and sinister smile. Dare to covet my woman? Then let them all perish. He laughed heartily. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Come that time, even if the Shao family possesses immense power, they shall not escape their demise. Lu Yuanshan exclaimed with great satisfaction. Once the Shao family is vanquished, the Lu family would stand unrivaled, and he could seize the opportunity to plunder the Shao family as treasury. Just the thought of it thrilled him immensely. As for why they would not genuinely collaborate with the Shao family, as Xiaoyan suggested, the reason was quite simple. They were simply too afraid. For Zhao Qingfeng had deep ties with the master of Tianbao Tower, and that alone deterred any thoughts of rebellion. By the way, I heard your son is about to return from Wanjin Mountain? Zhao Qingfeng suddenly inquired. Lu Yuanshan straightened his back and nodded. Indeed, Zaire has already sent word. It should happen within these couple of days. Wanjin Mountain. It is one of the three most formidable forces in the North Spirit domain. His eldest son, Lu Zhe, joining Wanjin Mountain was undoubtedly the greatest source of pride in his life. Well, once we have obliterated the Shao family, I can grant your Lu family 2 additional spots for the Wanjin Mountain assessment. Lu Yuanshan was instantly elated. It is worth noting that even the entire Tianqi dynasty had only a handful of spots each year. And now Zhao Qingfeng had astonishingly agreed to bestow 2 more upon the Lu family. This was indeed a monumental blessing. Ha ha ha, your Majesty can rest assured. I guarantee that not a single soul from the Shao family will be spared. The next day, shortly after Shao Yun departed the Shao family, Lu Yuanshan arrived with many high-ranking members of the Lu family, claiming to discuss the matter of rebellion. Although Shao Wuyo was utterly astonished, he still invited them in. Driven by the pressing circumstances, the atmosphere within the Shao family turned exceedingly tense, especially after learning that Shao Yun had slain Zhao Xian and General Zhun Nan. However, if they could unite with the Lu family, they would possess the means to resist the Tianqi royal family, which was surely preferable to standing alone. Moreover, Lu Yuanshan had even married their ancestor, Lu Rian, to Shao Yun. They were willing to trust the Lu family once more. Surely, they would not betray their own ancestral ties. Meanwhile, Shao Yun arrived at Tianbao Tower. He knew that Lu Yuanshan had nefarious intentions, and given that he had killed Zhao Xian, the emperor would certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. As it stood, the only force capable of standing against the royal family within the entire Tianqi dynasty was Tianbao Tower. Shao Yun's thoughts were straightforward. Though he had the system at his side, it did not grant him unparalleled power right from the onset. Thus, he needed to seek a formidable ally to confront the impending troubles. According to the memories of its origins, the Tianbao Tower is an immensely vast organization, its influence nearly permeating the entire world. The Tianbao Tower within the Tianqi dynasty is merely a small branch of this grand establishment. Nevertheless, even the emperor of the Tianqi dynasty must behave with utmost deference upon entering the Tianbao Tower. Thus, it is undoubtedly the most optimal choice. My dear brother, I wish to discuss a matter with your esteemed leader. Could you kindly relay my request? Shao Yun addressed the guard at the entrance of the Tianbao Tower. The guard, a middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard, raised an eyebrow upon recognizing Shao Yun. Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Shao family. I've heard you've wed the matriarch of the Lu family, the most renowned beauty of the Tianqi dynasty. You truly are fortunate. The guard scrutinized Shao Yun with a mischievous glint in his eye, jesting, Lu Rian is over 1,000 years old. Who knows how ravenous she may be? Aren't you afraid of being drained dry with your slight frame? Shao Yun smiled gently. Have you not heard, my friend? Women, much like fine wine, grow more exquisite with age. The guard immediately gave him a thumbs up. You're quite the charmer. May your stamina hold up. After a brief pause, he added, however, this is the Tianbao Tower. The leader is not someone one can simply meet at will. Best return from whence you came. Just as Shao Yun was about to respond, a chime sounded. Ding. It has been detected that someone is being uncooperative. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Recklessly assault the guard and force your way in, adhering to the usual troublesome and unreasonable tactics. Reward, title of mindless brute. Choice 2. Understand the necessity of the guard's actions and seek an alternative solution to the problem. Regardless of success, reward, attainment of the 5th level of the transcendental realm. Chapter 16. This woman is extraordinary. The system has returned. Xiao Yun's expression was quite peculiar. Based on the novels he had read, when the male protagonist encountered such situations, he would likely resort to violence, seeking to impress in front of an audience by defeating the guard and then brazenly demanding the leader's presence. As for what would follow, without the protective halo of the protagonist, it was almost guaranteed he would not see the light of day again. I choose the second option, Xiao Yun declared without hesitation. Setting aside the fact that the guard was merely fulfilling his duty, he recognized that he was in need of assistance. Causing a scene at the entrance of the Tianbao Tower would be no different from acting foolishly, even without the system's prompt. He would not engage in such a futile endeavor. That would be utterly counterproductive. My good brother, could you perhaps extend a little leniency? Xiao Yun approached the guard with a smile, subtly slipping a few medium-grade xianjings into the guard's hand. The guard's eyes immediately brightened at the sight of 5 medium-grade xianjings, equivalent to 500 low-grade xianjings. The guard clapped Xiao Yun on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Ha ha ha, I didn't realize you were quite the strategist. Since we are all good brothers, I'll go and inform you. However, I must clarify that the master of the building is extremely busy, and I cannot guarantee he will see you." Xiao Yun smiled faintly. "I understand. Well, it seems the matter is settled. There was no need for excessive force. It's perplexing why the protagonists in those novels insist on causing trouble when a small investment could resolve the issue. What benefit does it serve, aside from showing off? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the unconventional choice. Reward. Breakthrough to the 5th level of the profound realm." In an instant, Xiao Yun's cultivation surged from the 1st to the 5th level of the profound realm, achieving 5 levels in rapid succession. Is this what it feels like to have an advantage? Xiao Yun's heart soared with delight. Even the most exceptional genius would require considerable effort to advance from the 1st to the 5th level, yet he achieved this in less than a minute. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Master Xiao Yun. Soon, the guard emerged, and it was evident that his demeanor towards Xiao Yun had shifted from playful banter to one of respect. The guard approached Xiao Yun and said, "Master Xiao Yun, our building's master has expressed a desire not to meet you, and there is nothing I can do." Although he had anticipated this outcome, he felt justified in taking the 5 profound crystals. Xiao Yun frowned upon hearing this. The tone suggested that the master of Tianbao building was not particularly fond of him. Had his previous incarnation offended the individual? Yet, he had no recollection of such an encounter. The guard continued, "However, this is our deputy, Master Mu. She has heard that you wish to discuss something with the master and is willing to speak with you." Xiao Yun focused his gaze, and indeed, a stunning woman dressed in a crimson qipao followed closely behind the guard. With a tall and graceful figure, her neck was as white and smooth as a swan. Her beauty reminiscent of a blooming lotus as she approached with delicate steps, causing the world around her to seem dimmer in comparison. "Master Xiao Yun, I am Mu Hongling, the deputy master of Tianbao building. You can share your concerns with me. Perhaps I can assist you." As she spoke, her sweet smile enveloped him like a gentle breeze, particularly as her lips occasionally revealed 2 small canine teeth, adding an air of charming elegance. This woman was a solid 8 out of 10. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly. Indeed, in this fantastical realm, there seemed to be no unattractive women. Although she fell slightly short of Lu Ruyan's beauty, she was undeniably captivating. "Deputy Master Mu, greetings." Xiao Yun politely acknowledged her before getting straight to the point. "Could we find a quieter place to converse?" Mu Hongling continued to smile and nodded. "Of course, please follow me." She promptly led Xiao Yun to a private room. "If young Master Xiao has any matters to discuss, you may speak freely now," Mu Hongling said, observing Xiao Yun intently from across the table. "Actually, I came to Tianbao Tower to propose a collaboration," Xiao Yun began. "Certainly." Mu Hongling nodded without hesitation. However, as Xiao Yun was about to elaborate on the nature of their collaboration, he found himself momentarily speechless. What was happening? He hadn't even outlined his proposal. Yet she had readily agreed. "Don't you want to hear what I intend to propose first?" Xiao Yun inquired, looking at Mu Hongling. "Not necessary." Mu Hongling smiled slightly, revealing her small canine teeth. "I have heard that 3 years ago, young Master Xiao exhibited extraordinary talent, only to lose all your cultivation for reasons unknown. Yet just 2 days ago, you remarkably broke through to the Xian realm." Xiao Yun remained silent, though a sudden tension gripped his heart. "Furthermore, upon regaining your cultivation, you forcibly wed the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan, and even went so far as to slay Zhao Xian and General Zhang Nin yesterday. As she spoke, Mu Hongling regarded Xiao Yun with a playful, yet probing expression. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Mu Hongling replied earnestly. Setting aside the mystery of your sudden restoration of power, the act of killing Zhao Xian is not consistent with your previous conduct. However, you did commit it, which defies reason, unless she smiled subtly. Unless you have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Xiao Yun felt a shiver run down his spine, though she was unaware of his true origins. Her deductions were alarmingly close to the truth. This woman was far from ordinary. Suddenly, Xiao Yun chuckled. So your prompt agreement was motivated by a desire to be an angel investor? Mu Hongling's eyes sparkled. Xiao Yun did not refute her supposition, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, I wish to invest in you. Perhaps it will yield unexpected rewards, Mu Hongling candidly confessed. For someone of her standing, changing her fate required not only hard work, but also opportunity. If Xiao Yun were to rise in prominence, the weight of her goodwill could prove invaluable. Lacking connections or a powerful backing, she was left to forge her own opportunities. Should she succeed, the benefits would be immense, and even if it ended in failure, her losses would be minimal. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun asked, Do you know Hai Buodong, Brother Dong? Mu Hongling furrowed her brow slightly. Hai Buodong? I have not heard of him. Xiao Yun studied her delicate features. Since you are aware of it, I will need you to protect the Xiao family when the time comes, which may entail a direct confrontation with the Lu family and the entire Tianqi royal family. Mu Hongling smiled faintly. I am certainly aware of that. However, you mentioned you are the vice master of Tianbao Tower. Will your master agree to such an arrangement? From the demeanor of the esteemed owner of Tianbao Tower, Xiao Yun felt a subtle sense of unwelcomeness directed towards him. Mu Hongling stretched languidly and declared, I am agreeing to assist you in my personal capacity. His consent is of little consequence. Xiao Yun was taken aback. If it is only you, he began, but did not complete his thought. Are you concerned that I alone cannot contend with the Lu family and the Tianqi royal family? Mu Hongling suddenly rose, placing her hands on the table, leaning forward to gaze intently at Xiao Yun. In this position, he could not help but notice a hint of white revealed inadvertently before her, particularly the alluring contours that stirred his imagination, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out. However, his eyes served as a measure. Just a glance informed him that she was likely younger than Lu Ruyan, yet undeniably captivating. As for Lu Yanran, such a figure dared to provoke? Xiao Xiaozhu, do you find me appealing? Mu Hongling inquired with a playful squint. Given their proximity, Xiao Yun could even sense her fragrant breath, causing his heart to flutter. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Chapter 17. I am quite upset. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment and swiftly redirected the conversation. If the Lu family and the Tianqi royal family were to unite, I fear you would be overwhelmed. Mu Luzhu, my intentions are purely for your safety. He genuinely questioned her abilities, for the stakes involved encompassed the very existence of the Xiao family and his own life, leaving no room for carelessness. Xiao Xiaozhu, I assure you, should anyone from the Lu family or Tianqi royal family make a move, regardless of their numbers, I can handle it. If I fail, Mu Hongling paused deliberately. What if you fail? Xiao Yun instinctively probed. Mu Hongling smiled lightly. Should I be unable to fulfill my promise, then you may dispose of me as you wish. With a playful wink, she added intrigue to her words. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been teased. Yet, he could not deny the allure of her enchanting visage and captivating eyes. They were truly temptations one wished to indulge in. Had this been before his transmigration, it would have certainly led to severe consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun replied, Very well, I shall place my trust in you, Mu Luzhu. What is it that you desire? Businessmen are seldom driven by altruism. Mu Hongling's prompt agreement surely carried ulterior motives. A favor, she stated without hesitation. After I assist you, all I require is for you to owe me a personal favor. Just a favor. Xiao Yun felt a slight headache. If she had sought wealth, he could have emptied the Lu family's treasury without a second thought. Yet, a debt of gratitude is the most challenging to repay. He regarded Mu Hongling and remarked coolly, You seem quite confident. Are you not concerned about the possibility of incurring losses? A favor is something that must be reciprocated wisely. The sentiments of the deceased and the mediocre hold little value. Should he perish or fail to achieve anything substantial in the future, then Mu Hongling would suffer a significant loss. However, if he were to ascend to great heights, Mu Hongling would be regarded as an angelic investor. It is indeed a gamble. Does Xiao Xiaozhu not realize that a woman's intuition is invariably accurate? Mu Hongling continued to smile radiantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun inhaled deeply and extended his hand. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Mu Hongling narrowed her beautiful eyes. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Xiao Yun shrugged and replied with a smile. It is merely out of courtesy. If Mu Luzhu is unwilling, it is of no consequence. With that, he began to retract his arm. However, at that moment, Mu Hongling unexpectedly extended her hand, as white and flawless as jade, and gently clasped Xiao Yun's hand. It was smooth and tender, exceptionally soft. It would be a pity not to use such a hand for a back rub. Xiao Xiaozhu, may our collaboration be delightful. Mu Hongling said with a smile, then retrieved a white jade pendant from her bosom and offered it to Xiao Yun. This is my personal jade pendant, divided into two parts of yin and yang. This piece represents yang, while the other piece remains with me. As long as you infuse it with your mystic energy, I will be able to sense it and appear before you at the quickest speed. As she spoke, Mu Hongling produced another jade pendant, perfectly matching the one given to Xiao Yun, albeit in black. Xiao Yun accepted the pendant, which still bore a lingering warmth and a subtle fragrance, clearly well kept. Seeing that Xiao Yun had secured it, Mu Hongling stood up and smiled. Xiao Xiaozhu, now that we have concluded our business, would you like me to show you around Tianbao Tower? Xiao Yun shook his head. I must return. Mu Hongling's eyes narrowed slightly. Why the haste to return? Xiao Yun glanced at her imposing presence and turned to leave. I am extremely agitated and need to return to exact vengeance. Mu Hongling chuckled softly. It seems someone is in for a misfortune. Xiao Yun made his way directly to the Lu family. Xiao Shanzi, come out immediately. The two guards at the entrance changed their expressions drastically upon seeing Xiao Yun, not daring to obstruct him, and quickly approached him with obsequiousness. Our esteemed ancestor. Our family head left early this morning with the higher-ups to your Xiao family and has yet to return. Having been beaten by Xiao Yun previously, they still felt the pain, causing them to regard Xiao Yun as an ancestor upon their reunion. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. What business do they have at the Xiao family? One guard leaned closer. Speaking with deep trepidation, it is said they went to discuss a conspiracy to rebel with the Xiao family. Xiao Yun nearly burst into laughter. What utter nonsense! Lu Yuanshan wishes to conspire with the Xiao family to rebel? That is more absurd than Mu Hongling claiming she wishes to marry me. Though he previously hinted at such, it was merely to irritate Lu Yuanshan. Did he truly take me for a fool? This is beyond belief. Two guards were taken aback, fearing that Xiao Yun might act on a whim. At that moment, a low voice suddenly resonated from within the Lu family estate. Who dares to cause trouble in my Lu family? Xiao Yun peered inside and observed a young man clad in a white robe stepping out, cursing under his breath. Young master. The two guards hastily approached him. Lu Zhe? Xiao Yun quickly recognized him as the eldest son of the Lu family and the direct descendant of Lu Yuanshan. According to the memories of the original owner, Lu Zhe possessed considerable talent and had been selected by Wanjian Mountain a year prior, an event that had stirred quite a sensation throughout the entire Tianqi dynasty. As one of the three most powerful sects in the North Spirit region, Wanjian Mountain was a coveted sanctuary for cultivation, and gaining entry was akin to leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Upon seeing Xiao Yun, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's that worthless scion of the Xiao family. It seems your life has been rather pleasant in this past year, but alas, a waste is forever a waste. In my eyes, you don't even amount to an ant. His expression brimmed with arrogance. Once upon a time, Xiao Yun's talent had overshadowed him, leaving Lu Zhe gasping for breath, forever beneath Xiao Yun's shadow, which had sown the seeds of enmity between them. However, after Xiao Yun's sudden loss of cultivation, Lu Zhe had ascended to the heights of Wanjian Mountain, experiencing a meteoric rise. Now, encountering Xiao Yun again, he was a genius of Wanjian Mountain, while Xiao Yun was likely still an unworthy waste, creating a stark disparity that naturally inflated his ego. Is this how you address your ancestors? Xiao Yun regarded Lu Zhe with a calm gaze and spoke indifferently. Lu Zhe was immediately infuriated. Xiao Yun, how dare you insult me, you worthless fool? It seems you are seeking death. Having just returned from Wanjian Mountain without even seeing Lu Yuanshan, he was unaware of recent events, thus interpreting Xiao Yun's words as an affront. Insult you? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you not aware that I am now your ancestor? Even your father must address me as such. Lu Zhe scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Boast on. Continue to boast. Are you not afraid of bursting your own bubble? If my father were to call you ancestor, I would instantly change my surname to yours. Those are your words, Xiao Yun said dismissively, turning to the two guards. Aren't you going to explain this to him? The guards were utterly bewildered. They had intended to clarify the situation, but with Lu Zhe making such outrageous claims, how could they possibly explain? Young master, actually. One guard steeled himself and recounted the story of Lu Ruan's marriage to Xiao Yun, and under the pressure of Xiao Yun's gaze. He also revealed that Lu Yuanshan had referred to Xiao Yun as his ancestor. Chapter 18. I beg you, just kill me. What did you say? Lu Zhe screamed in shock. This is impossible. In an instant, he was utterly taken aback. The seemingly insignificant member of the Xiao family had audaciously transformed into his ancestor, and this transformation had received the personal endorsement of his father, Lu Yuanshan. This implied that after merely a year away, he returned to find an additional ancestor had emerged, none other than his most formidable adversary, Xiao Yun. It was simply absurd. Sharing my surname is one thing, but you are unworthy of such a title. Now that you are aware of this, why not promptly address me as your ancestor? Xiao Yun remarked with a sneer. To expect me to call you my ancestor? You must be dreaming. Lu Zhe seethed, his teeth clenched and his face reddening akin to a monkey's backside. Initially, upon seeing Xiao Yun, he had intended to belittle him, leveraging his identity as a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Mountain to portray himself as superior. However, who could have anticipated that he would be inexplicably outclassed by Xiao Yun, who had even gained the respect of his own father? How could he possibly compete now? You must be behind this scheme. I shall eliminate you at once. Lu Zhe bellowed, unleashing his profound energy in a surge. 5th level of the Profound Realm. This level of cultivation ranked among the top 10 within the Lu family. A guard's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. I must inform the patriarch immediately. For if that young man is slain by the eldest son, it would spell trouble. Although he believed that killing Xiao Yun would be the best course of action, Lu Yuanshan had long decreed that no member of the Lu family was permitted to lay a hand on Xiao Yun. He dared not obstruct Lu Zhe and hurried off to notify Lu Yuanshan. Another guard hastily added, "Make haste. I fear that young man may not withstand more than 2 exchanges." At that moment, Lu Zhe charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Xiao Yun. Only by slaying you can I redeem the honor of the Lu family. In his mind, Lu Yuanshan must have lost his senses to have married Lu Ruyan to Xiao Yun. Now, with Xiao Yun daring to provoke him, it was the perfect opportunity to strike him down. With such meager strength, you dare to threaten me? Xiao Yun effortlessly met Lu Zhe's assault with a palm strike. You foolish creature. Lu Zhe scoffed repeatedly. When he had last departed the Lu family, he was merely at the 2nd level of the Profound Realm. In just a year, he had broken through 3 levels. Even if Xiao Yun had regained his cultivation, he could not possibly be Lu Zhe's match. Bang! The two clashed in a resounding explosion of sound. But in the next moment, Lu Zhe's expression shifted dramatically. How could you also be at the 5th level of the Profound Realm? Furthermore, the power unleashed by Xiao Yun's casual palm strike was even more formidable than his own. With a resounding crack, Lu Zhe's arm was broken. Lu Zhe emitted a howl of pain and fury, stumbling back several dozen steps. The eldest son had actually lost. Wasn't that young man only at the 1st level of the Profound Realm? What a cunning and treacherous fellow. He had been concealing his true strength all along, which was utterly detestable. The Lu family members who rushed to the scene also changed their expressions. They had been concerned that Xiao Yun would be struck down by Lu Zhe, and it would be difficult to explain to Lu Yuanshan upon his return. Yet, the reality had completely defied their expectations. Lu Zhe was unable to withstand even a single attack from Xiao Yun. It seems that this year has led you to cultivate the form of a dog. Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Zhe, having already reached a firm conclusion in his heart. With the awakening of the ancient sacred body, his physical strength alone could easily crush his opponent. Even in a contest of equal cultivation, he believed that even if Lu Zhe were at the 8th or 9th level of the Profound Realm, he would still be capable of putting up a fight. Very well. I shall show you what true talent looks like. Lu Zhe was utterly enraged. Suppressing the pain, he swiftly drew a shimmering sword with the other hand. Die! Lu Zhe charged once more, the blade aimed directly at Xiao Yun's throat. Clang! Xiao Yun immediately unsheathed his sword to counter. Zzz. The blades clashed violently, producing dazzling sparks. I shall use my stunning sword to sever your head, teaching you the consequences of crossing me. Lu Zhe relentlessly pursued with strike after strike. his assault akin to a torrential storm. A high-grade spiritual weapon. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. The sword in Lu Zhe's hand was indeed a formidable high-grade spiritual weapon, while his own sword was merely of the yellow grade, a stark contrast in levels. It was time for him to acquire a more suitable weapon. Meanwhile, the young master was getting serious. Ha ha, that kid is doomed this time. The young master killing him is just right. I have long found this boy intolerable for daring to act like the ancestor of the Lu family. What a fool. Observing Lu Zhe's vigorous assault, the members of the Lu family felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, someone was able to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Especially after Lu Zhe brandished the stunning sword, they had concluded that Xiao Yun could never be Lu Zhe's match. It should be noted that the stunning sword was a costly gift Lu Yuanshan had purchased from the Tianbao building for Lu Zhe, showcasing the immense value he placed on Lu Zhe, nurturing him as the heir of the Lu family. Ha ha ha, do you now realize my prowess? Today, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Lu Zhe laughed maniacally, quickly gaining the upper hand and forcing Xiao Yun to retreat repeatedly. Yet in truth, this was all according to Xiao Yun's design. Given his current combat prowess, defeating an equally ranked Lu Zhe would be effortlessly easy. But he was waiting for a grand performance to unfold. Mere killing was insufficient. He sought to strike at the heart. Clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The sword in Xiao Yun's hand finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Lu Zhe's furious storm, shattering into two pieces. With such scrap metal, how could it compare to my stunning sword? Now, I wonder how you intend to contend with me. Lu Zhe, witnessing this, became even more elated. Xiao Yun took a step back, solemnly declaring, Lu Zhe, I have shown mercy considering you are my great-great-grandson. Do you truly wish to force me into a stance of righteousness against kin? Upon hearing this, the Lu family members erupted in laughter. You are on the verge of having your weapon reduced to mere shards, yet you still dare to boast. It is nothing short of a farce. Ha ha ha. I implore you, I beseech you, show no mercy and bring about my demise swiftly. Lu Zhe's face was contorted with disdain and contempt as he raised his sword once more, aiming its chilling edge directly at Xiao Yun's chest. Whoosh! Xiao Yun evaded just in time, his fury boiling over as he declared, I shall warn you one last time. Out of respect for your father who regards me as an ancestor, I can spare your life. Do not be foolish. Yet Lu Zhe continued to laugh heartily. I implore you, I truly beg you, end my life swiftly, for I yearn for death. He laughed uproariously while continuing his assault, pushing Xiao Yun into perilous situations where he narrowly escaped death multiple times. Xiao Yun, I have long declared that to me, you are less than an ant. Now, having grown weary of this game, you may meet your end. Lu Zhe suddenly raised his sword, unleashing his profound energy to its utmost extent, delivering a full-powered strike aimed at Xiao Yun. The extreme shadow-breaking strike. The energy surged along the sword's body, its edge gleaming with a chilling light, locking onto Xiao Yun with terrifying might. This was a lethal finishing move. The young master has triumphed. What a fearsome force behind this strike. With the young master resorting to such a technique, should Xiao Yun perish beneath it, it would be an honor. The members of the Lu family exclaimed in astonishment, as visions of Xiao Yun being cleaved in two filled their minds, igniting their excitement. Just then, Zaire, spare him. Two frantic voices rang out simultaneously. The crowd turned to see Lu Yuanshan and Xiao Wui rushing forward, accompanied by numerous high-ranking members of the Xiao and Lu families. The two cries had come from Lu Yuanshan and Xiao Wui, each hoping to halt Lu Zhe's advance. However, Xiao Yun suddenly smiled. The grand performance was finally about to commence. Chapter 19. I am being forced. Zaire, cease at once. Lu Yuanshan cried out, his voice filled with anguish. He had finally managed to stabilize Xiao Yun and even persuaded Xiao Wui to join forces against the Tianqi royal family. If Lu Zhe were to kill Xiao Yun now, all their efforts would be in vain. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my grandson, I will risk my very life to ensure you accompany him to the grave. Xiao Wui's face was a mask of fury. He had been discussing with Lu Yuanshan how to unite in rebellion, but upon hearing of Lu Zhe's aggression towards Xiao Yun, he rushed over, only to find himself a moment too late. Yet Lu Zhe showed no intention of halting, his face twisted in madness as he laughed at Xiao Yun. Ha ha ha. Today you shall undoubtedly perish. No one can save you. With that, he swung his sword. This is disastrous. Lu Yuanshan felt darkness closing in around him. Lu Zhe had unleashed the family's most formidable high-grade martial skill, the extreme shadow-breaking strike, leaving Xiao Yun with no chance of survival. All his plans were about to unravel. Yun'er, quickly evade, Xiao Wui urged, his eyes filled with desperation. At that moment, he and Lu Yuanshan were utterly unable to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Yun stood exposed beneath Lu Zhe's blade. Ha ha, perish. Lu Zhe had already lunged before Xiao Yun, his expression frenzied. Yet, at that instant, he noticed a smile on Xiao Yun's face, one of mockery and jest. Ah, everyone has witnessed this. I had no intention of killing you. You have compelled my hand. And today, I shall enact justice upon Qin. Xiao Yun shouted in feigned terror, his voice tinged with fury. Now is the moment. Everything is perfectly aligned. He was about to commence his charade once more. In an instant, Xiao Yun swung the remaining half of his sword with lightning speed. The blade sang a bright and clear note. Just as everyone believed Xiao Yun to be doomed, they beheld a dazzling flash of light, hurtling forth with terrifying velocity. This strike, in the blink of an eye, surpassed Lu Zhe's assault speed, leaving only a flicker of light in its wake. With a piercing sound, the blade pierced through Lu Zhe's brow, a fountain of blood erupting forth, and Lu Zhe's movements abruptly halted. Not just him, everyone was frozen in shock. Time seemed to stand still. Their eyes, wide with disbelief, beheld the once triumphant Lu Zhe, now marked with a gaping wound at his forehead, which extended through to the back of his skull, his face still bearing a manic grin, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, Lu Zhe collapsed to the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness. All gazes were fixed, wide-eyed and numb, unable to utter a single word. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd trembled, turning their complex expressions towards the still-standing Xiao Yun, their eyes reflecting a blend of awe and fear. Xiao Yun shrugged. Addressing the onlookers, you all saw it. I was compelled. Compelled. Is this how one plays? My brother, he is dead. Lu Yanran, who had rushed to the scene, felt her pupils dilate, her voice turning hoarse. Brother. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Quick, someone help. A voice cried out in urgency. Lu Zhe was the heir of the Lu family. He was their entire future, but now it was gone. A single strike to the head. Even a celestial being could not restore him. How could this be? Lu Yuanshan's throat nearly ruptured as he uttered those words, his entire being plunging into an abyss of despair. Zaire. He knelt beside Lu Zhe, the sound of his body hitting the ground echoing, his eyes bloodshot, tears of blood streaming forth, his teeth and lips trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with anguish and despair. It was evident that he was in excruciating pain. Originally, he assumed that Xiao Yun would be slain by Lu Zhe, and the worst outcome would merely be a total loss of his previous efforts, something he could accept. However, in a shocking twist, Lu Zhe unexpectedly perished on the spot. What on earth transpired? As everyone gradually processed the situation, they were left utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, it was Lu Zhe who had been overpowering Xiao Yun. Moreover, Lu Zhe had wielded the exquisite Shuangge-level spirit weapon, the Jinghong sword, and had unleashed his most formidable attack. Such a terrifying onslaught should have guaranteed victory. Yet he ultimately met his demise. Was this some sort of mistake? Yun'er, as long as you are unharmed, leave the rest to me. Xiao Wuyo exhaled in relief. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Lu Zhe was dead. This was a grave situation. Despite having previously engaged in amiable discussions with Lu Yuanshan regarding strategies to combat the Tianqi imperial family, now that Xiao Yun had killed Lu Zhe, it was highly probable that Lu Yuanshan would seek vengeance against the Xiao family without hesitation. At that moment, an elder raised his voice to the heavens in a furious roar. Damn you, vile wretch. I shall grind your bones to dust and avenge the young master. He was the fifth elder of the Lu family. Apart from Lu Yuanshan, he was the one who cherished Lu Zhe the most. Now, with Lu Zhe slain by Xiao Yun, and unaware of Lu Yuanshan's schemes, he was completely consumed by rage. Fifth elder, please remain calm. Several elders from the Lu family who were aware of the truth rushed forward to restrain him, their own hearts trembling in fear. Calm. How can I possibly remain calm? The fifth elder bellowed hoarsely, turning to Lu Yuanshan. Patriarch, is this the genius you have favored? The one you personally chose for the Lu family? Now he has murdered the young master. Are you satisfied? The Lu family members were filled with sorrow. I had already warned against this. Except for a select few who knew the truth, nearly all of them disapproved of Lu Yuanshan's decision. Now, With the future heir of the Lu family dead, their anger only intensified. Enough. Lu Yuanshan gently laid down Lu Zhe's lifeless body and then rose, his voice low yet commanding. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Sensing the storm brewing within Lu Yuanshan, Xiao Yun, he gazed at the young man ahead, his expression exceedingly complex. Xiao Yun, equally serious, replied, I regret killing your son, but as everyone witnessed, I was truly compelled to do so. Suddenly, Lu Yuanshan coughed up a mouthful of blood. You were compelled? Yet it is my son who lies dead. In just 2 days, Xiao Yun had caused him to spit blood twice. Your cultivation. A few days prior, he distinctly remembered Xiao Yun being at the first level of the Tongxian realm, yet now he seemed to have advanced to the 5th level. About that. I had a nap yesterday, and inexplicably, I broke through. I'm still puzzled by it, Xiao Yun innocently explained. The crowd was left speechless. Lu Yuanshan thought. When did breakthroughs become so effortless? Patriarch, why are you wasting time with him? Quickly kill him to avenge the young master. The 5th elder rose in fury, exclaiming, Indeed, the head of the family, the eldest son cannot perish in such a muddled manner. This young man must pay with his life. There was no denying it. Blood must be repaid with blood. The members of the Lu family swiftly drew their swords, ready to engage the Xiao family in a bloody confrontation at Lu Yuanshan's command. Yet, in the next moment, he bellowed, Silence. His gaze pierced through the crowd, to act with arrogance without seeking the truth, only to be outmatched and killed in return. How shameful is that? Chapter 20. Heartache. What? Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, everyone was left in utter disbelief. Struggling to comprehend what they had just heard, Lu Yuanshan actually claimed that Lu Zhe was outmatched, and it seemed he had no intention of avenging Lu Zhe. Though he spoke thus, it was his son who lay dead. Lu Zhe, in this lifetime, truly suffered a misfortune having such a father. The 5th elder lamented with a heavy heart. Lu Yuanshan felt as though 1,000 swords had pierced his heart. At this moment, who felt his pain? Yet, he restrained himself. As the saying goes, one cannot catch wolves without sacrificing their children. Now having lost his own son, if he were to confront the Xiao family now, he would be left with nothing. Having already paid such a heavy price, he had no path of retreat, even if it meant swallowing his own shattered teeth. He had to endure. Thus, he steeled himself and declared, Everything must adhere to a sense of justice. It matters not whose son it is. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members turned their sorrowful and sympathetic gazes toward Lu Zhe's lifeless body, feeling it was utterly unjust. Little Shanzi truly possesses profound righteousness. Even in enduring the pain of losing a son, he can discern right from wrong. I have not misjudged him. Xiao Yun solemnly patted Lu Yuanshan's shoulder. Lu Yuanshan thought, I truly want to kill. Suddenly, the 5th elder erupted in laughter and, wielding a large blade, charged toward Xiao Yun. If the head of the family cannot bear to kill him, then I shall take it upon myself to exact vengeance for Lu Zhe. In an instant, he stood before Xiao Yun, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the 7th level of the profound realm, his killing intent soaring. Little beast, die? He roared, swinging his blade toward Xiao Yun. Do not kill him. Lu Yuanshan shouted urgently. Xiao Yun must not encounter any further misfortune. You shall not harm my grandson. Xiao Wuyo also unleashed his full power. But just then, a tempest surged forth. Xiao Yun vanished from his original position in an instant. Swoosh. Blood gushed forth. The crowd stood in stunned silence. They beheld the 5th elder's steps come to an abrupt halt, while the broken sword in Xiao Yun's hand had completely pierced through his chest. The 5th elder's eyes filled with blood as disbelief washed over him. He could not fathom how Xiao Yun's speed had surpassed his own reaction. That strike had extinguished all of his vitality. Swoosh. Xiao Yun retracted the broken sword, and the 5th elder's body fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Yun sighed, shaking his head. I am truly left with no choice. The world fell silent once more. Yet again, I am compelled. This marks the 2nd time. Even Xiao Wuyo and the numerous disciples of the Xiao family were taken aback, their scalps tingling, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Why did you kill him? Lu Yuanshan suddenly bellowed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Not again. Why does it have to be this way again? Moments ago, he had feared that the 5th elder would slay Xiao Yun, yet here was Xiao Yun, executing a counterattack once more. Xiao Shan, you witnessed it as well. He struck first. If I did not kill him, we would be unable to collaborate. Xiao Yun replied. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Lu Zhe was dead. The fifth elder was also dead. Both had fallen at the hands of Xiao Yun. This was tantamount to leading the Lu family to their doom. Get out. All of you get out. Lu Yuanshan suddenly howled in a frenzy. One could see the blood vessels in his eyes, his whole being teetering on the brink of madness and collapse. Then I shall take my leave. After all, Xiao Shan must prepare for the aftermath, and my presence is unwelcome. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Lu Yuanshan, leave, then. Yet Xiao Yun abruptly turned back, speaking earnestly. Xiao Shan, heed your ancestors' advice. You are still young. Make an effort tonight, and who knows, you might create another. At worst, in 18 years. You will have another young master. His face bore an expression of genuine sincerity. Lu Yuanshan. The crowd felt a shiver run through them. Did this young man truly not comprehend the meaning of danger? Even in such dire circumstances, he dared to provoke Lu Yuanshan. Yuner, let us depart. Xiao Weiyou hastily pulled Xiao Yun away. Even he felt a chill of fear. At this juncture, if they continued to enrage Lu Yuanshan, he feared the latter might act recklessly. It was best to retreat promptly. Soon, only Lu Yuanshan, Lu Yanran, and a host of Lu family elites, who did not dare to breathe, remained. After a long silence, Lu Yuanshan said, "Come with me to see Zaire off for the last time." He picked up Lu Zai's lifeless body and walked away into the distance. The crowd followed silently. Upon reaching a high mountain, Lu Yuanshan placed Lu Zai's body into a prepared coffin. "Zaire, may you journey well." Lu Yuanshan was suddenly overtaken by sorrow. He had never imagined a day would come when he would send off a son with white hair, while his own was still black. The Lu family members remained silent. "Father, this is brother's Jinghong's sword." Lu Yanran presented the sword she had just picked up. This was Zaire's favorite. Let it accompany him forever. A cherished thought on the road to the underworld. With that, Lu Yuanshan placed the Jinghong's sword into the coffin and painfully closed his eyes. This is indeed a top-grade spiritual weapon. A person, visibly pained, chose to remain silent, respecting Lu Yuanshan's current state of mind. Soon, a new grave emerged before the onlookers. "Master, why do you refuse to eliminate that young man?" At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and posed this question. The members of the Lu family turned their gazes toward him, as this had transformed into an enigma in their hearts. All desired to uncover the truth. Once a life is extinguished, it cannot be restored. Even if I were to slay him now, it would not bring back my Zaire, Lu Yuanshan lamented, his heart bleeding with sorrow. Even surrounded by his kin, he could not afford to let his guard down until the moment of triumph arrived, and Lu Rian awakened. The crowd felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. Only a select few, privy to the truth, could fathom the torment and turmoil within Lu Yuanshan, while simultaneously holding immense respect for him. To continue performing after the death of a son, without revealing any flaws, is a feat only the extraordinary could accomplish. "Elder, I must journey to the imperial city. You must ensure the Xiao family remains stable during this time, particularly that Xiao Yun. We cannot afford any further mishaps." Lu Yuanshan transmitted to the elder, Lu Hong. "Is the master preparing to take action?" Lu Hong was both astonished and elated upon hearing this. "Indeed. I shall ensure that every member of the Xiao family accompanies Zaire in death, and personally flay that Xiao Yun alive as an offering to Zaire." Lu Yuanshan's forehead throbbed with veins, his murderous intent almost palpable. Before long, the Lu family departed, and tranquility returned to the mountain. However, it was not long before a figure appeared, slowly approaching. Xiao Yun, having been pulled away by his grandfather, he had forgotten to collect his spoils, hoping those old geezers hadn't taken them. Xiao Yun smirked. That Jinghong sword was a prized possession. He had long coveted it during his battle with Lu Zai. Upon reaching Lu Zai's grave, he produced a shovel and began to dig, quickly uncovering a brand new coffin. Without hesitation, he flung it open, revealing Lu Zai's corpse alongside the sword radiating a chilling gleam. Indeed, it remains. Xiao Yun's eye sparkled. What extravagance! To discard a top-grade spiritual weapon so carelessly. Then it shall rightfully belong to me. He cast a glance at Lu Zai's body, saying, "I was not lying earlier. I was truly coerced. If you become a vengeful spirit seeking retribution, go find your masterful father." Although he was unaware of Lu Yuanshan's true intentions, he did not believe the latter would be so magnanimous. The more Lu Yuanshan could endure, the greater his schemes must be. After restoring the grave to its original state, Xiao Yun smirked. "When that old fox Lu Yuanshan finally reveals his hand to strike at me, I shall draw this sword and deliver him a grand surprise. Chapter 21. A woman in her 40s is fierce as a tiger. Xiao Yun returned to the Xiao family. My dear, I am back. Upon entering his room, he plopped down on the edge of the bed and gently grasped Lu Rian's hand. Why is this little hand so warm? Xiao Yun pinched her cheek. Goodness, your face is warmer than before. At that moment, Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful, my dear, you must be on the verge of awakening. It seems Lu Yuanshan did not deceive me. My beloved will awaken soon. Once awake, I shall swiftly sever your hand. Lu Rian gritted her teeth in indignation. Her face flushed with embarrassment. How dare he lay hands on her upon his return? Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Yet, Xiao Yun continued his rambling. My dear wife, you must awaken quickly. I have been eagerly anticipating our consummation. Today, I inquired and learned that you have never been married. Surely, you are still a maiden, aren't you? I must confide in you. I'm still a maiden as well. But fret not, my skills are assuredly exceptional. However, I have heard that women become fierce at 40. You are over 1,000 years old. I can scarcely imagine how formidable you will be. The more Xiao Yun spoke, the more animated he became. Even as his words took a curious turn, unbeknownst to him, Lu Rian's cheeks grew increasingly rosy. I am truly losing my mind. How dare this boy humiliate me so? When I awaken, I shall surely tear his tongue to shreds. Listening to Xiao Yun's words, Lu Rian felt an overwhelming mix of shame and fury, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Whether as the Ice Phoenix Empress in her past life or Lu Rian in this one, who would dare utter such lewd phrases before her? It was utterly mortifying. Especially infuriating was Xiao Yun's incessant prattle, compounded by his roving hands, which sent shivers across her skin and made her breath quicken. By the way, my dear, Xiao Yun abruptly shifted his tone. I believe that little mountain of yours, who is willing to marry you to me, harbors ulterior motives. Today, he lost his son, yet managed to remain composed, even continuing to perform. I find that somewhat admirable. However, I cannot wait for him to make a move against me. I intend to eliminate all uncertainties in their infancy. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes, his voice turning icy and piercing. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected that the host has decided to take the initiative rather than waiting until the last moment, aligning with the characteristics of the anti-plot twist. Reward: one-time Spirit Tool, Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Spirit Tool, Storm Pear Blossom Needle level, none effect. A one-time spirit tool that can instantly slay any being at the Earth Profound Realm, but cannot inflict harm on those below it. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. What? This is possible? It seems the system can be passively triggered. According to the narrative conventions he had previously encountered in novels, it was always the case that the antagonist would strike first, often leaving the protagonist's friends and family nearly decimated before the hero would make his delayed entrance, invariably arriving at the last moment to turn the tide, all the while proclaiming vengeance for a certain individual. But what significance does that truly hold? Must one wait until all hope is extinguished, or even until all are dead, to highlight the protagonist's prowess? The sacrifices of loved ones, boundless power. Is that the essence of it? Xiao Yun could not fathom this. If one were to suffer consequences for acting late, why not take the initiative and strike first? Thus, he resolved to proactively seek opportunities to eliminate all potential threats before the Lu family could react, decisively quelling any looming crises. However, the one-time spiritual artifact rewarded by the system was indeed intriguing. It could annihilate those at the Earth Profound Realm, yet could not inflict harm upon anyone beyond that level, nor even upon those below the Earth Profound Realm. It seemed prudent to wield it with caution in the future. After all, the Earth Profound Realm surpassed the Spirit Profound Realm, and he was merely at the Profound Realm for the time being. This could certainly serve as a strategic trump card. My dear, they initiated this treachery against me. If I unleash a massacre, do not hold it against me when you awaken, Xiao Yun remarked before departing. Lu Ruyen felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. This seemingly innocuous young man acted with unyielding decisiveness, displaying a ruthless demeanor towards his enemies, truly perplexing. Yet, deep down, she comprehended the truth. Lu Yuanshan, the head of the Lu family, could not possibly be a fool. His actions likely concealed ulterior motives. Yet, it appeared that everyone had gravely underestimated Xiao Yun. At the entrance of the Lu family, fury consumed her. I am utterly infuriated. That wretched Xiao Yun, first murdering the third prince, and now my brother. I vow to have him torn to shreds. Lu Yanran seethed, gritting her teeth. The man she had cherished was dead, and even her most beloved brother had fallen to Xiao Yun's blade. This enmity was irreconcilable. Beside her, a talented member of the Lu family clad in white finery echoed her outrage. That scoundrel has not only offended our Lu family, but has also slain the third prince. Fear not, Sister Yanran. His triumph will be short-lived. Yet, Lu Yanran's anger surged, her very essence writhing in fury. Were it not for the necessity of Xiao Yun's presence to bring joy to their venerable ancestor, she would have relished the opportunity to dismantle him piece by piece. What are you discussing? Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. The two of them looked up sharply, only to be met with Xiao Yun's enigmatic smile, which sent chills down their spines. Xiao Yun, what brings you here again? They recoiled several steps in terror. Smack! Smack! Their attempts to retreat were futile against Xiao Yun's speed, as they were swiftly knocked to the ground. My name is not one for you to call so freely. Your expressions suggest a lack of respect. Shall I give you a chance to face me 2 against 1? Xiao Yun stated nonchalantly. I will kill you. Lu Yanran could no longer contain herself, drawing her sword to strike. Sister Yanran, remain calm. The young man in white, upon witnessing the scene, hastily intervened, saying, Sister Yanran, this madman is capable of killing even the young master. We are no match for him. At these words, Lu Yanran trembled. Xiao Yun had the audacity to slay Lu Zhe. In comparison, they were insignificant. The young man in white quickly donned a sycophantic smile and addressed Xiao Yun, saying, Young Master Xiao, no, I should say ancestor. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us and let us go as if we were mere trifles. Xiao Yun chuckled. Was it truly the case that the Lu family lacked courage? The young man in white continued to flatter. Indeed, we lack courage. You, with your magnanimity, should not stoop to our level. He preferred to submit rather than offend Xiao Yun. What was the worth of pride? Life was paramount. After uttering these words, he hastily seized Lu Yanran and fled back to the Lu family estate. Xiao Yun pondered, what is going on? Why is the opponent not adhering to the script? Such a turn of events left him unable to cultivate any enmity. Chapter 22. No one over 18 allowed. Oh no. Oh no. That cursed Xiao Yun has returned. Lu Yanran, in a state of disarray, rushed into the grand hall, swiftly closing the door behind her, her face still stinging from the marks of slaps. What? He is back. The elder Lu Hong's countenance darkened. The young man in white hastily recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong nodded gravely. You acted wisely. He is indeed a lunatic, and we should pay him no heed. He was aware of Lu Yuanshan's plans. Now that Lu Yuanshan had gone to the imperial city, his foremost task was to stabilize the Xiao family. In half a month, the Xiao family would inevitably face annihilation. I shall confront him. Lu Hong huffed coldly, and then rose. But just then, bang! A deafening explosion resonated. The once closed door was forcibly shattered, and a tall figure appeared before Lu Hong. Where are the members of the Lu family? Why do you not come forth to welcome your ancestor? Xiao Yun's voice echoed throughout the Lu residence. The splintered door, the audacious Xiao Yun, and the furious Lu Hong created a scene of chaos. This wretched boy. Lu Hong's fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. First, he had slain their heir and the fifth elder, and now he dared to confront them at their doorstep. It was as if he were trampling upon their dignity. More crucially, Xiao Yun was utterly alone. How could the elder tolerate this? The young man in white was incensed, his teeth grinding in fury, despite his efforts to endure. Witnessing Xiao Yun's arrogance ignited a fire within him. It was simply intolerable. I could hardly restrain the urge to take his life. This insufferable boy truly believes we dare not act against him? The arriving members of the Lu family were equally filled with righteous indignation. They had encountered arrogance before, but never had they seen such audacity. However, the subsequent words of Lu Hong fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, leaving their hearts chilled. The family head had previously instructed that they must maintain stability within the Xiao family, particularly concerning Xiao Yun, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents arose. The young man in white was momentarily taken aback. How could one endure such a situation? It was no wonder he was the grand elder, possessing even greater fortitude. Lu Hong took a deep breath and managed to force a smile as he approached. Ah, the esteemed ancestor Xiao has graced us with his presence. The Lu family is truly honored. Please, do come in. The onlookers' eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Xiao Yun had already placed his foot upon Lu Hong's face. Yet the Grand Elder voluntarily leaned in to let him tread upon him? Such cowardice was unprecedented. Xiao Yun, equally perplexed, pondered. Why is this old fellow deviating from the script? Have these villains actually begun to think? This is truly detrimental to my resolve. He unceremoniously seated himself, adopting a rather arrogant posture with one leg crossed over the other, and inquired, "Are you quite certain you welcome me?" Lu Hong chuckled in response. "Look at what you are saying. You are now our esteemed ancestor. How could we not welcome you?" His sole intention was to placate Xiao Yun without tearing their facade apart. Serving him well was paramount. "However, I can't shake the feeling that you all seem rather disrespectful towards me," Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly. Lu Yuanshan had vanished, and now another performer had appeared. "I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. What are you still dawdling for?" "Bow." Lu Hong immediately barked at the Lu family members. Yes, yes. Lu Yanran and the young man in white, along with the rest of the Lu family, suppressed their simmering anger, managing to force smiles that were more grotesque than tears. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." They all bowed in unison, some faces flushed from the effort of stifling their indignation, yet they ultimately dared not voice their fury. "That's more like it. Everyone, please rise. You need not be so constrained. Consider this place your own home." Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. The Lu family nearly spewed blood upon hearing this. "Consider this your home? Is it not theirs, but yours instead? How utterly shameless." Lu Hong was equally exasperated, thinking, "Let you be arrogant for another half-month, and I shall personally reduce you to ashes." Yet Xiao Yun remained unfazed by the ravenous gazes of the onlookers and continued, "Stop standing there like fools. Hurry and bring me some tea." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong gestured with his hand. The young man in white immediately understood and forced a smile as he stepped forward. "Wait," Xiao Yun interjected coolly, "I do not desire you. I want her to personally serve me tea." He pointed towards Lu Yanran across the way. "You." Lu Yanran seethed with indignation. How dare he expect me to serve Xiao Yun? Absolutely not. "Yanran, you shall attend to him," Lu Hong declared, swiftly transmitting a message to Lu Yanran. "Yanran, endure just this last time. Do not worry, he shall not remain arrogant for long." Yet, Lu Yanran was so furious she could hardly contain herself, stomping her feet in frustration. Yet, despite her profound reluctance, she gritted her teeth and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yun. Suddenly, he kicked her, sending her sprawling, and shouted in anger, "The tea is overflowing. Do you intend to drive me away?" Lu Yanran was momentarily stunned, her fury boiling over as she screamed, "Xiao Yun, do not go too far." She was on the verge of losing her sanity. "Yanran, endure it a little longer." Lu Hong's voice resonated in her mind. "In half a month's time, whether our ancestor awakens or not, I promise you will personally dismantle him piece by piece." Lu Yanran was consumed by rage. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Yet, the thought of being able to kill Xiao Yun herself made her take a deep breath. Suppressing her anger as she said, "I apologize. I shall refill your cup." Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Now that is more like it." As for the tea, he had no intention of drinking it. What if those wicked scoundrels had poisoned it? He valued his life above all. Such despicable behavior. Lu Hong felt the veins on his forehead bulging. With so many of them, having to endure humiliation to serve Xiao Yun was an immense disgrace. At that moment, Xiao Yun glanced over. "What are you still standing there for? Do you lack basic perception? Hurry and arrange for me 10 or 8 beauties. Remember, do not bring anyone unattractive or over the age of 18. Lu Hong was furious. "You go too far. What do you think you are, a brothel's madam?" Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, one must endure minor indignities to achieve greater plans. "I shall go at once." Lu Hong turned away in indignation. "Oh, you can still endure this?" Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback. Suddenly, he grabbed the teacup before him and smashed it against Lu Hong's head with such force that it shattered, the sound alone eliciting a collective wince from those present. "Ah!" Lu Hong cried out in pain. "What are you doing?" He whirled around, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Xiao Yun, I treated you with courtesy. On what grounds do you strike me?" Xiao Yun smiled faintly. "Simply because I am your ancestor." Lu Hong was nearly overcome with rage. "Enough. I tire of this charade. Since Lu Yuanshan refuses to speak, I shall find another." With that, Xiao Yun seized Lu Yanran by the throat and looked at the others. "What are you doing?" Lu Hong and the others were taken aback. "Quickly, confess honestly. Why did Lu Yuanshan arrange for your ancestor to marry me?" Xiao Yun demanded. This was a question he needed clarity on. Chapter 23. Xiao Yun was very angry. Lu Hong quickly replied, "Did our master not already explain? He sees your boundless potential and wishes to invest in you." Xiao Yun erupted in fury. "To hell with your investment. Tell that to a dog and see if it believes you." Lu Hong's face turned a deep shade of anger. The expressions of the Lu family members were exceptionally vivid, for many among them had placed their faith in Lu Yuanshan's words. Was there perhaps another layer of secrecy concealed within? Yet, they remained silent. Xiao Yun's palm gradually exerted force. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall crush her." Lu Yinran's complexion instantly turned pale, her struggles proving futile as she could only cry out for help. "Help, help me." The Lu family members were taken aback. Wait, Lu Zhe has just perished. If Lu Yinran were to meet the same fate, they need not ponder further. Lu Yuanshan would surely descend into madness. "Xiao Yun, what on earth do you intend to do?" Lu Hong stepped forward, exasperated, demanding an answer. Were it not for Lu Yuanshan's explicit instructions to keep Xiao Yun calm, he would have been inclined to disregard all caution and strike him down. "I have stated my intent. I wish to uncover the malevolent schemes lurking within that old coot's mind," Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. The Lu family members exchanged glances, some oblivious to the truth, while others who were privy to it dared not speak, ultimately opting for silence. "You seem to share a remarkable understanding," Xiao Yun remarked with a sudden smile, turning his gaze to the vulnerable Lu Yinran. "It appears they have little desire to save you. Hence, I shall grant you a chance to reveal what wickedness that old man intends." With that, he slightly loosened his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yinran finally found a moment to breathe, yet she glared at Xiao Yun with a murderous intensity. "Even if you kill me, I shall not divulge anything." Xiao Yun remained unfazed, instead grinning. "I admire your courage. If that is the case, then you may meet your demise." With these words, he swung a fist towards Lu Yinran's head. "Ah, I will speak, I will speak." Lu Yinran was immediately struck with terror, not expecting Xiao Yun to be so ruthlessly decisive, acting without a hint of compassion. "Remember, you possess but one opportunity to speak. Should you squander it, I shall ensure you discover why the flowers bloom so red." Xiao Yun's tone turned frigid. Lu Yinran envisioned her head bursting apart, shivering in fear as she hastily declared, "My father arranged for the ancestor Rian to marry you, intending to use you to bring her back to consciousness. At the brink of life and death, she could no longer consider the consequences. You wish to use me for that?" Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, he had contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet this had never crossed his mind. Indeed, the ancestor Rian had been in slumber for a year, unable to awaken. It was Duan, the master of Tianbao Tower, who suggested that the ancestor might be possessed and required a living person to revive her. Lu Yinran gasped for breath as she spoke, truly terrified of Xiao Yun, while simultaneously harboring intense hatred for him. "Damn you!" Xiao Yun cursed vehemently. "Thank goodness I possess a strong fate. Otherwise, I might have truly been used by you old schemers for such a purpose." His heart seethed with anger. To think they would use him for such a farce. He had been ensnared by Lu Yuanshan from the very beginning. What? So it was like this. How could the head of the family possibly agree? As Lu Yinran finished speaking, the truth became clear, and the members of the Lu family finally understood Lu Yuanshan's good intentions. "Second elder, third elder, fourth elder." Lu Hong suddenly shouted in anger. "Since he knows everything, there's no need to endure any longer. Capture him." It was a relief to expose the truth. He had no intention of holding back any further. As his words fell, three figures strode forward, a middle-aged man in black, an elderly man in gray, and an old woman. They were none other than the second, third, and fourth elders of the Lu family. At this point, the Lu family was fully mobilized. Aside from the head, Lu Yuanshan, and the four surrounded Xiao Yun. Lu Hong's face twisted in malice. "Damn little brat, I did not wish to act so soon. But you have brought this upon yourself." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Close the door. He must not escape today. We will apprehend him and await the head's return for judgment." Yet, the crowd remained motionless. "Did you not hear?" Lu Hong frowned. Someone tremblingly replied, "Elder, the main gate was just shattered by him. It cannot be closed." Lu Hong exclaimed, "How careless." He quickly ordered, "You guard the main gate. We can handle him." Although Xiao Yun had just slain Lu Zhe, who was at the 5th level of the Transcendence Realm, the lowest among these four had reached the 8th level, with Lu Hong and the second elder at the Spirit Profound Realm. Today, Xiao Yun would find it impossible to escape. "Third elder, fourth elder, apprehend him." Lu Hong commanded, and the gray-clad elder and the old woman immediately engaged. Boy, surrender. The two unleashed their profound energy, attacking Xiao Yun from both sides. One was at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, while the other was at the 9th level, leaving Xiao Yun, who was merely at the 5th level, without any means of resistance. However, Xiao Yun displayed no fear. On the contrary, he was filled with rage. You dare to use me as a scapegoat? I'll show you. He did not flinch, but instead threw a punch directly at the gray-clad elder. Ha ha. You seek your own demise. The elder laughed in disbelief. He was at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, and a mere 5th level would dare to confront him head-on. Such a foolish choice. Their fists collided. Boom. The explosion resonated. The elder's smile had yet to fade when Xiao Yun's fist pierced through his chest. Enjoy being a scapegoat, will you? I shall send you to your grave. Xiao Yun's face was filled with fury as he followed up with another punch. No. The elder screamed in despair. Bang. This punch obliterated him. What? Everyone stood in stunned silence. The third elder of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm was gone, just like that. He hadn't even lasted a single exchange. What the hell? The old woman, who had been preparing to sneak attack, was also dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Why is this lad so formidable? You shall perish too. Xiao Yun abruptly turned around. No, please don't kill me. I was merely passing by. The old woman hastily ceased her attack and fled. How could she fight without running? Die? Xiao Yun, filled with rage, moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance to the old woman, delivering another devastating punch. Bang! His fist pierced through her body. The old woman collapsed on the spot, lifeless. Blood stained Xiao Yun's garments, and at that moment, his face was a mask of fury. Coupled with the vivid crimson of blood, he appeared as a peerless harbinger of death. How could this be possible? The voices of the Liu family trembled in disbelief. Their 4th and 3rd elders had simply vanished from existence. This was easier than slaughtering a chicken. Such overwhelming physical strength. Lu Hong was equally astonished. He could discern that Xiao Yun's ability to instantaneously slay 2 individuals stemmed entirely from sheer physical might. But what kind of strength was required to achieve such a feat? So, you were never coerced. You intentionally killed the young master. Lu Hong gritted his teeth in rage. Now they all understood. Xiao Yun was perfectly capable of effortlessly eliminating those at the 8th or 9th level of the Profound Realm. Yet he had pretended to be in grave danger at the hands of Lu Zhe. It was all merely an act. Damn it, the opponent was also an actor. And he had deceived them all. Even Lu Yuanshan was completely unaware. Enjoying the thrill of confrontation, are we? Xiao Yun turned sharply to face him, advancing step by step. If I do not bring you down today, it shall be a testament to your resilience. Chapter 24. A sword determines life and death. Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Despite their side suffering casualties, why was Xiao Yun so furious? Shouldn't it be him who was enraged? Damn you, little wretch, do you think this will turn the tide? I will show you the might of the spirit Profound Realm. Lu Hong was utterly incensed. A being who has lived for centuries in the spirit Profound Realm, should be afraid of a fledgling in the Profound Realm? What a colossal joke. Second elder. Let us join forces. For safety's sake, it is better with 2. Agreed. The man in black wiped the sweat from his brow and summoned a large broadsword. You shall die? Lu Hong was the first to charge with his sword. Kill. The second elder followed suit with his weapon drawn. Both unleashed their profound energy, which enveloped them in a faint glow that clung to their weapons, enhancing their lethality. This was the hallmark of a spirit Profound Realm expert, where externalizing their profound energy significantly amplified their destructive power. We must kill him. We must avenge brother. Lu Yanran screamed from the side, her face twisted with rage. Come, let us see who dies today. Xiao Yun turned his palm, and a sharp sword instantly emerged from its sheath. What is that? How can this be? The crowd stood frozen in shock, for that sword was none other than the stunning sword previously wielded by Lu Zhe. What the hell? The Liu family was thrown into disarray. How did my brother's sword end up in your possession? Lu Yanran's countenance drained of color, her entire being swaying precariously. She had clearly witnessed Lu Yuanshan placing the sword within Lu Zhe's coffin. How could it now be in Xiao Yun's hands? Ha! It's because I desecrated his grave and even relieved myself before it. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, then unsheathed the sword. He had violated Lu Zhe's resting place and urinated before it. Lu Hong's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. You shall perish. He swung his sword with all his might. Clang. Xiao Yun met Lu Hong's strike head-on. Their weapons clashed, creating a tempest of sparks. Stumbling back, Xiao Yun retreated a step, yet Lu Hong was forced back several paces. How could this be? Lu Hong was utterly dumbfounded. He was a practitioner of the second realm of Spirit Profound, a level above Xiao Yun by nearly an entire tier. Why then was he at a disadvantage? Little brat, die? At that moment, the second elder had charged forward, blade drawn in a furious downward strike. You shall perish. No matter how you struggle, you are doomed today. Lu Hong laughed triumphantly, envisioning Xiao Yun cleaved in two by a full-force strike from a practitioner of the Spirit Profound realm. But suddenly, Xiao Yun moved. With a sword that determined life or death. Whoosh! The stunning phoenix sword erupted with a dazzling light, its sword energy slicing through the air as Xiao Yun's figure vanished from sight. Dodge! Lu Hong exclaimed in alarm, having forgotten that Xiao Yun was also a sword cultivator. But it was too late to warn him. Swish! Blood gushed forth. The head of the Lu family's second elder soared into the air. In that instant, all was silent. The Lu family members were left in a daze. Xiao Yun had first instantaneously slain the third and fourth elders, and now with a single sword strike, he had dispatched the second elder of the Spirit Profound realm. Was this still a human being? That wretched little beast. Lu Hong's eyes were filled with a furious crimson. Among the 9 elders of the Lu family, the 9th elder, the 5th elder, and the previously mentioned second, third, and fourth elders, 5 elders in total, had all fallen to Xiao Yun's hand. Scream all you want. Now it is your turn. Xiao Yun, still unsatisfied, continued advancing toward Lu Hong. Sword in hand. You dare use me as a tool for your joy? I will not let you off easily. Little brat, I will fight you to the death. Seeing Xiao Yun approach with ferocity, Lu Hong's expression hardened as he retrieved a deep red pill and swallowed it. Resorting to drugs when he could not win? Xiao Yun looked on with disdain. Did these villains possess no other tactics? Ha ha ha. As long as I can kill you, everything is worth it. Lu Hong's eyes turned a deep crimson as he raged. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Originally, he was at the second level of the Spirit Profound realm. But after consuming a medicinal pill, he surged directly to the third level, even rivaling the fourth level. Die! Lu Hong exclaimed as he swung his sword down fiercely. Clang! The two swords clashed violently. However, this time, Xiao Yun did not gain the upper hand. After taking the medicine, Lu Hong seemed invigorated, his profound energy exceedingly robust, and his attacks increasingly ferocious. Elder, kill him, you must kill him. Lu Yinran's face flushed with rage. If her gaze could kill, Xiao Yun would have perished 100 times over. She had long harbored an intense hatred for Xiao Yun. Now, the elder was their only hope. You little brat. Even if the old ancestor Yun cannot awaken, I will tear you to shreds. Lu Hong roared hoarsely. The entire Lu family had been incapacitated by Xiao Yun. To put it bluntly, even if everything ended right now, the Lu family would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never consented to Lu Yuanshan's plan. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse now. All he could do was expend every ounce of his strength to slay Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, too, unleashed a torrent of curses. Old fool, once I finish you off, Lu Yuanshan won't escape either. Both were consumed by rage. Lu Hong sought vengeance for his kin. Every time Xiao Yun thought of being used as a pawn in a marriage of convenience, his teeth clenched in fury, yearning for an outlet for his pent-up wrath. The extreme shadow slash. Lu Hong repelled Xiao Yun with a sword strike, suddenly raising his blade high, channeling all his profound energy into the sword's edge. Die. The Lu family gasped in astonishment. The elder was unleashing his power. This move would surely slay that brat, for killing so many of my Lu family members. This scoundrel deserves no mercy. The Lu family erupted in cheers. This was the most formidable killing move of the Lu family. Lu Yinran's breath quickened, her heart racing with anxiety. The outcome was about to be revealed. Again, this move. Upon witnessing it, Xiao Yun exhaled deeply. He understood that Lu Hong was now fighting for his life. The power unleashed by this attack was far superior to that of Lu Zhe, posing a deadly threat even to him. Let us see who is stronger then. Xiao Yun's battle spirit surged to its zenith, unwavering and unyielding, as he too brandished his sword. One sword to determine life and death. This was his ultimate killing technique. Boom. The two clashed swords. The violent, profound energy and sharp sword aura intertwined across the vast expanse, and even the residual force of their battle altered the expressions of those nearby. Such terrifying fluctuations. Lu Yanran's complexion paled slightly. She fixated on the battlefield, her heart incessantly praying. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let Xiao Yun perish, will you? You must kill him. I am willing to give up everything. Meanwhile, Dai. Lu Hong's face was filled with rage, his profound energy surging wildly. I apologize. But today it is you who shall perish. Xiao Yun's voice suddenly echoed, causing a shiver to run through everyone present. Bang! Lu Hong's attack collapsed in an instant. Swish! The sword of Jinghong pierced through his chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. You! Lu Hong was suddenly taken aback. He lowered his gaze to the blade that had impaled his chest, and with a heart-wrenching roar, he exclaimed, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Yun remained expressionless. These words should be saved for your conversation with the King of Hell. Lu Hong fell lifeless on the spot. Chapter 25. Pierced. Withdrawn. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall, as all were struck dumb by the scene before them. Lu Hong had actually been defeated, even under the influence of drugs. Lu Hong succumbed to Xiao Yun. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Lu family members were thrown into utter panic, their faces ashen. With Lu Hong dead, the family head Lu Yuanshan absent, and nearly all the elders of the Lu clan slain by Xiao Yun, no one remained to stand against him. Run! Everyone, flee quickly! Hurry to the imperial city to find the family head. The Lu family members scattered in disarray. In a matter of breaths, the once bustling Lu residence was deserted, with all desperately fleeing in every direction. Xiao Yun did not pursue them. It was futile for him to attempt to eradicate so many opponents alone. It was wiser to conserve his strength. He began to gather his spoils. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly collected the spatial rings from Lu Hong and the corpses of the elders. Though he had already emptied the Lu family's treasury, these items were not to be wasted. Every bit was essential. Why do you not flee? Xiao Yun suddenly directed his gaze to the side. There stood Lu Yanran, frozen in shock. All the members of the Lu clan had fled. Yet she remained rooted in place, her once lovely visage now drained of color, bereft of blood. She could not accept it. She could not accept this outcome. Hee. Lu Yanran suddenly laughed. If I were to run, you certainly would not spare me, would you? Xiao Yun remained impassive. It seems you are not yet hopelessly foolish. Lu Yanran smiled bitterly, then closed her eyes. You have one. Go ahead and kill me. The entire Lu clan had been ravaged by Xiao Yun alone. What more could she say? There was no escape, only the acceptance of her fate. Yet, Xiao Yun refrained from striking, saying calmly, You may leave. But remember not to let me see you again. Otherwise, your death will be most tragic. Ladies and gentlemen, do not rush. Continue to read a bit further. Lu Yanran was taken aback. He was actually willing to spare her? She opened her eyes, only to see Xiao Yun had already turned away. But in that fleeting moment, the horrifying images of Lu Zhe and Lu Hong's gruesome deaths flashed before her eyes, and a surge of rage flooded her heart. Lu Yanran's eyes turned crimson as she drew a dagger and fiercely lunged at Xiao Yun's neck. Die! Lu Yanran screamed in a frenzy. I've won. Victory is imminent. I am the ultimate victor. Ha ha. Just then, Xiao Yun abruptly turned around, a mocking smile gracing his face. I apologize, but it seems we meet again. Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback. You tricked me. She gasped in shock. Xiao Yun had no intention of letting her off easily. He merely sought to toy with her. I was wrong, truly wrong. Spare my life. I have awakened the pure desire mystic body. I can cultivate with you to enhance our powers. I beg you, grant me mercy. I shall be your exclusive furnace for alchemical refinement, at your disposal. Lu Yanran cried out, hastily shedding her garments, revealing large expanses of her fair skin. Her fearlessness was merely a fade. All she desired now was to survive. Co-cultivate with me? I do not accept second-hand goods. Xiao Yun retorted coldly. I warned you not to let me see you again. Otherwise, your demise would be most tragic. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. With a serene smile, he plunged the sword of Jinghong into her abdomen, blood gushing forth, then thrusting in and out repeatedly, over a dozen strikes, each avoiding fatal spots. Soon, Lu Yanran lay utterly limp on the ground, her eyes vacant, blood flowing profusely, lifeless beyond recovery. In her final moments, regret washed over her. If only she had not called off her engagement with the Xiao family, if she had not been tempted by Xiao Yun's betrothal gifts. Perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Given a second chance, she would have certainly struck first to eliminate Xiao Yun. Co-cultivate with me? Xiaoyan scoffed as he retrieved her spatial ring. With your meager physique, I doubt I could even be satiated. The notion of sparing her or allowing Lu Yanran to become his alchemical partner never crossed his mind, since their enmity had reached a point of no return. Mercy towards an enemy would only be cruelty towards oneself. Especially upon recalling how he had been used as a pawn to bring joy, his anger flared. Now, only that old fool Lu Yuanshan remains. Xiaoyan swiftly returned to the Xiao family. You rascal! Instead of staying home to procreate, what trouble are you causing outside? Xiao Wui greeted him anxiously. There is no time to waste. Initially, I had some confidence in uniting with the Lu family to rebel against the Tianqi royal family. But now that you have even slain Lu Zhe, how could the Lu family still cooperate with us? The entire Xiao family is in a state of panic. Actually, I didn't do much. I just accidentally wiped out the Lu family. Xiaoyan shrugged nonchalantly. No matter what you did, nothing is more important than procreation. Xiao Wui earnestly admonished, but he was abruptly silenced mid-sentence. What did you just say? Xiao Wui's voice trembled. Had he truly heard correctly? You accidentally wiped out the Lu family? What an exquisitely niche statement. Grandfather, do you wish to become an emperor? Xiao Yun exuberantly exclaimed, Grandfather. Aside from that old relic Lu Yuanshan still residing in the imperial city, all the other elders of the Lu family have met their demise at my hands. Let us swiftly gather our forces and storm the imperial city. Once we vanquish Lu Yuanshan and the emperor, you shall ascend as the emperor, indulging in the company of 3,000 beauties. The more Xiao Yun spoke, the more fervent she became, completely oblivious to the remarkable expression on Xiao Wei's face. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Wei gradually regained his composure, his voice hoarse as he asked, Yuner, are you certain this is not a jest? Xiao Yun immediately wore a furious expression. Of course not. That old Lu Yuanshan actually dared to use me to celebrate his good fortune. If I do not eliminate him, I shall not bear the surname Xiao. Once Xiao Yun recounted the series of events, Xiao Wei finally grasped the situation, and his anger turned into clenched teeth. Very well. I always knew that old Lu Yuanshan harbored malicious intentions. He deserves this calamity upon the Lu family. He then turned to Xiao Yun, his expression grave. Yuner, how confident are you? His heart was in utter shock. Xiao Yun single-handedly annihilated the Lu family, and furthermore, she had slain a practitioner of the spirit profound realm with her cultivation at the 5th level of the profound realm. Simply absurd. Yet, he understood that the true challenges lay with Lu Yuanshan and Emperor Zhao Qingfeng. Even he might struggle against them. Should they fail, it would be an irretrievable disaster. 50%. Xiao Yun extended a hand, yet offered no further explanation. Xiao Wei did not inquire either, simply remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Yun refrained from urging him, knowing that such matters weighed heavily on Xiao Wei. The fate of the Xiao family rested on his thoughts. Xiao Wei remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Actually, Xiao Yun began, but before he could finish, Xiao Wei's expression suddenly turned fierce. All members of the Xiao family, assemble immediately. His voice echoed throughout the Xiao household. Xiao Wei trembled with excitement, whispering, I have lived for hundreds of years and have yet to experience the pleasures of a harem of 3,000 beauties. Today, I shall become the emperor, damn it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled. Chapter 26. The more Xiao Yun intensified her resolve, the more joyful she became. Meanwhile, at Tianbao Tower, Master Mu. The latest news regarding the Xiao and Lu families has just arrived. A guard from Tianbao Tower rushed in to report. Mu Hongling's eyes brightened. Speak. The guard immediately recounted how Xiao Yun had stormed into the Lu family and killed Lu Hong and Lu Yanran. After hearing this, Mu Hongling nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. Are you certain he, with his 5th level of the profound realm cultivation, killed Lu Hong, who was at the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm and had taken medication? The guard nodded repeatedly. Absolutely true, Master. When I first learned of this news, I too was rendered speechless in shock, hardly believing my ears. This young man is truly formidable. Mu Hongling's beautiful eyes sparkled. Initially, she believed that although Xiao Yun possessed considerable talent, he still required time to develop. However, she was taken aback to discover that he had no intention of waiting for growth. He had directly annihilated the Lu family, the 5th level of the profound transformation, and the 2nd level of the spirit profound, no less. Moreover, He was under the influence of a potion at the second level of the spirit profound. Such occurrences, even with her vast experience, had never been encountered before, yet they were now unfolding before her very eyes. Wonderful, wonderful. It is no wonder that he is the man I have chosen. Mu Hongling immediately rose to her feet, her heart brimming with excitement. The more ferocious Xiao Yun became, the happier she felt. This investment of hers was undoubtedly bound for success. I have just received news that the Xiao family, under Xiao Wuyo's leadership, has launched an assault on the Tianqi Imperial City. They are likely attempting to rebel. The guard continued. Mu Hongling nodded. She understood that Xiao Yun was indeed planning a rebellion. Now, it was her turn to act. The Lu family was now left with only Lu Yuanshan. And surely the Emperor, Zhao Qingfeng of Tianqi, would not stand idly by. According to her intelligence, Lu Yuanshan was at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound, while Zhao Qingfeng had achieved the 8th level. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Yun was, the disparity in cultivation levels was simply too vast for him to contend with both men. Therefore, as previously agreed, it was time for her to intervene. The favor Xiao Yun owed her was one she intended to claim. Mu Vice Master, where are you off to in such haste? Just as Mu Hongling pushed open the door, preparing to assist in the Imperial City, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Du-In Master, do you require something? Mu Hongling inquired with a slight frown. The person before her was none other than Du-In Yang, the master of the Tianbao Tower. I have no particular business, but I noticed that Mu Vice Master seems rather rushed. Is there something urgent? Du-In Yang smiled gently. That is none of your concern, Mu Hongling replied coldly. Yet Du-In Yang remained unfazed, responding with a grin. If I am not mistaken, Mu Vice Master is preparing to assist the Xiao family in their rebellion, correct? Mu Hongling's expression shifted. Have you been monitoring me? Du-In Yang waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly monitor you? However, it just so happens that I have a favorable relationship with Zhao Qingfeng, which means Mu Vice Master may find it difficult to exit this door today. Mu Hongling's brows knitted tightly. You intend to aid Zhao Qingfeng? Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply. I see now. I wondered why the accounts had not aligned in recent years. It turns out you have already colluded with Zhao Qingfeng. Mu Hongling glared at him, though her heart sank. How can this be considered collusion? You may assist that young man from the Xiao family, so why should I not assist others? Du-In Yang replied indifferently. His alliance with Zhao Qingfeng had been forged over the years. He utilized the resources of Tianbao Tower to aid the Tianqi royal family, while Zhao Qingfeng discreetly provided him with returns. Such dealings were strictly prohibited by the Tianbao Tower. If Zhao Qingfeng encounters misfortune and reveals his true self, the consequences would be utterly disastrous. Thus, he must assist Zhao Qingfeng. In a flash, Mu Hongling darted forth, urgently needing to locate Xiao Yun. With Du-In Yang intervening, the Xiao family stood no chance. Yet, just as Mu Hongling was about to burst out of the room, a transparent barrier materialized suddenly, blocking her path. You actually set up a formation. Mu Hongling's expression shifted dramatically. I told you, you cannot leave this room. Wait until I deal with those clowns from the Xiao family, and then I shall release you. Du-In Yang chuckled as he departed. As long as Zhao Qingfeng remained unharmed, he could erase all traces of his misdeeds, leaving no one the wiser. As for Mu Hongling, what could she do without evidence? Damn it, this is infuriating. Mu Hongling's face flushed with rage as she exerted all her strength in an attempt to shatter the formation before her, yet it remained unyielded. It's over. This time, it is truly finished. Even just with Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Qingfeng, the Xiao family stood no chance. Now, with Du-In Yang added to the fray, defeat was inevitable. Mu Hongling gritted her silver teeth. Xiao Yun, I have wronged you. Meanwhile, in the Tianqi Imperial City, the head of the Lu family exclaimed, Master, you must avenge the elder. That scoundrel has been scheming against us from the very beginning. We have all been deceived. Indeed, Master. The elder and others met a tragic fate, and Miss Yanran is also lost. Revenge is imperative. The Lu family members, having just escaped, lamented with expressions full of rage and sorrow. Xiao Yun, I will grind you to dust. Lu Yuanshan knelt on the ground, facing the direction of the Lu family, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed in a hoarse voice. All is lost. The Lu family is no more. The entire council of elders was nearly annihilated by Xiao Yun alone. Even if he were to kill Xiao Yun, rebuilding the Lu family would leave it severely weakened. More critically, both his son and daughter are gone. All perished by the hands of Xiao Yun. This is a vendetta that obliterates the lineage. That scoundrel is rather unexpected. Beside him, Emperor Zhao Qingfeng's eyes flashed with astonishment. The elder of the Lu family was at the second level of Lingxian. It was said that Xiao Yun single-handedly devastated the entire Lu family, despite being only at the 5th level of Tongxian. How could this be accomplished? If there were no other reasons, it would be terrifying. This indicates that Xiao Yun's future accomplishments are boundless, and now he stands nearly in opposition to the Xiao family. Should Xiao Yun truly grow stronger, the repercussions would be unimaginable. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. He would not allow such a thing to transpire. Just then, someone rushed in, panic-stricken, to report, "Your Majesty, the Xiao family is attacking. They are right outside the city." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng sneered. "Huh, this is splendid. Do they truly believe that by slaying a few elders from the Lu family, they can challenge my position?" He intends to eradicate the Xiao family from this world entirely and to extinguish the potential threat posed by Xiao Yun in its infancy. Chapter 27. How will you respond? At this moment, beneath the imperial city, the members of the Xiao family were filled with fervor. My goodness, we are on the brink of rebellion. Even more astonishing, I have heard that the young master single-handedly annihilated the Lu family. It is simply outrageous. Ha ha ha, with such prowess, perhaps our rebellion will indeed succeed this time. The mere thought fills me with excitement. Everyone was aware that the Lu family had been vanquished by Xiao Yun, and Xiao Wuyo had just formally declared war against the Tianqi dynasty, rallying the entire clan for rebellion. Yuner, regardless of our success, remember that survival is paramount. Xiao Wuyo solemnly advised Xiao Yun. I understand, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, then flipped his palm to reveal a white token, channeling his profound energy into it. This was indeed the token previously given to him by Mu Hongling. His plan was to have Xiao Wuyo hold off Lu Yuanshan while he summoned Mu Hongling to deal with Emperor Zhao Qingfeng. Allowing him to confront those who were comparatively weaker, the odds of victory would surely be favorable. Damn you little beast. At that moment, an angry shout erupted. Lu Yuanshan, resembling an enraged yak, charged out of the city, his body trembling with fury. Following closely were Emperor Zhao Qingfeng and several others, radiating powerful waves of profound energy. Everyone was poised for battle. At Xiao Wuyo's command, the Xiao family members stood ready, the atmosphere thick with tension, swords drawn, and arrows nocked. Xiao Yun smiled slightly at Lu Yuanshan. Little Shan, is this how you speak to your ancestor after just one day's absence? Lu Yuanshan, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. Damn you, scoundrel! Today, I shall tear you apart and use your head to honor all those who have perished from the Lu family. To his astonishment, Xiao Yun retaliated with equal venom. How dare you speak to me like that? You used me to bring joy. If I weren't so resilient, would I have survived your antics? You enjoy bringing joy, don't you? Today, I shall bring joy to your demise, but fear not. I will take good care of your ancestor. Lu Yuanshan was driven into a furious frenzy. Little scoundrel, I will dismember you. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he unsheathed his sword and charged at Xiao Yun, his cultivation having reached the 5th level of the spirit profound realm, even stronger than the drug-enhanced Lu Hong. Yuner, I will handle him. Xiao Wuyo immediately positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun. Your Majesty, I will personally slay this wretch. Lu Yuanshan roared, his eyes ablaze. Ignoring Xiao Wuyo entirely. You all go assist. Zhao Qingfeng calmly waved his hand. Yes. At his command, a man and a woman beside him sprang into action, swiftly appearing by Xiao Wuyo's side. Xiao Wuyo, your adversaries are us. Without hesitation, they brandished their weapons and engaged Xiao Wuyo in battle. Get away from me. Xiao Wuyo bellowed in anger. His cultivation level is also at the 5th layer of spirit profound realm, and these two individuals are Zhao Qingfeng's most formidable subordinates, having similarly attained the same level. Currently, I find myself ensnared by the two, unable to extricate myself, leaving Lu Yuanshan unimpeded. Xiao Yun's situation is perilous. Let us charge forth together. As Xiao Wuyo plunged into battle, the members of the Xiao clan swiftly joined in, and the grand conflict erupted instantaneously. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, filled with cries of slaughter, furious roars, and the clashing of weapons. You little wretch, let us see who can save you now. Lu Yuanshan had already arrived before Xiao Yun, unleashing a furious sword strike. Unfazed, Xiao Yun appeared eager for the challenge. Despite Lu Yuanshan's cultivation being a whole tier above his, Xiao Yun possessed the ancient sacred body, and had comprehended the sword chi. In a full-scale battle, the outcome was far from certain. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword. "Old Deng, are you familiar with this blade?" Xiao Yun inquired as he counterattacked with his sword. The clash of blades ignited a shower of sparks. Lu Yuanshan focused intently, recognizing that the sword in Xiao Yun's grasp was indeed the Jinghong sword. "Ah, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death." Lu Yuanshan's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a torrent of profound energy. The presence of the Jinghong sword in Xiao Yun's possession could only signify that he had deliberately slain Lu Zhe and subsequently desecrated his grave, driving Lu Yuanshan to the brink of madness. 5 deadly slashes. With a furious shout, Lu Yuanshan leaped into the air, performing consecutive flips. His sword imbued with unleashed profound energy, resembling a whirlwind of fire, striking down relentlessly towards Xiao Yun. This technique was a low-grade profound martial skill of the Lu family, and when executed by Lu Yuanshan, its power was astonishingly formidable. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yun met the strikes with his sword. Each collision triggered violent bursts of energy until the final blow descended with a thunderous crash. Although Xiao Yun withstood Lu Yuanshan's attack, he was still forced back 2 steps. "Ha ha ha, little wretch, perish." Lu Yuanshan's expression grew increasingly sinister as he lunged forward once more. "Old fool, receive my strike." Xiao Yun's figure flickered. His speed matched that of Lu Yuanshan, and in an instant, he appeared behind his opponent, delivering a swift sword strike. "Begone." Lu Yuanshan attempted to turn and block. Boom. The explosive surge of profound energy erupted once more. However, this time, Lu Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically. How can this be? After a brief exchange, he realized that while Xiao Yun's profound energy didn't match his own in sheer magnitude, the power Xiao Yun unleashed was significantly greater. Although he was at the spirit profound realm, relying on externalizing his profound energy to enhance his lethality, Xiao Yun had also comprehended sword chi, rendering his attack power equally formidable, if not superior. Consequently, he found himself unable to subdue Xiao Yun, nor could he gain the upper hand, leaving him both furious and astonished. Zhao Qingfeng was equally taken aback. The fact that someone at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm could contend with an opponent at the 5th level of the Lingxian realm was indeed a mark of extraordinary talent. What a pity. The more astonished he became, the stronger his murderous intent grew. If a genius like Xiao Yun could be utilized by him, it would be an unparalleled boon. However, if he were an adversary, this young man must not be allowed to live. Therefore, the more dazzling Xiao Yun's performance became, the less likely Zhao Qingfeng would permit him to leave alive. "Go assist Lu Yuanshan. Leave no survivors," Zhao Qingfeng uttered coldly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. "Understood." The 3 individuals beside him immediately stepped forward. These 3 were among the 4 great generals of the Tianqi dynasty, while the former general of the south had already been slain by Xiao Yun. "Xiao be careful." Xiao Wuyo, who was being held back by 2 men, kept a watchful eye on Xiao Yun's battlefield and immediately offered a warning upon seeing the situation unfold. "Brat, prepare to die." The 3 men launched their attacks simultaneously, each possessing cultivation at the Lingxian realm, with the lowest being at the 2nd level of Lingxian. "Ha ha ha, little pest, what do you have to challenge me? Not only you, but everyone from the Xiao family shall perish today." Lu Yuanshan cackled maniacally. He could already engage Xiao Yun in a fierce struggle, and with the addition of 3 Lingxian realm fighters launching a sneak attack from behind, Xiao Yun was undoubtedly doomed. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly smiled slightly. "Old fool, what if I were to present this? How would you respond?" As he spoke, he turned his palm over, revealing a delicate, resplendently golden small tower that appeared in his grasp. Chapter 28. Surprised? Unexpected? Lu Yuanshan's pupils constricted sharply. "How did the Zijin Tower come into your possession?" This time, his tone had entirely transformed. If Xiao Yun had already inflicted significant damage upon the Lu family by slaying Lu Hong and Lu Zhe, the family's millennia of foundation still remained intact. Given enough time, he could lead the Lu family back to restoration. But now, the ancestral treasure, the Zijin Tower, had unexpectedly appeared in Xiao Yun's hands. What did this signify? In an instant, a chill shot through Lu Yuanshan's mind. "Of course, I retrieved it from your treasury." Xiao Yun shook the Zijin Tower in his hand. "Surprised? Unexpected? Absolutely impossible," Lu Yuanshan declared with unwavering conviction. "Even if you found the treasury, you could never breach the defensive array. He was exceedingly confident in this assertion. The protective array guarding the treasury had been handed down from their ancestors. Without a means to deactivate it, not even a formidable earthly Xian realm expert could force their way through. How could Xiao Yun possibly gain entry? Regarding that, after my last visit, I found this item quite to my liking, so I simply took it for a spin, Xiao Yun remarked casually. That cannot be. Lu Yuanshan's cold sweat poured down. At that time, I meticulously searched, and your spatial ring contained nothing. How could you have stolen it? Xiao Yun merely shrugged his shoulders. I have no further information to provide, but I am indeed curious to test the might of your clan's treasured artifact. With that, Xiao Yun waved his hand. The golden pagoda in his grasp soared into the sky, rapidly expanding under his command. In an instant, the originally palm-sized purple gold tower transformed into a towering behemoth, radiating a dazzling golden light. Turning his gaze towards the three assailants, he declared, "Since you favor ambushes, let us commence with you." As his voice echoed, the purple gold tower began to spin at an alarming speed, barreling towards the trio. What an overwhelming aura! We must flee. The three were struck with terror and fled in haste, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the purple gold tower descended, engulfing the three within its might. The sound reverberated throughout the battlefield, causing all present to cover their ears as the ground trembled violently. What is that? Good heavens! It seems to be the clan's treasured artifact. The onlookers gasped in horror. Such terrifying power. But why is the clan's treasure in Xiao Yun's possession? All eyes turned, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. With another wave of his hand, the immense purple gold tower ascended once more, leaving behind a deep crater where it had landed. The three assailants were utterly obliterated, reduced to a grotesque pool of blood and flesh, their demise gruesome beyond imagination. Goodness, 3 spirit realm experts have perished just like that. The sight was profoundly shocking. Gasps filled the air as the crowd absorbed the reality that 3 living spirit realm warriors had been lost. A significant blow to the entire Tianqi dynasty. Cloud, you are magnificent. Xiao Huio laughed heartily. Our young master is extraordinary. The morale of the Xiao clan surged. That accursed brat. Zhao Qingfeng was seething with rage. He had 4 generals. First, the southern general fell at Xiao Yun's hands. And now the remaining 3 had been slain before his very eyes, costing him a total of 4 spirit realm warriors. Impressive indeed. Xiao Yun clapped his hands in satisfaction, then turned his attention to Lu Yuanshan. Now, it is your turn. In that instant, Lu Yuanshan felt a chill run down his spine. He was not only concerned for his own safety, but was also struck by a terrifying possibility. With the purple gold tower in Xiao Yun's possession, where were the other treasures? What of the items in the treasury? He dared not contemplate the implications. Go. With a decisive wave, Xiao Yun sent the purple gold tower hurtling towards Lu Yuanshan. Your Majesty, save me. Lu Yuanshan's face paled drastically. He knew he could not withstand such a fearsome attack. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal purple gold tower bore down upon him, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely, reflecting the terror of impending death in his eyes. No, Lu Yuanshan screamed in despair. In this critical moment, a cold and furious voice suddenly echoed, "Young man, have you forgotten whose territory this is?" Immediately, a brilliant beam of light coalesced above the entire imperial city, striking the purple gold pagoda. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the sky. Subsequently, the previously unstoppable purple gold pagoda was unexpectedly deflected by that beam of light and ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. It was the defensive formation of the imperial city. Xiao Huio's expression changed upon witnessing this. The beam of light was indeed a manifestation of the power of the imperial city's defensive array. Its might so formidable that it could send the purple gold pagoda flying, thus rescuing Lu Yuanshan. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your timely intervention. Lu Yuanshan gasped for breath. His face pale as paper, drenched in sweat, and his gaze toward Xiao Yun grew increasingly resentful. He had nearly perished beneath the family's treasured artifact. Zhao Qingfeng did not acknowledge Lu Yuanshan, but directly approached Xiao Yun, stating coolly, "Xiao Yun, I must concede that your talent is indeed remarkable, but you should never, ever have come here." Xiao Huio immediately withdrew from the battlefield. "Yunner, do you have a way to deal with him?" He understood that Xiao Yun must possess some means to restrain Zhao Qingfeng. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly approached. Xiao Yun nodded and turned his gaze toward Zhao Qingfeng. "If I am not mistaken, you were preparing to unite with the Lu family to confront us. Therefore, regardless of my presence here. You had no intention of letting us go. Zhao Qingfeng laughed openly. Indeed, I plan to completely eradicate your Xiao family in half a month. But I did not expect you to be so impatient. However, it matters not. All who are meant to come have arrived, saving me another trip. With that, he slowly advanced toward Xiao Yun, each step radiating deadly intent. The members of the Xiao family were on high alert. Lu Yuanshan laughed triumphantly. "Ha, you wretched boy. No matter how you struggle, today you shall undoubtedly perish." Xiao Yun's greatest reliance was the purple gold pagoda. Yet Zhao Qingfeng could utilize the defensive array to suppress it, effectively rendering the pagoda useless, coupled with Zhao Qingfeng's direct involvement. How could Xiao Yun escape death? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yun clutched the token given to him by Mu Hongling, his face devoid of expression. Yet inside, he was in a state of panic. Where was she? Why had Mu Hongling not yet arrived? Was it not agreed that as soon as he infused the token with profound energy, she would come immediately? He had infused the token with energy before the battle commenced. Why had she not appeared by now? Even at a slow pace, she should have arrived by now. Looks like you are preparing to give up resistance. Zhao Qingfeng remarked coolly, the distance between them shrinking. Xiao Yun tightened his grip on the Jinghong's sword. Damn it, am I truly being set up? Indeed. The more beautiful the woman, the less one can trust her. Are you waiting for someone? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind Xiao Yun. His heart plummeted, for it was not the voice of Mu Hongling, but that of a man. Chapter 29. What is your cultivation level? As the voice resounded, the crowd turned to look. A middle-aged man, resplendently clad in splendid robes, approached with a calm smile upon his face. It was the owner of the Tianbao Tower. Duan Yang. Why has Master Duan come here? Gasps erupted among the crowd. I don't know. Could it be that Master Duan intends to intervene? It seems highly likely, though it remains uncertain whose side he is on. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Duan Yang arrived behind Xiao Yun, offering a faint smile. I apologize, but the one you were expecting is unable to come, so today, no one can save you. Xiao Wuyo's expression shifted dramatically. He had surmised what Xiao Yun's trump card might be, but now it appeared that it would prove futile. Master Duan is here to assist His Majesty. Ha ha. That young man is doomed now. It seems the Xiao family will no longer exist in the Tianqi dynasty. The crowd erupted in chaos. The Xiao family, however, turned ashen. It's over. This is the end. Originally, they struggled against Zhao Qingfeng, and now with the addition of the Tianbao Tower's master, their situation seemed dire beyond measure. Yinner, think of a way to escape. I will hold them off. Xiao Wuyo resolutely stood in front of Xiao Yun, prepared to face his fate. Yet within him, a wave of despair surged. With Zhao Qingfeng ahead and Duan Yang behind, he could not contend with either, and it seemed that today, all members of the Xiao family would be buried here. Zhao Qingfeng also approached Xiao Yun, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "It appears even the heavens do not favor you." Xiao Yun remained expressionless. What is your cultivation level? He suddenly inquired of Duan Yang. Me? Duan Yang chuckled lightly. It's no secret. I am currently at the pinnacle of the spirit profound ninth realm, just a step away from the earth profound realm. What? Do you still wish to resist? He regarded Xiao Yun with a semblance of amusement, exuding an air of assured victory. Xiao Wuyo felt increasingly despondent. Even he could only look up to such a cultivation level. Was this truly a calamity from which they could not escape? Xiao Yun's heart tightened. The pinnacle of the spirit profound ninth realm, just a hair's breadth away. If Duan Yang were at the earth profound realm, he could easily utilize the one-time spirit tool, the rainstorm pear blossom needle, to eliminate him in an instant. Yet, that was not the case. Even employing the rainstorm pear blossom needle would be futile. How utterly frustrating. With his current strength, he could only contend with someone at the spirit profound fifth realm. He stood no chance against Zhao Qingfeng or Duan Yang. If absolutely necessary, he would have no choice but to resort to the human emperor's banner. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that his royal banner is currently only of the intermediate grade, leaving it uncertain whether he can contend with Zhao Qingfeng or even Duan Yang, who stands at the pinnacle of the ninth level of the spirit profound realm. If he cannot, then it would truly be a dire predicament. It appears you are unwilling to resist. If that is the case, then surrender gracefully to minimize your suffering. Duan Yang slowly approached Xiao Yun. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuanshan immediately interjected, Master Duan, I implore you to strip this youth of his cultivation and then hand him over to me. I seek vengeance for my son and the departed members of the Lu family. Duan Yang readily acquiesced. Of course, Lu Yuanshan's spirits soared at this response. His gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, a bloodthirsty expression gracing his features. Rest assured, little beast, I shall ensure you endure every torment this world has to offer, making your existence a living hell. Ha ha. His laughter resounded with unrestrained delight. The outcome had been decided. Xiao Yun was cornered. At that moment, Duan Yang suddenly spoke. Master Lu, I can hand him over to you, but should you not offer me a reward in return? The smile on Lu Yuanshan's face instantly faltered. He understood that Duan Yang was soliciting compensation, and given his position as the master of Tianbao Tower, the demands would undoubtedly be substantial. Securing Xiao Yun might require a significant sacrifice. Is Master Lu unwilling? Duan Yang's tone was flat, yet laden with pressure. He had come here prepared to sever ties with Mu Hongling. Returning empty-handed was simply not an option. Lu Yuanshan cautiously inquired, Of course, I am willing, but I am uncertain what Master Duan desires. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Duan Yang's eyes as he fervently stated, I have heard that the Lu family once possessed a barrier-breaking pill. Lu Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically. The barrier-breaking pill. Indeed, he had one in his possession. However, it was a treasured heirloom passed down from the Lu family's ancestors, intended for the day when a member of the Lu clan could reach the pinnacle of the spirit profound realm and subsequently use it to break through to the earth profound realm, soaring to new heights. He had always carried the barrier-breaking pill, cherishing it as a precious gem, planning to use it upon reaching the zenith of the spirit profound realm. Yet now, it had caught Duan Yang's attention. Lu Yuanshan gazed at Xiao Yun, recalling the deceased Lu Zhe and Lu Yanran, and a profound hatred surged within him. He gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, I agree. To capture Xiao Yun and avenge his children and kin, he was willing to pay any price. Lu Yuanshan flipped his palm, producing a jade vial emanating spiritual energy, within which lay a pristine, round pill. This is a 4th-grade barrier-breaking pill. Should Master Duan consume it at the pinnacle of the spirit profound realm, it will significantly enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the earth profound realm. As he spoke, his heart felt as though it were weeping. The stunning swan sword was gone, the purple gold pagoda was lost, and now even the barrier-breaking pill was at risk. Not to mention the safety of his treasury. This strike had left the Lu family on the brink of ruin. Ha ha ha, splendid. Master Lu, you truly possess a grand spirit. Duan Yang snatched the jade vial, his eyes gleaming with greedy fervor. The barrier-breaking pill. This is precisely what he needs at this moment. Although, given his status, he could find a way to acquire one, it would come at a considerable cost. Thus, he recalled the rumors he had once heard, and to his astonishment, it turned out that Lu Yuanshan indeed possessed one. With this breakthrough pill in hand, he now had a significant opportunity to ascend to the earth profound realm, advancing further in his journey. Truly, fortune favors me. Lu Yuanshan, feeling immense pain, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I implore you, Master Duan, to eliminate this wretched brat. The price has already been paid. It is time to reap the rewards. Ah, no rush. Duan Yang exclaimed excitedly as he opened the jade vial, retrieving the breakthrough pill and swallowing it whole. Once I ascend to the earth profound realm, dealing with this brat will be as effortless as crushing an ant. Ha ha ha. Duan Yang laughed heartily, then turned to Zhao Qingfeng and Lu Yuanshan, saying, You shall protect me. Afterward, you will be friends of Tianbao Tower. He was about to directly transcend to the earth profound realm. This would not only elevate his cultivation, but perhaps also enhance his standing within Tianbao Tower. Absolutely. Zhao Qingfeng nodded, recognizing that forging a good relationship with Duan Yang only held benefits for him. Although Lu Yuanshan was impatient to capture Xiao Yun, he had no alternative but to wait for Duan Yang to break through first. He turned to face Xiao Yun, his expression once again contorted with malice, sneering. You little beast, cherish your final moments. Soon you shall know what it means to suffer worse than death. However, at that moment, Xiao Yun's heart was overflowing with joy. For heaven's sake, you must succeed in your breakthrough. Chapter 30, Earth Profound Realm, and boom. A torrent of profound energy surged around Duan Yang, releasing an astonishing wave of power that radiated from him, his aura climbing steadily. What terrifying strength! Is this the commotion of breaking through to the earth profound realm? If memory serves, the Tianqi dynasty has never witnessed a powerhouse of the earth profound realm. We are witnessing history. In the imperial city, all gazes were filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy as they looked at Duan Yang. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wui. Xiao Yun. Once Master Duan achieves his breakthrough, your doom will be upon you. Lu Yuanshan laughed maniacally, as if victory was already within his grasp. What to do now? Woe is me, I do not wish to die. The members of the Xiao family turned pale at the words, a palpable atmosphere of despair enveloping each of them. Yunner, shall we take a chance? Xiao Wui suddenly inquired, transmitting a thought to Xiao Yun. Though unspoken, Xiao Yun understood immediately. The situation was already dire. And if Duan Yang were to successfully break through to the Earth Profound Realm, they would be left with no hope. Thus, Xiao Wui proposed to take a risk and launch a surprise attack on Duan Yang. At this moment, undoubtedly, Duan Yang was at his most vulnerable. If he were to perish, they would still have a chance. Before Xiao Yun could respond, Lu Yuanshan laughed again. Xiao Wui, are you contemplating a surprise attack on Master Duan at this juncture? Regrettably, this is nothing more than a daydream. Xiao Wui's heart plunged once more into the abyss. Lu Yuanshan, Zhao Qingfeng, and several others at the Spirit Profound Realm surrounded Duan Yang, their eyes fixed menacingly on both him and Xiao Yun. A successful ambush was utterly impossible. In essence, they had been sentenced to death. Grandfather, do not panic. I have my methods, Xiao Yun conveyed telepathically to Xiao Wui, feeling a sense of relief. An ambush? Why resort to such tactics? He would welcome Duan Yang's successful breakthrough. As soon as the latter ascended to the Earth Profound Realm, he could unleash the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle and swiftly eliminate Duan Yang. Was that not enticing? Alas, Duan Yang was on the verge of failure. Just then, someone exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Do not cause a ruckus. He hurriedly looked over to see Duan Yang's entire being erupting with profound energy, his expression contorted in agony. Just a hair's breadth away. Why was this happening? Although he had prepared thoroughly and had the barrier-breaking pill to assist him, at this critical juncture, he was still so close yet so far. Splendid. Xiao Wui rejoiced at the sight. This was undoubtedly good news for them. What an utter waste. Xiao Yun cursed vehemently. How could he fail with a pill in hand? Was this not the epitome of ineptitude? However, the crux of the matter remained. If Duan Yang's breakthrough failed, they would be doomed. At that moment, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stepped forward and declared loudly, Duan Yang, do not despair. Allow me to lend you my strength. With that, he waved his hand. Buzzing. A beam of light coalesced once more above the imperial city, transforming into pure profound energy that flowed continuously into Duan Yang's body. This was the power of the defensive formation. Zhao Qingfeng was harnessing the strength of the formation to supply Duan Yang with profound energy, aiding his breakthrough. Ha ha, Zhao Qingfeng. Once this is accomplished, I assure you, great rewards await. Duan Yang laughed heartily, rekindled with hope. With such an abundance of profound energy at his disposal, he was confident he could directly break through to the Earth Profound Realm. A smile graced Zhao Qingfeng's face as he remarked, Then I shall extend my early congratulations to you, Duan Yang. Although his actions would significantly deplete the power of the defensive formation, rendering it unusable for a time. What did it matter? As long as Duan Yang succeeded in his breakthrough, he would have provided timely assistance, and given their prior under-the-table dealings, he could seize the opportunity for substantial gain afterward. Ha ha ha, Earth Profound Realm, I have succeeded. Duan Yang suddenly laughed towards the heavens. A tremendous aura of profound energy sweeping across the surroundings. He had succeeded. He had successfully broken through to the Earth Profound Realm. He felt invincible, as if he could take on 10 opponents. Congratulations, Duan Yang. Zhao Qingfeng and Lu Yuanshan hurriedly offered their loud congratulations, realizing that if they did not flatter each other now, when would they? Congratulations, Master Duan, echoed throughout the imperial city. It was over. They were utterly finished. The heavens seemed to conspire against the Xiao family. The members of the Xiao clan were ashen-faced, and even Xiao Wui felt a sense of helplessness, as if he had aged decades in an instant. In the next moment, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Yunner, if we kill one more, we gain one more. We shall fight them to the end. He was resolute, prepared for a desperate battle. At that moment, Duan Yang approached amidst envious gazes, wearing a mocking smile. Master Lu, since I have utilized your breaking barrier pill, I shall now apprehend these members of the Xiao family and deliver them to you. Lu Yuanshan was elated. Thank you, Master Duan. He was finally poised to capture Xiao Yun. Not just Xiao Yun, but he intended for the entire Xiao family to pay the price. Duan Yang strode forward. brimming with pride. If you wish to struggle, feel free to come at me together. I am in the earthly profound realm. He felt invincible. Yinner, I shall take my leave first. Xiao Wui charged at Duan Yang with his blade drawn. Suddenly, Xiao Yun stepped forward to intercept him, saying, "There is no need for such trouble." With a swift motion of his arm, thousands of steel needles shot forth, aimed directly at Duan Yang. He had awaited this moment. With such pitiful attempts, do you think you can harm me? I shall now demonstrate the might of the earthly profound realm. Duan Yang, however, showed no intention of dodging. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Congeal, Duan Yang commanded. Immediately, a layer of armor formed around his body, forged from condensed profound energy. It was the profound energy armor. Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Qingfeng's eyes brightened. In the spiritual profound realm, one could infuse profound energy into weapons to enhance their lethality. Upon breaking through to the earthly profound realm, profound energy could manifest as a tangible force, creating profound energy armor that significantly bolstered one's defenses. Ha! Even if I stand here motionless, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest, Duan Yang declared triumphantly. Yet, in the next second, his laughter was abruptly silenced. He looked down to find his profound energy armor riddled with countless holes, blood oozing from the wounds. How is this possible? His pupils dilated in shock. Master Duan, I shall not see you off. Xiao Yun suddenly smiled at him. Duan Yang shot his gaze upward in terror, preparing to speak, only to see Xiao Yun clenching his fingers into a fist. Explode. In the blink of an eye, amidst the stunned gazes of all present, Duan Yang's body was obliterated, exploding into a shower of blood and flesh, leaving no trace behind. The earthly profound realm, extinguished. Chapter 31. A family must stand united. The world fell silent. The entire imperial city was hushed. Xiao Yun, I have come to rescue you. At that moment, a delicate voice pierced through the air. Xiao Yun turned to see none other than Mu Hongling rushing towards him, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of urgency. The moment she realized Xiao Yun was still alive, a wave of relief washed over her. Thank goodness. She had not arrived too late. Previously trapped by Duan Yang in a defensive array, she had exerted every ounce of strength to free herself and had rushed over without delay. Thankfully, Xiao Yun was still alive. There was still time. Xiao Yun, are you all right? Mu Hongling inquired as she reached him. You nearly got me killed. Xiao Yun replied with a sidelong glance. Let me explain. Mu Hongling began, knowing that Xiao Yun was likely harboring resentment, but she was suddenly taken aback. Why did the atmosphere feel so unsettling? She scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Duan Yang, prompting her to ask urgently, where is Duan Yang? The crowd remained silent, lost in a daze. Over there, Xiao Yun indicated ahead. Mu Hongling focused her gaze. But all she saw was a pool of indistinct flesh and blood, with no sign of a person. What do you mean by that? She questioned, bewildered. As she looked at Xiao Yun. As you can see, he is utterly beyond recognition, Xiao Yun replied calmly. What? What did you say? Mu Hongling exclaimed, her face pale with shock. She glanced once more at the pool of blood, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. She looked at Xiao Yun, then at the motionless crowd, all of whom appeared stunned. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a loud scream broke the silence. Duan Yang is dead. He was a master of the earth profound realm. He was killed in an instant? This is undoubtedly the fastest demise I have ever witnessed in a practitioner of the earth profound realm. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. A living individual had just perished. Moreover, this individual had recently broken through to the earth profound realm, brimming with vitality just moments ago as the master of Tianbao Tower. How could this be possible? Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Qingfeng, regaining their composure, exchanged trembling glances. Duan Yang had actually died. He had been slain by Xiao Yun using an unknown method. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted as she stared at Xiao Yun, momentarily at a loss for words. Duan Yang really was dead? And it appeared that Xiao Yun was the one responsible? Yunner, am I truly not dreaming? Xiao Wui's expression was stiff as he looked at Xiao Yun, his tone laced with incredulity. Duan Yang had perished just like that. It felt surreal. Certainly not. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, then turned to Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Qingfeng, his voice chilling. Now it is your turn. With that, he waved his hand. The immense purple-golden tower came crashing down once more. No, please no. Lu Yuanshan's face turned ashen. I was wrong. Spare me my life. In this instant, he truly regretted his actions. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Go join your children, for a family should be together in harmony. The purple gold pagoda descended heavily. Boom. The entire imperial city trembled violently. As Xiao Yun waved his hand once more, the pagoda rose, and Lu Yuanshan followed in Duan Yang's footsteps, crushed into a puddle of blood. Now it is your turn. Xiao Yun turned to Zhao Qingfeng. Xiao Yun, although I am unaware of the methods you employed to slay Duan Yang, surely such tactics cannot be used indefinitely? If you withdraw now, the Xiao family will rise to become the foremost among all. Zhao Qingfeng, suppressing his inner dread, spoke hurriedly while trying to muster the power of the defensive formation. Yet, the next moment, his face turned ashen. He had exhausted the formation's energy in aiding Duan Yang's breakthrough, leaving him utterly powerless now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and coolly replied, then why not give it a try and see if I can indeed continue to use it? With that, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Dozens of steel needles shot forth in an instant. This is bad. Zhao Qingfeng was struck with terror. It was these very needles that had slain Duan Yang in an instant. Flee! He did not hesitate, lacking even the courage to resist, and turned to run. Swish! At that moment, Xiao Yun also moved. A sword that determined life and death. A strike of unparalleled swiftness fell from above. Simultaneously, the multitude of steel needles struck Zhao Qingfeng, yet failed to inflict any harm. This is a ruse. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury. Now you too shall join them. Xiao Yun mocked with a smile, as the Jinghong's sword fell relentlessly. His rainstorm pear blossom needles could only be employed once. What he had thrown previously were mere ordinary steel needles, intended to disorient his opponent. You cannot kill me. My son is cultivating at Wanjian Mountain and has become a disciple of an elder. If you slay me, he will surely avenge my death. Zhao Qingfeng made one last desperate plea, but it was of no avail. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, Xiao Yun drew his sword, and a head soared into the air. Zhao Qingfeng has fallen. The same shock reverberated once more. After a long pause, a venerable eunuch cried out, His Majesty has passed away. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Yuanshan was dead, Duan Yang was dead, and now even Zhao Qingfeng had met his end. The previously assured situation had been completely overturned. We have won. We have triumphed. Ha ha ha. The young master is incredible. The young master is too fierce. The members of the Xiao family laughed joyously, overwhelmed with excitement. They had prepared for total annihilation, yet with Xiao Yun's intervention, the tide of battle had turned. It was as if a divine being had descended. However, amidst the jubilation, there were also those who mourned. The master is dead. Flee quickly. The emperor is also dead. Everyone run. The members of the Lu family and some royal individuals turned pale at this scene, hastily escaping in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the imperial city was left with only the numerous members of the Xiao family and the still dumbfounded Mu Hongling. My heavens! This is too ferocious. Mu Hongling gazed at Xiao Yun, her chest heaving, her face filled with horror. She had just discovered that it was indeed Xiao Yun who had killed Duan Yang. Moreover, he had slain Duan Yang, who had attained the earth-profound realm. It turns out her presence made no difference at all. She had been on edge all this way. But soon, she realized something. Her expression shifting as she looked at Xiao Yun and said, You have caused a tremendous disaster this time. It doesn't matter that Lu Yuanshan is dead. It doesn't matter that Zhao Qingfeng is dead. But the problem now is that Duan Yang is dead. Who is Duan Yang? The master of Tianbao Tower. A master of Tianbao Tower has actually been killed, and when the higher-ups of Tianbao Tower receive the news, Xiao Yun will undoubtedly face death. Chapter 32. She is my wife. The moon hung high, and the night was pleasant. My dear, I have returned. Xiao Yun returned to the Xiao family alone, sitting directly by the bed, gazing at the delicate, fair profile of Lu Rian. This scoundrel. Lu Rian felt a surge of anger. This fellow was surely going to lay his hands on her again. Yet, inexplicably, or perhaps growing accustomed to it, she found herself not overly repulsed. However, a heavy feeling settled in her heart. Something was amiss, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. At this moment, Xiao Yun not only bore dried blood, but also radiated a chilling, killing intent. What Xiao Yun said next ignited her fury. My dear, Lu Yuanshan and the others are dead. The three of us are whole. Lu Rian was taken aback. Lu Yuanshan is dead. What does this signify? It signifies that the Lu family is no more. How dare you? Lu Rian felt as if struck by lightning. As the matriarch of the Lu family, to think that her family had been annihilated, and the perpetrator sat beside her. It was utterly unforgivable. My dear, do you know? That old man Lu Yuanshan initially married you to me to use me to bring you fortune. Xiaoyan spoke to himself. So, in a fit of rage, I killed them, but they were not entirely wronged, for they sought to use me for your fortune. Furthermore, this time, I have also offended the master of Tianbao Tower. Had it not been for my hardiness, my dear, you would truly be a widow now. With that, Xiaoyan took Lu Rian's hand, still warm and increasingly tender. My dear, perhaps you will hate me, but I do not regret it. If I had not killed them, it would have been the Xiao family facing annihilation. Lu Rian, upon hearing this, remained unable to calm down. Infuriating. Truly infuriating. Once I awaken, it will be your demise. She was filled with rage, wishing to strike down Xiaoyan at that very moment. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a middle-aged man who strode in. He cast a glance at Lu Ruyin, who lay upon the bed, and addressed Xiaoyan, stating, "Young master, she can no longer remain." With that, he swiftly unsheathed a glimmering sword, its edge radiating a chilling light. If you are unwilling to take action, I shall do so on your behalf. The Lu family has been exterminated. If Lu Ruyin cannot awaken, then so be it. However, should she regain consciousness and learn of this calamity, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to eliminate her now, while the opportunity presents itself. Without turning around, Xiaoyan replied, "Elder, she is now my wife, and I shall not permit anyone to lay a finger upon her." The expression of the grand elder of the Xiao family stiffened. Yet, Xiaoyan abruptly inquired, "Is this your grandfather's intent?" The grand elder shook his head bitterly. "We, the elders, have conveyed our concerns to the family head, but he instructed us to unconditionally comply with your wishes." Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled. "Have I made myself sufficiently clear?" The grand elder opened his mouth, only to finally understand, and he quietly retreated from the room. Once again, the chamber was left with only Xiaoyan and Lu Ruyin. She was astonished that he did not take action. She had anticipated that Xiaoyan would unhesitatingly agree and seize the opportunity to eliminate her, ensuring no future threats. Yet, he had refused. "Regardless of what the Lu family has done, I know one thing. You are my wife now, and I shall not allow anyone to harm you," Xiaoyan declared with a sudden smile. "Once you awaken, should you wish to kill or maim me, I will, of course, not capitulate easily. Perhaps we shall find ourselves as adversaries then." With that, Xiaoyan leaned closer, slowly lowering his head to gently kiss Lu Ruyin's soft, tender lips. They were sweet and delightful. Ah, how infuriating. "Do you think this will earn my forgiveness?" Lu Ruyin's fury ignited, yet amidst her rage, a complex emotion unexpectedly blossomed within her heart. The following day, Mu Hongling arrived. "I did not intend to stand you up yesterday." Her first words upon entering were an attempt at explanation. "No need to say more," Xiaoyan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Although he understood that Mu Hongling had not acted with malice, in light of the previous day's events. Had Duan Yang not achieved a breakthrough to the earth-profound realm and subsequently been defeated by his own rain blossom needles, the outcome could have been vastly different, potentially endangering the entire Xiao family. He harbored resentment. "You." Mu Hongling stamped her foot, but recognizing her fault, she could only grit her teeth and inquire, "What would you have me do to make amends?" Xiaoyan regarded her with a piercing gaze. Does the esteemed Mu master often forget such matters? Upon hearing this, Mu Hongling was momentarily taken aback, as if a sudden thought had crossed her mind. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Very well, as we previously agreed. This time it is indeed my fault." With that, she puffed up her round chest and added, "Speak your mind. I am open to anything, even if it means offering myself in return." Xiaoyan smirked slightly. "Mu master, let us not forget that I am a married man. Even if you are willing, I may not necessarily agree." Mu Hongling was instantly amused and irritated. She had merely been jesting, yet this young lad took her seriously? How naive. "All right. You have two choices," she said suddenly, her expression turning serious as she extended two slender fingers. 1. Flee with the entire Xiao family. Run as far as you can and never return. 2. Seek a powerful ally. Xiao Wuyo and the members of the Xiao family exchanged glances, their faces grave, their earlier joy swiftly dissipating. Xiaoyan understood that Mu Hongling spoke the truth. He had killed Duan Yang, the master of Tianbao Tower, just yesterday. And with Zhao Qingfeng having a son training at Wanjian Mountain, the arrival of these two factions would spell disaster for the Xiao family. I have gathered evidence of Duan Yang colluding with Zhao Qingfeng to undermine Tianbao Tower's interests. I can provide an explanation to Tianbao Tower, but you must at least seek a strong ally to counter Wanjin Mountain. Xiaoyan fell into silence for a moment. What forces could stand against Wanjin Mountain? Mu Hongling smiled slightly at his inquiry. The region we inhabit is known as the North Spirit Domain, which comprises 3 major superpowers, one of which is Wanjin Mountain, primarily focused on the cultivation of swordsmanship. The other 2 superpowers are called Finching Gate and Longxiang Sect, both of which are on par with Wanjin Mountain in terms of strength. Mu Hongling felt a twinge of regret. Had Xiaoyan not killed Duan Yang, she would have genuinely wanted to recruit him into Tianbao Tower. She harbored a premonition that this young man was indeed a promising prospect. Unfortunately, should the higher-ups pursue the matter of Duan Yang's death, she could not guarantee Xiaoyan's safety. As Mu Hongling finished speaking, Xiao Weio stepped forward and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. Yuner, you are not alone. Do not bear too much pressure. Whatever choice you make, we believe in you. The members of the Xiao family echoed in agreement. The master speaks true. If not for the young master, we would have perished long ago. The young master has done exceptionally well. Whatever lies ahead, we shall face it together. Xiaoyan nodded. Finching Gate and Longxiang Sect. Thus, if he sought a powerful ally to counter Wanjin Mountain, he could only choose between these 2 sections. As for the first option that Mu Hongling had mentioned, it was utterly unrealistic. If the Xiao family were truly targeted by Tianbao Tower or Wanjin Mountain, where could they possibly flee? Rather than becoming hunted dogs, it was better to fight for a chance. Therefore, Xiaoyan turned to Mu Hongling and said, "Then I must trouble you, Mu Master, to take me to Finching Gate." The 2 formidable factions are situated at a considerable distance from one another, and relying solely on one's own legs would prove insufficient for the journey. However, the Tianbao Tower possesses a teleportation array, which can significantly reduce travel time. Chapter 33. The Treatment of a Genius. Buzzing. The teleportation array whirred into action. Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. This was still the Tianbao Tower, but not the one belonging to the Tianqi dynasty. It was a branch established in closest proximity to the Burning Sky Gate. After half a day's journey, Xiaoyan finally arrived at the Burning Sky Gate. He raised his gaze to behold the entire sect standing majestically amidst towering mountains, shrouded in mist, with its grand entrance exuding magnificence. "I hope all goes smoothly." Xiaoyan exhaled deeply and ascended the path. Along the way, he had heard of an event concerning the 3 major super sects, the Trisect Martial Assembly, set to occur in half a year. The Trisect Martial Assembly is a competition organized by the 3 superpowers of the Northern Spirit Domain, wherein their disciples engage in skillful combat, intertwining the interests of these formidable forces. This annual event draws significant attention, and even though it is still 6 months away, many are already abuzz with excitement. What people? As Xiaoyan arrived at the gate, he was surrounded by several young men and women clad in identical fiery red attire. "My name is Xiaoyan. I have come to join the Burning Sky Gate," he stated directly, recognizing the urgency of his situation. One lanky man scrutinized him and replied, "You wish to join us? I'm afraid our recruitment ceremony has yet to commence this year. You may wait and return later. Be gone where you came from." Xiaoyan smiled and countered, "I cannot afford to wait, and I require the mentorship of an elder. I kindly ask for your assistance in relaying this message. This is a token of my sincerity." With a flick of his wrist, a spatial ring appeared in his hand, containing over 100 medium-grade mysterious crystals. He simply could not afford to delay. With each passing day, the Xiao family faced greater peril, especially after he had slain the master of the Tianbao Tower. Merely joining the Burning Sky Gate would not suffice. He required an elder as a bulwark. Yet, as soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, the disciples of the Burning Sky Gate erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most entertaining of jokes. "Ha! What is he saying? He wishes to join us, and yet he audaciously claims he needs to be taken under an elder's wing. He truly sees himself as someone of importance. With his meager appearance, does he truly believe he can bribe us? Surely, there can't be more than a few low-grade mysterious crystals in there. This is utterly hilarious." After a chorus of derisive laughter, the lanky man swiped the spatial ring from Xiaoyan's hand, declaring, "I don't care whether you have time. Hurry and leave. Or do not blame us for being unkind." Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. Since the soft approach had failed, it seemed he would have to resort to a firmer stance. "Who is the strongest among you?" he inquired, directing his gaze at the disciples of the burning sky gate. "I am." A gaunt man stepped forward and scoffed. "I am at the 3rd level of the Lingxian realm. I wonder what level this so-called genius possesses." He emphasized the word genius with palpable derision. "I am at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm," Xiao Yun replied, his expression unwavering. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was about to become the subject of further ridicule. "Haha, I expected something formidable. With such cultivation, even becoming an outer disciple is a stretch, and yet you dare to aspire to become a disciple of an elder? It seems you are merely daydreaming." As anticipated, the onlookers from the Fiancée sect erupted into laughter. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yun moved. His speed was not particularly swift. He simply aimed a punch at the gaunt man of the Lingxian 3rd level. "You are courting death," the man bellowed in outrage. "How dare a mere 5th-level Tongxian cultivator strike at him?" He retaliated with a punch of his own, fully intent on teaching Xiao Yun a lesson. If an ordinary 5th-level Tongxian cultivator were struck by his fist, they would surely be incapacitated, if not killed outright. This kid is doomed. The spectators from the Fiancée sect smirked. Bang! The two fists collided, and just as the gaunt man relished his victory, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his hand. Before he could comprehend the situation, Xiao Yun's fist had overwhelmed him, mere inches from his throat. One step closer, and he would meet his demise. What is happening? The faces of the onlookers turned to shock. This was not what they had envisioned. The gaunt man was both astonished and enraged. Xiao Yun retracted his fist and offered a slight smile, just a little jest. "Now, could you kindly deliver my message?" The gaunt man nodded fervently. Of course, of course. He was no fool. After being bested by Xiao Yun's punch, he realized that Xiao Yun was anything but ordinary. He might indeed be a genius. This situation required immediate notification. Thus, the gaunt man quickly adopted a more amiable demeanor and awkwardly addressed Xiao Yun, "My esteemed brother." "Please wait a moment." Xiao Yun cast him a sidelong glance. "I preferred your earlier, more defiant attitude." The man, embarrassed, shuffled his feet. "I was being foolish." With that, he hurried up the mountain. Xiao Yun waited patiently, while the remaining disciples of the Fiancée sect dared not underestimate him any longer. In fact, they began to regret their earlier contempt. Defeating a 3rd-level Lingxian cultivator as a 5th-level Tongxian was nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps he could truly become a disciple of an elder. If Xiao Yun sought vengeance, they would be in grave peril. As this thought crossed their minds, their faces turned pale. Before long, the gaunt man returned in haste, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. "Greetings, Elder Wang." The disciples of the Fiancée sect bowed their heads in unison. Elder Wang, there he was. The emaciated man promptly pointed at Xiao Yun. The Elder Wang turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun and inquired, "Is it you who wishes to join my Fiancée sect and seek me as your mentor?" Xiao Yun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I heard that the tri-sect martial arts competition will commence in 6 months. If I join the Fiancée sect, I will strive to achieve an excellent result." This statement was rather audacious. The tri-sect martial arts competition is the grandest event among the 3 major sects of the North Spirit domain, where only the most exceptional talents are permitted to participate. Attaining a commendable outcome is no trivial feat, however. Given Xiao Yun's prior performance, no one harbored any doubts, and many even held unwavering faith in his capabilities. Elder Wang scrutinized Xiao Yun with keen interest. The previously emaciated man had already briefed him on the situation, and a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in his eyes. Defeating a practitioner at the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound realm while being at the 5th level of the Profound Understanding realm is a talent that would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Fiancée sect. If he could accept Xiao Yun as his disciple and the latter truly excels in the upcoming competition, it would undoubtedly be an enormous boon for him. Thus, Elder Wang nodded and declared, "In that case, you shall henceforth be my disciple. Come with me." With that, he turned and walked away. The onlookers were filled with envy. They could hardly believe it had truly succeeded. Such is the privilege afforded to a genius. Yet, Xiao Yun did not hastily follow. He spoke up, "Not long ago, I killed the master of the Tianbao Tower and a disciple of the Wanjin Mountain. My primary reason for joining the Fiancée sect is to seek protection for myself and my family." Elder Wang's steps abruptly halted. He turned back to scrutinize Xiao Yun anew, asking, "You managed to slay a master of the Tianbao Tower?" Xiao Yun nodded. A sudden silence enveloped Elder Wang. He was in a state of hesitation. Was it worth the risk? The Fiancée sect is one of the 3 superpowers of the North Spirit domain and would not be overly concerned about the Wanjian Mountain. However, they are incomparable to the Tianbao Tower, a force that spans the entire continent. If Xiao Yun indeed killed a master of the Tianbao Tower, accepting him into the Fengshen sect could potentially incite the wrath of the tower. Was Xiao Yun truly worth such a gamble? Ultimately, Elder Wang turned once more. You may leave. The Fengshen sect will not accept you. Chapter 34. Destroy what cannot be obtained. Elder Wang had declined. He deemed Xiao Yun unworthy. Although Xiao Yun was a rare talent, he paled in comparison to the Tianbao Tower. Opting not to accept Xiao Yun meant that he could treat today's events as if they had never transpired. However, had he chosen to accept Xiao Yun and the Tianbao Tower sought retribution, the entire Fengshen sect would suffer the consequences. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. I understand. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yun turned and departed. Having been rejected, there was no need for further insistence. Until Xiao Yun departed, this audacious fellow had the audacity to slay the master of Tianbao Tower. Such gall. No wonder he sought refuge here. Yet, he was rebuffed by Elder Wang. It won't be long before he faces retribution from Tianbao Tower upon his return. The onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, and those who had mocked Xiao Yun earlier exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Elder Wang abruptly turned around and addressed a man trailing behind him. Huang Jiang, take a few men and deal with him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Elder Wang, why? They were filled with confusion. Elder Wang snorted coldly. Having denied that brat, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and may return for vengeance. It is better to eradicate him now, thus aiding Tianbao Tower in the process. The crowd soon grasped the logic. Indeed, Xiao Yun is a prodigy. If he were to escape this peril, he could become a troublesome adversary in the future. To eliminate him now would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Master is indeed sagacious. Huang Jiang flattered, then waved his hand. Including the previously emaciated man, 6 individuals swiftly pursued the direction in which Xiao Yun had departed. Remember, leave no survivors, Elder Wang instructed. A cold smirk gracing his features. Huang Jiang, his disciple, had already surpassed the 7th level of Spirit Profound Realm. And with 5 disciples from the Burning Heavens sect assisting him, the boy was as good as dead. An unparalleled genius? If one cannot possess him, then one shall annihilate him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun retraced his steps. It seemed he would have to try his luck at the Longxiang sect. He had not harbored great hopes upon his arrival, so he did not feel particularly disheartened at this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yun halted. He glanced back, a frigid killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you have followed me, why hide in the shadows? As his voice echoed, 6 fiery figures leapt out from behind, encircling him completely. It appears you are eager to meet your demise. Huang Jiang stepped forward, a mocking expression on his face. Did Elder Wang send you to kill me? Xiao Yun inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Indeed. Huang Jiang advanced a step. Do you have any final words? Xiao Yun smiled. It seems I should thank him, otherwise I could hardly have imagined that my master would be such a scoundrel. To refuse is one thing, but to send someone to kill me is indicative of his true character. Huang Jiang's fury ignited. You dare insult my master? I shall ensure you have no place to be buried. The previously defeated, emaciated man stepped forward, his voice cold. That punch you dealt me, I shall return it to you now. If Xiao Yun were to become the disciple of Elder Wang, he would surely be eager to please. However, now, Elder Wang has personally commanded them to eliminate Xiao Yun, and he can finally exact his revenge. Xiao Yun gazed at the members of the Burning Sky sect, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you truly possess such confidence in your ability to slay me? The 6 men burst into uproarious laughter. Youngster, I acknowledge your talent. But Brother Huang Jiang is at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Do you truly believe you can resist? The emaciated man scoffed disdainfully. He admitted that, at the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he could not contend with Xiao Yun, yet Huang Jiang was a full rank superior, akin to crushing an ant underfoot with ease. Then by all means, do attempt it. Xiao Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Attempt it we shall, Huang Jiang exclaimed, unleashing his profound energy, before striking towards Xiao Yun with blinding speed. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yun did not flinch or evade. Just as everyone assumed Xiao Yun was doomed, he suddenly flipped his palm, and a dark purple flag materialized before him. Emperor's banner, heed my call. As Xiao Yun's voice echoed, the Emperor's banner erupted with an immense force of attraction. What is this? Huang Jiang's expression shifted, but before he could react, he was instantly drawn into the Emperor's banner. A cacophony of anguished cries soon followed. Within the confines of the emperor's banner, Huangjiang was consumed by raging flames. Swiftly reduced to a pool of blood, his bones obliterated. Indeed, a mere test has led to demise. What just transpired? The remaining 5 disciples of the Burning Sky sect stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that a genius disciple at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound realm had vanished in an instant. How could they possibly engage in combat now? It is now your turn. Xiaoyan offered them a faint smile. Run. This lad is peculiar. He has slain Brother Huangjiang. We must hasten back to inform Elder Wang. The 5, stricken with panic, turned to flee. Since we have come this far, there is no need to depart. Xiao Yun's voice turned frigid as he swiftly pursued them, activating the Emperor's banner once more. The formidable force of attraction surged again. No, please spare my life. In an instant, the 5 were also drawn into the Emperor's banner, their cries echoing momentarily before silence enveloped the world once more. Remarkably, none of the 6 had contributed to the upgrade of the Emperor's banner. It appears I shall need to utilize it more frequently in the future, Xiaoyan mused. It seems that the Emperor's banner remains quite effective. Had I personally dealt with these 6, it may have required far more effort. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Burning Sky sect, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Elder Wang, is it? You best prepare yourself. If the opportunity arises, I shall exact my vengeance. While he could understand their refusal to acquiesce to his requests, given the weighing of pros and cons is a natural human inclination, their subsequent attempt to bring about his demise is an irreparable enmity. Soon, Xiao Yun retraced his steps and returned to the Tianbao Tower, where he immediately spotted Mu Hongling, who had evidently been waiting for him. How did it go? She inquired as she approached him. They refused, Xiao Yun replied, shaking his head. Mu Hongling was not surprised. After all, it was quite reasonable for the Burning Heaven sect to refrain from offending the Tianbao Tower. Do you still intend to visit the Dragon Elephant sect? Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Xiao Yun. Absolutely, he affirmed without hesitation. As long as there remained even a glimmer of hope, he would not easily concede defeat. That is good to hear. Suddenly, Mu Hongling smiled. The Dragon Elephant sect is a sworn enemy of the 10,000 Sword Mountain, and they are irreconcilable foes. Furthermore, the Dragon Elephant sect primarily focuses on physical cultivation, making it the most suitable place for you. A spark of realization ignited in Xiao Yun's eyes. The Dragon Elephant sect was indeed the arch-nemesis of the 10,000 Sword Mountain. This meant that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If Mu Hongling had informed him earlier, he would have gone to the Dragon Elephant sect first. You never asked, she replied playfully, winking at him. Without further ado, Xiao Yun soon vanished once more using the teleportation array. Chapter 35, The Chaotic Bell. Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Sword Mountain, a young man glared at the letter in his hand, rage twisting his features. Xiao Clan. Xiao Yun, I shall personally slaughter you all. He was none other than Zhao Qing, the crown prince of the Tianqi dynasty. He had recently become a disciple of an elder at the 10,000 Sword Mountain, with plans to return to the Tianqi dynasty in a grand manner. However, he never anticipated that before he could return, the entire royal family would be decimated. Many had perished, while others had fled. Even his own father had been murdered. I swear, I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. Zhao Qing roared to the heavens, then strode directly into the grand hall. Upon seeing a white-haired elder within, the ferocity on his face vanished, replaced by a tone of utmost respect. Master, I have encountered some matters at home and must take my leave for a time. The elder opened his eyes. Very well, he replied succinctly. Thank you, master. However, just as Zhao Qing prepared to turn and depart, the elder spoke again. I recall you mentioning that the most beautiful woman in the Tianqi dynasty, despite being over 1,000 years old, still possesses great charm? Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed mentioned Lu Ruyan in passing, but he had not expected his master to remember. Indeed, master, the Lu clan's matriarch is truly exquisite, rivaling even the most beautiful women of our sect. A glint of interest flashed in the elder's eyes as he stroked his grizzled beard, chuckling. Zhao Qing, I happen to be in need of a woman by my side. Would you like me to find you a wife? Though posed as a question, Zhao Qing discerned the underlying implication. The elder harbored a desire for the Lu clan's matriarch. The elder, despite his age, remained vigorous, and it would be the greatest honor of her life for the Lu clan's matriarch to catch his eye. Zhao Qing hastily ingratiated himself, proclaiming that his esteemed master was an elder of the 10,000 Sword Mountain. He had exerted considerable effort to become his disciple, and the opportunity to curry favor with him was most welcome. Ha ha ha, since my disciple has matters at home, I shall accompany him on this journey. The elderly man with white hair chuckled contentedly, his murky eyes gleaming with a hint of avarice. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in the company of women, and this presented a perfect opportunity to behold the beauty of the so-called first beauty. If she proved to be delightful, he would surely seize the chance to indulge himself. Perhaps fortune might even smile upon him in his old age with a child. Zhao Qing was instantly elated. Thank you, master. Initially, he had intended to return with a few companions to deal with Xiao Yun and the Xiao family. But now his master would accompany him. This left no room for doubt. Xiao Yun and the entire Xiao family were destined for annihilation. Xiao Yun, having traversed the teleportation array of the Heavenly Treasure Tower and journeyed for half a day, finally arrived at the gates of the Dragon Elephant sect. Brother Su, there are people approaching. A group of men and women clad in identical black robes stood at the entrance, engaged in jovial conversation. However, upon noticing Xiao Yun, they fell silent and gravitated towards him. Young man, this is the Dragon Elephant sect. What brings you here? A stout man at the forefront inquired. Xiao Yun observed him, noting his fair complexion and the amusing way his flesh jiggled as he spoke. I am Xiao Yun, and I have come to join the Dragon Elephant sect and seek the tutelage of an elder. As anticipated, the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, reminiscent of their earlier reception at the Burning Heaven Gate. Su Lang chuckled. You have arrived too early. Our recruitment period has yet to commence. You may return in 2 months. 2 months was a wait he could not afford. Esteemed seniors, I truly have pressing matters. Please inform me of the process to become a disciple of an elder, or allow me to meet with your higher-ups. Xiao Yun stated with unwavering composure. Yet, the members of the Dragon Elephant sect paid him little heed, gazing at him with a look of bemusement. How could one expect to become a disciple of an elder upon arrival? Suddenly, Su Lang, with a grin, remarked, Young man, since you are so eager, I shall offer you a path forward. He gestured towards a large black bell at the entrance. If you can ring that bell, I assure you, you will meet our sect's higher-ups. Xiao Yun focused his gaze on the bell, which stood about 10 feet tall, its surface a profound black, yet seemingly unremarkable. Is this true? Xiao Yun inquired, looking towards the others. It must be taken seriously, Su Lang replied, narrowing his eyes. However, the condition is that you are not permitted to use any mystical power. You must rely solely on your physical strength to ring it. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you can strike the bell, you may do as you wish. We assure you, we shall not hinder you. Yet, Xiao Yun discerned the frivolous expressions and gleeful glances of the onlookers, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, Xiao Yun approached the imposing black bell, although he suspected there was a hidden trick to it, and that ringing the bell would not be a simple task. Time was fleeting, and he felt compelled to attempt it regardless. This lad is truly foolish. If he were to succeed in ringing the chaos bell, not only would he not merely be accepted under the elders, but there would be even grander prospects awaiting him. That is undoubtedly impossible. The group observed Xiao Yun with expressions of amusement, clearly skeptical of his ability to resonate the chaos bell. Xiao Yun stood before the bell, his face devoid of emotion as he extended a hand, channeling his energy into his dantian before unleashing a powerful punch. This strike bore no mystical force. It was purely the might of his ancient sacred body. Bang! His fist struck the chaos bell squarely. In an instant, a deep, resonant power radiated outward, yet astonishingly. The chaos bell emitted no sound, nor did it tremble in the slightest. I knew it. Boy, do not harbor such delusions. The chaos bell cannot be rung without mystical energy. Countless individuals have tried to strike this bell, yet none have succeeded. Do not waste your efforts. The members of the Dragon Elephant sect chimed in, having anticipated this outcome. Su Lang approached, patting Xiao Yun on the shoulder, saying, All right, lad. Do not say we haven't given you a chance. But before he could finish his sentence, dong, 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 an enchanting chime suddenly resonated. The crowd fell into stunned silence. They hurriedly glanced at the chaos bell, assuming Xiao Yun had employed mystical energy for a second strike, only to realize he had not moved at all. How could this be possible? Su Lang gasped in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Xiao Yun turned to face the crowd. Is it truly so difficult to ring it without mystical energy? Chapter 36. The Dragon Elephant Sect. Dong dong. Dong. The bell's sound echoed throughout the forest. All present were utterly astonished. You. Su Lang looked at Xiao Yun in sheer horror, as though he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, rendered speechless. By heaven, it seemed he genuinely had not used any mystical energy. This is impossible. Many had previously asserted that the chaos bell could not be rung without mystical energy. Su Lang swallowed hard. Could you, perhaps, strike it once more? Xiao Yun nodded. Certainly. He delivered another powerful punch to the chaos bell. This time, everyone widened their eyes, observing clearly that Xiao Yun had not used an ounce of mystical energy. The resounding chime of the bell echoed once more, causing the expressions of the gathered crowd to shift dramatically. Unbelievably, he had truly struck the chaos bell. Waves of incredulity rippled through the onlookers. Although Xiao Yun was puzzled by the astonishment displayed by these individuals, he recognized the urgency of the moment and turned to Su Lang, inquiring, "May I now meet the upper echelons of the Dragon Elephant Sect?" Su Lang, regaining his composure, nodded fervently. "Indeed, yes. I shall report this at once." With that, he dashed up the mountain, his voice filled with desperate urgency. "Brothers, this is grave news. Someone has struck the chaos bell. Someone has struck the chaos bell." Xiao Yun, bemused, thought to himself, is it really such a big deal just to ring a bell? Yet, as he surveyed the faces of those who remained, he noticed that while the female disciples were simply astonished, some male disciples exhibited not just shock, but also envy and resentment. What kind of gaze was that? "Su Lang, why the commotion? It's merely a bell being struck. Why all the excitement?" He chuckled. I believe he is lost in a daydream, chasing after unrealistic aspirations. On the mountain, many disciples of the Dragon Elephant Sect began to mock. Su Lang collapsed onto the square, his expression one of utter despair. That lad struck the chaos bell without using any profound energy. Upon hearing this, the entire square fell silent. What? The crowd erupted in a frenzy. "Su Lang, surely you jest." Many were still unwilling to accept this revelation. "It is indeed true. That young man is down the mountain." Su Lang, seemingly recalling something, lamented with a sorrowful visage. In no time, the news of someone striking the chaos bell without employing profound energy spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Elephant Sect, creating waves of excitement. "Do not panic, follow me." Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe appeared on the square. It is the Grand Elder. The appearance of the Grand Elder sent ripples through the crowd. The gray-robed figure strode forward, and more disciples of the Dragon Elephant Sect hurried down the mountain, the throng growing ever larger. At the mountain's base, Xiao Yun looked up, taken aback by the sheer number of people. A vast multitude was rapidly approaching, led by the gray-robed man. The male disciples cast glances filled with animosity towards him, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was the situation here? The Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect scrutinized Xiao Yun and inquired, "Are you the one who wishes to join our Dragon Elephant Sect, and who struck the chaos bell without the use of profound energy?" Xiao Yun cupped his hands respectfully. "Yes, it is I. I have come seeking refuge from the Dragon Elephant Sect after having slain the master of Tianbao Tower. In exchange, I assure you that I will secure a commendable position for our sect in the upcoming martial arts competition among the 3 sects in 6 months." He spoke directly, clearly stating his purpose while demonstrating his worth. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect furrowed his brow upon hearing the words. "You actually killed a master of the Tianbao Tower?" Yet, no one witnessed the event. And as he spoke, a strange glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. "Father, there must be no more unforeseen events at this moment. The saintess can only be mine." Beside the Grand Elder, a youth clad in black cast a resentful glance at Xiao Yun, his teeth clenched as he transmitted his thoughts. "What utter nonsense." The Grand Elder subtly nodded, then suddenly admonished Xiao Yun with a loud voice. "You dare to spout such fabrications before me." The crowd was instantly taken aback. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. "You merely seek to deceive us by claiming to have offended the Tianbao Tower, hoping to seek refuge under the auspices of my Dragon Elephant Sect. Such audacity." After he spoke, a stir arose among the crowd. "So that's how it is. I was wondering how he could possibly ring the chaos bell. What a brazen lad, attempting to deceive even our Dragon Elephant Sect." Xiao Yun looked at the elder and explained, "I indeed sought the protection of the Dragon Elephant Sect, but I did not employ any illusions. If you do not believe me, I can strike the bell once more. However, Just as he prepared to strike again, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect coldly interjected, "No need. I am not interested in knowing what illusions you have conjured. But if you continue to create a scene here, do not blame me for being impolite. As for the martial arts assembly of the three sects, my esteemed Dragon Elephant sect does not require the input of an outsider like you." Xiao Yun's brow knitted together. Ding. Detection of someone questioning the host's abilities. Please make the following choice. The system had returned. Choice 1. Endure humiliation and continue to explain, pleading for the other party's acceptance. A cowardly choice with no rewards. Choice 2. Erupt in anger, pointing a finger at the other party and cursing, then publicly proving your abilities. A bold choice, but ultimately futile. Rewarded with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Tongxian. Choice 3. Turn and walk away. You disregard me now, but I shall ensure you cannot reach me in the future. A wise decision, rewarded with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Tongxian. Xiao Yun exhaled deeply. I choose the third option. He glanced at the Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, but remained silent, then turned to leave. Since the other party held him in such disdain, there was no need to continue the conversation. As for the first and second choices presented by the system, he had no hesitation whatsoever. Enduring humiliation? Apologies, he could not bear it. Proving himself? Apologies, it was unnecessary. He had discerned that the Grand Elder was evidently targeting him. So no matter his actions, the outcome would remain unchanged. It was far more straightforward to simply walk away, especially since the third option would allow him to directly advance to the 9th layer of Tongxian. Why not seize the opportunity? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Reward. Cultivation level of the 9th layer of Tongxian. As the figure of Xiao Yun departed, a faint smirk appeared on the face of the young man clad in black beside the Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect. To vie for the saintess with me? A futile dream. At this moment, no unforeseen circumstances must arise. Chapter 37. I must find you. Am I truly being deceived by an illusion? Su Lang murmured uncertainly. Yet, he had witnessed it clearly. Xiao Yun had struck the chaos bell twice, without employing any profound energy. I speak the truth. The Grand Elder shot him a glare, causing Su Lang to shrink back, silenced by the reprimand. The Grand Elder then addressed the crowd with a nonchalant air. Enough, he is merely a jester. Disperse at once. The assembly promptly scattered. However, at that very moment, a youthful and radiant figure suddenly emerged into view. It was a woman, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her flowing hair cascaded over her pristine white gown, her skin fair and delicate, and particularly, her long legs exposed to the air drew the gaze irresistibly. She exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a water lily, pure and unsullied, as if a celestial being had descended, exuding an aura of both coolness and elegance. The saintess. The crowd's breath caught in their throats. She was none other than the saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect, the daughter of its leader, Su Qingyu. What has transpired just now? The woman inquired softly, her voice melodious and clear. Esteemed saintess, a young man struck the chaos bell without utilizing profound energy. But the Grand Elder claims he employed an illusion. Su Lang quickly bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. The beauty of the saintess was overwhelming. To gaze upon her too long felt sacrilegious. What? Su Qingyu exclaimed in shock. She turned to the Grand Elder, asking, Grand Elder, why was I not informed of such a significant matter? The Grand Elder initially shot a stern look at Su Lang before maintaining his composure and replying, I personally investigated, and that young man resorted to an illusion to deceive us. Such antics are not uncommon, hence I did not wish to disturb the saintess. The young man in black coldly interjected, Indeed, Qingyu, there are always those who aspire to grasp what is beyond their reach. It is hardly worth your concern. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances, his eyes betraying a burning desire and greed. She is truly mesmerizing. I long to possess her completely. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded. Qingyu, why did you strike me? His eyes now appeared considerably clearer. I will not permit you to insult the one capable of ringing the chaos bell. Su Qingyu replied coolly, then continued her inquiry. Where is he now? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. That young man has offended the heavenly treasure tower and dares to seek our protection. I have already sent him away. He emphasized the mention of the heavenly treasure tower, intending to draw Su Qingyu's attention. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Su Qingyu vanished from her spot, hastening down the mountain. How infuriating! The young man in black was instantly consumed by rage. Su Qingyu had actually struck herself for another man. Rest assured, she cannot escape. The Grand Elder communicated telepathically, his eyes glinting with cold light. On her way, Su Qingyu bit her crimson lips. Could it truly be him? 3 years prior, while journeying, she encountered an enlightened monk and, by a twist of fate, inquired about her destined partner. Yet the monk did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he gifted her a chaos bell and told her that whoever could ring it without employing any mystical power would be her true soulmate. Thus, Su Qingyu declared throughout the Northern Spirit Domain that anyone who could ring the chaos bell without using mystical energy would have her hand in marriage. In the ensuing 3 years, countless individuals came forth to attempt ringing the bell, at least 80,000, if not 100,000, nearly trampling the threshold of the Dragon Elephant sect. Yet all ultimately failed. Furthermore, some concluded that it was altogether impossible to ring the chaos bell without mystical energy, casting doubt on the monk's words. Yet now, someone had succeeded. I must find you. Su Qingyu's gaze was resolute. Even if the other party had employed trickery, she was determined to seek the truth herself. Upon departing the Dragon Elephant sect, Xiao Yun retraced his steps back to the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Could it be that even the Dragon Elephant sect was unwilling? Observing the expression on Xiao Yun's face, Mu Hongling inquired gravely. Yes, Xiao Yun nodded. The single word that escaped his lips thickened the atmosphere between them, prompting Mu Hongling to fall silent as well. It had been several days since Xiao Yun set out for the Burning Sky sect, and both the higher-ups of the Heavenly Treasure Tower and those from the 10,000 Swords Mountain were likely already en route. Yet now, both the Burning Sky sect and the Dragon Elephant sect had turned them down. This undoubtedly pushed Xiao Yun and the Xiao family to a dead end. Do not worry. I will think of another way. It was my promise to you that I failed to fulfill. This time, I will do my utmost. Mu Hongling comforted, guilt-ridden. Had she been able to assist Xiao Yun earlier, perhaps they would not be in such a predicament now. Each must bear their own burdens. If the situation becomes dire, I hope you can offer protection to the Xiao family, Xiao Yun said. Mu Hongling bit her lips tightly. She understood that Xiao Yun was prepared to fight to the death. However, before she could finish her thought, a furious shout erupted from outside. Xiao Yun, come out here at once. A booming voice resonated unexpectedly. Peering outside, Xiao Yun's expression darkened considerably. There stood Zhao Qing and an elderly man with white hair, blocking the entrance of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, while Xiao Wuyo and the still slumbering Lu Rian had somehow been taken captive by them. Ha ha, Xiao Yun. Finally, I have caught you. Zhao Qing glared at Xiao Yun, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Upon his return, he made a beeline for the Xiao family, effortlessly breaching their defensive formation with the aid of his master. He subsequently captured both Xiao Wuyo and the still slumbering Lu Rian. Upon learning that Xiao Yun was at the Tianbao Tower, he hastened there, intent on personally slaying him to alleviate his pin-up rage. Yuner, do not concern yourself with us. Flee at once. Xiao Wuyo shouted anxiously, despair etched across his face. The white-haired elder, a member of the Wanjin Mountain, had shattered their defenses with a mere flick of his wrist, leaving him devoid of hope. Release them. Xiao Yun stepped forward, his voice frigid. Release them? You can hardly safeguard your own life, and yet you dare to dream. Zhao Qing scoffed contemptuously. His gaze, laced with provocation, bore down on Xiao Yun. Today, not only will you and that old relic perish, but your newlywed ancestor from the Lu family will soon become my master's wife. Ha ha. The elder's face twisted into a lecherous grin. This beauty is indeed captivating. It would be a shame for you, a mere lad, to tarnish her. But from this moment forth, she will be mine. His eyes gleamed with greed and excitement as he beheld Lu Rian's exquisite features and voluptuous form. This woman is truly a rare gem. As an elder of Wanjin Mountain, he had encountered numerous beauties, yet none compared to Lu Rian. His trip here was undeniably worthwhile. He was already impatient to indulge in a night of passion. Damn that old fool. Once I awaken, I shall ensure that everyone pays with their lives. Lu Rian seethed, her fury palpable. Although Xiao Yun was relatively young, he was not without his charms. She could consider it a case of an old cow grazing on tender grass, and thus, not entirely a loss. Yet now, a man on the brink of the grave dared to harbor such impure thoughts about her. This infuriated her beyond measure. However, with several days remaining until her awakening, during which she possessed no means of resistance, she feared that if this old wretch succeeded, she would lose her mind. In that moment, a desperate thought crossed her mind. Even if she had to relinquish herself to Xiao Yun, she could not allow this old man to succeed. Chapter 38. The Inspector of Tianbao Tower. I shall reiterate, release them. Xiao Yun advanced step by step, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. And as a crisp sword melody resounded, the Jinghong sword was drawn in an instant. Humph. Do you dare to show your bravado before me with your mere Xianjing 9th level cultivation? Zhao Qing sneered derisively. Boom. His spiritual power erupted, revealing a formidable realm at the 6th level of Lingxian. I shall slay you now, avenging my father and the others. Zhao Qing cackled menacingly, ready to draw his sword and strike at Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Mu Hongling stepped forward, positioning herself before Xiao Yun. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Qing and the elder from Wanjin Mountain, her voice steady and commanding. Do not forget, this is Tianbao Tower. Do you truly wish to act recklessly on my territory? Zhao Qing halted in his tracks. The white-haired elder was visibly displeased by the situation. Although the 10,000 Swords Mountain couldn't afford to offend the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, this was merely an insignificant branch of the establishment. Yet they dared to obstruct him nonetheless. Master, what should we do now? Zhao Qing asked with deep reluctance. If Mu Hongling truly intended to protect Xiao Yun, he truly wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. The white-haired elder suddenly smiled faintly and remarked, naturally, we must respect the prestige of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Yet in the next breath, his tone shifted subtly. However, if we were to eliminate someone unrelated to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion here, surely they would have no grounds to interfere, would they? Zhao Qing suddenly comprehended with a burst of laughter. Ha! Xiao Yun, since you so relish cowering behind women, I shall first dispatch this old fool. Watch closely with your eyes wide open. Having spoken, he acted without hesitation. Perish! With a single stroke of his blade, he aimed for Xiao Wuya's neck. Yunner, flee swiftly. Xiao Wuya cried out in despair before closing his eyes in resignation. Swish! A sudden gust of wind arose with a resounding clang. The blades clashed with fierce intensity, causing Zhao Qing's sword to be deflected. Yet, he chuckled with delight, proclaiming, Ha ha! You brought this upon yourself, so you cannot blame me. Before me stood Xiao Yun, having successfully deflected the sword aimed at Xiao Wuya by Zhao Qing. However, in doing so, he had also ventured beyond the confines of Tianbao Tower. You brat, meet your demise. Zhao Qing seized the opportunity and unleashed his sword. Xiao Yun, quickly evade. Xiao Wuyo and Mu Hongling's expressions shifted drastically. Zhao Qing possessed the formidable cultivation of the 6th realm of Lingxian, and it was highly probable that Xiao Yun would not be his match. The wise old man chuckled coldly upon witnessing the scene. Does this young upstart, lurking in a corner, dare to challenge me? A single sentence can render the other party utterly obliterated. The flash of the sword gleamed and vanished. Swish! Blood gushed forth in a frenzied torrent. Zhao Qing's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his gaze, realizing that he had only just raised his sword. Yet Xiao Yun's blade had already pierced through his heart. He was about to speak, exclaiming in disbelief. Xiao Yun uttered a string of profanities without hesitation. A family should stay together, he sneered with chilling benevolence. Allow me to reunite you with them in the underworld. The air hissed with sinister laughter. In the blink of an eye, the gleaming blade in Xiao Yun's hands danced with lightning speed. Left hand, right hand, left leg, right leg, with 4 consecutive sword strikes. Zhao Qing's limbs were severed one after another, leaving nothing but his torso and a solitary head. Aya! Zhao Qing let out agonizing screams. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of pain. Yet in his current state, even the possibility of escape was cruelly denied to him. Swoosh! Another sword beam slashed forth, sending Zhao Qing's severed head flying through the air. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash, instantly reduced to a headless corpse, annihilated beyond recognition. The white-haired elder and Mu Hongling were utterly astonished, to the point that they had yet to comprehend the situation. He remains as formidable as ever, murmured Mu Hongling. Her crimson lips lightly concealed behind delicate fingers, her captivating eyes shimmering with admiration. My dear disciple, the white-haired elder was consumed by fury. How dare you slay a disciple of my 10,000 Swords Mountain? The fact that his own pupil had been brutally murdered right before his eyes was an inconceivable scenario he had never anticipated. Perish now. He struck towards Xiao Yun with a formidable palm, an overwhelming sense of profound energy emanating from him. Xiao Yun sensed the aura radiating from his opponent. His cultivation was even stronger than Duan Yang, who had recently advanced to the Earth Profound realm. Yet, he felt no fear. Old fool, if we are to perish, let us perish together. Just as Xiao Yun was prepared to unleash the Emperor's banner in a desperate bid, Mu Hongling once again positioned herself before him. I am the Vice Master of Tianbao Tower. If you possess the ability, then kill me, Mu Hongling declared fearlessly. The white-haired elder immediately withdrew his offensive. His fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Do you truly intend to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? To slay the Vice Master of Tianbao Tower? Even if he is an elder of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, he lacks the audacity." Yet now, Mu Hongling is resolutely determined to protect Xiao Yun, leaving him in a state of sheer exasperation, devoid of any viable options. However, just as the situation reached a stalemate, a dispassionate voice suddenly echoed, "Heh, it seems quite lively here." Several individuals looked up, only to see a man clad in green slowly approaching. Upon noticing the token at the man's waist, Mu Hongling's expression abruptly changed. It's the inspector. The inspector of Tianbao Tower. This is an organization established by Tianbao Pavilion to oversee its various branch pavilions. Each inspector possesses formidable strength, wielding authority that even surpasses that of the branch pavilion leaders. So you are the deputy leader here? The young man in azure directly bypassed the white-haired elder and gazed at Mu Hongling. "It is I," he declared. Mu Hongling nodded in acknowledgement. "I have just received news that the master of this establishment has been murdered. What exactly transpired?" The inspector seemed oblivious to the presence of the white-haired elder and proceeded to speak directly. Indeed, the matter had already reached the higher echelons. "Esteemed inspector, the matter unfolds as follows." Mu Hongling promptly recounted the sequence of events, emphasizing the clandestine collusion between Duan Yang and Zhao Qingfeng. She also clarified that Xiao Yun had unintentionally caused Duan Yang's demise. What a treacherous ingrate, truly unworthy of lament. Upon hearing this, the inspector let out a cold snort. Mu Hongling exhaled in relief. Yet suddenly, the inspector turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun and declared, "Regardless of his faults, he is still one of my Tianbao Tower's own. Others lack the authority to adjudicate his fate." Mu Hongling grew anxious once more and hurriedly explained, "My Lord Inspector, I have just mentioned that he acted solely out of self-preservation." The man in the green robe waved his hand dismissively. "No matter the reason, it is unacceptable." His words were exceedingly domineering. He gazed at Xiao Yun, his expression devoid of emotion. "You have slain the master of my Tianbao Tower. According to the rules, I am compelled to strip you of your cultivation. To be stripped of one's cultivation, this bears little difference to murder." "Inspector." Mu Hongling wished to explain further, but was met with an icy glare from the other party. "Do you also wish to defy the rules of Tianbao Pavilion?" Mu Hongling bit her crimson lips tightly, her heart filled with turmoil in this moment. The inspector turned his gaze directly towards Xiao Yun, his tone indifferent. "Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you?" The white-haired elder of Wanjin Mountain, upon witnessing the scene, let out a triumphant laugh and blocked Xiao Yun's escape route, coldly declaring, "Boy, now I shall see who can save you." Xiao Yun glanced at Xiao Wuyo and Lu Ruan, who were still confined by the white-haired elder, and disregarded the inspector from Tianbao Tower. Instead, he turned his attention to the elderly man. "Old fool, your words are far too abundant." Having spoken, he retrieved the violet gold pagoda and hurled it toward his opponent, simultaneously channeling all his profound energy and sword aura to unleash a decisive strike. A single sword stroke to determine life or death. Chapter 39, Your Future Bride. The Elder of Wanjin Mountain, the Inspector of Tianbao Tower, they are merely formidable adversaries. Life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling to yield, then let us engage in battle. Since my life was a mere stroke of fortune, losing it would be of no consequence. Every soul taken is a gain. Very well. You possess a remarkable audacity, young one. The elder with white hair, filled with rage, suddenly broke into a mocking smile. With a powerful palm strike, he unleashed a formidable force that surprisingly repelled the descending purple gold pagoda. Simultaneously, the sword of surprising swan had already descended. The aged man with white hair revealed a cold smirk. Mere trifles of skill. Having spoken, he extended his other hand and, astonishingly, seized the blade of the soaring swan's sword mid-air, rendering it utterly immobile. Mu Hongling's countenance shifted abruptly. The disparity in their cultivation was overwhelmingly vast. Xiao Yun's assault proved utterly ineffective. The inspector of Tianbao Tower gazed upon the scene before him, his heart devoid of any tumult. Even if Xiao Yun were to survive, he would still render him powerless. Should he fall to the hands of the elder from Wanjin Mountain, it would spare him the necessity of intervening himself. Boy, meet your demise. The white-haired elder sneered coldly, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A resonating hum echoed as the violent energy surged toward him. Yun'er, flee quickly. Xiao Huaya let out a desperate shout. Mu Hongling, equally anxious, exclaimed, that boy's life is mine. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. Everyone was momentarily taken aback before turning to see the source. Approaching with heavy strides was a corpulent man, his gaze shrouded in malevolence. Upon laying eyes on Xiao Yun, a chilling murderous intent surged within him. Damn brat, I've finally found you. Xiao Yun gazed at the approaching figure with equal surprise. It was none other than Elder Wang from the Blazing Heaven sect, who had previously rejected him. You belong to the Blazing Heaven sect? The elderly man with white hair squinted slightly upon seeing the vibrant red attire of the other person. Indeed, Elder Wang stepped forward, his voice icy as he declared, this young man has slain one of our Blazing Heaven sect's disciples. Today, he shall pay for this blood debt with his life. A few days ago, when Xiao Yun departed, he dispatched his disciples to pursue and eliminate his foe, fully believing that their demise was inevitable. However, to his astonishment, not only did Xiao Yun survive, but also all the disciples from the Burning Sky sect that he had sent out vanished without a trace, clearly having fallen victim to Xiao Yun himself. Thus, he immediately commenced the pursuit of Xiao Yun's whereabouts, ultimately uncovering Xiao Yun's identity through Tianbao Tower and hastening to her location. Upon hearing these words, the white-haired elder let out a series of cold laughs. Ha ha ha. Young one, it seems you have offended quite a number of people. Xiao Huaya and Mu Hongling's faces grew increasingly pale. Originally, with only the inspector from Tianbao Tower and the people from Wanjin Mountain present, Xiao Yun found himself in an inescapable predicament. Now, with the unexpected arrival of an elder from the Burning Sky Gate, their situation had become utterly hopeless. I have yet to seek retribution. Yet I am surprised that you have come to confront me first, Xiao Yun remarked coolly as he gazed at Elder Wang. After the latter had rejected him, he had dispatched individuals to hunt him down. This transgression had long been noted in Xiao Yun's mind. So, how do you wish to meet your demise today, young one? Elder Wang let out a cold chuckle. The reason he had gone to great lengths to pursue this matter was not only to avenge his disciple, but, more importantly, to eradicate the genius Xiao Yun before he could fully blossom. Otherwise, it was likely that significant troubles would arise in the future. Xiao Yun ceased to speak. Yet the fervor of battle within him surged even stronger. Now, with the white-haired elder and Elder Wang obstructing his path in front, and the inspector from Tianbao Tower looming behind, he found himself compelled to fight with all his might. Esteemed friend from Wanjin Mountain, this scoundrel has slain members of my Fiancée sect. How about we relinquish his life to me? Consider it a favor owed to you. Elder Wang turned to the white-haired elder and inquired, is it acceptable? After a moment of hesitation, the elder nodded. Although he harbored a desire to slay Xiao Yun himself, the prospect of having someone else do it for him, while simultaneously gaining a favor, was far too tempting to resist. Fool, now you shall meet your demise. Elder Wang sneered viciously, then thrust forth his palm, sending a massive and violent palm imprint hurtling towards Xiao Yun with thunderous force. With a swift motion of his hand, Xiao Yun summoned forth a resplendent beam of golden light from the purple gold tower, immediately shielding himself from harm. Crash! The deafening sound reverberated outward, and remarkably, the purple gold tower withstood the opponent's strike. I wonder how many more blows you can endure. Elder Wang let out a cold laugh, his entire body brimming with surging profound energy. He unleashed a series of relentless palm strikes upon the purple gold tower, each impact resonating with a deafening clang. The purple gold tower trembled violently, and the golden light atop it dimmed in response to the onslaught. At last, as Elder Wang's fifth strike descended, the golden radiance atop the tower was extinguished entirely, subsequently sent hurtling several yards away. You insignificant wretch, perish! Elder Wang struck out once more with a powerful palm. The ferocious force of his mystic energy completely ensnared Xiao Yun, leaving him with no avenue of escape. His life hung by a thread. Do not harm my people. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out, followed immediately by a resounding bang. A searing flame surged forth, striking with unerring precision upon the imprint of the palm, utterly shattering the attack. Who dares to meddle in affairs that do not concern them? Elder Wang furrowed his brows at the sight. Snap! Yet, he had just turned around. And before he could discern who it was, he received a resounding slap, leaving him utterly dazed. Who could it be? He cast an indignant gaze ahead. Mu Hongling, along with Xiao Yun and others, directed their attention in the same manner. There stood a young maiden clad in a flowing white gown, her swan-like neck of alabaster smoothness, blooming with a radiance surpassing even the most delicate flower, exuding an intoxicating aura of youthful vitality. What a breathtaking vision of feminine grace! All those present held their breath in unison, utterly stunned by the breathtaking beauty of the young woman before them. At that very moment, the white-haired elder from 10,000 Swords Mountain suddenly spoke. You are the holy maiden of the Dragon Elephant Sect. The Dragon Elephant Sect, as the sworn enemy of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, shared an irreconcilable hostility with them. He immediately recognized her, the sacred maiden of the Dragon Elephant Sect. The crowd was utterly astounded. First came the elders of 10,000 Swords Mountain and Blazing Heaven Sect, and now even the disciples of Dragon Elephant Sect had arrived. In other words, apart from the inspectors from Tianbao Pavilion, representatives from the 3 supreme sects of the Northern Spirit Domain have all arrived. Such a spectacle is truly awe-inspiring. However, the crucial question remains. What was the implication behind the Dragon Elephant Sect's Holy Maiden's earlier declaration, "Do not touch my people"? The Elder Wang of the Blazing Sky Sect clutched his crimson-stricken cheek, glaring furiously at the woman. Su Qingyu, what is the meaning of this? He demanded. The woman seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Without so much as a glance in his direction, she glided gracefully towards Xiao Yun and inquired in a measured tone. Was it you who tolled the bell of chaos? Xiao Yun nodded in realization. So she was the holy maiden of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Had she not employed any mystical energy? Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled as she continued to inquire. No, Xiao Yun shook his head. Upon receiving Xiao Yun's affirmative response, a radiant and captivating smile blossomed across Su Qingyu's already exquisite face. Then, extending a hand as fair and flawless as jade, she said with a gentle smile, Hello, my name is Su Qingyu, your future wife. Chapter 40. As long as the right people meet. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The sacred maiden of the Dragon Elephant Sect had openly declared herself to be Xiao Yun's future wife? What in the world was going on? Xiao Yun was equally bewildered. He inexplicably found himself with an additional wife. Immediately thereafter, he gazed upon the youthful and radiant visage of the other person, feeling as though it might not be such a bad idea after all. By the way, have you perhaps made a mistake? In truth, I am already a married man. Xiao Yun remarked while scratching his head. Humph, that is much more acceptable. In her slumber, Lu Ruyan let out a cold snort. Although she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yun due to the downfall of the Lu family, he remained her nominal husband. Now, a woman had suddenly emerged, vying for her man, which left her feeling quite displeased. A married man. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, she broke into a smile and said, It matters not, for I am your woman. I can adapt to any circumstance. The esteemed monk previously remarked that the one who strikes the chaos bell would be her future husband, yet he did not specify whether he was already bound by marriage. It suffices that their destinies align. Moreover, it is well known that in this world, powerful individuals often embrace the notion of polygamy, a phenomenon not uncommon, and she is entirely indifferent to it. Yet, the entire assembly was utterly astounded. Good heavens! This was none other than the sacred maiden of the Dragon Elephant Sect. With such noble status and breathtaking beauty, she would undoubtedly be the dream goddess of the entire Northern Spirit Domain. Yet now, she claims she's willing to be a man's secondary consort. Truly an eye-opening spectacle. Immediately thereafter, Su Qingyu cast her gaze upon the crowd and declared in an unmistakable tone, He is my man and a member of the Longxiang sect. None of you shall lay a finger on him. Xiao Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Could this be what it feels like to live off others? Strangely enough, it seemed rather pleasant. The white-haired elder scoffed. Su Qingyu, it seems you are truly famished, as you appear willing to consume any man that crosses your path. Mount Sword had always been at odds with the Dragon Elephant Sect, so naturally he harbored no fear towards Su Qingyu and didn't hesitate to step forward with mocking remarks. As for Xiao Yun, he still had no intention of letting him off. The more you forbid me to move, the more determined I am to defy you and act. He turned his head towards Elder Wang and declared, Esteemed fellow cultivator from the Blazing Heaven Sect, if you would kindly restrain her, I shall personally dispatch this insolent youth." Elder Wang hesitated momentarily upon hearing this. Though reluctant to provoke the Dragon Elephant sect, the thought of Xiao Yun's terrifying potential haunted him. If not eradicated now, this prodigy could indeed blossom into an unimaginable calamity. Resolve hardened within him. Consider it done. Having spoken, he immediately shielded Su Qingyu with his own body. This brat has slain one of our blazing heaven sect's disciples. Today he must die? Whoosh! A chilling gust swept through the air. Before Su Qingyu could utter a word, the white-haired elder moved with lightning speed, launching himself toward Xiao Yun with lethal intent. Cease this instant. As Su Qingyu made her slightest movement, Elder Wang from the Blazing Heaven sect immediately took action, engaging her in combat. Saintess Su, I must beg your forgiveness for this offense. He possesses unwavering confidence that if he can hold the enemy at bay for just a moment, the people of 10,000 Sword Mountain will ensure that Xiao Yun meets a gruesome fate. With a single sword, life and death will be determined. Xiao Yun unleashed his sword with all his might. Bang! The elderly man with white hair raised his hand to meet the challenge head-on. The fierce sword energy surged and rampaged, yet it could not penetrate his defenses in the slightest. Young one, do you have any other moves? He cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. The opponent, merely at the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm, was capable of unleashing such a formidable sword strike and had even comprehended the essence of sword energy. Even if placed within the esteemed Wanjin Mountain, renowned for its specialization in swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. Yet, what he relishes most is the annihilation of such talents. No matter who arrives today, none shall be able to save you. The elderly man with white hair, having concluded his words, immediately prepared to launch another attack. This move, I fear you may not withstand, he declared. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Yun suddenly smiled, and then delivered a powerful kick. The shadow rising kick. Although the aged man with white hair managed to parry Xiao Yun's attack, he found himself unexpectedly vulnerable, with his defenses wide open. No one could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would employ such a treacherous maneuver. By the time the old man realized the peril, it was too late. Xiao Yun's kick struck true. Crack. This is the sound of eggs shattering. Ah! The anguished cries resound through the heavens. The once self-satisfied elderly man with white hair suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression, his internal energy surging violently, nearly leading him to the brink of madness. He was unceremoniously kicked to the ground, his hunched body contorted into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. My lifeblood, my lifeblood. The elderly man writhed on the ground in agony, his groin stained with fresh blood. Soon, whether from excruciating pain or overwhelming despair, the old man's body trembled. I can no longer feel anything. His voice was a lamentation of unimaginable sorrow, and the expression on his face was one of utter terror. He felt as though his very essence had been rendered numb. He had been utterly incapacitated by Xiao Yun. Henceforth, he would no longer be a man. Yet the beauty he has just acquired can only gaze longingly at the distant horizon. All present are left with their eyelids twitching in astonishment. Whether it is Mu Hongling or the combatant Su Qingyu, or even the inspector from Tianbao Tower, all are momentarily stunned. The power of this kick is astonishingly formidable. Indeed, no matter how formidable a man may be, once his vital weakness is struck, even the most iron-willed individual shall crumble into ruin. No one anticipated that, despite their advanced age, they would ultimately face such a calamity. Ha ha, well done. Su Qingyu suddenly burst into laughter. This fellow strikes with such ruthless precision. Mu Hongling couldn't help but chuckle as well. Oomph, not a bad job at all. Seeing this, Lu Rian finally exhaled in relief. Without the means to commit the crime, she could rest easy. At the very least, she wouldn't have to suffer the disgrace of being defiled by an old man. With that thought, she found Xiao Yun somewhat more tolerable than before. You wretched little bastard, I'll kill you. The aged visage of the elder was marred by a fierce countenance, his eyes brimming with malice. This is a vendetta that severs the lineage. Xiao Yun suddenly sprang into action, seizing the opportunity in your vulnerability. He aimed to extinguish your life. This was his sole chance to eliminate his adversary. The elderly man's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "You insignificant wretch! Do you truly believe you can breach my defenses? Just now, it was my oversight that led to my failure to evade." This time, he endured the excruciating pain emanating from his lower body and swiftly conjured a layer of armor to envelop himself in defense. The mystic armor. This is the hallmark of the earthly profound realm. The inspector of Tianbao Tower shook his head upon witnessing the scene, even if severely injured. This lad possesses no chance of victory. Xiao Yun is merely at the profound realm. It is utterly impossible to breach the defenses of the mysterious power armor. The elderly man with white hair shared this sentiment. Yet, in the following moment, a series of anguished cries erupted. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. They beheld as Xiao Yun's kick struck the old man's armor, creating a profound crack, sending the elder hurtling several yards away, even causing him to lose several of his front teeth. How could this be? The inspector widened his eyes in disbelief. The profound realm had actually breached the mystic armor of the earthly realm? He had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. Old Deng, do call out again. Xiao Yun, however, was not inclined to relent. With another swift kick, he sent his adversary soaring through the air. In mere moments, the freshly conjured mystical armor shattered into oblivion. What followed was a relentless onslaught. The once dignified elder, with flowing white hair, now found himself utterly powerless against Xiao Yun's ferocity. His visage was marred with bruises, and his cries echoed pitifully, rendering the scene utterly harrowing. Although the elder possessed a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the mystic realm, which should have been sufficient to withstand the mystical armor's defenses, Xiao Yun's formidable strength, endowed by the ancient sacred body, transcended the ordinary limitations of his realm, allowing him to breach the armor's protection. Death! In a flash, the sword light gleamed as Xiao Yun directed his blade toward his opponent's throat. With this sword, he intends to utterly vanquish it. Chapter 41. You have committed a capital offense. Youngster, I am an elder of the 10,000 Sword Mountain. Do you dare to kill me? The white-haired elder, filled with a mix of rage and indignation, bellowed, Even if you are the pharaoh, you must perish. Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with murderous intent and mockery. You intend to kill me, yet I should fear your insignificant status? What joy is there left in living? The white-haired elder trembled at these words, finally realizing that Xiao Yun truly had the audacity to kill him. At this critical moment, he swiftly pulled the slumbering Lu Ruyan beside him and placed her protectively in front of himself. Come forth, since I can no longer be a man. Today I shall perish together with your woman. The white-haired elder roared furiously, then mustered all his strength to strike Lu Ruyan's head with a devastating palm strike. My life is forfeited. Lu Ruyan was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that she was truly destined to be interrupted before awakening? What a tragic fate, to perish before achieving success. Yet, in the next moment, whoosh, Xiao Yun's offensive came to an abrupt halt. In that fleeting moment, the elderly man with white hair suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, young one, prepare to meet your demise. His initial assault aimed at Lu Ruyan unexpectedly altered its course, striking directly against Xiao Yun's chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Xiao Yun felt as though struck by lightning, yet in a final moment of desperation, he clasped the delicate waist of Lu Ruyan. His body then soared backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. The tide of the situation had been instantaneously turned. Drip! The blood from the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth fell upon Lu Ruyan's forehead, bestowing upon her an alluring crimson hue. Ha ha ha! Foolish boy, you shall ultimately pay the price of blood for your mercy. The silver-haired elder burst into laughter, for he had been gambling all along, staking that Xiao Yun wouldn't dare trade his life for his own. Fortunately, his wager had paid off. Yinner, Xiao Yu's complexion changed drastically. He rushed forward with all his might, only to be effortlessly struck down by the elder with white hair, leaving him gravely injured. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. Young man, I must say, the mere fact that you can withstand my blow without succumbing to death speaks volumes of your potential for greatness in the future. The elderly man, with white hair, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his lower body and slowly approached Xiao Yun, the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes nearly palpable. Yet, how regrettable it is that you must still meet your demise today. Mu Honling was in a state of utter desperation. My lord, the inspector, you have witnessed his extraordinary talent. Please extend your hand to save him. She gazed at the inspector with a pleading voice. Rules must not be disregarded. The inspector's tone remained frigid. He was indeed astonished that Xiao Yun could, with her cultivation at the 9th level of the profound realm, inflict such damage upon the elder of the 10,000 Sword Mountain. Yet this still did not provide him with a justification to spare Xiao Yun. You old wretch, dare you lay a hand on my man? I shall surely bring ruin upon your 10,000 Sword Mountain. Su Qingyu, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of invectives. The elderly man with white hair, however, regarded her with a mocking expression. If you possess any courage, summon your father and let us see if he has the audacity. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun. Now, you may embrace your demise. With that, he struck towards Xiao Yun's head with a swift palm. Whoosh! Mu Hongling suddenly appeared. She positioned herself in front of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan, her tone resolute as she declared, as long as I am here, you shall not harm them. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow. He did not respond to Mu Hongling, but instead cast a glance at the inspector of Tianbao Tower beside him, only to notice a hint of displeasure etched upon the latter's face. Thus, he understood. The other party tacitly permitted him to take action. Get out of my way. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Mu Hongling was instantly propelled away by the overwhelming force of his profound energy. Purple flame hurricane slash. On the other side, Su Qingyu was enveloped in flames, and with a single strike, she shattered the defenses of Elder Wang Chong from the burning heaven gate, ultimately defeating him. I have come to rescue you. She immediately rushed towards Xiao Yun with her sword in hand. Ha ha, today no one can save him. The elderly man with white hair laughed maniacally as he swung his fist towards Xiao Yun's head. It is over. Everything has come to an end. He is the ultimate victor. Xiao Yun, Mu Hongling cried out in despair. It was too late. Su Qingyu had arrived a moment too late. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them. You have committed a capital offense. The chilling voice rendered everyone breathless. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Remarkably, the long-dormant Lu Ruyan had awakened. The white-haired elder, upon witnessing the scene, continued to laugh maniacally. Ha! It is good that you have awakened. Then let you all perish together. One death is but a single demise, and two shall be no different. The mere thought of failing to become a man in the future filled him with a profound disregard for tenderness. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. However, unexpectedly, as an astonishing chill enveloped the air, his fist came to a halt mid-flight. No matter how hard he exerted himself, it could not advance a single inch. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? The elderly man with white hair underwent a dramatic change in countenance. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan rose from Xiao Yun's embrace, her expression devoid of emotion, her aura resembling that of eternal ice. In the gaze of all present, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed around the elderly man, and in the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a frozen statue. The silver-haired elder's face was frozen in an expression of sheer terror and despair. Lu Ruyan gazed at him, her crimson lips parting slightly as she murmured, "Old fool, have you ever witnessed a human body explode?" A faint smirk played upon her lips. Then boom, the ice sculpture shattered violently, exploding into countless crystalline fragments along with the elder himself. Not a trace of his remains was left, utter annihilation. Instant death. The onlookers stood dumbstruck. What had just happened? Why had Lu Ruyan, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly awakened? And how had she accomplished such a feat? Even if she were the revered ancestor of the Lu family, she shouldn't have been a match for a senior elder of the 10,000 Swords sect. Tap, tap. Lu Ruyan turned slowly. She wiped away the blood Xiao Yun had left on her forehead, then fixed her gaze upon the stupefied Elder Wang of the Blazing Heaven sect. Not good. Elder Wang's face twisted in horror. Whoosh. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The way Lu Ruyan had executed the elder was beyond anything he had ever seen. Now that her attention was upon him, he didn't even consider resistance. His only thought was escape. Since you've come, Lu Ruyan's voice remained glacial. You may as well stay. With a mere flick of her wrist, a surge of icy blue profound energy shot forth. No. Elder Wang glanced back, his soul nearly leaving his body in terror. Crack, crack. In an instant, he too was encased in ice, his expression frozen in abject horror. Boom. Another explosion. Silence descended upon the world. The Blazing Heaven sect elder, who had pursued them across vast distances, met the same fate as the silver-haired elder, utter obliteration. Hiss. By the heavens. What terrifying power. The crowd gasped, recoiling several steps in fear. One remains, Lu Ruyan spoke again. This time, the inspector from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion paled. He retreated hastily, putting what he deemed a safe distance between them before demanding in a low voice. Who are you? Lu Ruyan remained expressionless. It matters not who I am. All you need know is that you are about to die. The inspector's face twisted with shock and fury. I am an inspector of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. If you dare harm me, the pavilion will never let you go. His cultivation was on par with the two deceased elders, but with both of them dead. Panic gripped him. He could only invoke the name of his faction, hoping to intimidate her. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Lu Ruyan actually smiled. Then I shall grant you a chance to call for aid. Summon the strongest warrior your pavilion has to offer. Let us see if they can save you. Chapter 42. I shall strike but once. Call for your reinforcements. The inspector's forehead glistened with sweat. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, he hesitated not for a moment, immediately grasping the token that hung at his waist, then biting his finger to let his blood drip upon it. A low hum resonated as a surge of profound energy enveloped the space, and soon, an ethereal figure materialized before the gathered crowd. It was a man bearing a scar across his face. What is the matter? His tone bore a hint of displeasure. Governor. The inspector exhaled in relief, hastily adding, I report to you. This woman obstructs my duties and dares to threaten me, demanding that I summon the strongest fighter from the Tianbao Tower, or she would have my life. A wave of shock coursed through those present. This man was none other than the governor of Tianbao Tower. It was well known that figures like Duan Yang, who led a branch of the tower, were already beyond their reach. Even an ordinary inspector was someone they would never dare to offend in their lifetime. Yet now, the governor of Tianbao Tower had made an appearance. Lu Ruyan was surely in dire straits. Hearing this, the scarred man's brow furrowed. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes as he beheld her beauty. What a stunning woman, yet your bravado is quite excessive. The influence of Tianbao Tower extended far beyond the North Spirit region, encompassing the entire continent. It was an undeniable behemoth. Yet here stood someone audacious enough to demand the tower's strongest fighter. Lu Ruyan remained impassive, fixing her gaze upon the spectral figure. Where are you? Point me in the right direction. The scarred man chuckled disdainfully. He then extended a hand, pointing southeast. I am right here. What will you do about it? His smile grew increasingly mocking. Indeed, you are beautiful, but your antics are rather amusing. With a sudden motion, Lu Ruyan raised her hand, and an ice crystal longsword materialized instantaneously, which she gently waved toward the southeast. I shall only deliver this one strike. The ice crystal sword soared through the air, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. So what now? The scarred man smirked lightly. Is the beauty attempting to entertain me? Lu Ruyan extended 3 slender fingers. The crowd was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp her intentions. How intriguing, the scarred man said, crossing his arms. A mocking expression plastered across his face. Once you finish counting down, if you do not apologize to my Tianbao Tower, I shall have no choice but to take decisive action. The inspector also chuckled, regarding Lu Ruyan with derision. Weren't you just so brazenly demanding me to gather people? Do you now comprehend the might of Tianbao Tower? Lu Ruyan remained silent, her voice still icy as she counted down. The crowd held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Xiao Yun also gazed at the silhouette of Lu Ruyan, his palm resting upon the invisible space ring. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would immediately resort to the Emperor's banner in a desperate bid for survival. The countdown concluded, and a chilling aura enveloped him. Since your performance has come to an end, the scarred man from Tianbao Tower sneered coldly, yet in the next heartbeat, whoosh, a lethal intent surged forth in an instant. What? The scarred man was taken aback, but as he swiftly turned to defend himself, it was already too late. A slender ice crystal sword was poised at his brow, its tip gleaming with a deadly chill, mere moments away from delivering a fatal blow. Upon closer inspection, this ice crystal sword was the very one Lu Ruyan had manifested just 3 seconds prior. How could this be possible? The scarred man felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank, cold sweat pouring from his body. This sword had truly arrived. It had appeared before him, so vividly. How could he be so far from the Tianxi dynasty, yet his life had nearly been claimed in mere seconds? Such extraordinary skill. Truly, it was a marvel beyond comprehension. A hallucination. It had to be an illusion. Beside him, the inspector from Tianbao Tower trembled in shock. While others may not grasp the governor's prowess, he was acutely aware. To speak bluntly, even within the entire Northern Spirit domain, this governor's strength would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Yet, at this moment, this formidable figure had been left at a distance of thousands of miles, nearly felled by a single sword. What the hell? Xiao Yun was equally astonished, staring at Lu Ruyan's voluptuous form, his heart overwhelmed with incredulity. His spouse seemed to possess an extraordinary ferocity. "Spare me, grant me mercy." The scarred man, devoid of his earlier arrogance and pride, began to plead with a quivering voice. Such a terrifying display of power was beyond his comprehension. He knew only that his life lay in another's hands, and he truly faced death. "Do you need me to instruct you on what to do?" Lu Ruyan spoke with an expression as frigid as ancient ice. I understand. The scarred man nodded hastily, then glared angrily at the inspector. "You nearly brought about my demise." The inspector's face paled. "Governor, please allow me to explain." Regret consumed him. Had he known this would unfold, he would have steadfastly supported Xiao Yun rather than provoking such an outrageously powerful woman. "Explain? Spare me." The scarred man swung his hand. Bang! The inspector collapsed lifelessly. Everyone present trembled, stunned into silence, feeling as though the events unfolding before them were utterly surreal. After eliminating his adversary, the scarred man turned with a sycophantic smile towards Lu Ruyan. "My lady, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Lu Ruyan remained silent. She fixed her gaze upon Mu Hongling. I understand. The scarred man immediately turned to Mu Hongling and said, "Are you the deputy master here? I am promoting you 3 ranks at once. From now on, you shall be a level 2 inspector. Report to headquarters immediately after this." Mu Hongling was both astonished and elated. Promoted 3 ranks. She had transformed from deputy master to a level 2 inspector. The hierarchy of Tianbao Tower was exceedingly strict. Above the deputy master was the master, followed by level 1 inspectors, like the unfortunate fellow who had just been slain. Only above them was the level 2 inspector. This sudden windfall of fortune was overwhelming for her. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" After completing his tasks, the scarred man cautiously glanced at Lu Ruyan. It was evident to all that the governor of Tianbao Tower was genuinely fearful, which explained his extreme deference. "Be more careful next time," Lu Ruyan added. "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to summon someone more formidable from Tianbao Tower." Upon hearing this, the scarred man felt an immense relief. "I wouldn't dare." With that, he vanished in an instant, fleeing faster than anyone. The scene fell into a profound silence. Xiao Wuyo, Mu Hongling, and the others stared incredulously at Lu Ruyan, their hearts still tumultuous. When had this ancestor of the Lu family become so formidable? Soon, everyone exhaled in relief. At least the crisis had been averted. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly turned, her icy gaze landing on Xiao Yun. Chapter 43. The 2 women clash. Xiao Yun scratched his head. This was his first encounter with the awakened Lu Ruyan. Although she was undeniably beautiful, her demeanor was too frigid. It seemed he would need to train her well in the future. My lady." As soon as his voice emerged, Lu Ruyan abruptly raised her hand, and an ice crystal long sword materialized, its tip aimed squarely at Xiao Yun's forehead. "You scoundrel." Lu Ruyan spat those words through clenched teeth, especially recalling the lecherous things Xiao Yun had previously said, which made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. "My lady, you smell wonderful." "My lady, we have yet to consummate our marriage." "My lady, rest assured, I am quite skilled." These phrases were etched vividly in her memory, igniting her humiliation and fury. And now it was her turn for vengeance. Yinner, Xiao Wuyo, Mu Hongling, and Su Qingyu gasped in shock. They had all witnessed Lu Ruyan's formidable power. If she truly intended to kill Xiao Yun, no one here could intervene, especially considering Xiao Yun had recently slain so many of the Lu family's members. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Ruyan did not act immediately. Instead, she coldly regarded Xiao Yun and asked, "Why did you risk injury to save me just now?" Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you mean that?" Subsequently, he raised his hands in exasperation. "I have previously stated that you are my beloved, and as long as I am here, no one shall harm you." Upon hearing these words, a ripple of emotions surged within Lu Ruyan. Neither in this life, nor in her past, as the Ice Phoenix Empress, had any man ever uttered such sentimental words to her. If he had merely been speaking for effect, it would have been one thing. However, Xiao Yun had previously intervened to prevent the Xiao family from laying a hand on her, and just moments ago, even in a position of assured victory, he was willing to risk his own life to save her. Thus, his words were not mere rhetoric. Xiao Yun had genuinely acted upon them. "Do you think that this will absolve you?" Lu Ruyan glared at Xiao Yun, her voice icy and piercing. "What will you offer in return for the 1,000 lives of the Lu family?" With that, she thrust the tip of her sword against Xiao Yun's forehead once more. No matter the circumstances, as the matriarch of the Lu clan, she could not overlook the fact that Xiao Yun had annihilated her entire family. They were sworn enemies in life and death. Lu Rian, spare Yuner. Xiao Wuyo suddenly stepped forward, casting a fierce glance at Lu Rian. Indeed, Yuner did slay Lu Yuanshan and the others, but that old wretch had plotted against us from the beginning. Did he not deserve his fate? As for the other Lu family members who were kept in the dark, Yuner did not touch a single one. He spared them all. If you doubt this, you may investigate for yourself. If you insist on killing Yuner, you shall first have to step over my corpse. With these words, Xiao Wuyo resolutely positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun, prepared to face death. Lu Rian's expression finally shifted minutely, and her gaze towards Xiao Yun underwent an intricate change. She had initially believed that Xiao Yun would eradicate the threat completely. After all, so many innocent lives from the Lu family had perished. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. More importantly, the reason she had awakened earlier than expected was likely due to the blood Xiao Yun had dripped onto her. Otherwise, she might have remained unconscious for several more days. Had she failed to awaken when she did, she could have found herself in a perilous situation. From another perspective, it could even be construed that Xiao Yun had saved her. With this realization, her fervent desire to slay Xiao Yun and avenge the humiliation he had brought upon her began to waver. So you are his beloved? Su Qingyu suddenly approached, looking at Lu Rian with a piercing gaze. Then why do you point your sword at your own man? Lu Rian immediately retorted, who is his beloved? However, she abruptly paused, for it dawned on her that she had indeed married Xiao Yun, becoming his beloved. Though she was most reluctant to acknowledge this, they had indeed exchanged vows and tied the knot. Before she could gather her thoughts, Su Qingyu continued, I do not care whether you are his beloved or not. He is to be my future husband, and I will not permit you to harm him, just as he would not allow anyone else to harm you. Lu Rian scrutinized Su Qingyu, recognizing that in terms of beauty and figure, the latter was her equal. Yet, the most significant difference lay in their respective auras. She, possessing an enduring charm, exudes a mature sensuality. Su Qingyu, in her prime, radiates youthful vibrancy. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Lu Rian remarked coolly as she regarded Su Qingyu. Do you even possess the strength for that now? Su Qingyu replied, unruffled. Though she was indeed astonished by Lu Rian's displayed prowess, she sensed that the opponent's mystical energy was not as formidable as before. Moreover, given that she must protect Xiao Yun, she was willing to take a gamble. Do you wish to test that? Lu Rian's tone turned even icier. I am ready at any moment, Su Qingyu retorted defiantly. An inexplicable chill enveloped the air, transforming the atmosphere between them into one thick with tension. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to speak, he was silenced by the simultaneous fierce glares from both Lu Rian and Su Qingyu. Xiao Yun thought, I concede. Women are truly peculiar beings. A soft chuckle escaped Mu Hongling, unable to contain her amusement. Lu Rian glanced at Xiao Yun before turning her attention back to Su Qingyu. I could spare him, but there is one condition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuyo exhaled in relief. Lu Rian's earlier strength had been deeply intimidating, and he had genuinely feared that she might strike down Xiao Yun without hesitation. What condition? Su Qingyu inquired, studying Lu Rian. He and I wish to join the Dragon Elephant sect, Lu Rian stated, pointing at Xiao Yun. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. You still wish to join my Dragon Elephant sect? Su Qingyu regarded Lu Rian with skepticism, recalling the terrifying strength she had just witnessed. Why would one so powerful seek to join the sect? You need only nod or shake your head, Lu Rian replied, maintaining her impassive demeanor. And if I refuse? Su Qingyu scrutinized Lu Rian. The methods she had previously employed were utterly unfathomable, and she was reluctant to allow such a perilous individual into the Dragon Elephant sect. Then I shall kill him now, Lu Rian asserted, gesturing towards Xiao Yun. You two can discuss without involving me, Xiao Yun interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingyu looked at Lu Rian and said, I can agree to your terms. But you must vow by the heavenly way that you will never harm him, nor will you act recklessly after joining the Dragon Elephant sect. As the holy maiden of the Dragon Elephant sect, she had to prioritize the sect's interests before making decisions. This was her bottom line. The vow of the heavenly way served as the most effective constraint. Anyone who violated it would face divine retribution, suffering injuries at the very least, or even being obliterated entirely, with stronger individuals facing harsher penalties. Very well. Lu Rian regarded Su Qingyu with a cold gaze. hesitating briefly before uttering the vow. Humph. Su Qingyu scoffed softly. Now that's more like it. Immediately afterward, both women turned their attention once more to Xiao Yun. Chapter 44. A choice to make. Who will you select? Xiao Yun. Su Qingyu was the first to speak. The elders of Wanjian Mountain and Finchamen have perished here. They will certainly not let this matter rest. It is no longer safe for you to remain. Return with me to the Longsheng sect. Lu Ruyan remained silent, contemplating the blood that had dripped from Xiao Yun onto her forehead. Why had it awakened her prematurely? It was known that she had awakened the Xianbing's sacred body, which could not be roused by just any blood, unless Xiao Yun possessed a sacred body as well, and not just an ordinary one. With this thought, her gaze towards Xiao Yun shifted once again, filled with curiosity. Why had she never heard of this before? What about my grandfather and the others? Xiao Yun did not respond immediately, though he yearned to venture into broader realms. After all, novels had made it clear that to grow stronger, one must seek new places. He could not disregard Xiao Wuyo and the others. Leave this to me. Mu Hongling stepped forward, asserting, do not forget. I am currently the second-level inspector of Tianbao Tower. After I depart, I shall select someone to take over as the tower master here, with the protection of Tianbao Tower. Even Wanjian Mountain and Finchamen would not dare act recklessly. The others nodded in firm belief. Unless Wanjian Mountain and Finchamen were seeking their own demise, they would not dare offend such a colossal entity as Tianbao Tower. Then I am grateful, Xiao Yun replied with a slight bow. It is I who should be thanking you. Mu Hongling smiled gently at Xiao Yun, winking as she added, if it were not for you, I might never have attained the position of second-level inspector. She felt immensely fortunate. From the outset, her investment in Xiao Yun was merely to ensure he owed her a favor, yet she had never anticipated that she would ascend 3 ranks due to him. Soaring to great heights. This was indeed a tremendous gain. She truly embodied the role of an angel investor. By the way, take this. Mu Hongling flipped her palm and presented a green token to Xiao Yun. This is a 4th-level token from Tianbao Tower, valid throughout the continent's branches. The governor asked me to pass it on to you. Do not underestimate it. With this token, you can enter any Tianbao Tower and enjoy privileges equivalent to a 1st-level inspector. You will discover the benefits for yourself in due time. As she spoke, her heart brimmed with astonishment. The tokens of Tianbao Tower were categorized into 7 levels, represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Ascending from low to high, the higher the token's level, the greater the privileges within Tianbao Tower. A 4th-level token was a rarity, possessed only by the leaders of the 3 major superpowers in the North Spirit domain, and now it was granted directly to Xiao Yun. I shall not refuse, Xiao Yun said as he accepted it without hesitation. Such a valuable item should not be left unclaimed. He then turned to Xiao Wuyo, saying, Grandfather, please remain here and wait for me. If any issues arise, you may seek assistance from Tianbao Tower or send someone to notify me. After speaking, he let out a mischievous chuckle. Now, the entire Apocalypse dynasty belongs to us. Grandpa, if you find yourself feeling bored, you might as well indulge in the pleasures of the harem with its 3,000 beauties, and at night, you can revel to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui was instantly infuriated, puffing his cheeks and retorting, you should be the one to create one for me first. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Lu Ruyan and Su Qingyu, the meaning behind his eyes unmistakable. Ahem, I will do my best, Xiao Yun replied knowingly. Lu Ruyan thought to herself. She could hardly suppress the murderous intent within her. Su Qingyu felt utterly embarrassed. By the way, Yuner, Xiao Wui suddenly interjected. Since you are about to depart, it is time I revealed the truth about your parents. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Grandpa, don't tell me just yet. Let me guess. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he wore an expression of someone who had seen through everything. If I am not mistaken, my father must have encountered the daughter of a certain influential family or sect, and they fell in love. However, due to the opposition from their families, they abandoned me. Am I right? Xiao Yun was confident. Having read similar tales in countless books, he was certain he was correct. Yet, the next moment, no, you are only partially correct. Xiao Wui countered mercilessly, and then, as if recalling something, he gritted his teeth in anger. That ungrateful son indeed met a woman of noble lineage, but it was far from a romantic affair. After encountering her, he became utterly infatuated, shamelessly pursuing her until he eventually moved in with her. And that is how you came to be. 10 years ago, He returned you to me with a single sentence, stating he was off to enjoy life, and since then, there has been no word from him. The more Xiao Wui spoke, the angrier he became, his face turning crimson. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. More importantly, his predecessor, his father, actually preferred living off a woman. He was truly gaining new insights. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wui added, "If you ever encounter him, do not hesitate. Give him a good thrashing for me." Xiao Yun thought, what a perfect example of filial piety. All right, there is nothing more to discuss, except this. Once you arrive at the Dragon Elephant sect, do not emulate that ungrateful son. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Wui dismissed them. Without even having time to process the situation, Xiao Yun followed Lu Ruyan and Su Qingyu, gradually vanishing into the teleportation array. As the world spun around him, when Xiao Yun opened his eyes once more, they had already arrived at another Tianbao building. Throughout their journey to the Dragon Elephant sect, the three maintained a harmonious silence, each reluctant to break the tranquility. Xiao Yun gazed at Su Qingyu, breaking the delicate atmosphere first, and inquired, "You are the holy maiden of the Dragon Elephant sect, yet why did you just say, 'I am your man'?" He was utterly perplexed, having done nothing at all. "Because you struck the chaos bell without employing profound energy," Su Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, radiant and captivating. She then explained the reason behind her words. Understanding dawned on Xiao Yun. No wonder the male disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect had regarded him with such predatory eyes after he rang the bell. No wonder Su Qingyu had traversed great distances to seek him out and lend her assistance. "So, does that mean you are also my wife?" Xiao Yun still found it hard to believe. Was there truly no distinction from receiving a bride for free? "We are not yet wed, so not quite," Su Qingyu said, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Ruyan beside her, she suddenly mustered the courage to look at Xiao Yun. "If you had to choose between me and her, who would you select?" Chapter 45, I want both. What nonsense. Xiao Yun jolted. This was a sheer life and death question. To make matters worse, not only was Su Qingyu watching him, but even Lu Ruyan's icy gaze was fixed upon him. Xiao Yun was instantly drenched in sweat. No matter whom he chose, he would surely offend the other. What to do? If it came to it, ding. Detected that the host is facing a life-threatening question. Please make the following choice. The system chimed in. Choice 1. Choose Lu Ruyan and express to Su Qingyu that you prefer mature and alluring types. Reward. A glare from Su Qingyu. Choice 2. Choose Su Qingyu and inform Lu Ruyan that you prefer youthful and lively types. Reward. A slap from Lu Ruyan. Choice 3. Only children make choices. Tell both Lu Ruyan and Su Qingyu that you want both. Reward. A top-tier profound martial art, cloud-chasing moon-treading step. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened instantly. Excellent, excellent. The system truly understands me. Just then, Lu Ruyan's cold and imposing voice echoed in his ear. You have 2 seconds to respond. She seemed less indifferent than she appeared. Su Qingyu also turned her attention towards him. As for this question, Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Since you are both my wives, how could I favor one over the other? Naturally, I want both. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Lu Ruyan's icy retort, shameless. You think too highly of yourself. Su Qingyu playfully blinked. Hee, if one has no dreams, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? Xiao Yun chuckled. Observing the expressions of the 2 women, he felt that his response had been rather satisfactory. At least he had not offended either. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the choice, reward, a top-tier profound martial art, cloud-chasing moon-treading step. The reward has been obtained. Moreover, it is an exquisite martial skill of the highest order. According to the skill's description, the moonlit cloud-stepping technique not only significantly enhances the practitioner's agility and speed, but under the moonlight, the speed can be further augmented, potentially doubling. What a delightful surprise. Xiao Yun couldn't suppress his joy. What he desperately needed at this moment was precisely this. Noticing Xiao Yun's silly grin, Su Qingyu cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. Upon returning to the Dragon Elephant sect, I suspect many disciples will be skeptical of you, especially the eldest elder's son, Shen Song. At her words, Xiao Yun immediately recalled the hostile gazes he had received from those individuals earlier, as if they wished to devour him alive, particularly from the cloaked youth beside the elder, whose eyes were particularly menacing. Why did he harbor such animosity towards me? He sensed that while others from the Dragon Elephant sect might merely feel envy, this individual seemed intent on his demise. The elder had been pressuring him with various reasons to marry Shin Song, which he had ignored, and Yu sounded the chaos bell. Su Qingyu did not finish her thought, yet Xiao Yun comprehended. A rival in love. So, from the moment he rang the chaos bell, he had already offended the elder's son. No wonder he looked at him in such a way. You are still far from being Shun Song's match. I will protect you. Just refrain from acting impulsively, Su Qingyu gently reassured him. You said I cannot compare to him. So how can you be so certain that I will surpass him in the future? Xiao Yun inquired, gazing at Su Qingyu. Generally speaking, Su Qingyu was the saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect, while Shun Song was the son of the elder, surpassing him in both strength and status. Did Su Qingyu truly believe in that so-called enlightened master, that merely ringing the chaos bell warranted such devotion? Su Qingyu regarded Xiao Yun with a serious expression for the first time. You do not need to surpass him, nor compare yourself to anyone. The words of that master are undoubtedly true. You are destined to be my man. As for the rest, I can handle it myself. Should anyone dare to oppose, I shall deal with them decisively. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Goodness, what a domineering declaration of love. For a moment, he found himself understanding why his previous incarnation's father had chosen to live off a woman. Who wouldn't he be confused hearing such words? As Xiao Yun reveled in his thoughts, a jarring voice broke through. If you prove to be of no use in the future, I shall personally end your life. Lu Rian's voice remained as frigid as ever. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. Why was it that even among beautiful women, there was such a vast difference in demeanor? Half a day later, the trio arrived at the Dragon Elephant sect. The saintess has returned. But wait, why are there 2 additional people? Hey, why does that man look so familiar? My goodness, do take a look at that woman. She is simply exquisite, rivaling even the saintess. The numerous disciples guarding the Dragon Elephant sect were immediately elated upon seeing Su Qingyu and her companions, erupting in a chorus of astonished exclamations. Saintess, you have finally returned. Su Lang hurriedly approached, stealing glances at Lu Ruoyan, his heart captivated by her ethereal beauty. Such allure. Those long legs. And that captivating figure. In certain respects, she surpasses even the saintess. What? Is that you? However, upon spotting Xiao Yun, Su Lang suddenly froze, recognizing him instantly after just a day apart. Do you believe me when I say I am here to marry your saintess? Xiao Yun inquired, gazing at Su Lang. I believe you, not a chance. Su Lang rolled his eyes in disbelief. Yet, recalling that Xiao Yun had struck the chaos bell and returned alongside Su Qingyu, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Saintess. Su Lang clung to the last flicker of hope, looking eagerly at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu nodded gently. This. Su Lang and his companions felt as if the heavens had collapsed. In an instant, their gazes toward Xiao Yun transformed entirely, filled with a desire to confront him. Wishing to take his place. Qingyu, you have finally returned. Just then, a figure approached swiftly. Xiao Yun focused his gaze, recognizing the newcomer as the black-clad youth, his rival. Shin Song. Qingyu, I feared you were in danger due to your prolonged absence. Had you not returned today, I would have ventured out to search for you. Shin Song said with a smile, looking at Su Qingyu. Understood. Su Qingyu replied coolly. It was evident from this interaction that Su Qingyu maintained a normal tone when addressing Xiao Yun, yet her demeanor towards Shin Song was dismissive, both in expression and in tone. Qingyu, come back to the sect with me at once. Shin Song, still smiling, reached out to grasp Su Qingyu's hand. Su Qingyu frowned, and before she could react, a tall figure suddenly interposed itself before her. Xiao Yun forcefully swatted Shin Song's hand away, asserting, If you do not wish for this paw of yours, I can assist in removing it. Chapter 46. Lu Ruoyan's Acknowledgement. Silence. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. A flicker of malice crossed Shin Song's features. Su Lang and the onlooking disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were all taken aback, gradually regaining their composure, their expressions transforming into a spectacle of intrigue. Goodness, is this lad courting death? Huh. To dare speak to senior brother Shin Song in such a manner at the Dragon Elephant sect, he is surely doomed. It is well known that Shin Song, being the son of the great elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, though young, possessed talents that eclipsed all others, coupled with his esteemed lineage, who within the sect did not treat him with utmost reverence. Yet now, a mere outsider had the audacity to dismiss him so rudely, speaking in such a tone. Su Qingyu gazed at Xiao Yun with incredulity. She had previously assured him that she could handle Shin Song. Yet she never anticipated that Xiao Yun would confront Shin Song so audaciously. It was somewhat commendable. Lu Rian silently expressed her approval. Su Qingyu had long maintained that she would be Xiao Yun's beloved. If, in such a situation, Xiao Yun merely stood by while Shen Song took her hand without any action, would he not treat her similarly in the future? If that were the case, she would hold Xiao Yun in contempt. At the very least, his current actions had earned her acknowledgement. At that moment, atop a peak of the Dragon Elephant sect, two men observed the unfolding events below. One, a middle-aged man clad in green, chuckled softly. It seems this young lad possesses some intrigue, he remarked. He was Su Chongkong, the sect leader of the Dragon Elephant sect. Beside him, a man in gray robes scoffed, merely a buffoon, bringing humiliation upon himself. This was Shen Xiong, the sect's esteemed elder. Su Chongkong smiled gently at Shen Xiong's words. Do you not believe he could be Qingyu's true match? I have heard he struck the chaos bell without employing any mystical power. Unfazed, Shen Xiong replied, Sect leader, we have all personally tested it. The chaos bell cannot be rung without mystical energy. If that lad did not utilize an illusion, would that not mean he surpasses us? In response to Shen Xiong's retort, Su Chongkong maintained his enigmatic smile. But what if? If he truly can ring the chaos bell, would that not fulfill Master Xuanyuan's prophecy? A flicker of concealed malice flashed in Shen Xiong's eyes. Even if that lad could ring the bell, does the sect leader intend to betroth the saintess to him? There are countless within the sect who are far superior to him when compared to Tsang. Su Chongkong fell silent, his smile unwavering as his gaze deepened upon Xiao Yun below. Meanwhile, Shen Tsang's expression darkened ominously as he glared at Xiao Yun, exuding a palpable aura of pressure. Boy, do you dare repeat what you just said? Xiao Yun remained unfazed. I do not repeat myself. If your ears are impaired and you cannot comprehend human speech, perhaps you should seek a remedy. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Incredible. This lad truly possesses a stubborn spirit. You seek death. Shen Tsang roared in fury. However, just as he prepared to strike, Su Qingyu stepped in front of Xiao Yun, her voice cold and resolute. Shen Tsang, he is my future husband. I ask you to show some respect. Shen Tsang's gaze fluctuated between anger and disbelief. The woman he cherished had uttered such words before him, intensifying his rage. Qingyu, he merely used an illusion to strike the chaos bell. Is it not premature to draw conclusions? Shen Tsang inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his fury as he spoke. Shen Tsang is right. That scoundrel must have used an illusion. Indeed, Saintess, you must not place your trust in him. A chorus of male disciples from the Dragon Elephant sect echoed in agreement. Most among them had never witnessed Xiao Yun strike the chaos bell. And even those who had chosen to remain silent at this moment. What a farce. An outsider thinks he can woo the sect's saintess? They would be the first to object. Although Su Qingyu had remained single until now, their hearts had held on to some flicker of hope. But should she truly find a suitor, their anguish would be palpable. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingyu turned to Xiao Yun, her previous indifference evaporating as she smiled and inquired, Did you employ an illusion? Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly. Instead of responding directly to Su Qingyu, he addressed Shen Tsang. Since you have your doubts, shall we wager? Shen Tsang's expression remained impassive. How do you propose we wager? Xiao Yun strode directly to the chaos bell. Let us wager our lives. He offered Shen Tsang a subtle smile. If I can strike it, you shall take your own life here and now. Conversely, if I fail, I shall do the same. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Do you dare to gamble? Xiao Yun's words were astonishing. He boldly proposed a life wager with Shen Tsang. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of murmurs, while Shen Tsang's countenance turned sour, as if he had ingested something vile. Would he dare to gamble? Absolutely not. Deep down, he did not believe Xiao Yun could strike the chaos bell, yet he was aware that this was merely self-deception. Su Lang and others had already made it abundantly clear that they had witnessed Xiao Yun strike the chaos bell twice, without employing any mystical energy. How could he possibly risk his life in such a public setting? Unless he were to lose his sanity. Why the silence? Afraid to wager? Then allow me to make it a bit easier for you. If you lose, instead of taking your life, you may opt for self-castration. Xiao Yun continued, his tone laced with mockery. Self-castration? Shen Tsang's face turned ashen. That would be akin to inviting death. Su Qingyu could not help but burst into laughter. It was her first time witnessing someone reduce Shen Tsang to such a state. Could it be that he truly... The onlookers were equally perplexed. They could see that Shen Tsang was hesitant to wager against Xiao Yun, and coupled with Xiao Yun's unwavering confidence. Did this imply that the latter genuinely had the ability to strike the chaos bell without mystical energy? That insufferable scoundrel. Hearing Xiao Yun's taunts and witnessing Su Qingyu's radiant smile, Shen Song gritted his teeth in fury. You impudent fool, do not distort the truth. If you wish to leave here alive today, you must strike the chaos bell publicly. This was the voice of Shen Xiong. Upon seeing his son in distress, he too was consumed by rage and could not restrain himself from descending the mountain. Indeed, Shen Song regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun. Regardless of the circumstances, you must strike the chaos bell. Otherwise, you are openly provoking my dragon elephant sect. I shall personally shatter you into 1,000 pieces. The situation reverted to its previous tense state. Su Qingyu also turned her attention to Xiao Yun. Although she was certain that he was not deceiving her, she still wished to witness him strike the chaos bell with her own eyes. After all, it was merely a matter of ringing a bell. How significant could it be? Xiao Yun smiled faintly, and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he struck the chaos bell with a single punch. Yet, silence enveloped the scene. In an instant, Shen Song burst into laughter. Ha ha, you wretched brat, you truly are a fraud. The onlookers were taken aback. Could it be that this fellow was merely posturing? Su Qingyu was also bewildered. Was Xiao Yun truly deceiving her? You brat, come on. I dare you to wager your life against mine. Shen Song, brimming with arrogance, took deliberate steps toward Xiao Yun. I warned you, should you fail to ring the chaos bell, I shall immediately reduce you to fragments. His murderous intent erupted fully. Is that what you said? Xiao Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Ha ha, and what of it? Your life now belongs to me. Prepare to meet your demise. Shen Song laughed heartily, ready to strike. But in the next moment, thud, Xiao Yun unleashed another punch. Once more, it was devoid of any mystical energy. The resounding chimes of the bell echoed through the heavens. The most dreadful moment arrived when the air fell utterly silent. Shen Song's movement froze, his expression a remarkable spectacle as he glared at Xiao Yun with furious red eyes. Are you mocking me? Chapter 47. The Saintess Offers Herself? Ding, ding, ding. The bell's melodious tones reverberated through the mountains and forests. The members of the Dragon Elephant sect stood dumbfounded. This time, everyone clearly witnessed that Xiao Yun had indeed rung the chaos bell without employing any mystical energy. He had truly accomplished it. Did that not imply that the Saintess would offer herself? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. What merit does this brat possess? Following the shock, a wave of lamentations ensued. Many male disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect displayed expressions of indignation, their envious gazes fixated on Xiao Yun. In that moment, their hearts lay shattered. However, Su Qingyu was filled with exhilaration. It's really him. The person Master Xinyuan spoke of is none other than Xiao Yun. He is the man destined to be mine. I have not mistaken him. Simultaneously, Lu Rian also regarded Xiao Yun. His physique was undoubtedly extraordinary. She had sensed a powerful surge of vitality emanating from him, which likely enabled him to ring the chaos bell. Furthermore, her own early awakening might have been attributed to this very reason. You brat, do you dare to toy with me? Shen Song glared at Xiao Yun, feeling a searing pain in his face, realizing he had been toyed with like a monkey. How could one be so foolish? Xiao Yun maintained his smile. You seek your own demise, Shen Song exclaimed, preparing to strike. However, at that very moment, he was met with Su Qingyu's indifferent gaze. I shall reiterate. He is my future husband. My purpose in bringing them back is to join the Dragon Elephant sect. Should you dare to lay a hand on him again, beware my wrath. Su Qingyu stood protectively in front of Xiao Yun, exuding a commanding presence. This scene not only infuriated Shen Song, who ground his teeth in rage, but also left the onlooking disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect feeling as if the sky had fallen. Su Qingyu was their goddess. Yet now, having returned from a brief outing, she was on the verge of becoming a married woman, shattering their hearts into pieces. Are you truly allowing them to join the Dragon Elephant sect? Shen Song fixed a furious glare upon Xiao Yun, his fists cracking ominously. This meant that the boy could spend intimate moments with Su Qingyu, deepening their connection. He could not bear it. In his mind, Su Qingyu had long been his unattainable desire, and he could not accept this sudden emergence of Xiao Yun, who had first mocked him and now sought to steal away his beloved. At that moment, Shen Xiong interjected, if they wished to join the Dragon Elephant sect, they must adhere to the rules. Su Qingyu frowned. As the Saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect, do I not possess the authority to arrange for two individuals to join our ranks? Her tone was decidedly displeased. However, Shen Xiong remained unfazed, calmly replying, precisely because you are the Saintess, you must set an example. Otherwise, with so many disciples present, it would be difficult to maintain their respect. Su Qingyu's delicate face flushed with anger. "You speak nonsense," she retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. Though the other party spoke with grandiloquence, Shen Xiong had long abused his power over the years. It was only due to his status as a senior elder that she had refrained from contesting him too fiercely. Yet now, all she sought was to have Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan join the Dragon Elephant sect, and she was being publicly obstructed. Indeed, Shen Song looked at Xiao Yun with a mocking expression. "Our Dragon Elephant sect is not a refuge for the inept. He lacks the qualifications to join." His tone was laced with provocation. "Even if you can sound the chaos bell, so what? As long as you are denied entry into the Dragon Elephant sect, Su Qingyu will ultimately belong to me." Su Qingyu gazed at the shunned father and son, taking a deep breath. According to the sect's regulations, if they wish to join the Dragon Elephant sect, they need only to defeat someone a rank above them. Shen Xiong nodded slightly. Indeed, if they possess the ability to engage in battles beyond their level, they may naturally join the Dragon Elephant sect. The Dragon Elephant sect has formal stipulations regarding this. If one wishes to join the Dragon Elephant sect without going through the grand recruitment ceremony, they must engage in a formidable challenge, defeating a disciple of the sect who holds a slightly higher rank. However, such a feat of surpassing one's level is no trivial matter throughout history. Very few have succeeded in joining the Dragon Elephant sect in this manner. "I'll leave it to you," Su Qingyu said, turning to Xiao Yun. The others present had not witnessed the true prowess of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan, but she was well aware that both Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan could effortlessly engage in a battle across a small rank. "Not a problem," Xiao Yun replied with a smile. To him, this condition was virtually meaningless. Such grandiose claims. "Aren't you afraid of overextending yourself?" Shen Song immediately mocked him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of challenge. "What is your cultivation level, boy?" Yet, Xiao Yun ignored him completely, casting his gaze upon the numerous disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect. "Brothers of the Dragon Elephant sect, who will enlighten me?" As he spoke, the aura of the 9th level of the profound realm surged forth. "I expected the one who could ring the chaos bell to be formidable. But is this all there is?" Shen Song's laughter dripped with disdain. The onlookers displayed no expressions, while Xiao Yun's cultivation was not lacking. It paled in comparison within the Dragon Elephant sect, barely reaching the threshold for inner disciples. Suddenly, Shen Song stepped forward and addressed Xiao Yun. "In that case, let me personally grant you this opportunity." The crowd fell silent, bewildered by Shen Song's intentions. Su Qingyu immediately intervened, admonishing, "Shen Song, you are not even at the 1st level of the spirit realm. What business do you have here?" Given that Xiao Yun's cultivation was at the 9th level of the profound realm, the corresponding opponent would be at the 1st level of the spirit realm, a level that Shen Song clearly did not meet. Shen Song merely smiled faintly, since he is so eager to learn. "I shall obligingly suppress my cultivation to the 1st level of the spirit realm and give him a proper lesson." Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended the situation, their faces reflecting sympathy for Xiao Yun. They understood that Shen Song's actions were intended to prevent Xiao Yun from joining the Dragon Elephant sect. It was clear that Xiao Yun's current cultivation level placed him at a considerable disadvantage. Were Xiao Yun at the 8th level of the profound realm, he would face an opponent at the 9th level of the profound realm. Though challenging, it would be far better than contending against someone at the 1st level of the spirit realm. After all, the disparity was not merely one small realm, but a significant gap. The spirit realm could already externalize their profound energy, making it a devastating blow against those at the profound realm. Of course, if he lacks the courage, he should return whence he came. The Dragon Elephant sect does not welcome the inept. Shen Song smirked coldly. "Shen Song, do not overstep your bounds." Su Qingyu was nearly enraged to the point of explosion. But just as she prepared to defend Xiao Yun, he suddenly smiled. "Without a doubt, there is not a single issue." As Xiao Yun bypassed Su Qingyu, he gazed at Shen Song and remarked, "Since you enjoy playing, I shall indulge you. However, I have one condition." A flicker of cold light danced in Shen Song's eyes. "What condition?" he inquired, his expression increasingly contemptuous. Xiao Yun offered a slight smile. "That is unnecessary. As a man, I uphold my word. My condition is that you must suppress your cultivation to the 1st level of spirit profound realm and remain so, regardless of what transpires." Upon hearing this, Shen Song burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, very well." A powerful surge of profound energy surged toward Xiao Yun, and a cruel smile adorned Shen Song's face. "Since you possess such audacity, I shall acquiesce. Chapter 48. Are you certain you wish to challenge her? Agreed. Both Xiao Yun and Shun Tsang responded in unison. This implied that if Xiao Yun wished to join the Dragon Elephant sect, he must first defeat Shin Tsang, who had suppressed his cultivation to the first level of spirit profound realm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, is this young man truly so stubborn? That is Shin Tsang, after all. I have heard he has awakened a unique physique. It is not merely a matter of spirit profound realm versus profound realm. But even at the same level, this young man stands no chance. He can forget about joining the Dragon Elephant sect. Clearly, no one held any optimism for Xiao Yun. After all, the disparity between the two was vast. Setting aside Shun Tsang's unique physique, the mere fact that he could transcend the spirit profound realm rendered the outcome all but certain. Young man, this is a path of your own choosing. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. A fierce glint flashed in Shun Tsang's eyes. Finally, he seized the opportunity. Prepare to receive my blow. Shin Tsang unleashed a powerful punch toward Xiao Yun. In delivering this strike, he not only suppressed his cultivation to the first level of spirit profound realm, but also held nothing back. He aimed to utterly crush Xiao Yun in one blow. If he could incapacitate or eliminate him in the process, that would be all the better. This young man is doomed. The spectators shook their heads as they sensed the overwhelming force behind Shin Tsang's punch, let alone Xiao Yun. Even someone at the same level within the spirit profound realm would undoubtedly face death or severe injury from such an attack. What a foolish lad, Shin Xiong scoffed, fully confident in his son's prowess. Crack. That was the sound of bones fracturing. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. Yet, to the disbelief of the crowd, the one emitting such a harrowing scream was not Xiao Yun, but Shin Tsang. At the very instant their fists collided, Shin Tsang's elbow suddenly twisted outward, the broken bone appearing as if it would pierce through flesh, a sight that was agonizing to behold. But that was not the end. Seizing the moment while Shin Tsang was still howling in pain, Xiao Yun showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick to his shoulder. Bang! A heavy force surged between the two, and Shin Tsang felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, causing his knees to buckle. Thud! In the next moment, Shin Tsang found himself kneeling forcefully before Xiao Yun, his knees crashing into the ground, shattering the stones beneath him, blood erupting forth, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. To pay such homage, he truly is an obedient grandson, Xiao Yun mused with a faint smile, before executing a sweeping kick. Quick dodge, Shin Xiong urgently warned. Whoosh! Shin Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. Fearing to suppress his cultivation any longer, he unleashed his full strength. In a clumsy tumble, he barely evaded Xiao Yun's attack, yet remained shaken. It seems some people speak without substance, forgetting promises made in an instant, Xiao Yun taunted. At that moment, silence enveloped the area. All eyes widened in disbelief. What? I must be seeing things. How could he possibly be a match for Shin Tsang, his senior? A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Shin Tsang had been defeated? And so thoroughly. With just a single move, he had been rendered defenseless. It was known that Xiao Yun was merely at the 9th level of the profound realm. How could he surpass Shin Tsang, who possessed a unique physique and was at the 1st level of the spirit realm? This was utterly beyond everyone's expectations. I will kill you, Shin Tsang snarled, his face contorted with rage, for he had nearly been incapacitated. More humiliating was the fact that he had knelt before Xiao Yun. Such a disgrace. Smack! In a flash, as Shin Tsang seethed with fury and prepared to retaliate against Xiao Yun, Su Qingyu stepped forward and struck him across the face. Shin Tsang, did you truly think I would hesitate to strike you? Su Qingyu regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of warmth. You even dare to strike me? Shin Tsang roared, his voice echoing in outrage. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he dared not confront Su Qingyu openly, trapped instead in impotent rage. That damn boy. Shin Xiong felt a surge of fury within himself as well. Yet, he understood that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If they could not comprehend Xiao Yun's ability to ring the chaos bell, they certainly recognized the strength he had just displayed, which demanded their utmost attention. This was a genius, a top-tier talent capable of battling beyond his level. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Dragon Elephant sect, Su Qingyu remarked, ignoring the enraged Shin Tsang as she turned to Xiao Yun. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xiao Yun grinned widely at her words. However, by doing this, you have irrevocably offended Shin Tsang and the Grand Elder. They will undoubtedly target you from now on. Su Qingyu sighed, discreetly conveying her concerns to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly in response. Did you think that if I hadn't acted as I did, they would not have targeted me? Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Well, you have a point. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Yun, shimmering with intrigue. It became evident that this man possessed a deeper insight than she initially perceived. Xiao Yun, with an inscrutable expression, regarded Shen Song and Shen Xiong. The reason he had chosen to disregard Su Qingyu's advice to maintain a low profile at the Dragon Elephant sect was rooted in his understanding that no matter how discreet he might be, Shen Song would not easily let him off the hook. Thus, rather than endure humiliation, he opted for a decisive strike. A single blow to break the silence is preferable to enduring a barrage of punches. Even if today he relied on Su Qingyu to join the Dragon Elephant sect, and Shen Song refrained from attacking him, others would inevitably seek to complicate his existence. Consequently, he had never intended to concede. In this world where strength dictates everything, power is paramount. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Su Qingyu addressed Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan, saying, "Let us depart. I shall escort you back to the sect." Yet, at that moment, a thunderous voice pierced the air. "Stop right there." Shen Song's furious roar resonated. "You may have defeated me, but what more do you desire?" Su Qingyu, having lost her patience, cast a cold glare at Shen Song. Suddenly, Shen Song erupted into laughter, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. However, in an instant, his attention shifted to Lu Ruyan standing behind Xiao Yun. Indeed, he has bested me, but she has yet to conquer me. Shen Song's expression morphed into one of madness as he regarded Lu Ruyan. If she wishes to join the Dragon Elephant sect, she must first defeat me. This is utterly humiliating. Yet, Su Qingyu was resolute in her determination to protect Xiao Yun, aware that he had lost his opportunity to strike. Shen Song redirected all his rage towards Lu Ruyan. If I cannot overpower Xiao Yun, surely I can triumph over a mere woman? The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Qingyu was left in stunned silence. You wish to challenge her? Her gaze toward Shen Song was now laced not only with disdain, but also a newfound pity. Xiao Yun, barely able to contain his amusement, looked at Shen Song with a smirk. Are you truly certain you wish to confront her? Chapter 49. Those who are ruthless say little. Are you genuinely prepared to challenge her? Xiao Yun mused, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. It is said that misfortune can strike in the most trivial ways. Since the opponent seems intent on self-destruction, what more could he say? Shen Song, I advise you to remain calm. Su Qingyu implored, recognizing that despite his repugnant demeanor, he was the son of the Grand Elder. Given that Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan were newcomers, it would be prudent not to escalate matters in such a public forum. However, her words pierced Shen Song's heart, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, Qingyu, do you truly believe that I cannot defeat a woman? Su Qingyu was rendered speechless. Why not arm yourself with a feather and engage her? Promise me, if you must fight, be gentle. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Lu Ruyan. Knowing that once a fool descends into folly, it becomes nearly impossible to pull them back, she resolved to abandon the matter entirely. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Shen Song was consumed by rage. Do I need her mercy? What a preposterous joke. He then cast a fierce glare at Lu Ruyan. If you can defeat me, join the Longxiang sect. If not, be gone. He sought to unleash the fury that resided within him. With everyone watching, Shen Song roared and swung a fist towards Lu Ruyan. He had not suppressed his cultivation. It was over for her. That woman was doomed. What a pity for such a seductive beauty. Just as everyone anticipated Shen Song's ruthless assault, Lu Ruyan's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, an icy aura spread through the air, halting Shen Song's furious advance mid-strike, his outstretched arms swiftly encased in ice. What? Shen Song gasped in shock. What was happening? Simultaneously, Shen Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. Do not harm my son. Feeling an ominous turn of events, he charged towards Lu Ruyan. With a resounding boom, Lu Ruyan finally uttered her first word since arriving at the Longxiang sect. As her voice fell, Shen Song's arm exploded, scattering frozen flesh everywhere. Ah, my hand! He screamed in agony. What just happened? Everyone was stupefied. They had not even seen Lu Ruyan strike, yet a fully committed Shen Song had lost an arm. My son. Shen Xiong was filled with a mix of shock and fury. Father, my hand is gone. I am crippled. Shen Song's grotesque face was now marked with terror, swiftly turning pale. His right arm was gone, completely. From now on, he would be a one-armed hero. Truly, action spoke louder than words. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down his spine. His seemingly unassuming wife was not to be trifled with. Enraged by the situation, Shun Xiong charged at Lu Ruyan, his fury boiling over. You damned witch! How dare you sever my son's arm? I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. He was utterly incensed. While Xiao Yun had merely humiliated Shinsong earlier without inflicting significant harm, this time, the woman had decisively taken an arm from him. With Shinsong's current cultivation level, losing an arm meant permanent loss. Not even the rarest treasures could restore it. Elder, please calm down. Su Qingyu hurriedly positioned herself in front of Lu Ruyan, separating the two. Was she concerned for Lu Ruyan's safety? Not at all. She feared for the elder's life. This woman commanded the utmost respect. Even from the governor of Tianbao Tower, a mere Xinxiong was unworthy of even approaching Lu Ruyan. If she did not intervene, both father and son could face dire consequences, potentially implicating the Longxiang sect as well. Regarding Shun Song's severed arm, although she harbored some resentment towards Lu Ruyan for her domineering actions, she was acutely aware that the latter had shown restraint. Otherwise, it would not have been merely an arm that was lost, but Shun Song's very life. Shen Xiong was seething with rage. This enchantress has maimed my son. How can you expect me to remain calm? I shall ensure she meets a fate worse than death today. It was only at this moment that the onlookers, numerous disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, realized the gravity of the situation, collectively gasping in shock. Their gazes towards Lu Ruyan transformed entirely. This woman is truly ruthless. Without provocation, she has rendered Shen Song an invalid. Father, you must persuade the Grand Elder. Su Qingyu, knowing she could not deter Shen Xiong, hastily looked towards Su Chongkong on the mountain and recounted Lu Ruyan's terrifying display of power. What? Su Chongkong was equally unsettled. In an instant, he appeared before them. Grand Elder, this matter must cease here. Shun Xiong's expression was one of fierce rage. Sect Master, this which has severed my son's arm. And you wish for me to halt here? Su Chongkong shot him a glance. Very well, then do as you please. I shall collect the remains. With this statement, Shen Xiong regained his composure, suddenly realizing that Lu Ruyan had not even struck. Merely a chill was sufficient to incapacitate Shinsong's arm, perhaps even to claim his life. Such a horrifying method, one that even he could not replicate, made him acutely aware that should he confront Lu Ruyan, his chances of victory were a mere 20%. Father, my right hand is gone. Shinsong writhed on the ground in agony, utterly disheveled. Grand Elder, stand down. Su Chongkong's sudden, low command resonated. We shall depart. Shun Xiong understood that Su Chongkong was providing him an exit, and he suppressed his inner fury, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan and Xiao Yun before hastily leaving with Shinsong. Once again, he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This obstacle was even more formidable than Xiao Yun. After Shen Xiong's departure, Su Chongkong regarded Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan with a complex expression, inquiring, do you wish to join my Dragon Elephant sect? Xiao Yun nodded. I have slain the elders of the 10,000 Sword Mountain and the Burning Heaven sect. He directly highlighted this pivotal point. If they were unwilling to accept him, he would not press the issue. Su Chongkong examined Xiao Yun, then Lu Ruyan, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yun. I can assist you in contending against the 10,000 Sword Mountain and the Burning Heaven sect. What can you offer me in return? Su Qingyu's expression shifted. Father, yet Xiao Yun, unfazed, stepped forward before Su Qing. You could finish your thought. I can secure a position within the top 3 at the martial assembly of the 3 sects in 6 months. However, Su Chongkong shook his head. The top 3 is insufficient. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. This individual is rather greedy. He understood that in order to remain, he must demonstrate his worth, but he had not anticipated that the other party would be dissatisfied with merely a top 3 finish. Surely, he could not directly claim first place, could he? The crux of the matter is that he remains unaware of the true difficulty involved. Should he make a bold promise now, and ultimately fail, it would be nothing short of a slap in the face. If the top 3 contenders prove unfeasible, then let it be the first place. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan uttered her second statement. Both Xiao Yun and Su Chongkong turned their gazes towards her, only to find her expression cold and unyielding, as though her previous words were utterly inconsequential. After a brief silence, Su Chongkong offered a faint smile to Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. The Longxiang sect welcomes you. He resolved to take a gamble. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Yun had struck the chaos bell, Su Chongkong had keenly observed Xiao Yun's earlier performance, which clearly demonstrated a talent rivaling that of Shen Song. Lu Ruyan exuded an air of enigmatic allure, and coupled with her unwavering confidence, he was willing to stake his hopes on these two individuals. Thank you, Sectmaster. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully. If you can defeat a practitioner of the Spirit Profound first level, then let us begin by welcoming you as an inner disciple of the Longxiang sect. Su Chongkong addressed Xiao Yun with an approving gaze. The disciples of the Longxiang sect are categorized into 3 ranks based on their cultivation levels. The outer gate disciples belong to the Tongxian realm. The inner gate disciples are of the Lingxian realm, and the core disciples belong to the Dixian realm. Although Xiao Yun's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of Tongxian, his true combat prowess had evidently reached the Lingxian realm, ensuring that no one would object to his designation as an inner disciple. This one too. Su Chongkong glanced at Lu Ruyan, hesitating momentarily. He found it quite challenging to ascertain the depths of her capabilities. I shall be treated the same as him, Lu Ruyan declared her third statement, simultaneously revealing the aura of a practitioner at the Spirit Profound first level. Chapter 50. This is not permissible. The Longxiang sect was unusually lively today. The news of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan joining the sect as inner disciples swiftly spread throughout, becoming a topic of great interest among the members. It must be said, that young man is truly formidable, and that mature, alluring woman, who effortlessly incapacitated senior brother Shin Song with no apparent effort. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she becomes. The ancients do not deceive me. Yet, the main point remains that the fellow named Xiao Yun struck the chaos bell. Does that not mean the saintess will be bound to him? Oh no, please, the saintess is my goddess. Meanwhile, damn it, they all deserve to die? Shen Song raged, smashing everything in the room to smithereens, his empty sleeve flapping wildly as his crimson eyes gazed skyward in fury. My right hand is gone. From now on, I shall only have one hand. As the son of the Grand Elder of the Longxiang sect, and possessing an innate special physique, it was no exaggeration to call him one of the sect's top prodigies. Yet now, his arm had been rendered useless by another. This was utterly unacceptable. Songer, listen to me. That woman is peculiar. It is said that even those from Tianbao Tower cannot contend with her. Shun Xiong's expression darkened, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. Originally, according to his plan, all he needed was a few more years for Shun Song to grow stronger, after which he would marry the saintess Su Qingyu, and then the Longxiang sect would belong to them father and son. Perhaps he could even advance further. However, now, the sudden emergence of Xiao Yun had completely disrupted his plans. To make matters worse, Shen Song had lost an arm at the hands of Lu Ruyan. A catastrophic blow for a cultivator. Shen Song abruptly raised his head, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Is my arm truly wasted in vain?" A fierce glint flashed in Shun Xiong's eyes. Of course, it could not end like this. Shen Song immediately grew excited and eagerly inquired, "Does father have a way to deal with them?" He yearned for revenge. He must avenge his severed arm. They had now joined the sect, and judging by Su Qingyu's attitude towards that brat, it seemed improbable for them to act against them within the sect. Suddenly, Shen Xiong said ominously, "But they have not only offended the Tianbao Tower, they have also killed elders from Wanjin Mountain and Finchin Gate. As long as we can lure them out of the sect, I have 100 ways to ensure they meet a fate worse than death." Upon hearing this, Shen Song immediately understood. His father intended to employ the strategy of using another's blade to kill. Upon reflection, the feasibility was indeed quite high. But what if the sect leader intervened? Especially that wretched Su Qingyu. It seemed she truly wished to marry that insufferable brat. Shen Song's face twisted with malice as he pondered this. Shun Xiong slowly rose, his gaze fixed on a certain direction within the Longxiang sect, his fists clenched tightly. If he dares to obstruct me, then just as Su Chongkong sits in the position of sect leader, I shall claim it as well. This was his true ambition. Although the Grand Elder was already in a position of great power, he believed himself to be no less than Su Chongkong. Why should he be overshadowed by him? Perhaps this was an excellent opportunity. Ha ha ha, splendid. At that time, not only will I make that brat suffer endlessly, but I will also ensure Su Qingyu understands my might. Shen Song laughed heartily, his eyes filled with a fierce hatred. On another note, you may stay here, Su Qingyu said, leading Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan into a serene bamboo grove, pointing towards a bamboo house ahead. No problem, Xiao Yun nodded. Cultivators do not concern themselves with such trivialities. I have a question. Lu Ruyan suddenly interjected, fixing her gaze on Su Qingyu. You want me to share a room with him? Su Qingyu blinked and retorted. Have you not already been married? What is the issue with living together? Lu Ruyan shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. The mere thought of Xiao Yun's words during her slumber, along with his unwelcome advances, made it impossible for her to accept sharing a room with him. I see. Su Qingyu replied with a sly smile. In that case, I shall make a concession. You can stay in the room opposite mine, and I will share with him. That won't do either. Lu Ruoyan, without a moment's hesitation, retorted. Su Qingyu, with a dismissive pout, remarked with exasperation. Didn't you say you didn't want to live with him? Why is this a problem? It was only then that Lu Ruoyan realized her own contradiction. Indeed, why had she opposed it? She should have felt elated. Yet, she continued to insist, no way. Having spoken her mind, she had no choice but to endure the situation. Then it seems you must reside together. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Her dwelling was just across the way, a mere 4 to 5 zhang apart. Lu Ruoyan was infuriated, but when she glanced at Xiao Yun, she found he had already entered his abode. How infuriating! As Lu Ruoyan stepped inside, she prepared to voice her displeasure, only to discover that the room contained but a single large bed. How comfortable! The problem was, Xiao Yun had sprawled across it in a relaxed manner, unconcerned. Get up, Lu Ruoyan commanded. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yun suddenly sprang up, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Boom! Lu Ruoyan's body froze, her mind a blank as she gazed incredulously at Xiao Yun, momentarily forgetting to struggle. Let me go? She urged, but as she snapped back to reality and attempted to push him away, she found his embrace tightening even more. My lady, you have finally awakened, Xiao Yun declared, towering over Lu Ruoyan by half a head. Just as she was about to speak, she was taken aback as he domineeringly leaned down, sealing her lips with his. In that instant, she was rendered speechless. Before Lu Ruoyan could protest, Xiao Yun seized the initiative, swiftly breaching her defenses and delving into a world of sweetness. Their lips met, entwined in a fervent embrace. Lu Ruoyan emitted a sound she had never made before, her body succumbing to weakness as she melted against Xiao Yun, utterly powerless. She was being forcefully kissed. In that moment, she was no longer the formidable Ice Phoenix Empress or the devoted practitioner of cultivation. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she forgot all resistance, yielding to Xiao Yun's advances. But in the next heartbeat, a pair of strong hands covered her body, sending tremors throughout her being. Not here. Chapter 51. Power needs no words. Not here. Lu Ruoyan gasped, her face pale with shock. But it was too late. Xiao Yun's hands slowly ascended, finally reaching their destination. How could one eat without holding a bowl? To say she possessed ample assets would be an understatement. They were both generous and soft, and astonishingly, he struggled to contain them with just one hand. Leave me alone for a while, Lu Ruyan suddenly cried out. She forcefully pushed Xiao Yun away, her face flushed and a hint of moisture lingering at the corner of her lips, as if she had just parted from a tender kiss. At that moment, she appeared as enchanting as a blooming rose. That was her first kiss, and it had been audaciously taken by Xiao Yun. Even more infuriating was the fact that he had dared to take liberties with her. How bold of him! Lu Ruyan wiped her mouth angrily, chastising Xiao Yun. She had not anticipated that he would be so brazen, especially after she had just regained consciousness and demonstrated her formidable strength. How could he still have the audacity to lay hands on her? Seeing the lingering smirk on Xiao Yun's face, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth in fury. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Yet Xiao Yun remained unfazed. He suddenly grasped her shoulders with both hands and pushed her against the wall, his expression serious. Although I am uncertain why you possess such power, you ought to realize that I had numerous opportunities to end your life before. Lu Ruyan met his gaze, only to find his eyes exuding a domineering intensity, leaving her momentarily speechless. But then, the solemnity on Xiao Yun's face vanished, replaced by a grin. Moreover, you are my legitimately wedded wife. Is it not natural for me to be affectionate with my own spouse? If you wish to become a widow, feel free to take my life. A classic case of a fool unafraid of boiling water. You truly wish for death. Lu Ruyan's anger flared, her chest heaving, prompting Xiao Yun to swallow hard. It was almost about to burst forth. Indeed, the waves were tumultuous. Her prowess required no further elucidation. Get out. Lu Ruyan exploded with fury. Fine, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yun shrugged. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. However, just as he was about to exit the door, he turned back with a mischievous smile. Wife, Remember to leave the door open for me tonight." With that, he vanished in a flash. "If you dare return, I will surely kill you." Lu Rian's roar echoed through the air. She had lost track of how long it had been since anyone had spoken to her in such a manner, and she could hardly recall the last time she had felt this furious. As the flush on her cheeks faded, she reflected on the sensation of being enveloped by Xiao Yun, which felt oddly warm and somewhat thrilling. At this thought, her face flushed once more. It was all that audacious rascal's fault. "Oh, have you been thrown out?" As Xiao Yun exited the house, he spotted Su Qingyu outside, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. "It's perfectly normal for a couple to quarrel." Xiao Yun nonchalantly shrugged. Su Qingyu had overheard Lu Rian's furious outburst, but chose not to expose Xiao Yun. Instead, she inquired, "So, where do you plan to go now?" Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps I could stay with you?" he tentatively suggested, having felt a stir of interest when Su Qingyu had proposed it earlier. "Dream on." Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. The reason she had spoken so earlier was merely to provoke Lu Rian. Although she had begun to believe that Xiao Yun was destined to be her future partner, the thought of sharing a room with him at that moment was still beyond her acceptance. How utterly dull. Xiao Yun appeared disinterested. Su Qingyu offered a gentle smile and said, "Since you have nowhere to go, allow me to show you around the Dragon Elephant sect." Xiao Yun nodded. "Then I must thank my future bride." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu shot him a glare, and the two meandered aimlessly through the Dragon Elephant sect. It was Xiao Yun's first encounter with such magnificent architecture and breathtaking scenery. Towering peaks grazed the clouds, bottomless cliffs loomed, and waterfalls cascaded dramatically from great heights. Suddenly, Xiao Yun halted, pointing toward a picturesque and lush grove ahead. "Oh, what is that place? I think I see someone fighting inside." Su Qingyu focused her gaze, and, in an instant, her face blushed deeply as she stammered, "That is merely an ordinary thicket. Let us continue exploring elsewhere." Xiao Yun scratched his head. "No, we must take a look. It would be unfortunate if someone were to get hurt." With that, he took Su Qingyu's hand and hurried into the grove. As soon as they entered, they heard a strange commotion. "Brother Wang, why must we come here? We've tried everywhere else. Only here is thrilling. Hurry, let's do it again." "Ah, Brother Wang, you're terrible. If my husband finds out, we're doomed." "Heh, just say it was exciting, and that's that." Then came the sounds of slapping and rustling. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in realization. "So, this is what goes on in a fantastical world. Just tell me if they are fighting, or if someone might get hurt." He glanced back at Su Qingyu only to find her face flushed crimson. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly lowered her head. "I told you to go elsewhere." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet the stillness of the grove amplified her words, causing the two individuals hidden among the grass to become alert and nervously peek out. "Who is it?" A man and a woman, disheveled in appearance, emerged. However, upon seeing Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu, their eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Is that the Saintess?" "The Saintess is actually in the grove," they exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with shock and incredulity. "I didn't." Su Qingyu stammered, unable to defend herself. Ultimately, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she fled in embarrassment. Only Xiao Yun remained at the scene, feeling quite awkward as he gazed at the two individuals. He pretended to cough and said, "Please, continue with your business. I have seen nothing." After uttering these words, he turned to leave. However, the man, unable to even put on his clothes, dashed over in his nakedness, his face filled with admiration for Xiao Yun. "Esteemed senior, could you enlighten me on how you managed to lead the Saintess into that secluded grove? You are nothing short of a deity to me." He was utterly astonished. After all, she was the Saintess, the dream of every disciple in the Dragon Elephant sect. Yet now, she had been led into a grove by someone else. This was undoubtedly a sensational event that could shake the very foundations of the sect. "Senior Wang, you seem to have misunderstood. My relationship with the Saintess is not as you perceive." Xiao Yun felt it necessary to clarify. I know. The man immediately adopted a knowing expression, his face filled with despair. "My heavens, she is the Saintess. Even Senior Shinsong could not win her over, yet you, young lad, have beaten him to it." Xiao Yun interjected, "Beaten? Is that the correct term? Is it even appropriate?" Chapter 52, You Are Doomed. Xiao Yun caught up with Su Qingyu and awkwardly remarked, "I just explained the situation to them, but they seem rather skeptical." At his words, Su Qingyu's face flushed even deeper. If the other disciples were to discover that she had entered a vibrant grove with a man and had been caught in the act, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, The thought that Xiao Yun might be her future husband made the situation somewhat bearable. Perhaps it was merely a matter of timing. And no worries, Su Qingyu stammered, her cheeks aflame. She quickly changed the subject. Let me show you around. You should familiarize yourself with the Dragon Elephant sect. Xiao Yun nodded vigorously. But after the earlier incident, the atmosphere between them turned decidedly more intimate. Xiao Yun felt a touch of embarrassment, while Su Qingyu wore a charming blush that was truly captivating. At that moment, a sudden outburst rang out. You damn drunkard. I have just emerged from seclusion. And you dare proclaim that I will face calamity today? You must be tired of living. Xiao Yun turned to see a hawk-nosed man berating a disheveled beggar. The beggar, an elderly man with a stooped frame, wore tattered clothing and clutched a wine gourd, drunkenly warning, Young man, I advise you to leave this place promptly, or within 10 breaths, you shall surely encounter misfortune. Following his warning, the old man let out a loud belch, prompting the onlookers to recoil in disgust. The hawk-nosed man, incensed by the old man's words, rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Very well. Once I land a punch on you, you'll understand what true calamity is. The crowd eagerly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Xiao Yun fixated intently on the disheveled old man, his eyes reflecting a contemplative demeanor. He was all too familiar with such scenes. Among the myriad of fantasy novels he had perused, there invariably existed a handful of rather tedious characters who relished in presenting themselves under inconspicuous or lowly guises, only to be fortuitously discovered by the protagonist. Typically, this character would bestow upon the hero various opportunities and clandestinely assist them throughout their journey. The crucial issue, however, lay in the protagonist's utter oblivion, as they remained unaware of the identity of their benefactor. It was only when the eminent figure finally chose to reveal themselves that the protagonist would exclaim in astonishment, "How could it be you?" Such a narrative device had become both stale and tiresome, eliciting frustration and exasperation from the readers, who would lament the decline in intelligence it represented. Xiao Yun found himself pondering whether this seemingly disheveled elder might indeed be a concealed powerhouse. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. A hidden powerhouse has been detected nearby. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Join others in mocking the powerhouse, ultimately missing out on a golden opportunity. You will receive no rewards. Option 2. Ignore the powerhouse until the very end, only to belatedly discover their identity. Those who are blind shall not receive rewards. Option 3. Immediately identify the powerhouse and forge a beneficial connection, which may yield unexpected rewards. You will gain the cultivation of the spirit profound triple realm. Xiao Yun's spirits lifted. This was fortuitous indeed. Even the system was alerting him to the presence of a hidden powerhouse nearby. He scanned his surroundings, noting that the people around him appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features, except for that beggar elder, with a hunched back, tattered clothing, and a wine flask in hand, coupled with his inebriated demeanor. He epitomized the archetype of a concealed powerhouse. The elder had already commenced a countdown. 19, 18, 17. Curse you, old fool, spat a hawkish-nosed man, furious, as he swung a fist towards the elder. Hold your hand. Xiao Yun rushed forward. Esteemed brother, I offer you 10 medium-grade Xian crystals if you refrain from bothering this elder. What say you? The hawkish-nosed man's eyes gleamed. 10 medium-grade Xian crystals were no trifling sum, and he was virtually getting them for free. 6, 5, 4. The elder continued his countdown. The man, incensed, shouted, You old wretch. No one can save you today. With that, he shoved Xiao Yun aside. 20 medium-grade Xian crystals. Xiao Yun persisted, raising the stakes. Fool, don't think your wealth grants you the right to be reckless. If you dare obstruct me again, I will deal with you too. The man hurled a punch at Xiao Yun. The elder took another swig from his flask, his swaying form suggesting he might topple at any moment. Yet he continued his countdown. 3, 2. Xiao Yun, exasperated, thought, why resort to violence without cause? With that, he delivered a resounding slap. 1. The elder completed his countdown. With a sharp crack, saliva and teeth flew as the man was sent sprawling, his face grotesquely swollen, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, rendering him a pitiable sight. You dare to strike me, exclaimed the man, one hand pressed against his face, his eyes glimmering with both astonishment and fury as he gazed at Xiao Yun. You insulted me and were about to attack, so I deemed it only fitting to teach you a lesson, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Yun replied coolly. The man, incensed, retorted, I'll beat you to death. Just as he prepared to confront Xiao Yun, 2 individuals swiftly restrained him. Brother Zhao, he is the ruthless newcomer who joined our sect today. Even senior brother Shin suffered at his hands. The man stood frozen, taken aback. He had been in seclusion for his cultivation and was unaware of Xiao Yun's exploits that day. But he had just heard of them and could hardly believe he had encountered him so soon. Oh dear, he suddenly exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Xiao Yun's hand with an obsequious expression. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I failed to recognize your formidable presence. Please, do not hold it against me. The man's demeanor shifted swiftly. After all, this was a person bold enough to strike even the son of the Grand Elder. As an outer sect disciple, how could he dare to offend him? Let us speak amicably. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, prompting the man to retreat in haste. Xiao Yun then approached an elderly beggar, donning a friendly smile. Esteemed elder, is there anything you require assistance with? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. The beggar had been residing at the Longxiang sect for over half a year, his pitiable appearance eliciting sympathy that prevented him from being cast away. Yet few had paid him any heed. Xiao Yun was the first to engage him with such warmth, leaving the crowd astonished. Brother Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to possess such compassion, remarked Su Qingyu with a gentle smile, assuming Xiao Yun was simply overflowing with empathy. Xiao Yun remained silent, his smile unwavering as he awaited the elder's response. Suddenly, the old man let out a loud belch, a wave of alcohol-laden stench assaulting the senses. The crowd recoiled. Retreating a dozen steps, the odor was unbearable for most. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, prepared to speak when the disheveled elder unexpectedly extended a grimy hand. I desire fine wine. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened at the request. You speak well. I feared you would remain silent. Of course, I can oblige. With a flourish of his hand, several jars of exquisite wine materialized before them, an intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. Esteemed elder, there is plenty of fine wine, Xiao Yun said with a subtle smile. He had recently emptied the Liu family's treasury, and these exquisite wines were among his spoils. Goodness, this fellow is quite wealthy. The crowd murmured, shaking their heads in disbelief. But even with riches, this is hardly the way to squander such fine wine on a beggar. The intoxicating aroma of the wine wafted through the air, unmistakably signaling its exceptional quality. If sold, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Yet, to the astonishment of all, it was bestowed upon a beggar. Truly, a case of foolishness paired with wealth. Chapter 53. In truth, I am a sword immortal. Foolish and wealthy. This was the second impression the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect had of Xiao Yun. The first being that he was a formidable individual who dared to strike even Shinsong. The disheveled old man gazed at the wine jars before him, a fleeting glimmer of clarity igniting in his murky eyes. Without hesitation, he leaned over one of the jars and began to gulp down the contents voraciously. Xiao Yun watched with a satisfied smile, thinking, drink up, the more you consume, the better. As a figure of significant stature, having partaken of my wine, you surely cannot deny me a favor in return. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. 1 jar, 5 jars, 10 jars, before he knew it. The old man had drained every last drop of the more than 10 jars Xiao Yun had provided, leaving nothing behind. Content. He sprawled on the ground and let out a hearty belch. Is that it? Is there more? The inebriated elder looked at Xiao Yun with glazed eyes. Heavens! It vanished so quickly? TSK, that young man has suffered a great loss. The onlookers, numerous disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, reveled in his misfortune. Such exquisite wine, if converted to Xianjing, would be worth at least 1,000 low-grade Xianjing, yet it had all gone to waste. They regarded Xiao Yun with expressions of mockery. As if he were a simpleton, Xiao Yun was equally bewildered. I have no more wine left. You really have no sense of propriety. A harsh voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Shinsong, who was missing an arm, his face etched with deep-seated hatred and derision. Birds of a feather flocked together. How delightful it is for you to be so merry with a beggar. Perhaps you should join him in his plight. Who knows? I might be feeling generous enough to toss you a bone. Shinsong approached with a scornful tone, followed closely by the hawk-nosed man whom Xiao Yun had previously slapped. Xiao Yun regarded him coolly. It seems someone has forgotten the pain of their wounds. Shall we have another duel to refresh your memory? Shinsong's anger flared instantly. Do not be so arrogant, boy. If it weren't for my earlier carelessness, you would never have stood a chance against me. Despite recognizing Xiao Yun's undeniable talent, he still believed that his earlier victory was due to his own lack of vigilance and restrained power. Thus he continued to underestimate Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, Do not mind him. I have more wine here, suddenly interjected Su Qingyu, standing beside him. With a wave of her hand, 2 more jars of wine appeared, releasing a rich fragrance that filled the air once more. This, too, is exquisite wine, no less impressive than what Xiao Yun previously presented. It is made from peach blossoms. This wine is worth 100 inferior Xian crystals per jar. The saintess, truly beautiful and kind-hearted, is willing to offer this wine to a beggar. The crowd immediately felt a pang of sympathy. This peach blossom brew is renowned throughout the Dragon Elephant sect for its exquisite quality. If you do not wish to drink it, you could have given it to us instead. To give it away to a beggar seems nothing short of wasteful to them. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. Why should I share my wine with others? If you say I am foolishly generous, then how is Su Qingyu's action one of kindness? Indeed, the prejudice in people's hearts is a towering mountain. But soon after, gulu gulu. Hic, the old man suddenly belched again. Not enough, still not enough. The 2 jars of fine wine that Su Qingyu had brought out were once again emptied, not a single drop remaining. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened. She had intended to save these 2 jars for later, but unexpectedly, they vanished after just a few sips in front of him. Such waste, truly such waste. The onlookers echoed their lamentations. A fine wine like peach blossom brew, which even they would hesitate to consume, was now ruined by a beggar. Seeing this, Shinsong immediately sneered. Qingyu, I warned you long ago not to be deceived by certain individuals. Otherwise, the outcome will be just like before, an empty endeavor. Clearly, this was a jab at Xiao Yun. Su Qingyu frowned slightly. My affairs are none of your concern. She was increasingly annoyed with him. Damn you, you vile wretch. Shinsong cursed in his heart. Once my father replaces Su Chongkong, I will ensure that you submit beneath my might. Hic. Just then, the disheveled old man staggered to his feet and gazed at the crowd. It has been a long time since I have enjoyed drinking so heartily. Since that is the case, I shall not pretend any longer. In truth, I am a sword immortal. If anyone can procure another 1,000 jars of the same wine for me, I shall grant them an opportunity. There is only one slot, and it is first come, first served. Upon this declaration, the venue fell silent. However, it was not long before Paha. Did you hear that? He claims to be a sword immortal? This is utterly hilarious. If a beggar can casually be a sword immortal, then I must possess the stature of an emperor. The crowd erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke. Shinsong snapped back to reality, looking at Xiao Yun, laughing heartily. Huh? I wondered why you would go to such lengths to curry favor with a beggar. Turns out he claims to be a sword immortal. Shinsong laughed uncontrollably. A sword immortal? That is a legendary existence. Not to mention this scruffy beggar. Even across the entire northern spirit domain, such a superpower is rare. And now, he audaciously proclaims himself a sword immortal, asking for 1,000 jars of peach blossom brew? Who would believe him? Only someone with a hole in their head. Elder, is that truly the case? Xiao Yun's eyes brightened with excitement as he hurriedly inquired. Good, good, good. Truly, all efforts lead to this moment. He had been pondering how to persuade the other party to relent, yet he was taken aback by their brashness in revealing their intentions so candidly. With only one spot available on a first-come, first-served basis, what was there to hesitate about? Of course, I never deceive. The disheveled old man slurred, punctuating his words with a belch that reeked of alcohol, earning him a chorus of disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to Su Qingyu and asked, Qingyu, where did you buy that wine? 1,000 jars of wine could exchange for the chance to meet a sword immortal. This was an opportunity too profitable to overlook, and he was already brimming with excitement. Goodness, could he truly believe this? A voice in the crowd questioned. No, he doesn't seem foolish. Could it be that I misjudged him? He appears to be a classic example of a wealthy fool, eager to inflate his own importance, an archetypal nouveau riche mentality. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with scorn. Trusting a beggar's words? Is that not the very definition of foolishness? However, Su Qingyu too hesitated. She shared the skepticism regarding the beggar's claims and was reluctant to see Xiao Yun deceived. Perhaps we should reconsider, she suggested. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave. Qingyu, you must trust me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this chance, it may never come again. Very well, Su Qingyu conceded after a moment's contemplation. Swayed by the unwavering determination in Xiao Yun's gaze, she glanced at the beggar and said, the Taohua wine was purchased from the sect's treasure pavilion. Each jar costs 100 low-grade Xian crystals. If you need it, I can assist you in procuring it. Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. handing her a spatial ring containing 2,000 medium-grade Xian crystals. Use all of it to buy as many jars of Taohua wine as possible. Chapter 54. The show begins. Su Qingyu set off to purchase the wine. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she chose to place her trust in Xiao Yun. Goodness! Could he really believe this? 2,000 medium-grade Xian crystals is an extravagant sum. Even if he is reckless, such folly is unprecedented. Once he brings back 1,000 jars of Taohua wine and realizes he has been duped by that beggar, he may wish for death. The crowd watched Xiao Yun with a sense of schadenfreude. 2,000 medium-grade Xian crystals. Even the inner disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect receive only 500 for a month's worth of cultivation resources. Who would dare to be so extravagant? The impression of Xiao Yun as a naive and wealthy fool deepened. Shen Tsang erupted into mocking laughter. Huh? Should I call you foolish, or simply naive? To wager 2,000 medium-grade Xian crystals on the word of a beggar claiming to be a sword immortal? Merely speaking of such an act is enough to provoke laughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward: cultivation at the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The reward was finally in hand. Xiao Yun then cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tsang. I possess wealth, and I take pleasure in it. No matter how foolish I may appear, I can scatter my riches with both hands, unlike certain individuals who can only manage with one. In times of self-reassurance, they cannot even switch hands. Upon hearing these words, Shen Tsang's defenses crumbled completely. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall repay this grievance in due time, and when that moment arrives, I will reduce your limbs to mere pulp. He ground his teeth in fury, yet felt utterly powerless against Xiao Yun. After all, this was the Dragon Elephant sect, where private feuds were strictly prohibited. Even as the son of the Grand Elder, he possessed no privileges. Today, I shall observe just how many Xian crystals you can squander. When you find yourself destitute, tricked by that beggar, I will ensure that everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect knows of your illustrious deeds. Shen Tsang remarked with a sardonic tone. Even if he could not resort to violence, the mere thought of witnessing Xiao Yun being duped by a beggar brought him joy. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, struggled to suppress a smile. Even if he were to fall victim to deception, the system's rewards had already been credited to him, ensuring that he would emerge unscathed. Just then, the hawk-nosed man, whom Xiao Yun had previously slapped, leaned in and whispered to Shen Tsang, Senior Brother Shen. That old man mentioned I would encounter calamity, and it has indeed come to pass, precisely as he foretold. Is it possible? Shen Tsang furrowed his brow at the suggestion. What if the old man truly was a sword immortal? Contemplating this, Shen Tsang regained his composure and scrutinized the disheveled elder, ultimately approaching him. Old man, are you truly a sword immortal? He inquired, pinching his nose. The scruffy elder swayed while clutching a wine jar, thumping his chest in affirmation. Of course, I never lie. Shen Tsang hesitated, observing the elder's fervent demeanor. Should he believe him? Then demonstrate your prowess as a sword immortal. If you truly are one, I shall deliver 1,000 jars of peach blossom wine to you without delay, Shen Tsang declared. However, the elder yawned and replied, I mentioned before, the first person to bring me 1,000 jars of fine wine will receive a chance. If you believe me, you might still have an opportunity. He glanced at Shen Tsang's empty sleeves and pointed at Xiao Yun, adding, moreover, you should covet this opportunity more than he does. Xiao Yun's heart sank. He could not allow Shen Tsang to seize the initiative. He could only hope that Su Qingyu would return swiftly. Suddenly, Shen Tsang erupted into laughter. That lad will fall for your trickery, but I certainly will not. You think a mere statement will entice me to part with my treasures? You have mistaken your audience. The disheveled elder fell silent, remaining inebriated. Yet Shen Tsang was convinced. This beggar was undoubtedly deceiving him. Were there even a hint of the aura befitting a sword immortal, he would not hesitate to wager 1,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. However, he perceived no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the elder, nor did he exude any qualities distinct from a beggar. Thus, he could not bring himself to believe that the elder was the legendary sword immortal. Senior Brother Shen Tsang is truly wise. Only a fool with deep pockets would believe that. After all, that amounts to 2,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. I can hardly wait to see the expression on that young man's face when he realizes he has been deceived. It's not just Shen Tsang who doubts it. None of the onlookers believe it either, or else Su Qingyu would not be the only one taking action to this point. Before long, the saintess returned. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Turning to look, they saw Su Qingyu jogging over, clearly taking Xiao Yun's words to heart. Junior brother Xiao Yun, I have brought the wine. Su Qingyu exclaimed, gently waving her hand. Rows of exquisite wine jars were neatly arranged on the ground, amounting to over 1,000, filling the area with an intoxicating aroma that enveloped everyone. There are 1,500 jars of peach blossom brew here, 1,000 for junior brother Xiao Yun. And 500 are my gift to the seniors, Su Qingyu said with a smile, handing over the excess Xian crystals to Xiao Yun. Her intention was to mitigate Xiao Yun's loss, as the disheveled elder before them hardly resembled a sword immortal. And she feared Xiao Yun might lose his cultivation resources as a result. Thank you, my future bride, Xiao Yun grinned, understanding her kind gesture. How utterly foolish. Upon witnessing Su Qingyu actually procure over 1,000 jars of peach blossom brew, Shun Song snorted coldly, his face alight with schadenfreude. Don't be deceived by the bright smiles now. Soon someone will be crying with nowhere to shed their tears. The attendees shared his enthusiasm. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. That old man, with over 1,000 jars of wine. It is now time for you to showcase your prowess as a sword immortal. Amidst the crowd's laughter, Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu's gazes also fell upon the unkempt elder. The truth was about to be revealed. Well, the disheveled elder picked up a jar of wine and downed it in 2 swift gulps, before finally directing his gaze at Xiao Yun amid the crowd's attention. Why do you believe in me? A flicker of sharpness glimmered in his seemingly murky eyes. Xiao Yun smiled lightly. I guessed. Indeed, it was a guess, albeit one confirmed by the system. Guessed? The elder was momentarily taken aback. This response was completely unexpected. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, as I have promised. The elder chuckled. However, it seems some among you are skeptical of my words. Since you have already guessed, I need not conceal myself any longer. The crowd buzzed with uncertainty. Could this old fellow truly be concealing remarkable abilities? Humph. He.S. just blowing hot air. Shin Song scoffed, utterly unconvinced. At that moment, the elder slowly rose. Do you see that mountain? Xiao Yun turned to gaze at the mountain that the old man had indicated, nodding in acknowledgement. I see it. He was not alone. Everyone present beheld the sight. The disheveled elder raised a jar of wine with one hand while stroking his unkempt beard with the other. You must pay close attention. Chapter 55. The Sword Immortal of the Mortal World. You must indeed pay close attention. As the old man's voice echoed, his previously dull and lifeless eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, akin to a sword unsheathed. He gestured dramatically with his finger. Swish. A gentle breeze wafted through. All present, including Xiao Yun, held their breath, their focus directed toward the mountain that the elder had pointed out. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. The crowd blinked in unison. Yet, the mountain remained utterly still. Ha ha ha. Shin Song burst into laughter. I knew it. I knew this old man was a fraud. Only a fool like you would be duped out of 1,000 mid-grade mystic crystals by him. This is utterly hilarious. His expression brimmed with delight, and his eyes danced with mockery as he regarded Xiao Yun. Losing 1,000 mid-grade mystic crystals would surely sting, even for the wealthiest among them. I thought I had misjudged the situation. Ha ha ha. To be swindled out of 1,000 mid-grade mystic crystals by a beggar, that lad must surely hold the record. The crowd erupted in laughter, reveling in the misfortune of others. This was the conclusion they had hoped to witness. If the elder truly were a sword immortal, it would only serve to highlight their own foolishness. Su Qingyu, observing the scene, sighed internally and turned to Xiao Yun, offering words of comfort. Xiao Yun, my junior brother. It's truly not a matter of great consequence. Do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart. Xiao Yun remained silent. He had faith in himself and in the elder. At that moment, Shun Song suddenly turned his gaze towards the ragged old man. And you deceitful old fool, dared to attempt to deceive me. Just wait until I deal with you. A sinister smile twisted his features. How audacious for a beggar to try to swindle him. Truly, he was courting disaster. However, just as he prepared to confront the disheveled elder, a faint cracking sound resonated from behind him. Crack, crack, crack. The noise grew increasingly pronounced. What is happening? Shun Song spun around, and the others followed suit, only to witness a scene that would etch itself into their memories forever. Crack, crack, crack. Before their eyes, the colossal mountain had developed a smooth, gaping fissure right at its center. As the crack widened, the entire mountain erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deafening. Countless fragments of rock soared through the air, and a thick cloud of dust billowed upwards, obscuring the skies above the dragon-elephant sect, dimming the light. The earth trembled, and dense mist enveloped the scene. This spectacle was akin to the end of the world. My heavens, what has transpired? How could such a tranquil mountain come to this? Hiss! Could it be that the old man spoke the truth? Everyone was left astounded. Particularly after one individual gasped in horror. The chilling words that followed sent shivers down their spines. They turned in unison to gaze at the seemingly indifferent, scruffy old man, who was drinking heartily from a wine jar, and their composure shattered. Could it be that he was indeed responsible? What had transpired? I sensed an overwhelming sword aura. What? Could it be that the Sword Mountain had launched an attack? In an instant, figures rushed towards them. And leading the charge were the high-ranking members of the Dragon-Elephant sect, including the sect leader, Su Changkong, and the Grand Elder, Shen Xiong, both wearing grave expressions. Everyone braced for battle. With a command from Su Changkong, the entire Dragon-Elephant sect entered a state of combat readiness. Such formidable sword energy. Could it truly be that the leader of Sword Mountain had come in person? Su Changkong was the first to arrive, after surveying the surroundings and finding no enemies. He breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to Su Qingyu and Shen Tsong, inquiring, "Qingyu, what has happened?" However, at that moment, Su Qingyu and the others were still in a state of profound shock, unable to respond to Su Changkong's question. "Qingyu, what on earth is wrong with you?" Su Changkong pressed, but he could distinctly sense that the atmosphere was peculiar. After a long pause, hiss, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor. Good heavens! It is truly him. No, I must be dreaming. Some were so astonished that their tongues stumbled over their words. In an instant, the gazes of everyone towards the scruffy old man transformed completely, shifting from shock to terror. Impossible, this cannot be. Shen Tsong stared incredulously at the scruffy old man, his face paling in an instant. This old man was not deceiving them. It was highly likely that he was indeed a formidable figure. But what had he just done? He had audaciously claimed he would teach a sword immortal a lesson. This was akin to an old man hanging himself out of sheer boredom. Father. It was this senior who, with a mere wave of his hand, caused that mountain to explode. Su Qingyu hastily informed Su Changkong, her own heart racing with disbelief. What did you say? Su Changkong, Shen Xiong, and the other high-ranking members of the Dragon-Elephant sect were also left bewildered. Such a massive mountain, obliterated with a casual gesture? Even Su Changkong could not accomplish such a feat. Yet now they were being told that this old man, who looked no different from a beggar, had done it. May I ask what brings you, esteemed elder, to our Dragon-Elephant sect? Do you have any guidance for us? Su Changkong was the first to recover, respectfully bowing to the scruffy old man. To be honest, he felt quite anxious. If Su Qingyu spoke the truth, a being of such terrifying strength had entered their sect unnoticed, indicating that the elder's cultivation level far surpassed his own. This is the first time I have been discovered by someone. The disheveled elder slowly rose to his feet, a tempest of sword energy swirling around him like a storm. In the blink of an eye, he transformed entirely. His posture straightened, his garments became immaculate, and he was now clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an ethereal grace. The aura surrounding him underwent a profound metamorphosis, rendering him a figure starkly different from before. I am the sword immortal of the mortal realm. His resonant voice echoed through the heavens. The elder's robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of effortless elegance, while the palpable sword energy emanating from him was too daunting to behold. A sword immortal? Su Changkong trembled at the revelation. Such a figure was the stuff of legends, a superlative powerhouse. To speak candidly, even with the full might of the Dragon-Elephant sect at his disposal, he would stand no chance against a sword immortal. In light of this realization, Su Changkong promptly bowed in reverence. I am Su Changkong, the sect leader of the Dragon-Elephant sect, and I humbly greet the sword immortal of the mortal realm. Soon after, the gathered crowd regained their composure. We pay our respects to the sword immortal of the mortal realm. Every member of the Dragon-Elephant sect, from disciples to higher-ups, knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in deep respect. The sight was overwhelming. A sea of kneeling figures resonating with thunderous voices that echoed through the skies, a display of monumental reverence. Yet, the sword immortal maintained a stoic expression, eventually directing his gaze toward Xiao Yun, inquiring, "Why do you not kneel?" Xiao Yun met his gaze unwaveringly. As a sword cultivator, I bow to no one. His voice was soft, yet in that moment, the crowd held their breath, every word crystal clear to all present. Xiao Yun, do not provoke the elder. Su Qingyu hastily conveyed through thought, her heart racing in anxiety. Seizing the moment, Su Chongkong bellowed, "Ignorant youth, kneel at once. Should you incite the wrath of the sword immortal, no penance could absolve your transgression." Within, Shinsong chuckled coldly. "Arrogant brat, hasten your demise. I would relish in your offense against him. Perhaps then the sword immortal might overlook my prior indiscretion." But in the next moment, a hearty laugh erupted. "Well said." The sword immortal's jovial laughter left everyone momentarily stunned. As a sword cultivator, one must remain unyielding. Otherwise, one resembles a broken sword. The sword immortal regarded Xiao Yun with increasing approval. At these words, Su Qingyu and Su Chongkong breathed sighs of relief, grateful that they had not angered this formidable sword immortal. How infuriating! Shinsong's head hung low, his face a mask of discontent. Why should a sword immortal treat Xiao Yun with such courtesy? He could not accept it, yet he could only stifle his frustration. "I have traveled the mortal realm for decades, and this is the first time someone has unveiled my true identity. You are no ordinary lad," the sword immortal remarked with a smile. Although Xiao Yun claimed to have deduced his identity, the elder was skeptical. It was merely an unspoken understanding among them. "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. After all, one could hardly argue that his extraordinary strength derived from having traversed realms. "Regardless of the circumstances, I assure you, I am not one to deceive. Since you have bestowed upon me such exquisite wines, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity." Upon uttering these words, the words of the red dust sword immortal caused every individual present to lift their heads in astonishment, with many even finding their breaths becoming rapid and shallow. An opportunity gifted by a sword immortal. Should they be fortunate enough to receive it, their ascension would be assured, perhaps even enabling them to reach the lofty heights of the sword immortal himself. Contemplating this, their gazes towards Xiao Yun were tinged with envy and jealousy, their eyes aflame with desire. What is unfolding here? At this moment, senior members of the Dragon Elephant sect, such as Su Chongkong and Shin Xiong, were engaged in hushed discussions, inquiring about the events that had transpired. As they absorbed the details of the situation, their expressions morphed into a tableau of astonishment. A seemingly inconspicuous beggar was, in fact, a concealed sword immortal, having operated under their very noses for half a year without their knowledge. Had they discovered this sooner, such a boon would have rightfully belonged to them. Alas, regret was now futile. Shin Xiong was incensed, stamping his foot in frustration. "Songer, how could you be so foolish?" Upon learning that the red dust sword immortal had revealed his identity from the outset, and that Shin Tsang had the opportunity to vie for this fortune, yet dismissed it with disdain, even mocking it, he nearly succumbed to his rage. Not only had he squandered an extraordinary opportunity, but he had also offended a powerful entity of sword immortal caliber, a truly foolish blunder. I did not know," Shin Tsang murmured, his head bowed, tears welling in his eyes. Had he known that the individual before him was a sword immortal, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. The red dust sword immortal then produced a resplendent golden pill and presented it to Xiao Yun. "This is a 6th grade elixir, known as the primordial golden pill, capable of swiftly mending injuries. Even severed limbs can be restored." Xiao Yun's eyes brightened instantaneously. "In that case, I shall not be polite." He grasped the elixir eagerly. Possessing this primordial golden pill was akin to gaining another life, a truly invaluable treasure. "What?" Shin Tsang stood in stunned disbelief. He stared intently at the golden pill in Xiao Yun's hand, his gaze brimming with longing, trembling with desire. The ability to restore severed limbs. This was precisely what he needed. No wonder the red dust sword immortal had remarked that he would require this opportunity more than Xiao Yun. It was evident that he had never been deceitful. "I am filled with such bitter regret." Shin Tsang's heart roared in anguish. Had he known that this opportunity would yield a primordial golden pill, he would not have hesitated for a moment. Even if it meant parting with 1,000 jars of peach blossom wine, or even 10,000, or 100,000. Yet now, he had let it slip through his fingers. The thought of it made him feel as if his insides were twisted in remorse. "Since you too are a practitioner of the sword, in addition to this primordial golden pill, I shall bestow upon you another gift," the red dust sword immortal continued. Not finished yet. The crowd was practically drooling with anticipation. The mere presence of the primordial golden pill was already worth a fortune. And now it appeared that the immortal had yet another treasure to offer Xiao Yun. Soon, the red dust sword immortal produced a tome, These are my insights into the sword path. They should prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, a tremor coursed through the hearts of those present. Such wisdom emanating from a sword immortal was not merely a matter of assistance. It possessed an intrinsic worth beyond measure, truly invaluable. While the primordial golden core could be quantified in monetary terms, this understanding of the sword path was something that even wealth could not procure. Heavens! Su Qingyu gently covered her lips in astonishment. She recognized that Xiao Yun had comprehended sword energy, marking him as a genuine sword cultivator. If he were to acquire the insights of the other, could he not advance further, perhaps to the rank of Sword King, or even Sword Immortal? What a tremendous gain! This was indeed a remarkable fortune. Xiao Yun, equally elated, felt that his efforts had not been in vain. This haul was truly spectacular. Grateful for the elder's goodwill, he thought it best to accept graciously. With a grin, he promptly secured the tome within his possession. The red dust sword immortal stroked his beard, his gaze suddenly falling upon Su Qingyu. Child, come here. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Me? She stammered, somewhat at a loss. The red dust sword immortal nodded with a smile. Of course you. Among the 1,500 jars of wine, 500 were gifted by you. So I must reward you in return. Surprise and joy washed over Su Qingyu. Initially, her intention was to prevent Xiao Yun from suffering too great a loss, never imagining that she would also be included. Qingyu, quickly express your gratitude to the elder. Su Changkong urged. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Qingyu stepped forward with eagerness. The red dust sword immortal chuckled. If I am not mistaken, you must be an alchemist. Su Qingyu nodded. I am a third-grade alchemist. Xiao Yun looked at Su Qingyu in surprise, not having anticipated that she was also an alchemist. Given that, take these formulas, they are of no use to me. The red dust sword immortal presented another tome, this one bound in black. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Qingyu accepted it with delight, her heart soaring. An alchemist's greatest need was indeed formulas. Without them, even the most skilled artisan would struggle to create. A cursory glance revealed that this tome contained records of hundreds of different formulas, the lowest being 3rd grade, while the highest reached 6th grade, an invaluable treasure. With these formulas, she effectively possessed a veritable treasure trove. As her alchemical skills improved, she would be able to craft these precious elixirs at will. My heavens, this is beyond delightful. Woe is me, I am filled with envy and regret. If only I had another chance. I would sell everything I own to acquire those 1,500 jars of peach blossom brew. The onlookers, filled with regret at the missed opportunity, felt an overwhelming desire to strike their heads against a wall in despair. The bitterness of their loss was palpable. I refuse to accept this. I simply cannot accept it. Shen Tsang's eyes burned with fury as he gazed at the retreating figures of Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu, a torrent of jealousy threatening to burst forth from his chest. The Hunyuan golden pill, the insights of swordsmanship, the precious elixir formula. Each of these treasures is worth its weight in gold, and he had once held the chance to claim them, only to squander it. This was the most maddening aspect of the entire ordeal. Chapter 57. Calling grandfather is futile. Junior brother Xiao Yun, thank you so much. Su Qingyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yun, realizing that without his intervention, she would likely have missed out on the reward. We are family, after all. Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, causing Su Qingyu's cheeks to flush slightly. After all, she was not yet married. Having bestowed upon you all the opportunities, I shall take my leave now, the red dust sword immortal said, taking a sip from his cup with a jovial demeanor. Please, senior sword immortal, wait. Shen Xiong suddenly interjected from the crowd. All eyes turned towards him as he respectfully addressed the red dust sword immortal. Senior, may I inquire if you possess any more Hunyuan golden pills? I am willing to pay a handsome price for one. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly understood his intentions. Shen Xiong sought to procure a Hunyuan golden pill to restore Shen Song's arm. The red dust sword immortal regarded Shen Xiong with a solemn expression and shook his head. I possess only that one Hunyuan golden pill. A wave of despair washed over Shen Xiong. Was there truly no hope left? However, the sword immortal continued. If you truly wish to buy it, why not approach him directly? At this, both Shen Xiong and his son wore expressions of discomfort. The thought of purchasing the Hunyuan golden pill from Xiao Yun felt akin to slapping their own faces. Songer, give it a try, Shen Xiong urged, transmitting his thoughts to Shen Tsang. Yet, Shen Tsang clenched his fists in defiance. He simply could not lower himself to that extent. Songer, do not act impulsively. The three-sect martial gathering is merely half a year away. Recovering your strength is of utmost importance, Shen Xiong advised earnestly. After a moment of silence, Shen Tsang glanced at his empty arm, stifling the shame within him. He turned to Xiao Yun and stated, "Name your price. I wish to purchase your Hunyuan golden pill." Xiao Yun, however, maintained a stoic expression. "I shall not sell." "Then what would it take for you to agree to sell?" Shen Tsang pressed, suppressing his anger. "Call me grandfather," Xiao Yun replied coolly. "You seek death." Shen Tsang roared in fury. This was an unmitigated humiliation. Tsanger, agree to his terms. Shen Xiong urged again through their connection. Though he too felt a surge of indignation, if Xiao Yun was willing to part with the Hunyuan golden pill, it would be a boon for them. "But father, this is an affront too great to bear." Shen Tsang seethed, gritting his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. "A true man is capable of both humility and resilience. Once I secure his primordial golden elixir, I shall ensure he pays a steep price." How could Shen Xiong not be incensed? If Shen Tsang were to call Xiao Yun grandfather, would that not make him Xiao Yun's son? Yet, they find themselves in need of Xiao Yun's assistance and must bow their heads in submission. Upon hearing these words, Shen Tsang took a deep breath. He turned to face Xiao Yun, a look of conflict upon his face. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, he trembled as he uttered, "Grandfather." He actually said it. A wave of astonishment washed over everyone. Even Su Chongkong and Su Qingyu wore expressions of disbelief. Clearly, in his desperation to obtain the primordial golden elixir, Shen Tsang was willing to cast aside all dignity. "I have called out to you. How many mystic crystals must I offer for you to part with the primordial golden elixir?" Shen Tsang raised his head, fixating his gaze on Xiao Yun, whose eyes now gleamed with a crimson hue. The piercing stares from those around him and the overwhelming shame in his heart threatened to engulf him entirely. He resolved that one day, he would make Xiao Yun repay the humiliation he had suffered today 100-fold, 1,000-fold. "Did you truly call out?" Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. "However, you spoke too soon. I had not yet finished my statement. What I meant to convey was that calling me grandfather is of no consequence." An eerie silence fell over the gathering. All eyes turned to Xiao Yun, initially filled with confusion, then utterly transformed into shock. He was toying with Shen Tsang, as if he were a mere pet. No, even Shen Xiong was being made a fool of. "What did you say?" Shen Tsang roared, each word dripping with rage, his gaze toward Xiao Yun ablaze with fury. He had believed that by enduring such humiliation, he could obtain the primordial golden elixir and restore his severed arm. Yet, he had been outwitted by Xiao Yun, and in front of so many witnesses. "Since your hearing appears to be somewhat lacking, allow me to reiterate. Even if you call me grandfather, I shall not sell it to you," Xiao Yun stated calmly. The primordial golden elixir was akin to a lifeline. Why would he part with it when it served as his safeguard in dire situations? Upon hearing this, the disciples and leaders of the Longxiang sect were filled with astonishment. This young man was truly audacious, not only having thoroughly mocked Shen Tsang, but also having deeply offended Shen Xiong. It was evident that Shen Xiong's expression was one of extreme displeasure. Were it not for Su Chongkong and the Red Dust Sword Immortal's presence, he would have undoubtedly acted to eliminate Xiao Yun without hesitation. "You possess a semblance of my former spirit," the Red Dust Sword Immortal chuckled, glancing at Su Qingyu beside him. Addressing Xiao Yun, he remarked, "This young lady is quite remarkable. Do not take her for granted." At his words, Su Qingyu's face flushed with a delicate hue, and she instinctively lowered her head, yet could not resist stealing a glance at Xiao Yun. The Red Dust Sword Immortal's expression turned wistful. "Having traversed the mortal realm for decades, perhaps it is fate that I have been seen through here. It is time for me to return." Then, with a swift flick of his sleeve, he gathered the more than 1,000 jars of peach blossom brew from the ground. A fierce sword aura surged forth. "Little fellow, young lady, we shall meet again," he proclaimed, and as the crowd stood in profound astonishment, a colossal sword, forged from pure sword intent, soared into the sky. The sword immortal of the Red Dust rose, gradually vanishing into the horizon. It was sword intent. He is indeed a sword immortal. Flying on his sword, how utterly magnificent. The disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were instantly filled with excitement. Even those who were not sword cultivators could hardly resist the allure of such a graceful and carefree flight. As the figure disappeared completely, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, their gazes settling on Xiao Yun. He had only just joined the sect, yet he had stumbled upon such a tremendous fortune, It was truly a windfall. I had noticed that sword immortal long ago. If only I had approached him sooner. That immense wealth would have been mine. Who could argue otherwise? My insides are churning with regret. The eyes of the crowd brimmed with envy. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiary of this encounter was Xiao Yun. Having joined the Dragon Elephant sect for less than a day, he had already secured such a significant opportunity, leaving everyone else green with envy. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Yun. Su Qingyu beamed at him, her enchanting smile igniting jealousy among the many male disciples present. It was one thing to seize an opportunity, but now he was even stealing the affections of their beloved goddess. How infuriating. Su Changkong observed the two, his thoughts swirling. It seemed that Master Xuanyuan's prophecy might truly be coming to fruition. Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Shun Xiong stepped forward. His expression was grim, and as he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Old man, what mischief do you intend to stir? Xiao Yun shot him a glance, his face betraying no emotion. Old man. Shun Xiong nearly spat blood in indignation. Clearly, this was in retaliation for Shun Song referring to Xiao Yun as grandfather, prompting Xiao Yun to mockingly call him old man. Such audacity. The crowd could hardly contain their amusement. This fellow had no qualms about taking liberties, and his boldness was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Shun Xiong declared, You have just joined the Dragon Elephant sect. Though the sect leader has made an exception to allow you to become an inner disciple due to your considerable talent, you cannot evade the promotion assessment. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Not only you, but the woman who joined the sect with you must also complete the inner disciple promotion assessment. Chapter 58. You can do as you wish. What is the promotion assessment? Xiao Yun inquired, turning to Su Qingyu for clarification. The promotion assessment is an evaluation for ascending from outer disciple to inner disciple. Besides reaching the spirit profound realm, one must also complete the assessment to be promoted, Su Qingyu explained. Upon finishing her words, she looked at Shun Xiong with great indignation. Elder, everyone recognizes the talents of junior brother Xiao Yun and junior sister Lu Ruyan. Surely, there is no need for them to undergo the promotion assessment? Shun Xiong's expression remained impassive. Saintess, the rules cannot be disregarded. If we make exceptions for them, what will our other disciples think? Or do you imply that even the Saintess dismisses the sect's regulations? His words carried a sinister undertone, particularly when spoken in front of so many disciples, as it could lead to Su Qingyu's reputation within the Longxiang sect collapsing. I do not. Su Qingyu retorted in frustration. This old man truly disgusted her. He always engaged in underhanded dealings, yet spoke with such false righteousness in public. If that is the case, then it is decided. I shall personally arrange their assessments. A glint of cold light flashed in Shun Xiong's eyes. Dare to offend me? Just wait and see how I will ruin you. If he could lure these two out of the sect, retaliation would be effortless, and the treasures Xiao Yun had acquired would ultimately become his own. No need. Su Changkong suddenly interjected. Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan are my exceptional inner disciples and shall not require further assessment. His voice was calm, yet left no room for dissent. But sect leader, Shun Xiong's expression changed dramatically. Elder, do you have any objections? Su Changkong slowly turned around, his tone carrying a subtle pressure. Shun Xiong's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Su Changkong would confront him regarding Xiao Yun in front of so many people. He replied in a low voice, Sect leader, this may not be acceptable to the public. Su Changkong stared at him impassively. Is it truly the public that cannot accept it? Or is it merely your own discontent? Shun Xiong's expression stiffened. Su Changkong then addressed the gathered disciples of Longxiang sect. To all present, if anyone can defeat Xiao Yun or Lu Ruyan under the same cultivation level, I shall reward them with 1,000 mid-grade Xian crystals and immediately revoke all their privileges. Do any of you have objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison. With such a declaration, how could anyone not see that Su Changkong was favoring Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan? Naturally, no one dared to provoke this misfortune. Since there are no objections, you may disperse. Su Changkong waved his hand, and only after everyone had left did he transmit a message to Su Qingyu. Qingyu, you must exert more effort. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by exert more effort? Su Changkong, filled with frustration, replied. Of course, you need to secure Xiao Yun quickly. I noticed that Lu Ruyan shares a close relationship with him. If you do not act soon, you may be overtaken. Listen to me. Tonight, you must turn raw rice into cooked rice, and if possible, create a life. Then we can use this young man to command the elders, and Xiao Yun will have no way to escape. Su Qingyu's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Father, what are you saying? She understood that after the recent events, Su Chongkong had fully acknowledged Xiao Yun, hence his words. Yet, this was all too premature. She had only known Xiao Yun for a few days. Why has the conversation suddenly shifted to matters of life and death? Future bride, will you accompany me back? Xiao Yun inquired with a cheerful demeanor as he gazed at Su Qingyu. Oh, all right. She belatedly came to her senses. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and follow. Remember to take the initiative. Su Chongkong urged with a sly grin. I understand. Su Qingyu shot him an embarrassed glare, then blushed as she walked alongside Xiao Yun. Observing their retreating figures, Shen Song was filled with exasperation. Xiao Yun had not only stolen his woman, but was now also usurping what was rightfully his, inciting his fury to its peak. Next time, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Shen Xiong, too, wore a gloomy expression, casting a side glance at Su Chongkong before departing in a huff. Xiaozhu Peak. This was the mountain where Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu resided. Xiao Yun, will your lady allow you to rest in the house? Su Qingyu asked absent-mindedly, her gaze lowered, as they drew closer to the dwelling. Coupled with the memory of Su Chongkong's earlier words, she felt increasingly tangled and bashful. Although she recognized that Su Chongkong's intentions were good, it felt too swift. She was hardly prepared. Naturally, in this household, I am the one in charge, Xiao Yun declared with a hearty slap on his chest. Do you think I believe that? Su Qingyu instantly laughed. Given the terrifying prowess displayed by Lu Rian earlier, not even Xiao Yun would stand a chance. Her father would kneel before her. All right, you doubt me, do you? Just wait and see if I am cast out tonight. With that, Xiao Yun strode directly into the bamboo cottage, shutting the door behind him. Hey, wait a moment. Watching as Xiao Yun entered, Su Qingyu's voice dwindled, and she suddenly felt a void within, as if something vital had been taken from her. Meanwhile, my lady, are you asleep? Xiao Yun quietly called out upon entering the room. Swish. A rush of cold air greeted him, and he soon beheld a flawless face, still exuding charm. You truly dare to return? Lu Rian's voice was icy and piercing, causing the entire room's temperature to drop several degrees. Xiao Yun chuckled in response. This is my home with my lady. How could I not return? With that, he flopped onto the bed. Lu Rian, seeing this, ground her teeth in frustration, then took a deep breath and said, If you wish to sleep in here, you may. Xiao Yun remained silent, sensing that further traps awaited him. As expected, Lu Rian continued. But the condition is that you must defeat me first. Xiao Yun glanced at her. What? Are you scared now? Seeing Xiao Yun's silence, Lu Rian assumed he was intimidated, a surge of satisfaction blossoming within her as she felt a semblance of victory. No problem. Xiao Yun suddenly agreed. You are not afraid of me? It was now Lu Ruyan's turn to be astonished. Have you ever encountered a man who fears his own woman? Xiao Yun sprang to his feet, standing before Lu Ruyan, their faces nearly touching, each able to feel the other's breath. Merely talking would not suffice. Lu Ruyan coldly snorted in response. Upon finishing her words, an aura of icy coldness erupted instantly. How did you reach the third level of the spirit profound realm? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a hint of surprise. Regardless of Lu Ruyan's prior strength, she had clearly been at the first level of the spirit profound realm when she joined the Dragon Elephant sect earlier that morning. Yet now, not even a day had passed, and she had astonishingly broken through to the third level? Is it not permissible to break through while practicing? Lu Ruyan gazed at Xiao Yun with undeniable pride, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Compared to me, you still have much to learn. Xiao Yun, however, suddenly flashed a wicked smile. Are you certain that if I defeat you, I can sleep in the room and indulge in my desires? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly, yet she nodded, her face radiating confidence as she declared, Indeed, as long as you can defeat me, you may do as you wish. Chapter 59. Only words are firm. Lu Ruyan was completely confident. There was no way she could possibly lose to Xiao Yun. Thus, even knowing that Xiao Yun was trying to deceive her, she remained unfazed, for the outcome would ultimately be the same. This is what you said. Xiao Yun smiled at Lu Ruyan, his heart exhilarated. The future of this household would hinge on this moment. It was time to restore the male pride that was rightfully his. Lu Ruyan raised her elegantly white neck, her stunningly beautiful face brimming with arrogance. So what if I said it? You could never be my opponent. You might as well prepare to sleep on the ground from now on. With that, she thrust her palm forward. The cold energy surged forth instantaneously. She aimed to shatter Xiao Yun's confidence in one fell swoop and eradicate any inappropriate thoughts from his mind. But in the next moment, slap! Lu Ruyan's palm suddenly halted, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was firmly grasped by Xiao Yun's hand. Lu Ruyan frowned. Boom. She summoned her other hand again. Slap. The result was the same. This time, both of Lu Ruyan's hands were tightly held by Xiao Yun, and regardless of how she exerted her energy, she could not break free. How could this be? Lu Ruyan was alarmed. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she cried out in disbelief. Impossible. How could you also be at the third level of the spirit profound realm? She was utterly stunned. Xiao Yun was also at the third level of the spirit profound realm. Yet the question remained, how was this possible? She distinctly remembered that earlier that morning, when she joined the Dragon Elephant sect, Xiao Yun had only been at the 9th level of the profound realm. But in less than a day, he had made a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Such a rapid advancement was even more absurd than her own. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that her awakening of the sacred body of frost, combined with the extensive legacy left by the Ice Phoenix Empress in her previous life, enabled her to ascend to the 3rd tier of the spirit profound realm in such a brief span of time. But what about Xiao Yun? Was it merely by chance that he experienced a breakthrough while practicing? Xiao Yun merely echoed Lu Ruyan's earlier words back to her. Enraged, Lu Ruyan struggled fiercely, only to realize her efforts were futile. A sense of dread washed over her as she understood the gravity of her predicament, leading her to glare at Xiao Yun with fury. You've hurt me. Let go of me. Their postures were exceedingly intimate, with Xiao Yun gripping Lu Ruyan's wrist firmly, their bodies nearly entwined. He could even perceive the softness and remarkable elasticity emanating from her figure. Suddenly, Xiao Yun broke into a grin. My dear, you were the one who said earlier that if I could defeat you, I could do as I please. At his words, Lu Ruyan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a warning glare. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Just then, the system made its presence known. Detection indicates the host is on the verge of breaking free from their innocence. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Be intimidated by the other's words. Cowardly release them, and thus forfeit the reward. Option 2. The other party is unwilling. Upholding the gentleman's name, suppress your inner impulses, resulting in no reward. Option 3. Why concern yourself? After all, she is already your wife. Any matters can be addressed later, with a reward of 10,000 high-grade profound crystals. Xiao Yun chuckled. Ah, the system truly understands me. He then decisively wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, assertively pressing her onto the bed before sealing her luscious lips with his. Muffled sounds escaped Lu Ruyan's mouth as her beautiful eyes widened in shock. How could she be kissed forcefully once more? She struggled vigorously to escape Xiao Yun's embrace, yet ultimately found her efforts in vain. A profound sense of astonishment overwhelmed her. Back in the Tianqi dynasty, she had exerted all of her residual strength upon awakening to slay the elders of the Wanjian Mountain and the Finchant sect, even intimidating the governor of the Tianbao Tower. Since then, she had exhausted all her profound energy, and even now, she had only just managed to regain her status at the 3rd tier of the spirit profound realm. Despite this, she possessed the sacred body of frost under normal circumstances. She could easily fight across several minor levels. Yet, she was astonished to discover that she was no match for Xiao Yun, which left her utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was not idle either. This was outrageous. The audacity of this young man was staggering. Lu Ruyan felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Her enchanting face flushed crimson. However, the strange yet exhilarating sensations coursing through her body caused her to tremble slightly. She was blushing so profusely it seemed she could drip water. It was only when they were nearly breathless that Xiao Yun lifted his head. What do you intend to do? Lu Ruyan's voice had completely transformed. Xiao Yun gazed at her with a smile that was neither wholly joyful nor entirely mocking. My dear wife, we have been wed for quite some time now, yet we have yet to consummate our union. What do you suppose is on my mind? Lu Ruyan was taken aback, her composure shattered. She was no longer the exalted Ice Phoenix Empress, but rather a frightened little rabbit. Why you mustn't come any closer? After a futile struggle, Lu Ruyan shut her eyes, surrendering to her fate. Suddenly, she gasped, her eyes wide open, tears brimming as she voiced her grievances. You scoundrel! Realizing resistance was futile, she resolved to embrace the moment. 2.5 hours later, Lu Ruyan lay exhausted upon the bed. her cheeks still flushed with the remnants of their encounter, resembling a ripe, juicy peach that beckoned indulgence. Observing the bloodstains at the bedside, her heart was awash with conflicting emotions. After countless years of preserving her purity, she had unwittingly yielded to a mere lad in his early 20s. I swear I shall have my revenge, she seethed, glaring at Xiao Yun. This predicament was something she had never envisioned. Xiao Yun chuckled softly. It seems I have uncovered a truth. My wife, while fierce in spirit, is gentle everywhere else. Lu Ruyan seethed with indignation, feeling as if she might weep from frustration. How could she endure such humiliation, both in this life and the last? Xiao Yun, however, pulled her into his embrace, wrapping her delicate form in the blankets, and whispered tenderly, "My dear, the night is deepening. Let us rest." A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward, 10,000 high-grade mysterious crystals." The moon hung high, casting inky shadows over the night. The tumult between Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan subsided into tranquility. Yet, in the adjacent bamboo cottage, Su Qingyu's cheeks were flushed as she curled up in bed, tossing and turning, softly murmuring, "So she can produce such sounds." Su Qingyu had never imagined that Lu Ruyan, who typically exuded an aura of pristine elegance, could emit such alluring and high-pitched sounds, and to her astonishment, they persisted for quite some time. The captivating noises distracted her from her cultivation and rest, causing her to eavesdrop on the entire affair. She had heard Lu Ruyan transition from anger to enjoyment, and ultimately to exhaustion, every nuance crystal clear. She understood precisely what Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan were engaged in, and as she listened, she found herself entranced, her face burning with heat. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but ponder, was it truly so pleasurable? If it were her in that situation. At this thought, she buried herself beneath the covers in sheer embarrassment. Chapter 60. Those who understand me, my wife too. The following day, Xiao Yun opened his eyes. Instinctively, he reached out, only to be met with Lu Ruyan's icy, furious gaze, prompting him to offer an awkward smile. "My dear wife, it appears you were awake all along," glared at Xiao Yun with unrestrained fury, then asked in a deep voice, "Have you also awakened the sacred body?" She felt a deep sense of indignation. In her previous life, she was an empress and had awakened a remarkably powerful sacred body. Yet, under similar cultivation levels, she found herself unable to rival Xiao Yun, which had led to the humiliation she suffered last night. Naturally, Xiao Yun nodded and replied, "My dear, you must have awakened a sacred body as well." He could sense that although Lu Ruyan had lost to him yesterday, her combat prowess far exceeded her apparent cultivation level, indicating that she too had awakened a unique physique, undoubtedly a formidable sacred body. However, in comparison to his ancient sacred body, hers seemed to be slightly inferior, otherwise she would not have been defeated by him. "Indeed, I have awakened the Xianbing sacred body, and it won't be long before it reaches minor success," Lu Ruyan stated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's heart stirred. Minor success of the sacred body. Lu Ruyan frowned at him. "You can't possibly be unaware of the classifications of unique physiques, can you?" Seeing Xiao Yun shake his head, she explained. Unique physiques are divided into 5 stages: awakening, minor success, major success, perfection, and transcendence. Each advancement greatly enhances the physique's power, particularly for sacred bodies. Once it reaches perfection, the power unleashed can be cataclysmic. Although the difficulty is immense, it's a rare occurrence. Xiao Yun suddenly understood. So there were so many intricacies involved. Although I do not know what type of sacred body you possess, it must surely surpass my Xianbing sacred body, if you can cultivate it to major success. No one in the entire Northling region would stand a chance against you, Lu Ruyan remarked, her eyes glinting with hope. If Xiao Yun could truly achieve major success with his sacred body, then perhaps her loss yesterday was not in vain. Then I shall strive for it. Xiao Yun chuckled, pulling Lu Ruyan into his embrace and whispering into her ear, "But right now, I desire you again." Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Just as she began to utter a few words, her cherry lips were silenced, and a fierce battle ensued once more. 2 hours later, Xiao Yun pushed open the door. After shedding his virginity, he felt utterly refreshed. Lu Ruyan had also regained her cold demeanor, yet the lingering blush on her face rendered her even more enchanting. "Sister Qingyu," Xiao Yun suddenly called out. Shortly after, the door across opened gently, and Su Qingyu stepped out, her face still adorned with a hint of shyness. "Sister Qingyu, why is your face so red?" Xiao Yun inquired with great curiosity upon noticing her appearance. And no, it's nothing. I was just refining alchemy earlier. And it's from the heat of the flames, Su Qingyu hurriedly explained, lowering her head and unable to meet the gazes of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. She was nearly mortified. Yesterday, the sounds of battle between Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan kept me awake for the better part of the night. Thus, it was particularly vexing when they resumed their clamor at dawn. Could they not take a moment to rest? Xiao Yun remained oblivious. Yet Lu Ruyan seemed to have an epiphany, her cold visage flushing crimson, undoubtedly aware that her voice had been overheard. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yun, blaming him for this predicament that could very well tarnish her reputation. By the way, Xiao Yun, are you a body cultivator or a sword cultivator? Su Qingyu inquired, shifting her gaze towards him. This question rendered Xiao Yun momentarily speechless. Having comprehended the ancient sword energy, he was undoubtedly a legitimate sword cultivator. However, with the awakening of his ancient sacred body, he could just as easily be classified as a body cultivator. I suppose I can be considered a dual cultivator of both sword and body, he replied. I see. Then allow me to take you to a remarkable place. Su Qingyu nodded thoughtfully before addressing Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, would you care to join us? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, disliking the term junior sister. She sensed the delicate nature of her relationship with Su Qingyu, particularly since Xiao Yun had sounded the chaos bell, potentially marking him as Su Qingyu's destined partner, which left her feeling oddly unsettled. I'm indifferent, she replied coolly, maintaining her emotional distance. Then let us go together. With that, Xiao Yun took Lu Ruyan's hand, only to receive a disdainful eye roll in response. I shall lead the way. Su Qingyu smiled faintly, though the sight of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan hand in hand stirred an undeniable pang of disappointment within her. At that moment, she finally comprehended the intentions of Su Chongkong, murmuring, Father was indeed correct. Soon, under Su Qingyu's guidance, the trio arrived at a grand hall. This was the sect's cultivation secret realm, equipped with formations capable of simulating various training environments for targeted improvement. As you may know, the Dragon Elephant sect is predominantly oriented towards body cultivation, hence the renowned Thunderfire Pool. Su Qingyu introduced, then turned to Xiao Yun. The Thunderfire Pool is specifically designed to enhance the physical body. Would you like to give it a try? Xiao Yun nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed. Upon entering the hall, a wave of searing heat enveloped them, accompanied by crackling electricity, the temperature soaring far beyond that of the outside world. As Xiao Yun surveyed the expanse, he realized that the hall was essentially a colossal pool, within which thousands of meditation cushions floated. Some disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were seated upon these cushions, diligently cultivating. So this is the Thunderfire Pool? Xiao Yun mused, intently absorbing the surroundings. The pool exuded a potent vitality, with the disciples therein drawing upon its energy to refine their physical forms. Indeed, this Thunderfire Pool is unique to our sect. It is formed from the underground Thunderfire crystals, which are transformed through intricate formations to condense an exceptionally pure essence of vitality for everyone to absorb. Su Qingyu reminded, however, that the vitality within is overly concentrated, making it suitable only for physical cultivators. Those who are not physical cultivators, or whose corporeal strength is insufficient, would find it perilous to enter. Xiao Yun nodded, feeling the potent vitality within the Thunderfire Pool, and suddenly felt an urge to try it out. According to what Lu Ruoyan had previously mentioned, his ancient sacred body should still be in the initial awakening stage. Could he enhance the power of his sacred body through cultivation within this Thunderfire Pool? This place is indeed quite suitable for you, Lu Ruoyan suddenly interjected. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up, and seizing the moment while Lu Ruoyan was taken aback, he boldly planted a kiss on her cheek. Those who understand me, my dear. Chapter 61. After all, they are not outsiders. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily stunned by the kiss. She had not expected Xiao Yun to be so audacious. Su Qingyu was still watching nearby, and there were many others present. How could Xiao Yun dare to act so recklessly? With other women here. I'll give you some face, but don't push your luck. Lu Ruoyan transmitted fiercely to Xiao Yun. He scratched his head, thinking, after all, they are not outsiders. Lu Ruoyan was instantly infuriated, gritting her teeth. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu pretended not to see, but her resolve strengthened. It seemed she truly needed to work harder. With a radiant smile, she turned to Xiao Yun and said, then, junior brother Xiao Yun, why not give it a try? Xiao Yun nodded, all right. He leaped onto a cushion within the thunderfire pool. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an even more intense heat. What a rich essence of vitality! His eyes sparkled as he entered a state of cultivation. Although his movements were relatively light, several disciples of the dragon elephant sect nearby noticed him and widened their eyes in astonishment. What the heck, it's him! He actually came to the thunderfire pool. Could it be that this guy is also a physical cultivator? Though Xiao Yun had only joined the dragon elephant sect a day prior, he had already rung the chaos bell, caused Shinsong to suffer a significant loss, and received a gift from a sword immortal the previous day, creating quite a stir. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiao Yun's notoriety within the dragon elephant sect was already on par with, if not surpassing, that of Shinsong. Thus, upon witnessing Xiao Yun enter the thunderfire pool, many disciples of the dragon elephant sect grew curious, eager to see how long he could endure within. Outside the thunderfire pool, someone suddenly turned to Lu Ruoyan and inquired, "Ruoyan Jr.'s sister, do you wish to give it a try?" Lu Ruoyan shook her head expressionlessly. Her icebound sacred body did not require the refinement of the thunderfire pool. Seeing this, Su Qingyu fell silent. Subsequently, their gazes converged upon Xiao Yun, although the atmosphere between the two was rather delicate. In the thunderfire pool, as Xiao Yun settled onto the mat, countless strands of dark red light swiftly emanated from beneath him, resembling lush tendrils that penetrated his skin. Before long, Xiao Yun felt as if he were being pricked by innumerable fine needles, yet there was no pain. This energy coursed through his body like an electric current, and he sensed that every blood vessel and meridian was being baptized and strengthened, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Noting some effect, Xiao Yun internally nodded, though it was likely due to the formidable nature of his ancient sacred body that he felt the impact was not as pronounced as it could be. At that moment, Su Qingyu's voice reached him. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, if you find the intensity insufficient, you may adjust the strength of the thunderfire pool through the mat beneath you." Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, the intensity could be adjusted. He glanced down at the mat, which bore 10 luminous points, only one of which was currently aglow. Clearly, this indicated a mere level 1 intensity. Placing his palm upon the mat, he infused it with profound energy to regulate the strength, ultimately setting it to level 5. In the next instant, strands of dark red light surged forth from beneath him once more, their intensity at least several dozen times greater than before, fully integrating into Xiao Yun's being. Quite satisfactory. Xiao Yun immediately began his cultivation. As he refined himself with the energy from the thunderfire pool, he could indeed feel his physical form continuously enhancing. If he could train here for several months, the strength of his body would undergo significant improvement. The level 5 intensity was merely the beginning for him. After warming up, he could further elevate the strength. What a remarkable start with level 5 intensity. It is no wonder he can ring the chaos bell. It seems my defeat was not unwarranted. However, I am curious to see how long he can endure this, if it is only level 5. There remains a gap compared to senior brother Shinsong. The onlookers in the thunderfire pool engaged in animated discussions. It is worth noting that cultivating within the thunderfire pool is largely independent of one's cultivation level. It is solely a measure of physical strength. Xiao Yun's ability to adapt to level 5 intensity upon his first visit already surpassed that of the vast majority present. But just then, a voice laced with disdain abruptly echoed, "Heh, merely level 5 intensity. I expected something far more formidable." The crowd turned to see the speaker, Shinsong. He approached the outer edge of the thunderfire pool, casting a cold gaze at Xiao Yun, his murderous intent intensifying. "Shinsong, why do you always haunt us?" Su Qingyu stepped forward, questioning him with evident ire. Shinsong had persistently harassed her in the past, and now, it seemed he would appear at the mere sight of them, which was exceedingly vexing. "Why should I not come here?" Shinsong replied coolly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he regarded Su Qingyu. "Once you have dealt with this brat, do not think you can escape." He then stepped into the thunderfire pool and seated himself upon a mat beside Xiao Yun, a mocking expression adorning his face. "With my presence here, you shall no longer have the opportunity to cultivate." He then sat cross-legged upon the mat, but rather than beginning his practice, he unleashed a formidable suction force, targeting none other than Xiao Yun. In an instant, Shinsong's entire being radiated with a powerful pull, directly siphoning away the vital energy that originally belonged to Xiao Yun. In mere moments, the vitality surrounding Xiao Yun was completely drained by Shinsong, leaving it desolate and barren. Even the disciples of the dragon elephant sect in close proximity were affected, as most of the surrounding energy was absorbed by Shinsong. However, due to Shinsong's esteemed status, they could only harbor their anger in silence, retreating from him or vacating the thunder fire pool altogether. Shinsong, you have gone too far, Su Qingyu exclaimed, her brows knitting in anger. Now, Xiaoyun cannot cultivate properly. Heh, this thunder fire pool is, after all, a public space. Such vital energy naturally belongs to the capable. If he is too weak, can he blame me? Shinsong sneered. Upon learning of Xiaoyun's arrival at the thunder fire pool, he had hurried over with the intent of disrupting Xiaoyun's cultivation, wishing to make it abundantly clear to all the consequences of offending him. That fellow truly is in a dire situation. You might want to hold your tongue, lest brother Shinsong hears you. Though he might not dare to lay hands on that lad overtly, he can certainly find ways to irritate him. The onlookers in the thunder fire pool murmured amongst themselves. It was evident to all that Shinsong's sole purpose for being here was to deliberately vex Xiaoyun. You think you can contend with me? Shinsong gazed at Xiaoyun with unbridled pride, feeling immensely vindicated. Suddenly, Xiaoyun spoke. Since you enjoy absorbing so much, why not take a little more? Chapter 62. Absorb. Why have you stopped? Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyun adjusted the intensity level to 6. A wave of even more potent energy surged forth from the ground. Observing this, Shinsong scoffed dismissively. Ha ha ha, do you think this will be of any use? His own suction power surged once more, and an even more ferocious pull swiftly absorbed all the energy surrounding Xiaoyun. No matter how high you raise the intensity, you shall not siphon even a hint of energy today. Shinsong laughed triumphantly. Truly despicable. Su Qingyu was infuriated. She knew that Shinsong had awakened the diamond battle body, making his physical strength extraordinarily formidable, allowing him to thrive in the thunder fire pool. If this continued, it was highly likely that Xiaoyun would not absorb even a shred of vital energy. Lu Ruyan, however, smiled lightly and remarked, "It is merely a trivial skill. There is no need for you to worry about him." Although she was unaware of the true nature of Xiaoyun's awakened sacred body, a mere unremarkable Vajra war body attempting to contend for energy with him was akin to a foolhardy endeavor. You seem quite confident in him, Su Qingyu inquired, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan. Just wait and see, Lu Ruyan replied, maintaining her aloof demeanor. At that moment, Xiaoyun had already adjusted his intensity to level 7, and a torrent of rich vital energy surged forth from the ground. Yet, before he could absorb it, this energy was entirely consumed by the nearby Shinsong, leaving not a trace. Ha ha ha, I advise you to cease your struggles. If you kneel and beg me now, I might just grant you a modicum of energy to absorb. Shinsong's face was awash with pride, relishing the moment of reclaiming his dignity. No need to rush, we're only just beginning. Xiaoyun suddenly turned and smiled at him. He then escalated his intensity to level 8. Boom. A terrifying surge of vital energy shot skyward, while Xiaoyun remained as steady as a mountain, seated at the center. What the heck? Level 8 intensity. Is this kid out of his mind? Chaos erupted in the thunderfire pool. Typically, they would only activate level 5 or 6 for body tempering, and even Shinsong's limit was level 8. Yet here was Xiaoyun, activating it on his very first attempt. I can't take it anymore. Not long after Xiaoyun reached level 8 intensity, most disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect hastily withdrew from the thunderfire pool. Even from a distance, the overwhelming vital energy was unbearable, compelling them to escape this place of peril, lest they be the ones to suffer. Level 8 intensity. Can he truly withstand it? A hint of concern surfaced on Su Qingyu's face. She was acutely aware of what the thunderfire pool at level 8 represented. A threshold even Shinsong dared not approach lightly. Kid, I see you're out of your mind. It was evident that Shinsong's smile was fading, his tone growing more serious. Nevertheless, his actions did not falter. He continued to absorb the vital energy surrounding Xiaoyun, leaving him with not even a shred, though this caused his skin to rapidly take on a dark red hue. Moreover, his forehead was soon dotted with beads of sweat, steam rising from his head, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, he was nearing his limit. Who was it that said my elevation to any level of intensity would be futile? It seems certain individuals are not up to par. Xiaoyun's mocking voice rang out. Who said I was incapable? Shinsong stubbornly retorted. Yet, even though I've absorbed all this vital energy, you aren't faring much better, are you? Ha ha. Positioned at the epicenter, even without absorbing the local vital energy, the searing energy was still inflicting considerable harm upon Xiaoyun, rendering his efforts both arduous and thankless. Since you've said so, let us see who falters first. Xiaoyan grinned at him. Level 9 intensity, commence. With a resounding crash, the sky above the thunderfire pool erupted as surges of vital energy converged. Streams of silver lightning and searing flames danced rapidly. My heavens! This is indeed a level 9 intensity. Everyone, take cover. That reckless fool is courting disaster. Instantly, the onlookers were thrown into a frenzy. Just as the crowd was gripped by astonishment, a magnificent thunder dragon descended from above, plunging directly downward. Boom! The violent force of the thunder and fire struck the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar, as flames and thunder swept across the surroundings. Witnessing this, the crowd was struck with fear, hastily retreating to a safe distance. The opening of the level 9 thunderfire pool was no trifling matter. Even the residual force could claim lives. Xiaoyan in danger. Su Qingyu shouted anxiously. This was the level 9 thunderfire pool. Even Shinsong, who had awakened the diamond battle body, would not dare to challenge it. Yet Xiaoyan had boldly entered and activated it on his very first attempt. Lu Rian, maintaining her composed demeanor, remarked coolly, this level of intensity is merely a warm-up for him. Su Qingyu was taken aback. The level 9 thunderfire pool was merely a warm-up? She gazed at Xiaoyan with uncertainty. At this moment, Xiaoyan's garments had been almost entirely incinerated, revealing his strong, muscular physique. Although his skin bore a slight redness, his breathing remained remarkably steady, showing no signs of injury. He truly withstood it? Su Qingyu gently covered her lips, her eyes wide with shock. Incredible, that lad is unharmed? This is the level 9 thunderfire pool, and he, a swordsman, managed to endure it? This is extraordinary. He must be an extraordinary physical cultivator, far surpassing us. Not only Su Qingyu, but also the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Xiaoyan as if he were a monster, exclaiming in astonishment. How could this be? Shinsong's expression shifted drastically. He could hardly believe his eyes. He had never even dared to challenge the level 9 intensity of the thunderfire pool, yet Xiaoyan had withstood it. At that moment, Xiaoyan suddenly turned to him with a smile, asking, why have you stopped absorbing? Shinsong's fury ignited. Do you think this will intimidate me? With that, he unleashed his profound energy, his muscles undulating, and his skin shimmering with a faint golden hue. A tremendous suction force erupted, drawing in all the energy surrounding Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled enigmatically. 10-9, he began his countdown. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of confusion. Then, in unison, they glanced toward Shinsong. I will never be defeated by you. Shinsong roared, his forehead veins bulging. As the countdown continued, Xiaoyan remained silent. Suddenly, upon reaching the count of 3, Shinsong's complexion turned ashen, and he violently expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. Hold on. He must endure. Golden light flickered around Shinsong as he struggled to maintain his composure, his expression twisting into a grimace. So many eyes were upon him. He could not afford to be defeated by Xiaoyan. 2, 1. The countdown concluded. Boom. Abruptly, a tempest of fierce vitality surged forth. And this time, Shinsong could no longer withstand it. He was propelled from the thunderfire pool, crashing heavily to the ground. With a splutter, another torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. In an instant, the thunderfire pool fell into an ominous silence. Chapter 63, Energy Depleted. Shinsong lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his golden aura completely dimmed, leaving only a multitude of bloody wounds adorning his body. Cough, cough. He struggled to rise, but found it impossible, blood continuously seeping from his mouth, even mingled with fragments of his internal organs. He had sustained grievous injuries. The audience erupted in astonishment. My heavens, Brother Shinsong is in a dire state. The 9th level intensity of the thunderfire pool is truly ferocious. Everyone felt a chill of dread. Even a genius like Shinsong, who had awakened the diamond battle body, was grievously wounded by the 9th level intensity of the thunderfire pool. They were fortunate to have escaped swiftly, otherwise, they might have been reduced to ashes. With the assistance of several disciples from the Dragon Elephant sect, Shinsong finally staggered to his feet, casting a venomous glare forward. That damn brat, he must die? If he, too, was severely injured, then Xiaoyan surely could not have survived. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward the thunderfire pool, witnessing a scene of utter astonishment. There, amidst the roaring flames and crackling thunder, stood an indomitable figure, Xiao Yun. He was alive. Incredible, he actually withstood it. My heavens, is this real? The spectators were utterly dumbfounded. Under such terrifying power, Shinsong had exerted all his strength, yet only managed to endure for a mere 10 counts, while Xiao Yun emerged unscathed. This was unfathomable. Shinsong's voice faltered in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, only to find Xiao Yun standing amidst the inferno and lightning, completely unharmed. My heavens! Su Qingyu was equally astonished. His physique is truly remarkable. Beside her, Lu Ruyan felt her cheeks flush. She glanced at Su Qingyu and noticed that, aside from the astonishment, there was no other emotion in her gaze, allowing her to regain her composure. Bah! How could I have let myself be tainted? At that moment, he has activated the 10th level intensity. A gasp reverberated through the crowd, igniting a tumultuous fervor in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the entirety of the Thunderfire pool was enveloped in an overwhelming tempest of chaotic energy. With a thunderous crash, the flames and lightning within the pool intensified, culminating in a fearsome and wrathful lightning dragon that plunged toward Xiao Yun. Heaven's thunder and earth's fire converged instantaneously, with a resounding roar. A series of Thunderfire storms erupted from the Thunderfire pool, radiating outward from Xiao Yun. At that moment, Xiao Yun resembled a divine iron being forged in a crucible, an unending surge of vital energy flooding into his flesh, bones, and meridians, continuously refining his corporeal form. Yet, astonishingly, he remained entirely unscathed. This formidable energy, potent enough to obliterate even a formidable earth-profound realm expert, inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. As Xiao Yun absorbed the energy from the Thunderfire pool, a satisfied smile graced his lips. This intensity is quite commendable. He could distinctly perceive his body being gradually fortified, the effects remarkably pronounced. The onlookers were astonished. Brother, this is a 10th level Thunderfire pool. So far, only a select few from the Dragon Elephant sect have been able to access it. How can you merely regard it as satisfactory? Their disbelief was palpable. This wretched boy, Shinsong, was infuriated. He had initially hoped to prevent Xiao Yun from harnessing the pool's energy to vex him, yet now, not only had he failed, but he also found himself grievously injured. His face aflame with pain. Let's see how long you can maintain this charade, Shinsong declared with a grim expression. Beside him, Su Qingyu scoffed. Even if he emerges now, he is still beyond your reach. Shinsong was so enraged he felt an urge to dash his head against a wall. Wait, look. What is he doing now? Suddenly, another low voice echoed. Shinsong's heart raced as he turned to see Xiao Yun rising, emanating an extraordinarily powerful suction force. With a thunderous boom, the energies of lightning and fire collided once more above the Thunderfire pool, unleashing a violent explosion akin to that of a meteorite shattering, sending nearby spectators reeling from the aftermath. Standing amidst the tempest, Xiao Yun harnessed the power of the ancient sacred body, and as each bolt of thunder struck his flesh, it was immediately dispersed throughout his entire being, swiftly circulating within him. Witnessing this, Shinsong felt a chill creep over him, exclaiming hoarsely, "He is actively absorbing the energy from the Thunderfire pool." The crowd fell into stunned silence once again. A 10th level Thunderfire pool was still insufficient. Xiao Yun was actively drawing upon its energy. If previously he had passively absorbed the energy, now he had shifted from passivity to agency. Though the distinction was but a single word, the difficulty was worlds apart. Incredible. Truly astonishing. Today has been an eye-opening experience. This person is extraordinary, beyond human. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Amidst the astonishment, someone suddenly changed their expression. This is bad. It seems the formation of the Thunderfire pool is on the verge of collapse. Gazing outward, it was evident that due to Xiao Yun actively absorbing the energy from the Thunderfire pool, the formation itself began to appear illusory. It wasn't a problem with the formation. Rather, the energy from the Thunderfire crystals was running dangerously low. Su Qingyu interjected, her expression grave. Unforeseen. Unprecedented. Throughout the history of the Dragon Elephant sect, while there had been instances of activating a level 10 Thunderfire pool, no one had ever actively absorbed its energy. The current situation was that the formation of the Thunderfire pool was operating beyond its limits, and the Thunderfire crystals underground, which were meant to provide energy, were insufficient. This was a scenario never witnessed before. We must stop him. At that moment, Shinsong stepped forward, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Xiao Yun. If he continues to absorb energy like this, the Thunderfire crystals will be completely depleted. What will we have left then? He must be removed. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xiao Yun was essentially siphoning energy from the Thunderfire crystals, and it seemed the energy was dwindling. If he consumed it all, what would they rely on in the future? Everyone, join me in expelling him from the Thunderfire pool, Xunsong shouted angrily, drawing his sword to launch an attack on Xiao Yun. Stop right there. Su Qingyu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Xunsong, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. Junior brother Xiao Yun is currently facing the might of a level 10 Thunderfire pool. If you strike at him, you could seriously injure him. Yet Xunsong remained unfazed. That is better than allowing him to drain the Thunderfire crystals completely. With that, he charged forward wielding his sword. But in the next instant, slap. A blurred figure appeared, followed by the sharp sound of a hand striking flesh. Lu Ruoyan had sent Xunsong flying with a single slap, positioning herself before the Thunderfire pool, and calmly stated, "If you wish to keep your other hand, I suggest you refrain from attacking." Chapter 64, Thunderfire Battle Armor. Xunsong's expression was one of fury. However, when he finally recognized Lu Ruoyan, despite his raging anger, he dared not make another move. He had already developed a psychological aversion. The Thunderfire pool was a vital resource for the entire Dragon Elephant sect. If he were to deplete it single-handedly, it would be a capital offense. Xunsong muttered, casting a grave accusation upon Xiao Yun. The expressions of those around varied greatly. Everyone present had come seeking to temper their bodies in the Thunderfire pool, but if Xiao Yun were to consume all the energy, they would be deprived of their chance, stirring a sense of resentment within them. That won't happen. I believe the sect still possesses Thunderfire crystals. If they run out, we can always replenish. Su Qingyu hastily reassured them. However, when she expressed these words, there was a noticeable lack of conviction, for the Thunderfire stones were exceedingly precious, and she was uncertain if the sect had any remaining. What if there were none? Xunsong remained relentless. I shall summon my father at once. He must not allow Xiao Yun to take such an advantage, and perchance, this incident could serve to teach Xiao Yun a lesson. Sister Ruyan, I kindly ask you to keep watch over junior brother Xiao Yun while I fetch my father, Su Qingyu declared, preparing to depart. There's no need. At that moment, a voice resounded. Everyone turned to see Su Chongkong and Shen Xiong, alongside several high-ranking members of the Dragon Elephant sect, approaching. The commotion surrounding the Thunderfire pool had already alerted them, rendering a summons unnecessary. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Elder. The gathered crowd bowed their heads in unison. Upon seeing Shen Xiong's arrival, Xunsong rushed forward to lodge a complaint. Father, that scoundrel dares to monopolize the energy of the Thunderfire crystal for himself. He must be expelled and severely punished. Shen Xiong's expression remained stoic. He gazed at Xiao Yun, who stood motionless within the Thunderfire pool, and then at the catastrophic scene unfolding, his murderous intent intensifying. This youth is undoubtedly formidable. Having already offended him, it is imperative to eradicate the threat at once, lest it lead to future calamities. Sect Master, the Thunderfire pool is a communal resource of the Dragon Elephant sect, yet he is draining the energy of the Thunderfire crystal all for himself. This constitutes a tremendous loss for the entire sect. Shen Xiong stated calmly. Thus, I propose that we apprehend him immediately and expel him from the sect to set an example. With that, he strode forward. Seeing this, Xunsong was filled with elation. Father, junior brother Xiao Yun is currently refining his body. If we interrupt him rashly, he may sustain injuries. Su Qingyu exclaimed anxiously to Su Chongkong. Just as Shen Xiong was about to take action, Su Chongkong, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. Elder, any matters can wait until he has completed his process. Shen Xiong halted in his tracks. He turned to Su Chongkong, his tone grave. Sect Master, if this continues, he will soon exhaust the remaining energy of the Thunderfire crystal. What will become of the other disciples? If I recall correctly, the sect's Thunderfire crystals are already depleted. Shall we allow one person's actions to adversely affect all disciples? Shen Xiong's words were impassioned, and his two pointed questions elicited nods of agreement from several Dragon Elephant sect disciples, clearly voicing their discontent. By what right does he seize all the energy for himself? Moreover, if the sect truly runs out of Thunderfire crystals, it means they will be unable to use the Thunderfire pool to refine their bodies for the foreseeable future. This thought began to stir dissatisfaction among them. Su Chongkong remained unperturbed. Elder, the energy within the Thunderfire crystals was already scant. Xiao Yun merely encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Let us decide after he completes his refinement. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiong furrowed his brow, yet seeing Su Chongkong's resolute demeanor, he ultimately swept his sleeve and fell silent. Father, this is a fortuitous opportunity. We cannot allow that young man to slip away. Shen Song urgently communicated. Shen Xiong's expression darkened as he patiently explained, now is not the time to confront Su Chongkong directly, and I have devised alternative methods to deal with that boy. Though Shen Song was filled with reluctance, he could only keep his frustrations bottled up. Su Qingyu, witnessing the situation, finally let out a sigh of relief. The gathered individuals turned their gazes towards Xiao Yun in the thunderfire pool, watching the roaring flames and rolling thunder with bated breath. Time passed, second by second. The terrifying power unleashed by the tumultuous thunder and blazing fire soared into the heavens, nearly enveloping the sky above the thunderfire pool. After an hour, as the last remnants of heavenly thunder dissipated and the final traces of earthly fire extinguished, the youthful figure reappeared before everyone. Look quickly. What is that on him? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they beheld that Xiao Yun, once bare, was now adorned in a layer of silver-red battle armor that accentuated his imposing presence, radiating an undeniable brilliance. This is... Su Chongkong's pupils constricted suddenly. This is indeed the thunderfire armor. Both he and Shen Xiong exclaimed in unison. Father, what is the thunderfire armor? Su Qingyu inquired with confusion. The thunderfire armor is forged from the energy of thunderfire crystals, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, even surpassing the strength of the profound energy armor conjured by Earth Profound Realm experts. Su Chongkong explained passionately. However, the difficulty of condensing the thunderfire armor is exceedingly high. Throughout the history of the Dragon Elephant sect, only one ancestor has ever succeeded, the thunderfire armor, stronger than the profound energy armor of the Earth Profound Realm. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of all present. Heavens, I am truly envious. They lamented. Alas, the energy of the thunderfire crystals has indeed been exhausted. His refinement this time equates to several months' worth of our energy consumption. It is truly terrifying. The expressions of the crowd were filled with despair. They had clearly observed that the formation within the thunderfire pool had ceased operation, indicating that the energy from the thunderfire crystals had been completely depleted. Consequently, they could no longer utilize the thunderfire pool, while Xiao Yun had condensed such an extraordinary thunderfire armor, leaving them feeling profoundly unsettled. This boy must be eliminated swiftly. Shen Xiong's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Although Xiao Yun had only joined the Dragon Elephant sect 2 days prior, the shock he had brought forth was relentless. If allowed to continue his growth, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. The stronger Xiao Yun became, the heavier Shen Xiong's murderous resolve grew. So this is the thunderfire armor. It is indeed remarkable. Xiao Yun gazed at the silver-red armor adorning him, nodding in satisfaction. This refinement not only greatly enhanced his physical form, but also yielded the thunderfire armor, elevating his defensive capabilities several tiers. He felt an unwavering confidence that even when facing an adversary beneath the earthly profound realm, standing still and allowing the opponent to strike would not breach his defenses. Chapter 65. Come, let us battle. Xiao Yun, what crime do you bear? Suddenly, Shen Xiong stepped forward and exclaimed. Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at him. Old man, what crime have I committed? Upon hearing the term old man, Shen Xiong was instantly consumed by rage, rebuking loudly. The thunderfire pool is a communal resource of the sect. Yet you selfishly absorbed all the energy of the thunderfire crystals, rendering them unavailable to other disciples. Such egotism is utterly heinous. This accusation was weighty. Not only did it place Xiao Yun at odds with the other disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, but it also portrayed him as a self-serving scoundrel. When I first entered the thunderfire pool, a little brat proclaimed that the energy here belongs to the capable. Yet now that it has become a matter of the old fool, it has transformed into a grave sin? You two brats are truly amusing, Xiao Yun remarked, unreservedly chastising the two. The crowd nearly erupted with laughter upon hearing this. Previously, when Shen Song sought to vex Xiao Yun, he indeed made such a statement. And now Xiao Yun reversed it against Shen Xiong, a fitting retribution. Damnable brat. Shen Song was so furious he nearly fainted. While Shen Xiong seemed to grasp Xiao Yun's implication, his countenance darkening ominously. At this moment, Su Chongkong interjected. The energy of the thunderfire crystals is depleted. We can simply procure more without causing such a ruckus. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of envy. Su Changkong was evidently biased in favor of Xiao Yun. Indeed, geniuses always receive preferential treatment wherever they go. Just as everyone believed the matter had reached a conclusion, Shun Xiong unexpectedly declared, "Since that brat consumed the energy of the Thunderfire crystals, it is only right that he purchases them." Su Changkong furrowed his brow. Setting aside the exorbitant price of the Thunderfire crystals, whether Xiao Yun could afford them was one issue. More importantly, they could only be acquired from the Tianbao building. And Shun Xiong's suggestion was undoubtedly ill-intentioned. "Very well, I shall procure them." Before Su Changkong could respond, Xiao Yun interjected, "However, you must provide the funds." Shun Xiong immediately acquiesced. "No problem. The sect will cover the cost of the Thunderfire crystals, but you must personally retrieve them." Xiao Yun shook his head. "I said, you must provide the funds." Shun Xiong's expression froze. "A single Thunderfire crystal costs 1,000 high-grade profound crystals. How could I possibly provide you with such an amount?" Xiao Yun shrugged. "Not providing? Then I shan't go." Shun Xiong was so enraged that his teeth ground together. The reason he insisted Xiao Yun purchase the Thunderfire crystals was to drive him away from the Dragon Elephant sect, creating an opportunity for himself. Yet now, Xiao Yun insisted that he foot the bill. A single Thunderfire crystal costs 1,000 high-grade profound crystals, and a single trip would require purchasing dozens, amounting to tens of thousands of high-grade profound crystals. How could he possess such a fortune? In a bid to swiftly eliminate Xiao Yun, he resolutely declared, "I can offer you 10,000 superior Xian crystals, but the remainder must be provided by the sect." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well," he replied, extending his hand. "Here you go." Shun Xiong presented a storage ring, within which lay a staggering 10,000 superior Xian crystals, causing his heart to bleed. "Then you shall go now?" Shun Xiong uttered, taking a deep breath, eager to take action. "You needn't go to such lengths, Xiao Yun. I can assign someone else to procure the Thunderfire crystals." Su Changkong interjected unexpectedly. However, Xiao Yun shook his head. "Sect Master, those Thunderfire crystals indeed contain the last remnants of energy I absorbed. I will retrieve them myself." Without waiting for the others to respond, he turned and exited the hall. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, I shall accompany you." Su Qingyu hurriedly followed, and Su Changkong made no effort to stop her. Lu Ruyin trailed closely behind. The three departed from the Dragon Elephant sect. "Father, are you suggesting?" Shen Song communicated telepathically to Shen Xiong. Indeed, Shen Xiong sneered inwardly as he watched the trio leave. They are surely doomed this time. Shen Song became animated at the prospect. Previously, Shen Xiong had attempted to assign Xiao Yun a test task, only to be thwarted by Su Changkong. Now that Xiao Yun was finally leaving the Dragon Elephant sect, there was an opportunity to eliminate him. "Elder," Su Changkong suddenly spoke, turning to face Shen Xiong with an impassive expression. "I have encountered some confusion in my recent training. Perhaps we could spar?" The crowd was taken aback, including Shen Xiong, who was puzzled by Su Changkong's request for a sparring match. "Sect Master, I have been quite busy." But before Shen Xiong could decline, Su Changkong unleashed a palm strike. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in battle." Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, Su Qingyu, and Lu Ruyin had already left the Dragon Elephant sect and were making their way towards the nearest Tianbao building. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, the Elder's request for you to procure Thunderfire crystals surely harbors ill intent. Why did you acquiesce?" Su Qingyu questioned, perplexed. She believed Xiao Yun possessed the discernment to see through Shun Xiong's ulterior motives, yet he ultimately agreed. "If I do not comply, how shall I teach him a lesson?" Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, his tone indifferent. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "So, you have a strategy to deal with him?" Lu Ruyin observed Xiao Yun with keen interest. "I have no plan. Isn't your presence enough?" Xiao Yun chuckled, maintaining his pace. "I warn you. My previous intervention with the Tianbao building was already my limit. Currently, I possess only the cultivation of the Lingxian realm. Do not expect me to assist." Lu Ruyin stated expressionlessly. Xiao Yun smiled. "The Lingxian realm is sufficient." With that, the trio continued onward. Shortly thereafter, as they traversed a dense forest, both Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin came to a sudden halt. Xiao Yun, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor fully mocking, remarked, "You haven't even stepped beyond the boundaries of the Dragon Elephant sect, and yet you are already so eager?" Su Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly glanced around. But the forest remained eerily tranquil. Observing this, Xiao Yun offered a faint smile. Since you choose not to reveal yourselves, allow me to coax you out. With a swift motion, the sword sang as it was drawn from its sheath. A wave of sword energy swept through the air. Accompanied by a sudden scream that shattered the serenity of the woods, the presence of an ambush became unmistakable. Su Qingyu's demeanor changed instantly. Just as Xiao Yun had previously stated, they had scarcely departed from the dragon elephant sect's domain when they were ambushed by foes. Who could these adversaries possibly be? In an instant, multiple shadowy figures emerged, numbering around a dozen, all clad in dark garments, their faces obscured by masks of various designs, revealing only their piercing, glimmering eyes. You are quite the vigilant one, the leader of the black-clad men remarked coldly. But regrettably, none of you will leave here alive today. A palpable aura of menace surged forth. Su Qingyu stepped forward, demanding, "Are you affiliated with the Dragon Elephant sect?" The black-clad man chuckled derisively. "Oh, esteemed holy maiden, does it truly matter whether we belong to your sect?" A heavy weight settled in Su Qingyu's heart. His contemptuous tone all but confirmed their identities as disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect. Chapter 66. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. What incentives has the Grand Elder provided for you to betray the Dragon Elephant sect? Su Qingyu questioned the group, her eyes narrowing. They had only just departed the sect, barely escaping its influence, yet they had been ambushed by their own kin. Aside from Shen Xiong, no one else should have been involved. The leader of the black-clad men merely smirked. "Ha, holy maiden, you ask far too many questions. Once I send you to the underworld, you may personally inquire with the King of Hell." With a flick of his arm, he commanded, "Let us make this swift, leave no survivors." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's fury intensified. "You dare!" The audacity of these Dragon Elephant sect members to actually seek to kill their own was astounding. Kill! The clash of weapons echoed as swords were drawn, and a wave of murderous intent erupted. The group of black-clad men launched their assault simultaneously. Among them, the weakest possessed the strength of the Spirit Profound Realm, with several even at the Earth Profound Realm. "You brat, die!" 3 black-clad men charged toward Xiao Yun from different angles, their blades gleaming ominously. Clang! To their astonishment, Xiao Yun did not flinch or evade. He allowed their blades to strike him. However, instead of the anticipated scene of decapitation, a series of intense sparks erupted. What? Such formidable defenses! The 3 men were taken aback. Why can't we kill this brat? As they fixed their gaze upon him, they beheld that, unbeknownst to them, a layer of silver-red armor had coalesced around Xiao Yun, enveloping him entirely. Their weapons were utterly ineffectual against the armor's formidable defense. "It is the Thunderfire battle armor," someone exclaimed in astonishment. This armor surpassed even the Xuanli armor in strength. Despite their utmost efforts to assault him, they could inflict no harm whatsoever. "Aim for his neck." One of them swiftly devised a strategy. Although Xiao Yun was shielded by the armor, the area above his neck remained completely exposed. This was their opportunity. "Die!" The 3 of them swung their weapons once more. Observing this, a slight smile graced the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. Whoosh! His afterimage flashed and vanished. The attacks unleashed by the trio found only empty air, and when they looked again, Xiao Yun had already vanished from their sight. Such swiftness! The 3 cloaked figures were once again struck with astonishment. They were all at the 8th and 9th levels of the Lingxin realm, surpassing Xiao Yun by several tiers. Yet they had not anticipated that not only was his defense astonishing, but his speed also eclipsed theirs. At that moment, Xiao Yun's voice suddenly resonated behind them. "Since you cannot strike me, it is now my turn." Their expressions changed dramatically. Quick dodge. Someone barely managed to utter. Swish. A sharp blade pierced through his chest. "This is bad." The other 2 immediately attempted to retreat, but as they made their move, Xiao Yun's figure once again vanished, appearing before them in an instant. "Impossible. How can you be so fast?" The 2 were drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yun regarded them with a faint smile. "That is a good question. You may pose it directly to the King of Hell." With a swift motion, 2 heads were severed and flew into the air. In mere moments, the 3 practitioners of the Lingxian realm met their tragic demise beneath Xiao Yun's sword, utterly defenseless. The reason for Xiao Yun's remarkable speed lay in his cultivation of the supreme martial skill awarded by the system, the cloud-chasing moonstepping technique, which significantly enhanced his velocity. Even though he was merely at the Lingxian realm, his speed rivaled that of someone at the Dihua realm, and in the heat of battle, swiftness bestowed an undeniable advantage. "You fool, You seek death. The leader of the black-clad figures, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage and drew a great knife, charging directly at Xiao Yun. A Dihua realm practitioner. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that you are aware, you may proceed to your demise. The black-clad man moved with remarkable speed, swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Yun, his blade aimed straight at Xiao Yun's neck. Yet, Xiao Yun remained steadfast, refusing to evade. Just as the adversary drew near, he suddenly unleashed his profound energy, and with a decisive stroke, he swung his sword down. One sword to determine life and death. A terrifying sword aura surged forth. Sensing such formidable power, the black-clad man's expression shifted drastically. How can you possibly be this strong? This is certainly not an attack that could be unleashed by someone from the spirit profound realm. Clang. The clash of swords echoed. Yet, astonishingly, the man in black could not withstand even a single breath. He had no chance to condense his profound energy armor and was directly cleaved in two by Xiao Yun. One sword, the earth profound soldier. Such is the formidable power of a single strike that determines life and death. Alas, Elder Wang is dead. At the very moment Xiao Yun dispatched the man in black, a voice cried out in panic. The remaining figures in black hurriedly turned, only to be horrified to discover that their leader lay in a dismembered state. Run away. Finally, someone was overwhelmed with fear. But by this time, it was too late to flee. Icebound. Lu Rian spoke softly. A wave of chilling air instantly spread from the ground, freezing the feet of those who had just intended to escape, rendering them immobile. Let me see who you truly are. Su Qingyu waved her hand, causing the masks on their faces to fall away. Han Yuan, it truly is you. Upon seeing their faces, Su Qingyu was filled with both anger and astonishment. These individuals were indeed all disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, and among them were several whom she had encountered before. The man named Han Yuan hastily pleaded for mercy. Saintess, spare us. It was Elder Wang who instructed us to set this ambush. Su Qingyu hesitated momentarily. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, a blade of sword energy swept forth, cleaving the remaining individuals in half, causing them to perish on the spot. Su Qingyu was taken aback, turning abruptly. Junior brother Xiao Yun, they are innocent. Xiao Yun gazed at her earnestly and replied, when they sought to kill us just moments ago, they certainly did not consider us innocent. Su Qingyu fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Xiao Yun's words, and gritted her teeth as she stated, they must all be under the influence of the Grand Elder. Though she had long suspected that sending Xiao Yun to procure the Thunderfire crystals was Shun Xiong's scheme, she did not anticipate that they would be ambushed by the Grand Elder's subordinates before even leaving the confines of the Dragon Elephant sect. It seems there are still many of Shun Xiong's men within the sect. Xiao Yun remarked as he collected all the spatial rings from these individuals, not only to claim their possessions, but also to preserve evidence. We must return at once. Su Qingyu declared, her anger palpable. She intended to report this matter to Su Chongkong and insisted on a thorough investigation into Shun Xiong. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Dragon Elephant sect. With the evidence we have gathered thus far, even if we present it all, it would not significantly impact him, and he sheathed the Jinghong sword. I am not finished playing yet. Chapter 67. Watch your performance. Father, are you all right? Shen Song stood nearby, his eyelids twitching, and his voice noticeably weakened. At this moment, Shun Xiong was in tatters, his clothes in ruins, and his face swollen and bruised, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Shun Xiong was seething with rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, that dog of Su Chongkong actually dared to strike at me in public. Since the departure of Xiao Yun and his companions from the Dragon Elephant sect, Su Chongkong had challenged him under the pretense of sparring, regardless of his actual capabilities. He could not reveal his true strength so soon, resulting in a severe beating. However, he believed that by detaining me, he could safeguard those three innocents. Little did he know, I had already dispatched individuals to intercept them. By now, they were likely to have met their demise. Shen Xiong scoffed coldly. He understood Su Chongkong's intentions to hinder him, preventing him from taking action, yet he had long since made adequate arrangements. Now, he awaited the outcome with bated breath. How splendid. A sinister grin crept across Shun Song's face. Although the death of Su Qingyu was regrettable, if he could also eliminate Xiao Yun and that detestable woman, it would serve as a much-needed release of his pent-up anger. Great Elder. At that moment, someone stealthily approached and, upon seeing Shun Xiong, immediately knelt before him. Have you succeeded? Shun Xiong inquired, exuding an air of confidence. No, Elder Wang and the others have failed. The individual reported, his voice trembling and head bowed. What? Shen Xiong slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. Failed? How could this be? They were accompanied by several experts of the Earth Profound Realm and a dozen from the Spirit Profound Realm. Yet they could not subdue Xiao Yun and his companions. When we arrived at the scene, we found only the corpses of Elder Wang and his group. Xiao Yun and the Saintess had vanished without a trace. Shen Xiong's expression darkened. This indicated that Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu had annihilated more than a dozen individuals, including those of the Earth Profound Realm. Who could it be? Although Su Qingyu possessed the cultivation of the Earth Profound Realm, she was, after all, an alchemist unskilled in combat, making it improbable for her to have achieved this. As for Xiao Yun, no matter how peculiar he may be, his cultivation was merely at the Spirit Profound Realm, rendering him incapable of confronting so many adversaries. That woman again. Shen Xiong's teeth ground in frustration. It could only be Lu Ruyan's doing. After all, even he had harbored some trepidation regarding her capabilities. It was entirely plausible for her to eliminate so many foes. Father, might we be exposed because of this? Shen Song inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Shen Xiong shook his head resolutely. No, they possess no evidence against us. Even if someone were to implicate us, we could easily deny it. Su Chongkong dares not take action against me at this juncture. Shen Song breathed a sigh of relief, but remained agitated. Shall we simply let them go? We may not have another opportunity. Shen Xiong smirked. Of course, we shall not let them escape. This time they venture to Maple Leaf City. All I need to do is inform the people from Wanjian Mountain and Finchen Gate, and they shall not return alive. Shen Song's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then we shall use their blades to eliminate those we wish to see perish. Perhaps unforeseen gains shall arise from this. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, Su Qingyu, and Lu Ruyan had successfully arrived in Maple Leaf City, where the nearest Tianbao Tower to the Dragon Elephant sect awaited them. The journey thus far has been remarkably smooth. Could it be that the Grand Elder has abandoned his pursuit of us? Su Qingyu spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Impossible. Xiao Yun replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. He expended so much effort to allow us to venture forth, even willing to part with a significant sum of high-grade xianjing. He will undoubtedly not rest until he sees me dead. Lu Ruoyan cast him a sidelong glance. Since you are aware, why do you still dare to emerge? Unfazed, Xiao Yun shrugged. To be candid, he wishes to eliminate me, and I reciprocate that sentiment. Although I may not currently possess the strength to defeat him, inflicting some injury upon him is certainly within my capabilities. He was acutely aware that Shen Xiong harbored ill intentions. Nevertheless, he had long held a disdain for the man. The reason he had agreed to procure the Thunderfire crystals was twofold. Firstly, he felt somewhat guilty for depleting the energy contained within the crystals, leaving the disciples of the Longxiang sect without any to use. Secondly, he sought to take this opportunity to make Shen Xiong suffer, at the very least to vex his opponent, and ideally to vanquish him altogether. Then let us observe your performance. Should you perish, I shall flee without a second thought, and will not be responsible for your remains, Lu Ruoyan remarked coolly. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. First, let us ascertain how to purchase the Thunderfire crystals. With that, the three of them stepped into the Tianbao Tower. Upon entering, they found the establishment far grander than the Tianbao Tower of the previous Tianqi dynasty, with decorations and displayed treasures of a much higher caliber, entirely on a different level. Xiao Yun approached a saleswoman and inquired, "Greetings, may I ask if you have Thunderfire crystals for sale?" The woman glanced at Xiao Yun and his companions, her face adorned with a professional smile. "You are quite fortunate. We indeed have a few Thunderfire crystals left, which will be auctioned at tomorrow's event." Xiao Yun's brow furrowed. An auction? This complicates matters considerably, as the price of the Thunderfire crystals is unlikely to be straightforward. Is it possible to purchase them directly without participating in the auction? Su Qingyu asked, recognizing the predicament. Regrettably, the Thunderfire crystals are exceedingly precious, and given our limited stock, our proprietor has decided to sell the remaining ones through auction. The woman continued. Su Qingyu grew anxious. Under normal circumstances, a single Thunderfire crystal would cost around 1,000 high-grade xianjing, but if sold at auction, the price could easily double. This was clearly beyond their expectations. Understood, Xiao Yun merely nodded before leading Su Qingyu and Lu Ruoyan out of the Tianbao Tower. Shall we not change to another city and visit a different Tianbao Tower? Su Qingyu suggested, somewhat frustrated. However, Xiao Yun had no intention of switching cities. As she mentioned, the auction begins tomorrow. We can observe the situation first. If the prices are not exorbitant, it may be acceptable. If not, we can always relocate, at most. We would lose just a day's time. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu could only nod. Well then, let us first find a place to rest. Xiao Yun remarked with a faint smile, leading the way to an inn in Maple Leaf City. Boss, please prepare 2 or 3 rooms for us. The first part was spoken by Xiao Yun, while the request for 3 rooms came from Lu Rian. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man, regarded Xiao Yun and his companions with a bemused expression, inquiring, "Do you wish for 2 or 3 rooms, esteemed guests?" Such a situation was not unfamiliar to him. 2 will suffice, Xiao Yun replied with a grin. Lu Rian, standing nearby, wore a rather uncomfortable expression, but before she could protest, Xiao Yun continued. "If you are unwilling to share a room with me, I shall have to squeeze in with Sister Qingyu." Lu Rian was infuriated by this remark. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that although Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, she showed no inclination to refuse. "Absolutely not," Lu Rian exclaimed, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yun. Chapter 68, Being Watched. In the room, relief washed over him. Xiao Yun flopped onto the bed. Lu Rian, however, regarded him with a frosty demeanor. "You must see that the young girl has taken a liking to you." Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Yun replied, "I am not blind. I can certainly see that. Besides, did they not mention? I rang that so-called chaos bell, and in the future, Su Qingyu will also be my wife. At least you'll have company then." Lu Rian's eyebrows furrowed in irritation. "You expect me to serve you alongside her?" Her voice had turned chillingly cold. Xiao Yun sat up, shaking his head. Observing this, Lu Rian's expression softened slightly, but his next words nearly drove her to fury. "Not just you and her. There may very well be more in the future. The more, the merrier." Xiao Yun chuckled. "You seek death," Lu Rian retorted, furious. In her previous life, as an empress, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet here was Xiao Yun, suggesting she share a husband with other women, a notion utterly preposterous. "Stop with the morbid talk, it brings ill fortune. Besides, since you cannot defeat me for now, there's no need to wear such a fierce expression," Xiao Yun responded. Embodying an attitude of indifference, Lu Rian took a deep breath. Gazing intently at Xiao Yun, she contemplated before declaring, "As you said, I cannot best you at present, so you may act as you please. However, once my cultivation surpasses yours, do not expect to daydream any longer." Her meaning was unmistakable. Everything must be settled through strength. Lu Rian was confident that her current suppression by Xiao Yun was only temporary. Given a little more time, she would undoubtedly overpower him. At that moment, she would assume absolute control. Xiao Yun regarded her with a knowing smile. "Very well, but did you not just say that since you cannot defeat me now, I may act freely?" Lu Rian's expression shifted. "What do you intend to do?" She instinctively wished to flee the room, yet ultimately was a moment too late. Xiao Yun swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, flipping her onto the bed, and pressed his lips against her petal-like red ones. "MMM, MMM, MMM." Lu Rian's beautiful eyes widened. "You MMM, wait a MMM." The following day dawned bright and sunny. As Xiao Yun pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of Su Qingyu emerging from the opposite side. He remarked, "Let us go and take a look at the auction. May everything proceed smoothly." With that, the 3 of them exited the tavern together and made their way directly to the entrance of Tianbao Tower. Gazing around, it was evident that Tianbao Tower was already teeming with people, accompanied by a cacophony of voices, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. The auction was about to commence. Ha! Today I am determined to succeed. Yet, one must be cautious with such declarations. Merely standing outside, he had already spotted numerous unfamiliar faces. The competition this time would undoubtedly be fierce. Observing this scene, the expressions of Xiao Yun and his companions turned grave. With so many participants at the auction, acquiring the Thunderfire Crystal would not be an easy feat regardless. They decided to enter and assess the situation. Amidst the throng of people, Xiao Yun and his companions finally squeezed into Tianbao Tower, where the crowd was so dense it was almost overwhelming. Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough, and they quickly found one of the few available seats and settled down. Now, they awaited the commencement of the auction. Xiao Yun surveyed the surrounding crowd, sensing several hostile gazes directed toward them. However, with so many people present, he could not discern the origins of these glances. "You have drawn attention, and from formidable opponents at that. I wonder how you will manage," Lu Rian communicated telepathically. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. But does that not leave you by my side? Lu Ruyan's expression remained impassive. I have already stated that my cultivation is merely at the spirit profound realm. Even inferior to yours, do not expect me to be your savior. Unfazed, Xiao Yun inquired. However, I am quite curious. Why were you so powerful before? Do not tell me it is merely due to age. Even if you were the elder of the Lu family, such strength would be improbable, he pressed. Having long wished to pose this question. You wish to know? Lu Ruyan regarded him, her tone indifferent. If I were to reveal that I am, in fact, the Empress, would you regret your actions? Xiao Yun suddenly chuckled, surveying Lu Ruyan with amusement. Do not jest. If you were the Empress, I might as well claim to be the creator. Lu Ruyan. She truly felt the urge to strike him. You had best pray that you leave here alive today. Xiao Yun grinned mischievously before turning his gaze toward the front of the auction hall, soon spotting a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stepping forward. Greetings, everyone. It has been quite some time. The man smiled and waved his hand. It is none other than Master Qin. Could it be that today's auction is presided over by Master Qin himself? You may not be aware, but it is said that a new master has recently arrived in Maple Leaf City, which has relegated Master Qin to the position of deputy master, making it quite reasonable for him to host the event. I see. With Master Qin's arrival, the crowd in the auction hall erupted in a clamor, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Xiao Yun also cast a glance at him. This individual is undoubtedly a master. The aura of profound energy emanating from Master Qin indicates that his cultivation is surely formidable, a being of strength beyond the earthly realm. This also highlights that even among the branches of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, substantial differences exist. The former master of the Tianqi dynasty had barely reached the lower earthly realm, placing them on entirely different levels. Please remain calm. Master Qin raised his hand from the stage. I understand that everyone has come today with the desire to bring home treasures, and I believe you are all familiar with the rules of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, so I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. This single statement once again ignited excitement among the crowd below, as Master Qin slowly produced a sword. This is a top-tier spiritual weapon of the profound grade, known as the Breaking Army Sword, formerly wielded by a master of the earthly realm, with a starting bid of 1,000 superior profound crystals. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 superior profound crystals. The auction has officially commenced. The crowd below began to shout bids, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Xiao Yun was somewhat astonished. The very first item is a top-tier profound spiritual weapon, truly befitting of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, which is indeed affluent and extravagant. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. Although there are many sects and powers in the Northern Spirit domain, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is the one entity that must not be provoked. There were once 4 super sects in the Northern Spirit domain, but one of them fell afoul of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Xiao Yun was taken aback. What happened after they offended the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Upon saying this, Xiao Yun regretted the inquiry. The outcome was exceedingly clear, was it not? That sect was uprooted entirely by a group of mysterious individuals within a single day, leading to their complete annihilation. Although no one knows where those mysterious individuals came from, it is an unspoken understanding that they must have originated from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Thus, no other power has dared to provoke the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion since. Su Qingyu spoke with a trace of anxiety. Chapter 69. Auctioning the Thunderfire Crystal. So formidable. Xiao Yun was equally astonished. A superpower from the Northern Spirit domain was obliterated by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in just one day, indicating that he had significantly underestimated the pavilion's influence. Therefore, I am quite surprised that when she offended a governor from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, no retribution was sought against you. Su Qingyu remarked, glancing at Lu Ruoyan. Recalling Lu Ruoyan's enigmatic methods, Xiao Yun also looked at Lu Ruoyan, only to find her expression remarkably serene, as if the conversation did not pertain to her at all. Xiao Yun suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Could it be that his humble wife truly was the Empress? One could argue that there might be a semblance of truth in that notion. Now you're afraid? Lu Ruyan asked with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Afraid? Nonsense. All I know is that you are my wife. Xiao Yun promptly retorted, turning his gaze back to the auction stage. This is infuriating. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. If only she could buy herself some time. Once her cultivation surpassed Xiao Yun's, she would surely teach him a lesson. On the auction stage, as the first item was sold, the host Qin Lu produced an array of peculiar and precious items. However, Xiao Yun found himself disinterested in these trinkets. He was waiting for the appearance of the Thunderfire crystal. Yet, as he listened to the escalating bids, an overwhelming sense of poverty washed over him. He had not raised a single bid. Although he had previously emptied the Liu family's treasury, the items, while valuable, did not equate to actual currency. Now, after setting aside the funds for the Thunderfire crystal, he could muster only a few tens of thousands of high-grade mystic crystals, which would scarcely suffice in this venue. Xiao Yun, don't worry. If the price for the Thunderfire crystal becomes exorbitant, we can always seek another venue. Su Qingyu softly reassured him, sensing his distress. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Although I may lack funds now, I assure you that by the time we return to the sect, we will have ample resources. Su Qingyu was somewhat puzzled. How could one be broke now, but wealthy upon returning to the sect? Wasn't he that a rather bold claim? Lu Ruyen, however, comprehended Xiao Yun's intent and did not hesitate to deliver a scathing remark. At that moment, the host Qin Lu spoke again, waving his hand as he declared, "All right. The next item should be quite familiar to everyone. It is the Thunderfire crystal." As he spoke, he presented a tray upon which rested several fist-sized, silver-red crystals that emanated waves of intense flame and thunderous energy. "That is the Thunderfire crystal," Su Qingyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Xiao Yun focused intently. There were 24 of these Thunderfire crystals on the tray. If he could purchase them all, they would serve the Dragon Elephant sect well for some time. Yet, Xiao Yun's heart grew heavy with concern. The Thunderfire crystal. Ha ha ha. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. It is said that absorbing its energy can refine the physical body. I must acquire some to test its efficacy. The crowd around him erupted in excitement, clearly invigorated by the prospect of the Thunderfire crystal. These 24 Thunderfire crystals are the last of our inventory here at Tianbao Tower. They contain exceptionally pure fire and thunder attribute energy, making them highly effective for body refinement or the creation of other items. After the host of the auction concluded his words, he extended 2 fingers. The starting price for the Thunderfire crystal is set at 2,000 superior Xian crystals, with each increment no less than 100 superior Xian crystals. Now, let the bidding commence. Upon hearing this declaration, emotions among the crowd were mixed. Some rejoiced while others despaired. This is simply too exorbitant. Su Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. According to normal pricing, a single Thunderfire crystal should only cost around 1,000 superior Xian crystals. Yet, the opening bid had surged to double that amount. And with additional bids echoing through the room, their original budget could scarcely afford a handful of Thunderfire crystals. "I bid 2,800 for one." "Step aside." "I bid 3,000. What a bunch of miserly fools." "I bid 3,500 for one. No one dares compete with me." Within a mere half incense stick's time, the price of the Thunderfire crystal skyrocketed to 3,500 superior Xian crystals apiece, and the bidding showed no signs of stopping. "Xiao Yun, we should leave." Su Qingyu could only look at Xiao Yun with frustration. At this rate, the price of the Thunderfire crystal was bound to breach 4,000 superior Xian crystals, far beyond their budget. Even if they were to purchase, it would be but a few. More importantly, she did not wish to be the fool who overspent. "Let us wait a moment longer," Xiao Yun replied, seemingly unfazed by the escalating bids. Suddenly, he stood up. "I bid 4,000 superior Xian crystals for one." It was his first bid. "Xiao Yun, what are you doing?" Su Qingyu was utterly perplexed. Paying that price would be a significant loss. Simultaneously, as Xiao Yun's voice resonated, many of those who had been actively bidding fell silent. This price was indeed steep for most. "I bid 4,100 superior Xian crystals for one." Yet, a few tenacious bidders remained undeterred. Xiao Yun's expression was stoic. "I bid 4,500 superior Xian crystals for one." His voice was not loud, but it captured the attention of many, as this price had already exceeded 4 times the usual cost. Is this person not in his right mind? Never mind, I'll pass. I'd rather keep my Xian crystals for personal cultivation. The onlookers shook their heads, astonished that someone would be willing to spend 4,500 superior Xian crystals on a single Thunderfire crystal. "Xiao Yun, you're going to incur a massive loss with that purchase." Su Qingyu was nearly in tears. If the deal went through at this price, not only did they lack the necessary Xian crystals, but buying a single Thunderfire crystal would mean a loss of 3,500 superior Xian crystals. To purchase 24 Thunderfire crystals would equate to a staggering loss of nearly 100,000 superior Xian crystals. This was an astronomical figure. "Do not fret," Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile. They were aware of their position, while the adversaries remained shrouded in secrecy. It was imperative to devise a strategy to draw the opponent out. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer, Qin, inquired loudly. Yet no one responded with an increased offer. It was evident that the current bid had reached its zenith. Qin maintained a cheerful demeanor, clearly pleased with the price, and proclaimed, "In that case, these thunderfire crystals shall belong to this gentleman." However, before he could finish his sentence, a jarring voice reverberated throughout the auction hall. "It would be wiser to save your money. Perhaps later I might graciously offer to collect your remains." Chapter 70. The Thunderfire Crystals Acquired. The crowd fell silent. Turning to see the source of the interruption, a young man clad in a white robe, adorned with an embroidered, unsheathed sword upon his chest. It was a representative from the Sword Mountain. The presence of Sword Mountain was unexpected. Upon recognizing his attire, a wave of astonishment swept through the venue. The name of Sword Mountain carried significant weight. How infuriating! It is them. Su Qingyu's expression soured at the sight. The rivalry between Sword Mountain and the Dragon Elephant sect was notorious. Encounters between their disciples often escalated into violent confrontations. Were it not for the fact that they were on the territory of Tianbao Tower, she might have charged forth by now. It appears the rumors were accurate. "You are indeed here." Another indifferent voice echoed, prompting Xiao Yun and his companions to turn around. A young man in a crimson robe approached, revealing himself to be from the Burning Sky sect. Su Qingyu's countenance shifted. The presence of a Sword Mountain disciple here might have been coincidental, but the arrival of a Burning Sky sect member was troubling. It seemed both individuals were targeting them. This was ominous. Xiao Yun, however, exhibited no surprise. Indeed, what exquisite beauties! It seems this trip was not in vain. The white-robed man from Sword Mountain's eyes gleamed with avarice upon seeing Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan. Both women were undeniably enchanting, each radiating a distinct aura that intensified their allure when together. "How did you know we would come to Maple Leaf City?" Xiao Yun inquired. Unperturbed, the man from the Burning Sky sect advanced slowly, his gaze cold as he regarded Xiao Yun. A dead man need not concern himself with such matters. With a sinister smile, he continued, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am an elite disciple of the Burning Sky sect. You may call me Fan Hong." Elite disciple of the Burning Sky sect. The crowd's expressions shifted. Following this, the white-robed man stepped forward, his greed evident as he gazed at Su Qingyu. "You must be the saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect. Truly, you are as exquisite as they described. I can hardly contain my eagerness." He licked his lips. Two elite disciples. Su Qingyu's heart sank. This indicates that the two individuals before them possess mastery at the Earth Profound realm, and judging by the profound energy they emanate, they likely surpass even those whom they encountered earlier in strength, potentially having reached the 8th or 9th level of the Earth Profound realm. You may engage them to test. Xiao Yun remarked calmly, unperturbed. Following this, the host of the auction, Qin, cast a measured gaze towards the two from Wanjian Mountain and Funtian Men, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Gentlemen, this is the auction of Tianbao Tower, and no disruptions are permitted." His voice was steady. Yet upon uttering these words, the previously raucous atmosphere fell to an immediate hush, with many hastily silencing themselves. Tianbao Tower was not to be trifled with. Even the disciples from Wanjian Mountain and Funtian Men subdued their defiant expressions, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Host Qin, we understand the rules." The disciple clad in white from Wanjian Mountain replied with a sycophantic tone, then turned his attention back to Xiao Yun. "You arrogant little brat. You may prolong your existence within Tianbao Tower, but once you step outside, your demise will await." His intent was clear. He had received word that Xiao Yun was likely to appear in Maple Leaf City, and he had come to exact retribution. As for Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan, capturing them alive would be even more advantageous. Were it not for Tianbao Tower's prohibition on open conflict, he would have acted without hesitation. "Fool." Xiao Yun dismissed him with a glance that did not even meet his gaze. "That insufferable wretch." Funtian Men's Fan Hong coldly remarked. The relationships among the three major sects were quite evident. Wanjian Mountain held a bitter enmity towards Longxiang sect, while Funtian Men maintained a stance of neutrality, enjoying amicable relations with both sections. However, upon learning that Xiao Yun had slain one of their elders, Fan Hong ventured to Maple Leaf City with the intent of capturing Xiao Yun and delivering him to Funtian Men for judgment. Thus, he now found himself aligned with Wanjian Mountain, sharing a common objective, and his demeanor towards Xiao Yun was far from cordial. Meanwhile, the host Qin, wearing a smile once more, proclaimed loudly, "Now, let us congratulate this young brother, for the Thunderfire crystals in my possession belong to him." As his words resonated, a member of Tianbao Tower approached, presenting the Thunderfire crystals to Xiao Yun. "Greetings, here are the 24 Thunderfire crystals you bid upon, totaling 100,800 high-grade profound crystals." Xiao Yun nodded, having nearly exhausted all his financial resources to acquire these 24 crystals. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, this is such a loss," Su Qingyu exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight. What could have been purchased for just over 2,000 profound crystals had cost nearly 5 times that amount. "You foolish boy. I shall ensure you experience the bitter taste of spending a fortune only to end up with nothing." Fan Hong scoffed repeatedly, having no intention of allowing Xiao Yun to leave Maple Leaf City alive. To him, the lavish expenditure was nothing short of sheer folly. Ha ha ha. It will not be long before the wealth and the Thunderfire crystal he possesses ultimately fall into my hands. The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. The man in white from Wanjian Mountain laughed triumphantly. Whether it is Xiao Yun or Su Qingyu, they have long since become his possessions. Everything belonging to them will eventually benefit him. This young man is rather unfortunate. With both the elite disciples of Wanjian Mountain and the Burning Heaven sect fixated upon him, he is certain to be trapped within Maple Leaf City. Alas, it is a pity that the 2 stunning beauties by his side may also meet a grim fate. The other attendees at the auction murmured among themselves, their gazes towards Xiao Yun brimming with pity and disdain. What does it matter if he manages to procure the Thunderfire crystal? In the end, it will all be for naught, and they relish such dramatic scenes. Upon hearing their words, Su Qing's face turned pale as she swiftly turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Junior brother Xiao Yun, when we leave Tiandao building later, you should take the Thunderfire crystal and leave first. I will hold them off." This was the only plan she could devise. There is no need to rush. We have already invested heavily. If we do not recover something, it would be a significant loss, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. Now, we merely await the fish to bite. Meanwhile, Fan Hong from the Burning Heaven sect vanished into the crowd, and for reasons unknown, the host Qin Lu was called down from the stage, replaced by another individual to continue the auction. "Young man, your demise is certain today." The man in white from Wanjian Mountain's eyes glimmered coldly, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Chapter 71. Remove them. Behind the auction stage. "You wish for me to expel that young man?" Qin Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Fan Hong and his companion. "Indeed, we are aware of the rules of Tiandao building. Hence we would not dare to overstep, but that young man has slain an elder of our sect. He must be captured today." The man from Wanjian Mountain spoke in a deep voice. Since Xiao Yun was within the confines of Tiandao building, they were unable to act out of fear for its regulations. Thus they had no choice but to expel him. Hence, they sought out Qin Lu. "I have just conducted an investigation, and those 3 individuals are disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, and that woman is even a saint of the sect. If I were to assist you, would I not be offending the Dragon Elephant sect?" Qin Lu replied with an impassive expression, his voice indifferent. Normally, elite disciples from sects like the Burning Heaven sect and Wanjian Mountain, such as Fan Hong, would not even qualify for an audience with him, let alone dare to request his assistance. However, he happened to find a use for these 2. A mere Dragon Elephant sect, how could they possibly capture Qin Lu's attention? Moreover, I have already sought prior approval from my sect. As long as you are willing to assist, you may present any demands, and we shall not refuse what we can fulfill. The man in white from Wanjian Mountain first lavished praise, then spoke sincerely. Qin Lu chuckled softly. "Although I harbor no fear of the Dragon Elephant sect, why should I engage in malevolence if I can avoid offending anyone?" A sudden unease filled Fan Hong and his companions' hearts. It appeared that the other party was reluctant to offer assistance. However, just as the 2 were prepared to concede defeat, Master Qin unexpectedly shifted his tone. "There is still hope." Instantly, Fan Hong and his companion grasped the implication, hastily exclaiming, "Whatever you require, please instruct us, Master Qin." Master Qin nodded in satisfaction. "I am not averse to assisting you, but once the matter is accomplished, I expect both your esteemed sects to cause a commotion at Tianbao Tower." Fan Hong and his companion exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions laden with confusion. "Master Qin, we cannot possibly dare to do such a thing. Create a disturbance at Tianbao Tower? Not even the leaders of our sect would dare." They recalled all too well that among the four great sects of the northern spirit domain, one had been utterly uprooted overnight for offending Tianbao Tower. How could they possibly muster the courage? You need not worry, Master Qin replied calmly, though a chilling aura of menace tinged his words, sending a shiver down their spines. What I mean by causing a ruckus is that you should act under the pretense of dissatisfaction with the current master of Tianbao Tower, and the greater the uproar, the better. I will ensure your sect remains unscathed. Upon hearing this, the two were still drenched in cold sweat. Yet, the young man in white from Wanjian Mountain quickly regained his composure and, lowering his voice, asked excitedly, "Is Master Qin's intention to drive that individual out of Maple Leaf City?" Master Qin shot him a glance. "You possess a modicum of cleverness." A sense of elation surged within the young man from Wanjian Mountain. He had indeed guessed correctly. He recalled hearing upon his arrival in Maple Leaf City that Master Qin had been the original master of Tianbao Tower. Yet, just a few days prior, an unknown individual had suddenly been installed in his stead, relegating him to the role of deputy master. Master Qin's words were now crystal clear. He aimed to leverage the names of Wanjian Mountain and Finchin Gate to oust this newly appointed master from Maple Leaf City and reclaim his authority. Though Tianbao Tower was vast and influential, it was merely a branch here. If Wanjian Mountain and Finchin Gate joined forces to exert some public pressure, Tianbao Tower would surely reconsider its position. This was the true intent of Master Qin. The young man in white from Wanjian Mountain nodded eagerly. "No problem. Upon our departure, the sect elders instructed us to maintain close relations with Master Qin. I pledge this on behalf of Wanjian Mountain." Certainly, they had to agree. If this endeavor succeeded, it would place Tianbao Tower in alliance with them, a momentous boon indeed. They could even return home to claim credit. "I, too, pledge this on behalf of Finchin Gate," Fan Hong declared, equally exhilarated. Thus, they not only aimed to capture Xiao Yun and his companions, but also sought to draw closer to the Tianbao Tower, which was indeed a significant achievement. "Very well, I shall make an expedition to expel those three from the Dragon Elephant sect. But I will not engage in combat on your behalf," Master Qin stated coolly, a frosty smile gracing his lips. "An airborne leader? Arriving with the intent to dominate? Allow me to demonstrate who truly holds authority in Maple Leaf City." "Absolutely." Fan Hong and his companion chuckled in agreement. Such fortuitous circumstances had finally befallen them. "Xiao Yun, let us depart swiftly while those two are absent," Su Qingyu urged anxiously amidst the crowd. Her concern was genuine. The preservation of the Thunderfire crystals was uncertain. Yet she feared for the safety of the three of them returning alive to the Dragon Elephant sect. That would indeed spell trouble. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun acknowledged. It is indeed time to leave. Although the auction continued to unfold, with enticing treasures that left him yearning, he could afford none. Thus, he needed to devise a way to amass wealth. By the way, would the Tianbao Tower willingly oppose the Wanjian Mountain or the Finchin Gate? Xiao Yun suddenly inquired of Su Qingyu. Taken aback, Su Qingyu clarified, the Tianbao Tower typically engages only in commerce and refrains from involving itself in other conflicts. However, that does not imply that its members adhere to the same principle. For instance, Su Qingyu did not finish her thought, but Xiao Yun understood she was alluding to the incident involving manager Duan in the Tianqi dynasty. In essence, the Tianbao Tower would not proactively seek adversaries. Yet its members were not bound by such constraints, correct? Su Qingyu nodded in affirmation. That is a fair interpretation. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yun's lips. Then, the token I acquired previously, can it compel the Tianbao Tower to assist us? Su Qingyu's eyes brightened instantly. That is a level 4 token of the Tianbao Tower. The woman previously mentioned that possessing this token grants the privileges of a level 1 inspector. I am confident it will work. A wave of relief washed over her. With such a token in Xiao Yun's possession, the Tianbao Tower would hesitate to offend him lightly. In fact, should they request assistance in escorting them back to the Dragon Elephant sect, the tower might very well acquiesce. What a relief. Su Qingyu exhaled deeply. She finally understood why Xiao Yun had the audacity to be so brazen. He had long since prepared an escape route. You are not as foolish as I presumed, Lu Ruyan remarked coolly. Let us proceed, Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, his eagerness palpable. However, just as they prepared to turn away, a dispassionate voice rang out. Expel them at once. Chapter 72. Do not regret your choices. The sudden command reverberated throughout the venue. The attendees at the auction turned around, only to find that the master of the Tianbao Tower, who who had been on the auction stage moments before, had somehow made his way to the floor. His previous words were a reprimand directed at Xiao Yun and her companions. "You are not welcome here," the master of the Tianbao Tower stated gravely, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yun. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily inquired, "Master Qin, why must you expel us?" She was perplexed. They had done nothing wrong, and why would the esteemed master of the Tianbao Tower single them out so harshly? Just then, Fan Hong appeared, laughing heartily. "Why? Because you have offended the wrong people." The man in white from Wanjian Mountain approached, wearing a smug expression as he taunted Xiao Yun and her companions. "Did you truly believe that hiding within the Tianbao Tower would keep you safe? What will you do now?" The crowd suddenly grasped the situation. So it was true. They had managed to bribe the master of the Tianbao Tower. Oh dear, it seemed those three were finished. With a look of indifference, the master of the Tianbao Tower continued to regard Xiao Yun, stating, "As I have said, you are not welcome here. Should you fail to depart immediately, you will bear the consequences." Once these three were dealt with, he could proceed with his second plan, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Longxiang sect. He was unperturbed. After all, he had the backing of the Tianbao Tower. Would the Longxiang sect dare to act against him? Absolutely not. Ha ha. Will you not hurry and leave? Once you exit the Tianbao Tower, your demise awaits. Fan Hong and her companion gazed at Xiao Yun, reveling in their triumph. "Master Qin, we have never violated any rules of the Tianbao Tower, and we just purchased your Thunderfire Crystal, which makes us guests of the Tianbao Tower," Su Qingyu continued to plead. "Enough." The master of the Tianbao Tower interjected sharply. "It appears you are choosing to ignore my words. If so, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he waved his hand, and soon, numerous individuals from the Tianbao Tower emerged, surrounding Xiao Yun and her companions, their expressions menacing as they drew closer. However, Xiao Yun remained composed, her gaze steady as she asked the master of the Tianbao Tower, "What benefits have they offered you?" Undoubtedly, he had been bribed. The master of the Tianbao Tower smiled faintly. "I do not comprehend your insinuations. I merely know that the Tianbao Tower does not engage in the struggles of any factions. Yet you choose to hide here, relying on the strength of my Tianbao Tower to survive. I am merely fulfilling my obligations as the master." He would never admit to it. After all, admitting such would carry risks. If discovered by the inspectors of the Tianbao Tower, his plans would be jeopardized. Xiao Yun looked at him and said calmly, "So, the master of the Tianbao Tower can arbitrarily expel guests?" The master of the Tianbao Tower suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, this truly is the most amusing jest I have heard today. I am aware that you hail from the Dragon Elephant sect, but what of it? In this Maple Leaf City, within the illustrious Tianbao Tower, my words hold the weight of decree." The onlookers exchanged glances of derision. The master of Tianbao Tower, from one perspective, indeed possesses the power to dominate a region. Even the head of a super sect like the Dragon Elephant sect would hesitate to offend him, especially on the territory of Tianbao Tower, where Qin, the master, could indeed be likened to a local sovereign. Xiao Yun gazed at his opponent and suddenly chuckled. "Very well. Let us step outside. Do not regret your decision later." With that, he turned and departed, followed closely by Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan. "Regret? Qin, the master," scoffed disdainfully. "What are you to make me regret?" He then addressed Fan Hong and his companion. "I have already dispatched the intruders. The remaining matters are for you to resolve." Fan Hong and the man from Wanjian Mountain nodded in agreement. Rest assured, they are as good as dead today. Outside Tianbao Tower, the trio of Xiao Yun was escorted out. "Why did you not produce the token earlier?" Su Qingyu inquired telepathically. Had Xiao Yun revealed the token, even the master of Tianbao Tower would likely not have pressed too harshly. Xiao Yun remained impassive. "I had no intention of confronting him. But if he fancies himself an emperor, I shall show him whether he truly is one." No sooner had he spoken than the white-clad man from Wanjian Mountain and Fan Hong emerged from Tianbao Tower, advancing towards Xiao Yun and encircling him and his companions. "Boy, have you contemplated how you shall meet your end? Let us see where you can hide now." The two advanced menacingly, while Qin, the master, stepped out as well, his expression devoid of emotion, intent on witnessing the demise of Xiao Yun and his companions. "Do you truly believe you can slay us here?" Xiao Yun inquired, a smile playing on his lips. "Ha ha ha, you cannot possibly think someone will come to your rescue this time." With that, Fan Hong and his companion unleashed their auras. Both were at the 9th level of the Earth Profound Realm, a formidable prowess indeed. "Strike together," Fan Hong commanded, and they lunged at Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, you must flee!" Su Qingyu exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. The gathered crowd looked on with pity, knowing that once this man fell, the two stunning women would likely face dire fates, which was truly a lamentable outcome. However, Xiao Yun wore a smile, showing no inclination to evade or defend himself, while Lu Ruyan remained equally unperturbed. "Boy, meet your demise." As the two approached Xiao Yun, the crowd perceived a flicker before hearing a chilling scream. The attack from the white-clad man of Wanjian Mountain was instantaneously shattered, and he suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. PFF. He collapsed on the spot. Fan Hong's expression shifted, and he staggered backward. "Who are you?" He hurriedly glanced at the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared and stood before Xiao Yun, his expression darkening significantly. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and certainly stronger than himself. It was the fifth elder. Su Qingyu was instantly elated. The newcomer was indeed Ji Yan, the fifth elder of the Dragon Elephant sect. Su Qingyu quickly approached him and inquired, "Elder, what brings you here?" The man chuckled. "The sect master instructed me to protect you from the shadows. I initially thought little of it, but I never anticipated that someone would dare to seek their own demise." Long before, when they were still at the Dragon Elephant sect, Su Chongkong had foreseen the dangers that awaited Xiao Yun and the others in Maple Leaf City, which is why he had dispatched Ji Yan for their clandestine protection. Otherwise, he would not have allowed them to venture out so freely. "You were right. There truly is someone capable of saving me," Xiao Yun remarked, glancing at the remaining Fan Hong with a slight smile. Chapter 73. Behold what this is. How infuriating. Fan Hong's face turned a sickly green. He had initially believed that he would undoubtedly capture Xiao Yun this time, and perhaps even seize Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan, thus gaining substantial merit for his sect. However, he had not anticipated that the opposition had already prepared for such an eventuality. Now that the men from 10,000 Sword Mountain were dead, he knew he could not contend against the elder of the Dragon Elephant sect. If he were to make another move against Xiao Yun, he would likely be left with no choice but to resort to a final desperate measure. "Lord Qin, I beseech you to lend me your strength. The promises I made to you still stand." Fan Hong urgently turned to Lord Qin. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, and even if he refrained from attacking Xiao Yun, he was certain that the latter would not spare him. Yet, with the aid of the owner of Tianbao Tower, he could still reverse the situation and emerge victorious. At that moment, Lord Qin's expression darkened as he too had not anticipated that the Dragon Elephant sect possessed such backup. Consequently, his initial plan had failed, and his subsequent strategy could not proceed unless he shifted his focus to Xiao Yun and Ji Yan. "Lord Qin, our Dragon Elephant sect has always maintained a friendly rapport with your esteemed tower. I implore you not to be swayed by their words, which may jeopardize our relationship." Ji Yan interjected, his heart sinking. After all, they were still in Maple Leaf City. If the owner of Tianbao Tower truly decided to take sides, there would be little he could do, and he could only hope that they would not target him. Lord Qin remained silent, his inner turmoil evident. "Lord Qin, once I return, the higher-ups of my sect will certainly acquiesce to your requests. I swear on my life." Fan Hong exclaimed urgently, his words resonating with determination. The outcome hinged on this moment. Ji Yan sensed impending danger and swiftly transmitted to Su Qingyu and the others, "Miss, you must leave at once. I will hold them off." He could see that Lord Qin was wavering, which was a troubling omen. If Lord Qin truly agreed, they would be in peril. "We shall go together." Su Qingyu quickly urged Ji Yan. "Very well." As Ji Yan kept a vigilant eye on Master Qin, he carefully retreated alongside Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu. "Master Qin, I implore you to reconsider," Fan Hong exclaimed in a state of urgency. "If we miss this opportunity, it may never come again." At this moment, Master Qin's gaze deepened, and as he observed the four retreating figures, he suddenly inhaled deeply and declared, "You may leave. But that young man must remain." His decision was resolute. His plans must proceed. Upon hearing this, Fan Hong erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that wretched boy. I told you, today is undoubtedly your last." This was sufficient for him. As long as he could capture Xiao Yun, he would return to fulfill his mission. As for Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan, although it was a pity he could not seize these two beauties, he was still satisfied. The onlookers wore peculiar expressions. Master Qin had actually acquiesced. It turned out that the Burning Heaven sect had indeed bribed him. What a twist of fate. However, it seemed that the young man from the Dragon Elephant sect was destined for doom. Hearing this, Ji Yan's expression turned grave as he addressed Master Qin. Master Qin. It appears that our Dragon Elephant sect has never wronged you. Why must you insist on this? Su Chongkong had given him explicit orders. Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu must return unscathed. You may not have offended me, but that young man has crossed me, and thus, I will only keep him, Master Qin replied indifferently. Having made his choice, there was no room for regret. I'm sorry, but I will not leave anyone behind, Ji Yin declared, taking a deep breath. Boom. His entire being erupted with profound energy. Regardless of the outcome, he had to make an attempt. Master Qin merely smiled faintly at the sight. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. The great strength diamond fist. Ji Yin unleashed his full power. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the violent energy radiated outward. In response to Ji Yin's mighty strike, Master Qin effortlessly countered with a single palm, sending Ji Yin staggering back several paces before appearing before Xiao Yun. Elder 5. Su Qingyu gasped in shock. I am no match for him. Ji Yan's face darkened, and despair washed over him. Master Qin, he is one of our own from the Dragon Elephant sect. Could you not show us some leniency for the sake of our sect? He was making a final effort. However, Master Qin remained expressionless. It is precisely because of the Dragon Elephant sect's reputation that I only wish to keep him. If you do not depart now, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ji Yin sighed internally. It was clear that Master Qin was determined to keep Xiao Yun, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. Then, Master Qin turned his gaze to Xiao Yun. What they said earlier was not incorrect. Today, no one can save you. Ha ha ha. Young man, there is no escape for you today. Fan Hong stepped forward with a smug expression, reveling in the prospect of victory. He was the true victor. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Yun. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference, seemingly disregarding the threat posed by Master Qin. Observing this, Master Qin furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with Xiao Yun's demeanor, and reiterated, Did you not previously assert that I would come to regret this? Yet, it appears that the one who should truly be regretting is you. Xiao Yun responded with a serene smile and inquired, In terms of standing, how does your position in Tianbao Tower compare to that of a level 1 inspector? Although Master Qin was perplexed by Xiao Yun's question, he replied, Naturally, the status of a level 1 inspector is superior. But do not delude yourself into thinking you have any opportunity to lodge a complaint. He assumed Xiao Yun was attempting to rally support, but he would never grant him such a chance. In that case, this will be quite manageable. Xiao Yun grinned. Master Qin's brow tightened. Yet as he observed Xiao Yun's unwavering confidence, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. At that moment, Fan Hong stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Xiao Yun. Even at death's door, you still dare to be defiant. Today, not even the King of Heaven could save you. Master Qin added, In this territory of Maple Leaf City, if I desire your demise, you shall not survive. But just as his words fell, Xiao Yun suddenly exclaimed, Then tell me, what do you make of this? With a flip of his palm, a green token materialized before them. The crowd leaned in closer. That token, it seemed somewhat familiar. It resembled the token of Tianbao Tower, which was said to be possessed by very few throughout the entire Northern Spirit Domain. But why was this token green? Whispers spread among the crowd. A handful recognized the token in Xiao Yun's hand, yet they had only seen red tokens before. How could Xiao Yun possess a green one? How did you acquire a level 4 token? Master Qin exclaimed, his voice faltering. He gazed in disbelief at the token in Xiao Yun's hand, his mind momentarily blank. As the leader of Tianbao Tower, he was acutely aware of the implications of the green token, and it was precisely this knowledge that left him astounded, unable to trust his own eyes. Chapter 74. Little brother, I was wrong. The level 4 token of Tianbao Tower. Master Qin was utterly astonished. To his knowledge, only individuals of the utmost rank within superpowers like the Dragon Elephant sect could possess a level 4 token from Tianbao Tower. Yet now, Xiao Yun had produced one. How could this be possible? I have heard that when members of Tianbao Tower encounter this token, their status is akin to that of a level 1 inspector. Should you not now bow before me? Xiao Yun suddenly chuckled. The expressions of those present were peculiar. Su Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Yun revealed this token, he should be safe. Where did he acquire that token? Ji Yin, too, wore a face of confusion. As a high-ranking elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, he had indeed encountered the 4th level token of the Tianbao Tower, but that was solely possessed by Su Chongkong. Even he himself lacked the qualification to obtain it. Master Qin's countenance darkened considerably as he fixated on Xiao Yun and demanded, "How did you come into possession of the 4th level token of my Tianbao Tower?" Xiao Yun replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor fully mocking. "That is of no concern to you. Now it is my turn to inquire, as the master of the Tianbao Tower. What crime do you commit by attempting to harm me?" Master Qin's face turned an ashen hue. Given that Xiao Yun held the 4th level token of Tianbao Tower, even he dared not act rashly. Should an investigation ensue, he risked not only losing his position but potentially his very life. How could it come to this? Fan Hong of the Burning Heavens sect was equally flabbergasted. He could hardly believe that Xiao Yun could wield such a treasure. But soon a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This mere country bumpkin could not possibly possess the Tianbao Tower's token. It must be a forgery. Upon hearing this, Master Qin's gaze snapped upward. "You dare to counterfeit the token of my Tianbao Tower? I shall execute you on behalf of the tower," he declared, moving to strike. He was fully aware that the token in Xiao Yun's possession was genuine, but at this moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. If he eliminated Xiao Yun, he could easily shift the blame onto Fan Hong when the investigation came, ensuring his own safety. "Xiao Yun, quickly evade," Su Qingyu exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly warning him. She could hardly believe that despite Xiao Yun revealing the token, their adversary still dared to act. "You go too far," Ji Yin echoed with fury. Yet, Master Qin remained icy and resolute. "Die!" He locked onto Xiao Yun, unleashing a torrent of violent energy aimed to slay him. But at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Qin Yuan, you possess great audacity." The voice rang out, startling Master Qin, who halted his advance, confronted by a striking figure with alluring curves. It was a woman, her face etched with frost, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion as they regarded Master Qin. "Master Mu." Qin Yuan's brow furrowed. What was she doing here? "It's her," Su Qingyu exclaimed in delight, for the newcomer was none other than Mu Hongling. "Are you unscathed?" Mu Hongling turned to Xiao Yun, concern evident in her gaze. "I'm fine, but I truly did not expect you to become the master here." Xiao Yun responded with a smile, equally astonished to see her. From Qin Yuan's earlier words, he discerned that Qin Yuan harbored some trepidation towards Mu Hongling. And coupled with rumors he had heard at the auction, it quickly dawned on him. Mu Hongling had indeed ascended to be the master of Tianbao Tower. "I, too, never anticipated our paths would cross here." Mu Hongling smiled faintly at Xiao Yun, her smile radiating brilliance. "She is the master of this establishment? So, it was she who usurped the position of Master Qin? Goodness, she is indeed a woman, and such a beautiful one at that." The crowd around her gasped in astonishment. Most of them hailed from Maple Leaf City and were well aware that just a few days prior, the master of Tianbao Tower had been replaced. However, it was only now that they beheld the true visage of the newly appointed master. "Master Mu, do you know him?" Qin Yuan's heart plummeted. Could it be mere coincidence? The person he had randomly fixated upon was actually connected to Mu Hongling, especially now that she had caught him red-handed. "He is my friend." Mu Hongling's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Qin Yuan. "He already presented his token. Why did you still intervene?" Her voice was frigid. Had it not been for someone informing her, had she not arrived in time, Xiao Yun could have perished here. A glance at the expressionless Lu Ruyan in the crowd sent a chill down her spine, leaving her rattled. She had narrowly escaped disaster. Qin Yuan lowered his head to explain. "Master Mu, he is merely a disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect. He could not possibly possess a level 4 token. I suspect that his token is counterfeit, which is why." But he could not finish his sentence. A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid red imprint on Qin Yuan's face. He was stunned, rooted to the spot, unable to utter a word. "Can't you discern whether it is genuine or not?" Mu Hongling's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuan, her voice piercingly cold. She understood that she had taken the position of master by force, which left Qin Yuan feeling resentful. However, his attack on Xiao Yun could have provoked the most fearsome individual, igniting her fury. "Master Mu, do not go too far." Qin Yuan snapped back to his senses, his eyes burning with rage. He had always harbored resentment towards Mu Hongling, and now, with so many witnesses to her slap, his murderous intent surged to its zenith, teetering on the brink of explosion. "Am I going too far?" Mu Hongling found it laughable. "Do you know who bestowed that level 4 token upon him?" Qin Yuan's fists clenched tightly. Who else but the sect master of the Dragon Elephant sect could do so? In his mind, if Xiao Yun's level 4 token were genuine, it could only have been given by Su Chongkong. After all, within the entire Dragon Elephant sect. Only Su Chongkong possessed such a token. No one else could possibly have it. Utterly foolish. Mu Hongling interjected suddenly. The level 4 token he holds was entrusted to me by the governor to deliver to him. How dare you lay a hand on him? Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The governor? His eyes widened in shock. It is essential to understand that he is merely the master of the Tianbao Tower here. Even inferior to the first-level inspector, let alone the governor. That is a status he can only aspire to. If the token in Xiao Yun's possession genuinely originates from the governor, then his previous actions were nothing short of reckless folly. Are you toying with me? He fixed his gaze intently on Mu Hongling, searching for any sign of inconsistency. Doubtful? Then you shall wait and see. Mu Hongling had no intention of offering further explanations. Suddenly, with a thud, Qin Yuan's legs buckled, and in front of the assembled crowd, he knelt before Xiao Yun. This young brother, I was mistaken. Chapter 75, a surprise for them. This young brother, I was mistaken. Qin Yuan knelt before Xiao Yun, his head bowed, his voice trembling. If Xiao Yun were merely an acquaintance of Mu Hongling, he would not have felt intimidated. However, the revelation of Xiao Yun's connection to the governor left him no room for hesitation in his apology. After all, it was the governor. The mere association with such a prominent figure made him wary of any semblance of disrespect. Angering Mu Hongling might lead to some inconvenience, but provoking the governor would spell certain doom, even if he possessed 10 lives. Good heavens! This young man is astonishing. That is Lord Qin. And it is my first time witnessing him kneel before anyone, especially a mere youth. The onlookers were utterly astounded. In Fengye City, Qin Yuan held a position akin to a local emperor, with no one daring to cross him. Yet now, he was kneeling to apologize to a young man. A sight beyond their wildest beliefs. Were you not just saying that you would never regret it? Xiao Yun observed him with an expression devoid of emotion. Qin Yuan's face froze. Haha, I was merely jesting. Though embarrassment washed over him, his mind was rife with curses directed at Xiao Yun. Why did you not mention your connection to the governor sooner? Had you revealed it earlier, I might not have believed you. But at least I would have exercised caution and never dared to strike at you. Now, he truly regretted his earlier bravado. Oh, so it was all in jest. Xiao Yun said, a light of understanding dawning upon him. Do you find it amusing now? Qin Yuan was filled with indignation. Yet, he was acutely aware that Xiao Yun was not someone he could afford to provoke further, and since he had already offended him, he needed to act swiftly to rectify the situation. He produced a storage ring, a smile plastered on his face as he pressed it into Xiao Yun's hand. Young brother, this is a token of my goodwill. I sincerely hope you will not hold a grudge against me. Xiao Yun accepted it without hesitation, and upon a cursory glance, he discerned that it contained at least several tens of thousands of high-grade Xian crystals. Having depleted his funds after purchasing the Thunderfire crystal stones, he found himself rejuvenated financially. And significantly so. Did you think this was the end? Xiao Yun regarded Qin Yuan with a calm demeanor. Do you still find it insufficient? Qin Yuan initially believed that Xiao Yun was dissatisfied with the meager offerings he provided. However, upon noticing Xiao Yun's gaze shift elsewhere, realization dawned upon him. Halt! Qin Yuan called out sharply. He observed Fan Hong, the sole survivor, stealthily slipping away from the crowd. As sweat drenched his back, he shivered upon hearing Qin Yuan's furious shout. Flee! He disregarded everything and exerted all his strength to escape. With the tides having turned against him, and even Qin Yuan bowing low, he knew that remaining was tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Qin Yuan positioned himself before Fan Hong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and he exclaimed, You have ruined me. Had it not been for the instigation of these two individuals, he would never have targeted Xiao Yun, nor would he have found himself in such dire straits. Qin, allow me to explain. Fan Hong, panic-stricken and terrified, waved his hands in desperation. Explain what? Qin Yuan retorted, delivering a resounding slap that left Fan Hong dazed. Yet, it did not end there. A powerful punch struck Fan Hong's chest, causing him to spew a copious amount of blood, resulting in his immediate demise. Such misfortune! Qin Yuan cursed as he turned away, only to face Xiao Yun once more, a smile returning to his visage. Brother, are you satisfied now? His tone carried a hint of obsequiousness. Xiao Yun regarded him with indifference and replied coolly, What do you think? I nearly lost my life at your hands. Do you truly believe this is sufficient? A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Yuan. Yet, before anyone could comprehend the situation, he resolutely summoned his inner strength, obliterating one of his arms in the process. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions. His expression contorted in agony, yet he bore the pain, addressing Xiao Yun. "Brother, is this enough?" The onlookers were left in stunned silence, never anticipating Qin Yuan's decisive action, willing to sacrifice an arm in pursuit of Xiao Yun's forgiveness. Truly, as the leader, he acted without hesitation. Xiao Yun, taken aback, chose to refrain from further comment. Though he longed to eliminate Qin Yuan, he acknowledged the latter's connection to Mu Hongling and felt the need to show some restraint. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled crowd held their breath. To alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, Mu Hongling turned to Xiao Yun and his companions, inquiring with a smile, "By the way, what brings you here?" Xiao Yun proceeded to recount his endeavor to procure thunderfire crystals. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongling rolled her eyes. "You could have simply sought me out. Had you done so, these troubles could have been avoided." Xiao Yun shrugged. "Had I known you were here, I would have sought you out. Alas, I was unaware." Mu Hongling smiled gently, explaining, "I had originally returned to the headquarters of Tianbao building to serve, but due to my insufficient cultivation, I opted to remain here for another 2 years of training. Unfortunately, I had yet to find you before this incident occurred." She has indeed ascended to the position of a secondary inspector at Tianbao Tower. However, her cultivation remains rather insufficient, which has led to considerable dissent among many. Consequently, upon learning of Xiao Yun's affiliation with the Dragon Elephant sect, she requested a transfer to Tianbao Tower, the establishment closest to the Dragon Elephant sect, to serve as its master. "Shall we step inside for a while?" Mu Hongling continued to inquire of Xiao Yun. "No need. I have already procured the Thunderfire Crystal and must return to the sect to report," Xiao Yun replied, handing the spatial ring containing the Thunderfire Crystal to Su Qingyu beside him. "In that case, I shall come to find you next time," Mu Hongling said with a hint of regret. "All right." However, Xiao Yun did not immediately follow Su Qingyu and the others back. Instead, he approached the white-clad man from Wanjian Mountain and the corpse of Fan Hong, severing the heads of both. Su Qingyu watched in bewilderment. "You all return to the sect. I have some matters to attend to," Xiao Yun declared without turning back. The group was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Both Su Qingyu and Lu Ruyan asked in unison. Xiao Yun continued his strides. "Since the people from Wanjian Mountain and the Burning Sky sect are so fond of me, I must reciprocate and give them a surprise." Su Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Yun was actually heading to Wanjian Mountain and the Burning Sky sect. Moreover, it was evident that he intended to exact revenge. Such audacity was unfathomable. It should be noted that Xiao Yun was alone. "No, it's far too dangerous." Su Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward. "Do not worry. I am well aware of my limits," Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, continuing onward. "I will accompany you." Lu Ruyan then approached. "What business do you have in this?" Xiao Yun glanced at her. "If you are to face death, it shall be at my hands alone." Chapter 76. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. Wanjian Mountain. The radiant moonlight cascaded down, enveloping all in tranquility. As one of the 3 supreme sects of the North Spirit Domain, even at this late hour, Wanjian Mountain remained brightly lit. At this moment, 2 figures stealthily approached the foot of Wanjian Mountain. They were none other than Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. "What is your plan?" Lu Ruyan whispered. In her eyes, Xiao Yun's actions were recklessly audacious. Both of them possessed only spiritual profound cultivation, and to intrude directly into the territory of Wanjian Mountain posed a substantial risk to their lives. "Just watch," Xiao Yun replied, striding forth. "Who goes there?" As soon as Xiao Yun appeared, he was immediately spotted by 2 disciples of Wanjian Mountain patrolling the foot of the mountain, who quickly surrounded him. "Do not be alarmed. I come bearing a gift," Xiao Yun said with a faint smile, tossing a wooden box towards them. "A gift?" The disciples of Wanjian Mountain exchanged glances, one of them accepting the box and inquiring, "What is inside?" Xiao Yun turned to leave. "You will find out once you look." As they watched Xiao Yun's departing figure, the brows of 2 disciples from Wanjian Mountain furrowed. One of them coldly remarked, "This trickster, I must see what lies within." With that, he opened the wooden box. A bloodied head presented itself to their gaze. The 2 were taken aback. "It's Brother Guan," they exclaimed in shock. Brother Guan was dead. Their composure shattered instantly. They recognized him at once. He was not only a core disciple of Wanjian Mountain, but also the son of one of its elders, possessing considerable reputation and status within the sect. Yet now he lay lifeless. The man holding the head trembled, urgently shouting, "I must report to Elder Guan. You hurry and gather men to capture that brat. This is a grave matter." The son of an elder had been killed, and his head delivered back. This was an outright provocation against Wanjian Mountain. Follow me. The other disciples swiftly rallied a dozen men, racing in the direction Xiao Yun had taken, while another clutched the wooden box, hurrying back to Wanjian Mountain, his expression a mix of shock and terror. Elder Guan, trouble is afoot, he exclaimed, sprinting back and knocking on the door of a chamber. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard opened the door, his tone irritable. What now? Is it another elder who has met their end? He referred to a previous incident where an elder had perished in the Tianqi dynasty, which had stirred quite a commotion at Wanjian Mountain. The man gulped nervously, replying, Elder Guan, it's not another elder. It's your own son who has died. The man froze momentarily. What the hell? In a fit of rage, he struck the messenger, sending him sprawling to the ground, cursing. Do you dare curse my son to death? You must be seeking your own demise. The man, covering his face in indignation, produced the head from the wooden box, pleading, Elder Guan, I swear I am not deceiving you. The elder focused his gaze. The head bore a grotesque expression, the blood still fresh and not entirely dried. But he recognized it instantly. This was indeed his own son. Ah, my boy. He cradled the bloodied head, his eyes welling with red fury. Who has slain my son? He bellowed in a thunderous rage, his voice hoarse as he glared at the Wanjian disciple. Elder Guan, just moments ago, while I was on patrol, a young man, seemingly not much older, approached and claimed this was a gift he brought us. The disciple recounted the events in haste. A young man? Elder Guan pondered briefly before suddenly lifting his head. It must be that damned brat from Longxiang sect. Just days prior, news had spread through the sect that the one who had slain their elder would appear in Maple Leaf City, in a bid for merit. His son had taken on the task of avenging their fallen comrade, a decision he had wholeheartedly supported at the time. After all, according to the information he had received, the disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect possessed merely the cultivation of the spirit profound realm, making victory seem effortlessly attainable. However, to his dismay, not only did his son fail to achieve merit, but he also sacrificed his own life, ultimately returning in such a humiliating manner. It was a slap in his face. Where's that brat? Elder Guan thundered, gazing skyward in fury. I have already sent someone to pursue him. He should not have gone far. A man hastily replied, fearful of inciting the elder's wrath. Upon hearing this, Elder Guan instantly departed from Wanjian Mountain, his enraged voice echoing through the heavens. I shall personally turn him to ashes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan were hastily fleeing. You traveled such a distance merely to deliver a head to them? Lu Ruyan inquired calmly. Certainly not, Xiao Yun replied, his pace unrelenting. One must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Those pursuing us are merely minor nuisances. I await the arrival of the true prey. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes shimmered. Do you possess such confidence? It is worth noting that the numerous pursuers behind us include many at the spirit profound realm, with several at the earth profound realm. Should we truly provoke Wanjian Mountain, should they dispatch formidable figures, we would be in peril. Xiao Yun remained silent, and after covering some distance, he suddenly halted. Let us first deal with these individuals behind us. Soon, the pursuers from Wanjian Mountain caught up, surrounding Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan with a dozen men. One among them immediately bellowed, Damn brat, you dare to slay a disciple of Wanjian Mountain? Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Yet, scarcely had he finished his words when the Jinghong sword in Xiao Yun's hand emitted a resounding tremor. With a swift motion, the sword rose and fell. The disciple of Wanjian Mountain only perceived a flash before being cleaved in two, dying on the spot. Such unnecessary chatter. Xiao Yun's voice was icy and piercing. You seek death. One enraged individual surged forth, resembling a swift and ferocious beast, striking towards Xiao Yun with an open palm. Xiao Yun, in response, extended his left palm to meet the assault directly. Bang! The two forces collided, unleashing a fierce eruption of profound energy. And an overwhelming chill suddenly surged into Xiao Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of frost enveloped his left arm. The disciple of Wanjian Mountain looked at Xiao Yun with arrogance. You have fallen victim to my ice technique. Let us see how you remain so brazen. With a fierce shout, he unleashed an even more potent icy force, continuously flooding into Xiao Yun's body. Boom! Accompanied by a chilling torrent, the earth rapidly froze. Each blade of grass and every tree encased in a thick layer of ice. Now you can die, he proclaimed with unbridled pride, transforming his palm into a fist and striking directly at Xiao Yun's chest. Bang! The profound energy erupted, and the blow landed heavily upon Xiao Yun's chest. However, the anticipated scene of flesh and blood did not unfold. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze, only to discover that a layer of silver-red battle armor had inexplicably materialized around Xiao Yun. The pupils of the members of Wanjian Mountain abruptly constricted. Chapter 77. It's best not to inquire too much into matters of the Tao. It is the Thunderfire battle armor. He belongs to the Dragon Elephant sect. The numerous disciples of Wanjian Mountain quickly regained their senses, finally comprehending why their adversary exhibited such audacity. Kill him. The man who had previously attacked immediately issued the command. Despite Xiao Yun having shattered his icy power, their numbers were overwhelming. The opposition consisted of merely 2 individuals, both of whom were at the Spirit Profound realm and could not possibly match their strength. In a moment, prevent their escape, Xiao Yun suddenly declared. Upon finishing his words, his figure vanished from sight. Clang! The sword light flickered like a shadow, the cold brilliance intertwining. They had scarcely glimpsed Xiao Yun's presence before their chests were pierced, resulting in their instant demise. In the fleeting moment of blood raining down, Xiao Yun executed the cloud-chasing moon-treading step, morphing like a specter, and severed another head. Though these were all talented disciples of Wanjian Mountain, they appeared utterly feeble beneath Xiao Yun's blade. Witnessing the blood that splattered freely and the dismembered limbs that flailed chaotically, the man who had issued the order turned ashen. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths, he bellowed, once again coalescing his frigid profound energy and launching a full-force palm strike toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun retaliated with a single sword strike. Boom! The moment their 2 powers collided, the fierce sword aura and chilling frost erupted violently. Yet in the next heartbeat, the disciple of Wanjian Mountain staggered, retreating several dozen steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could you be so strong? The Wanjian Mountain disciple's face drained of color, incredulous as he lifted his gaze. He was at the Earth Profound realm, a whole rank above Xiao Yun, and with so many of them attacking simultaneously, yet within mere breaths. Not only had they failed to subdue Xiao Yun, but half of their number had already perished beneath his sword. Brother Zhou, what shall we do now? A Wanjian Mountain disciple, trembling in fear, inquired. Retreat. The man gritted through clenched teeth. He now fully understood that they were no match for Xiao Yun. They had to swiftly return to Wanjian Mountain to summon reinforcements. Flee. The remaining disciples of Wanjian Mountain exhaled in relief, then turned to escape without looking back. However, in the next second, a wave of frigid cold enveloped them, swiftly spreading from their feet throughout their bodies, rendering them immobile. How could this happen? The faces of the Wanjian Mountain members paled drastically, especially the man who had attacked Xiao Yun, whose shock was beyond measure. He himself possessed ice attribute profound energy, always having been the one to freeze others, never having been frozen himself. Yet now, before this icy power, he found himself utterly devoid of any means of resistance. It's you. He turned to look back and saw Lu Ruyan standing quietly in place, emanating an aura of extreme coldness, the very force that had frozen them all in place. Suddenly, Xiao Yun moved. The space seemed to still, as Xiao Yun vanished with his sword, accompanied by a palpable aura of death. One after another, piercing sword lights ruthlessly struck down upon the members of Wanjian Mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of sword chants and anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Xiao Yun's figure abruptly halted. He returned to his original position, facing away from the crowd of Wanjian Mountain. Behind him, a rain of blood swirled, the few remaining members of Wanjian Mountain covered in wounds, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Lu Ruyan's cold eyes as she gazed silently at Xiao Yun's back. This was indeed incredibly fierce. It was important to note that among these individuals, the weakest was at the Spirit Profound realm, with 2 or 3 even at the Earth Profound realm. Aside from her final effort to prevent their escape, she had not intervened throughout the encounter. Xiao Yun had single-handedly annihilated over a dozen of them with such ease. You must possess some hidden peculiarity, Lu Ruyan remarked, observing Xiao Yun. Reflecting inwardly, even she could not replicate Xiao Yun's earlier devastation. It seemed her previous defeat to him was not unwarranted. You are no different, Xiao Yun replied, equally regarding Lu Ruyan. Both harbored secrets unknown to the other. The atmosphere suddenly grew silent. At that moment, a furious voice resounded. Damn boy, return my son's life. It was Elder Guan of Wanjian Mountain. He had sprinted furiously and caught up. The heavenly, profound realm. Lu Rian's voice became grave. Such cultivation far surpassed their capacity to contend with. Should he capture them, they would be utterly defenseless. The big fish you baited has arrived. What are you planning to do? Lu Rian asked Xiao Yun, her tone tinged with urgency. Xiao Yun grinned. What else can we do? We should run. With that, he sprinted with all his might in a certain direction. Lu Rian, in an instant, she too poured forth all her energy to keep pace. Before long, a figure radiating immense, profound energy arrived at the spot where Xiao Yun had been moments before. Elder Guan surveyed the scattered corpses of Wanjian mountain disciples, his inner fury surging uncontrollably as he bellowed. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth today, I will shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces. With that, his speed surged, racing after the direction in which Xiao Yun and Lu Rian had escaped. Lu Rian glanced back. This is not good. He is far too swift for us. If this continues, we will certainly be caught. They were merely at the spirit profound realm. Meanwhile, he was at the heavenly profound realm, a full 2 major levels apart. Get over here. Xiao Yun suddenly extended his hands. What? Lu Rian was taken aback. I can run a bit faster if I hold on to you. Xiao Yun proclaimed earnestly. You are merely trying to take advantage of me. Lu Rian retorted, exasperated. How could they still entertain such thoughts when their lives were at stake? Believe it or not. With that, Xiao Yun suddenly accelerated, leaving Lu Rian behind. How can you run so fast? Lu Rian was taken aback. Both she and Xiao Yun were at the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, and under normal circumstances, their speeds should be comparable. Yet, Xiao Yun's swiftness far surpassed hers. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and get on. Xiao Yun turned back, extending his arms once more. His ability to enhance his speed stemmed from practicing the cloud-chasing moon-stepping technique, combined with the fact that it was the dead of night, the moon hanging high above, granting him an additional boost from its luminescence. Lu Rian hesitated momentarily. However, Xiao Yun swiftly scooped her up, cradling her in his arms, and then pushed his speed to the utmost limit. Lu Rian found herself entirely draped over Xiao Yun, an overwhelming masculine scent filling her nostrils, making her head spin. Suddenly, she paused slightly. What is this? Why does it feel a bit uncomfortable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun remained silent. Why aren't you speaking? Lu Rian pressed again, noticing his silence. Regarding matters on the road, I advise you to inquire less. Xiao Yun's tone carried an awkwardness. The more you say that, the more I want to see what it is, Lu Rian huffed, tilting her head to look. But when she finally discerned what it was, her cheeks flushed crimson. What is this? Lu Rian exclaimed, her voice tinged with playful reproach. You insisted on looking. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, naturally, as he held her while running. Their bodies inevitably made contact, leading to an involuntary reaction. Yet, the crucial point was that they were still being pursued. The tension and thrill of the moment were utterly exhilarating. Chapter 78. If you have the ability, come in. Lu Rian shot Xiao Yun a fierce glare. Even at such a critical moment, he remained so unrestrained. Kid, let's see where you can run today. With a furious shout, Elder Guan from Wanjian Mountain had already caught up, and the distance between them was swiftly diminishing. He is coming. What should we do? Lu Rian looked down at Xiao Yun. Just as she had stated earlier, with her current cultivation at the spirit profound realm, she struggled against even those at the earth profound realm. Facing someone at the heaven profound realm would mean, even if victorious, she would pay a hefty price. She was curious to see what courage Xiao Yun possessed to provoke such a formidable foe. We're nearly there. Xiao Yun glanced back and replied. Despite exerting himself fully with the cloud-chasing moon-stepping technique, enhanced by the moonlight, the disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too great. It wouldn't be long before the pursuer caught up completely. Have we arrived? Upon hearing those words, Lu Rian's eyes brightened. Are you referring to that place? It seemed she had grasped Xiao Yun's intentions. During their time at Tianbao Tower, Xiao Yun had learned from Mu Hongling that not far from Wanjian Mountain lay a peculiar magnetic field, said to be the result of a meteorite descending from the heavens. Once one stepped into it, their cultivation would be suppressed. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the force of suppression experienced. Now, considering the location Xiao Yun mentioned alongside their escape route, it was highly probable that this was indeed the magnetic field in question. Even if we reach that place and your cultivation is suppressed, mine will be too. The opponent possesses the strength of the Tianxian realm. Do you truly believe you can secure victory? Lu Rian inquired. There's no choice. The disparity is far too great. Even if the elder from Wanjian Mountain's power is curtailed, he can still unleash the might of the Dijuan realm. If we are suppressed, even 2 against 1 may not suffice. Regardless of the odds, we must confront them. Whether we emerge victorious can only be determined through trial, Xiao Yun declared, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. In truth, he valued his life greatly. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer not to take such risks. However, his sole purpose in this endeavor was to unearth the traitor hidden within the Longxiang sect. It was known that he, along with Su Qingyu and another companion, had ventured to Fengye City to procure Thunderfire crystals on a whim, and they had wasted no time in their journey, swiftly arriving at their destination. The issue arose when they fortuitously encountered individuals from Wanjian Mountain and the Fiancée sect within Fengye City, and it was evident that the adversaries were prepared, seemingly targeting them specifically. What are the odds of such coincidences? Thus, Xiao Yun suspected that within the Longxiang sect, there must be a spy from either Wanjian Mountain or the Fiancée sect. As for the identity of this traitor, it was evident, most likely Shun Tsang or Shin Xiong. Almost a certainty. Yet, what good was it that he could deduce this? Every action must be substantiated by evidence, especially since he had only recently joined the Longxiang sect. If he recklessly accused the sect's grand elder of being a traitor, who would believe him? No one would take his claims seriously. Therefore, he was in dire need of proof. Everything he undertook was in pursuit of this evidence. Once he secured it, he would have the means to eliminate Shun Tsang and Shin Xiong, thereby eradicating the threat at its roots. Boy, prepare to pay with your life. Just as Xiao Yun was deep in thought, Elder Guan had already closed in behind him. The moment his voice fell, he raised his hand and summoned a glimmering sword. Clang! The sword erupted with a fierce sword aura, swiftly closing in on Xiao Yun. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the attack. Boom! A large piece of bluestone behind Xiao Yun was cleaved in 2, instantly reduced to powder. But that was not the end. Elder Guan summoned another sword, unleashing 2 more sharp sword auras aimed at Xiao Yun's rear. Swish! Xiao Yun's agility was remarkable, his movements swift as the sword energy sliced past him with barely a whisper. Boom! Crash! After a relentless barrage of attacks, Elder Guan did not relent. Instead, his fury intensified. Each stroke of his sword energy left deep craters in the ground, a testament to its formidable power. Boy, let's see how you evade this time. Elder Guan sneered, unleashing dozens of sword energies that entirely sealed off Xiao Yun's escape routes. Yet, at that moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xiao Yun's eyes. Before him lay a colossal pit, several kilometers wide, its depths cloaked in darkness, devoid of life, emanating an unsettling, enigmatic energy. This is the magnetic field. Jump with me. With that, Xiao Yun scooped up Lu Ruyan and leaped into the magnetic field. Boom, boom, boom. As they plunged into the magnetic field, the onslaught of sword energy struck, carving deep gashes where they had just stood. Had they not escaped in time, they might have met a grim fate. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Xiao Yun exhaled, a smile gracing his lips. That was too close. Lu Ruyan echoed, shaken by the near miss, realizing she could have been the unluckiest reincarnated empress. What is this cursed place? Elder Guan approached the edge of the pit, his brow furrowing. He recognized this area all too well. A meteorite's impact had forged this magnetic field, suppressing the abilities of anyone who entered. The strange energy within was unsettling, and if he ventured inside, his cultivation would be reduced to the earth profound realm, a prospect he found utterly unappealing. As he hesitated, Xiao Yun turned to him and taunted, "Old man, why aren't you pursuing us? If you dare come in." This was the moment he had awaited. Should the elder enter, he and Lu Ruyan could join forces and perhaps defeat him, securing the evidence they needed. Though both he and Lu Ruyan felt their powers suppressed from the 3rd level of spiritual profound realm to the 1st level, they possessed the innate ability to battle above their rank. If the elder were to enter, the outcome of the clash could be unpredictable. Huh? You think hiding in there makes you invincible? Elder Guan retorted with a furious laugh before striding confidently into the magnetic field. Chapter 79. The final trump card. What of the magnetic field? What of the suppression? He was still at the heavenly profound realm, even if his powers were diminished to the earth profound realm. Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan would also face suppression, and his cultivation would still surpass theirs by at least one major realm. Victory was assured. Thus, he remained utterly unperturbed, even though he could easily remain here. Signaling for the disciples of Wanjian Mountain to come to his aid, an approach that would be most prudent. There was no necessity for it. The young man. You should look at Elder Guan immediately, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Yun abruptly sprang into action. Buzz. A ferocious surge of profound energy erupted. And in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun appeared before Elder Guan, delivering a powerful punch. You possess remarkable audacity, Elder Guan exclaimed. His fury ignited upon witnessing the audacity of the boy who had just moments ago been fleeing in panic, now daring to initiate an attack against him. Sheer folly. Boom. He too unleashed a punch. Their fists collided with tremendous force, the violent energy reverberating outward. Though the Thunderfire battle armor adorning Xiao Yun absorbed much of the impact, he was still pushed back several steps. However, Elder Guan also staggered back 3 steps. One could observe the transformation of his expression from anger to astonishment as he hastily questioned Xiao Yun. How could you possibly unleash such formidable power? This is highly irregular. Extremely irregular. Though my cultivation is suppressed to the earth profound realm, Xiao Yun is similarly constrained to the first level of the spirit profound realm, perhaps even below it. How could he possibly repel me? Old fool, after chasing us for so long, it is time you experienced some hardship. Xiao Yun responded with a faint smile. With that, the Jinghong sword was drawn. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled his speed to its zenith, launching an attack towards Elder Guan. Arrogant, Elder Guan sneered, sidestepping swiftly to evade Xiao Yun's strike. Yet, Xiao Yun did not relent. As he pivoted, the Jinghong sword swept horizontally, assailing the Elder once more. Humph, even here. You shall not lay a finger on me. Elder Guan's expression was one of disdain, entirely dismissive of Xiao Yun. His speed far surpassed that of his opponent. There was no way Xiao Yun could inflict harm upon him, as he had already secured his victory. Is that so? A voice suddenly rang out. Elder Guan was momentarily taken aback, glancing sideways to see Lu Rian suddenly extend a hand and forcefully strike the ground. In an instant, a chilling power of ice surged from the earth towards Elder Guan, swiftly encasing his legs in frost. Impossible. Elder Guan gasped in shock. He urgently channeled his profound energy to break free, only to find it utterly futile, his astonishment growing deeper. How could the ice power be so potent? With his absolute suppression and cultivation, even if the opponent wielded ice power, it should not have been able to immobilize him. Yet now, he found himself ensnared. Both this man and woman were utterly extraordinary. Just as he thought, Xiao Yun seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his sword aimed directly at Elder Guan's chest. Get away from me. Elder Guan bellowed in fury. With a swift motion, he deflected the trajectory of the stunning phoenix sword with a resounding slap. Just as he believed he had narrowly escaped, he witnessed Xiao Yun's other hand forming a fist, which then struck heavily against his chest. The impact was sudden and overwhelming. Accompanied by a surge of profound energy surging within him, the ground beneath them sank half a foot, causing Elder Guan to stagger backward. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gasping in pain, he stumbled back, his insides aching, his eyes filled with terror. You have truly enraged me, he thought. Unable to fathom that the force of Xiao Yun's punch could inflict such significant harm upon him. With a sharp, melodic hum, another strike of the sword rang out. A single sword determines life and death. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness, Xiao Yun summoned his profound energy and sword intent to their utmost limits, charging forward with blinding speed, intent on slaying his opponent. In response, Lu Rian similarly harnessed her power. An intensely frigid force erupted, instantly freezing Elder Guan's legs, rendering him immobile. Such a perfect collaboration. Xiao Yun chuckled. Indeed, a couple works seamlessly together. However, Elder Guan's expression twisted into one of fury as he intoned, "Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me?" As his voice echoed, he flipped his palm to reveal a golden seal radiating with brilliance. Begone, he bellowed, and with a surge of energy, the golden seal expanded. When Xiao Yun's ferocious strike collided with it, it merely sparked a dazzling shower of light before being repelled back. What a treasure! Xiao Yun's eyes glimmered. This golden seal, capable of withstanding his full-force attack without a scratch, was undoubtedly a high-grade spirit weapon. Its aura alone suggested it was at least of earth-grade quality. Truly, as an elder of Wanjian Mountain, he was indeed wealthy beyond measure. After repelling Xiao Yun, Elder Guan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, with this diamond seal in hand, you stand no chance against me. Once my comrades from Wanjian Mountain arrive, your demise is certain. Although he underestimated the formidable alliance of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan, he remained confident in his invincibility. The diamond seal not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also served as a weapon, more than sufficient to deal with both Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. What shall we do now? Lu Ruyan inquired, glancing at Xiao Yun. With her keen perception, she understood that the diamond seal was an earth-grade spirit weapon, and together, she and Xiao Yun could not possibly contend with their adversary. We can only give it a try, Xiao Yun replied, exhaling deeply before waving his hand. In an instant, a dark, purplish banner materialized, and the pit they occupied erupted with swirling black smoke. This was none other than the Emperor's banner. This is his final trump card. What is this? Lu Ruoyan gazed at the human Emperor banner. Although the energy fluctuations emanating from it merely reached the level of a profound spiritual artifact, inexplicably, it induced a sense of trepidation within her. This banner was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon seeing the human Emperor banner, Elder Guan burst into laughter, his expression dripping with disdain as he exclaimed, "Ha! You cannot possibly think that such a trinket can save your life, can you? A pitch-black banner? From the energy fluctuations of that banner, it's merely a profound spiritual artifact and cannot possibly withstand my Vajra seal. You too, perish at once." With that, he enlarged the Vajra seal in his hand several times and hurled it directly at Xiao Yun and Lu Ruoyan. Ultimately, who would die? That remained to be seen. Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly, then waved the human Emperor banner. "Come to me." In an instant, the human Emperor banner unleashed a tremendous suction force, causing the once resplendent and massive Vajra seal to shrink instantaneously and be drawn into the banner, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 80. The tide of battle turns. The world suddenly fell silent. Upon closer inspection, the previously brilliant and enormous Vajra seal had completely disappeared. The only remnants were the still swirling dark energy of the human Emperor banner and the dumbfounded Elder Guan. "Where's my Vajra seal?" he stammered, utterly bewildered. Rooted to the spot. "It's gone. Has my Vajra seal truly vanished just like that?" He then turned his gaze toward the dark energy emanating from the human Emperor banner, his pupils abruptly constricting. "You stole my Vajra seal." His voice had changed. His Vajra seal was a low-grade, earth spiritual artifact. Yet the opponent's black banner was merely a top-grade, profound spiritual artifact. How could it possibly have absorbed his Vajra seal? The troubling fact was that this bizarre occurrence had unfolded right before his eyes. "Indeed, it was I," Xiao Yun replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Originally, he had summoned the human Emperor banner merely to test its capabilities. After all, the two artifacts were not of the same tier, and he was uncertain of the outcome. However, he was astonished to discover that the power of the human Emperor banner exceeded his expectations, truly capable of absorbing the opponent's artifact. "Now that you are weaponless, how will you respond?" Xiao Yun grinned widely, then vanished from the spot in an instant. "Damn it!" Elder Guan, attempting to make a move, realized that his body remained frozen in place, utterly immobile. In the next moment, the sword of the stunning swan pierced through his chest, the sheer force of the impact propelling him backward. Bang! The sword tip emerged from his back, pinning him to the trunk of a tree large enough for two to embrace, as excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to expel a torrent of blood from his mouth and nose. "I will kill you." He gritted his teeth, his features contorted in agony, and then, with a sudden burst of strength, he attempted to force the blade from his own body. Yet, Xiao Yun did not grant him the opportunity. A fleeting shadow darted past, and Xiao Yun appeared before him. "I have gone to great lengths to draw you out. Do not let me down." Clang. With that, Xiao Yun pressed down on the hilt of the Jinghong sword, channeling his energy once more. Hiss! The blade, already embedded deep within the opponent's chest, pierced even further, the crimson blood a stark and glaring sight. Elder Guan's entire body was pinned, unable to move, trembling incessantly. "You deserve 1,000 deaths." His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Xiao Yun with the ferocity of a raging beast. "Now, it seems your life rests in my hands," Xiao Yun remarked with a cold smile, his tone indifferent. The tide of battle had completely turned. Without the support of the Vajra seal, Elder Guan's cultivation was suppressed to the earth-profound realm, rendering him no match for the combined forces of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan, who now stood as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, Xiao Yun regarded Elder Guan and said, "If you answer my question, I can grant you a swift end." Elder Guan continued to glare at Xiao Yun. "What do you wish to ask?" Xiao Yun, unfazed by the intensity of the gaze, inquired, "Who informed you that I would appear in Maple Leaf City?" This was the crux of his inquiry. As an elder of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, his status was not inconsequential. He might possess knowledge of who conveyed the information to them. This was the answer Xiao Yun sought. Ha ha. At that moment, Elder Guan laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain, his gaze icy and malevolent as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yun. "Do you think I would divulge this information?" But scarcely had the words left his lips when Xiao Yun's sword plunged deeper by another half-inch. Ah! Elder Guan's body quaked uncontrollably, a searing pain coursing through his insides, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. "If you refuse to speak, then you shall die?" Xiao Yun's gaze turned frigid. He needed the answer. Unexpectedly, Elder Guan's smile grew more self-satisfied, twisting his neck, blood spilling from his mouth in a grotesque display. "As a dignified elder of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, do you think I fear death?" His tone dripped with mockery. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was merely a brash youth. Having witnessed countless grand spectacles as an elder, he was not easily intimidated by Xiao Yun. Looking down at him with derision, "Come on, if you have the ability, kill me." Xiao Yun's expression remained impassive. Bang! With a spray of crimson rain, Elder Guan's right arm was brutally torn from his body by Xiao Yun. Ha ha! Veins bulged on Elder Guan's forehead, yet under the excruciating pain, he became even more deranged. "Not enough, not enough. Is this all you can do? I am truly disappointed." Thud! Xiao Yun struck again, severing one of Elder Guan's legs, causing him to lose all balance. However, despite the severity of the measures taken, he was met with nothing but disdain and mockery. This feels so exhilarating. It's been far too long." He wore an audacious demeanor, causing Lu Rian to furrow her brows and coldly declare, "I shall kill him." Even in this situation, he still refuses to yield. "I can no longer bear to watch." "Wait," Xiao Yun suddenly interjected. He had exerted considerable effort not merely to take the man's life, but to procure evidence of Shun Xiong and his son's treachery. Lu Rian regarded Xiao Yun with skepticism. "Can you not see? He will divulge nothing." Xiao Yun unexpectedly chuckled. "I have one more trick up my sleeve." Lu Rian, perplexed, wondered how someone so fearless of death could be coerced into speaking. Xiao Yun turned his gaze to Elder Guan, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Since you are so resolute, allow me to grant you a swift end." With that, he delivered another kick. "Aya!" The once defiant Elder Guan let out a piercing scream, his face as pale as parchment. This time, Xiao Yun's strike had landed squarely between his legs, hitting the mark with precision. Lu Rian was taken aback. She had distinctly heard the sound of an egg shattering, and now blood gushed uncontrollably from Elder Guan's groin as he writhed in agony on the ground, his voice weakening. "I will kill you. I will surely kill you." If he could endure the pain of severed limbs, this latest blow was intolerable. It was not merely physical agony. It struck at the very core of his identity as a man, a torment of an entirely different nature. Xiao Yun stepped forward to steady his body, smiling as he said, "My apologies, I miscalculated slightly. You still have one left. Allow me to assist you, and rest assured, I have decided not to kill you. You shall continue to live on as a eunuch." Elder Guan's complexion turned ghostly pale. To live as a eunuch. Merely hearing those words filled him with despair. As a distinguished elder of the Wanjian Mountain, he could face death with honor, knowing his kin would avenge him. But to become a eunuch? The very thought was unbearable. "I would rather be shattered to pieces than suffer such humiliation. I wish to leave a clear legacy in this world." Elder Guan glared at Xiao Yun, growling. "A man may be killed, but never humiliated. If you possess the courage, kill me now." In response, Xiao Yun smiled subtly. "You are currently my adversary. And as the saying goes, to show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. What do you think? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal to me who disclosed my impending arrival in Maple Leaf City, and I can assure you a merciful death. Otherwise." Elder Guan was genuinely afraid. He could see that Xiao Yun was indeed capable of following through with his threats. As he stood there, both astonished and terrified, Xiao Yun suddenly burst into laughter. "Very well, since you have made your choice, I shall respect it." Elder Guan's complexion shifted dramatically. "What nonsense is this? When did I make a choice?" Before he could utter another word, Xiao Yun had already lifted his leg and, without any hesitation, aimed a kick at his groin. "No, don't. I'll speak." At that moment, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, and Xiao Yun's foot halted just shy of his vulnerable area. "Remember, you have but one opportunity," Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly. Elder Guan was drenched in sweat, his gaze towards Xiao Yun filled with resentment, yet tinged with a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin stood in stunned silence. She had believed that the opponent was impervious to death and torture, that nothing could compel them to speak. However, to her astonishment, Xiao Yun had so effortlessly breached Elder Guan's defenses. Could it be that particular area was more precious than life itself? Lu Ruyin pondered, her mind swirling with confusion. Men are truly peculiar creatures. Speak quickly, Xiao Yun urged Elder Guan, and do not think to deceive me with some random name, lest you suffer the consequences. Elder Guan gritted his teeth in anger. He had indeed been prepared to mention someone from the Dragon Elephant sect, hoping to instigate internal strife within the sect. But he never anticipated being so easily exposed by Xiao Yun. It is your Dragon Elephant sect's Grand Elder who sent word, stating that you would be heading to Maple Leaf City to procure Thunderfire crystals, instructing us to intercept and eliminate you. Ultimately, he chose to capitulate. There was simply no alternative. The sensation was far too excruciating. Xiao Yun chuckled. So it is that old wretch Shen Xiong. He had long harbored suspicions, but hearing it confirmed by the adversary solidified his beliefs. That damned old fool, just wait. Repeat that, Xiao Yun commanded, extracting a crystalline stone, which he infused with mystic energy, causing the stone to reflect the current scene. This is a recording stone, capable of capturing events as they unfold. With this evidence in hand, I shall return to the Dragon Elephant sect and ensure Shen Xiong pays dearly. Only when everything had concluded did Elder Guan glance at Xiao Yun. I have said all that I needed to. May I now be released? Xiao Yun shot him a sidelong glance. When did I ever say I would let you go? With that, a flash of sword light ensued. Elder Guan's head soared into the air, his body collapsing to the ground, the esteemed elder of the 10,000 Sword Mountain meeting his demise on the spot. He could never have imagined that he would fall at the hands of Xiao Yun, nor could he have foreseen the humiliation he would endure before his death, ultimately succumbing to hatred. I did promise you a swift end, Xiao Yun mused, sheathing his weapon with a slight smile. Everything had gone smoothly. The evidence was secured. Although the situation was perilous and nearly resulted in disaster, the effort ultimately bore fruit. With a swift motion of his hand, a radiant golden seal materialized. The very one utilized by Elder Guan moments ago. A low-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact. Truly a remarkable treasure now in my possession. Xiao Yun grinned widely, thoroughly pleased. With Elder Guan's demise, the golden seal became a masterless object, easily claimed by him. He could distinctly sense the formidable power of this Earth-tier artifact. Had he not possessed the human emperor's banner, which allowed him to retrieve the golden seal in advance, it is likely that even with Lu Ruyin's assistance, they would not have stood a chance against their adversary, and the outcome would have been entirely different. What sort of spiritual artifact is that? Lu Ruyin inquired, stepping forward. The darkly swirling banner, merely a mysterious tier artifact, had managed to absorb an Earth-tier artifact, and it gave her an unsettling feeling. This artifact was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, it is a fine artifact. Xiao Yun chuckled, offering no further explanation. It was not a matter of mistrust towards Lu Ruyin, but rather that the human emperor's banner was a reward granted by the system, and he simply could not elucidate it. Fine, keep your secrets. Lu Ruyin replied with an eye roll, yet she increasingly sensed that her fortunate husband was concealing something significant. Hurry, they are over there. Elder Guan has surely subdued them by now. Voices rang out in succession. A multitude of disciples from Wanjian Mountain rushed towards them, led by a stout elderly woman. Upon their arrival, Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin had vanished, leaving only the mangled corpse of Elder Guan, which captivated the attention of the gathered disciples. Is that Elder Guan? My heavens, Elder Guan is dead. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was a scenario no one had anticipated. They had believed that with Elder Guan taking action personally, those vile individuals would be apprehended. Yet now, Elder Guan was dead. How could this be? The leading elderly woman's pupils constricted. Gazing upon Elder Guan's disfigured body and the head lying nearby, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. Have you determined who did this? She demanded, suppressing her fury. It was that kid who just joined the Longsheng sect. He is also the one who killed Elder Jiu before. A cautious disciple from Wanjian Mountain replied. That boy again. The elderly woman exploded with rage. I swear, this vendetta will not go unpunished. With Elder Jiu's death previously accounted for, this marked the second elder from Wanjian Mountain to perish at Xiao Yun's hands. Losing two elders in such a short span ignited her fury. After them, she bellowed. And the disciples of Wanjian Mountain scattered in search of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan's whereabouts. But at that moment, Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan had already departed from the influence of the Wanjian Mountain and, through the teleportation array of the Tianbao Tower, returned to the Longxiang sect. Chapter 82. Have they returned as traitors? They have returned. How dare they show their faces here again? Quickly, inform the sect master and the elder. As Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan approached the gates of the Longxiang sect, they were met with a myriad of expressions from the disciples, some even glaring at the duo with palpable hostility. What feels amiss? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow. Why are they regarding us with such disdain? It seems something has gone awry. Xiao Yun noted the unsettling looks from the disciples as well. Normally, after they procured the Leihua crystal stones, even if these individuals did not express gratitude, they certainly would not regard them with such animosity. Let us return for now. Ignoring the stares, Xiao Yun took Lu Ruyan's delicate hand and made their way to the plaza of the Longxiang sect. Before long, more disciples gathered, encircling them and whispering amongst themselves. Are they truly spies? It seems quite plausible. Their joining the sect was rather suspicious. If that is indeed the case, they deserve punishment. And it is fortunate we exposed them early. Upon hearing the murmurs, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. When did I become a spy? It seems someone is slandering us first. Xiao Yun, junior brother. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency rang out. Su Qingyu rushed over, her expression laced with anger as she addressed Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, you have been unjustly accused by the elder. Xiao Yun remained expressionless. How has he accused us? Su Qingyu's fury intensified as she explained. He claims that after you purchased the Leihua crystal stones, instead of returning to the sect immediately, you went to Wanjian Mountain together, and did not bring me or Elder Wu along, which surely indicates foul play. He also asserted that your motives for joining the Longxiang sect were rooted in your roles as spies sent by Wanjian Mountain. Xiao Yun suddenly smiled. What a classic case of the villain crying out first. He is courting death. Lu Ruyan's tone turned icy. Had it been in the past, anyone who dared to tarnish her name in such a manner would have found themselves swiftly dealt with. No matter. Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly. Since they wish to play, let us indulge in the game. Xiao Yun, what crimes do you bear? Just then, a furious shout echoed, with a group of Longxiang sect disciples surrounding him. Shen Tsung approached, a malicious smirk plastered across his face. What crimes do I bear? Xiao Yun inquired, meeting his gaze. Humph, the evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to be defiant. Shen Tsung scoffed, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Today, I shall see Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan brought to their knees. As long as one can eliminate the adversary, not only can personal vengeance be avenged, but one can also reclaim Su Qingyu. Solid evidence? Then by all means, present it for scrutiny. Xiao Yun maintained his composure, eager to observe what trickery the opponent intended to employ. Shun Xiong navigated through the throng, addressing Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. The very fact that you returned alive from Wanjian Mountain serves as the most compelling evidence. Behind Shin Xiong followed the sect leader Su Changkong, the previously encountered Elder Wu, and a multitude of high-ranking officials from the Longxiang sect. Is this what you refer to as irrefutable evidence? Xiao Yun was truly tempted to laugh, but he suppressed it. Let the bullets fly a little longer. I must ask, did you venture to Wanjian Mountain? Shin Xiong interrogated Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. Indeed, Xiao Yun nodded. Then let me inquire further. Upon your arrival at Wanjian Mountain, did you not face relentless pursuit from a formidable opponent? Shin Xiong pressed on. Yes, Xiao Yun affirmed with another nod. Pray tell, what was the realm of that formidable opponent? Shin Xiong's gaze bore down on Xiao Yun, exuding immense pressure. It was an elder of Wanjian Mountain, possessing the cultivation of heavenly profound realm. Xiao Yun replied truthfully, still nodding. Ha ha. Shin Xiong suddenly erupted into laughter, pointing at Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan as he rebuked. You still claim you are not spies sent by Wanjian Mountain? Xiao Yun smiled. Where is your evidence? Shin Xiong scoffed. Both of you are merely at the spirit profound realm. Yet you survived the pursuit of a heavenly profound realm expert and returned unscathed. Does that not stand as the most compelling evidence? Given this fortuitous opportunity, regardless of whether Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan were indeed spies for Wanjian Mountain, he was determined to frame them. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. The Grand Elder's reasoning is sound. Indeed, that was a heavenly profound realm elder from Wanjian Mountain, and they are merely at the spirit profound realm. It is utterly impossible for them to escape. It appears they truly are spies for Wanjin Mountain. No one anticipated that Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin would be pursued by an elder of the heavenly profound realm from Wanjin Mountain. Nor did they expect that these two could return safely to the Longxiang sect. Such a scenario defies logic. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. That is, Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin are indeed spies for Wanjin Mountain, and only under such circumstances could they have returned unscathed. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Their gazes toward Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin had completely transformed. Impossible. I witnessed them slay the elders of Wanjin Mountain and the Burning Sky sect with my own eyes. How could they possibly be spies? Su Qingyu hastily interjected to clarify. Shen Xiong sneered dismissively. That was merely a ruse they employed to gain trust, a calculated act of self-sacrifice to deceive everyone. Otherwise, they would never have been able to join our Longxiang sect. His words resonated with authority, leaving no doubt in the minds of those present. As those present pondered deeply, they were astonished to discover that what Shen Xiong had stated was indeed plausible. Otherwise, how could two practitioners of the spiritual profound realm return alive after being pursued by a powerful adversary of the celestial profound realm? Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yun maintained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is it not possible that we eliminated the elder of Wanjin Mountain, thus enabling our return?" At this pronouncement, the audience was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Shun Tsang erupted into laughter. His derisive gaze fixed on Xiao Yun as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. He sneered, "Are you suggesting that you too, of the spiritual profound realm, managed to slay a formidable opponent from the celestial profound realm?" Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. "Indeed, that is precisely the case." At that moment, the entire assembly could no longer contain their mirth. "This is utterly hilarious," they exclaimed. The notion that two practitioners of the spiritual profound realm could defeat one of the celestial profound realm was preposterous. It seemed evident that they were indeed spies for Wanjin Mountain, and upon being exposed, they resorted to nonsensical claims. Laughter echoed through the gathering. Could two practitioners of the spiritual profound realm truly join forces to vanquish one of the celestial profound realm? Such a feat was simply inconceivable. Not even a multitude of practitioners from the earth profound realm could contend with a celestial profound opponent. Thus, they concluded that Xiao Yun was lying. In such a situation, deceit would only reveal one's trepidation, indicating that Xiao Yun likely harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 83. Who is truly the spy? This is simply too amusing. Shen Tsang laughed heartily, his derisive gaze still fixed on Xiao Yun. "Just look around. How many here believe you?" It was settled. This time, their victory was assured. No matter how Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin might argue, should their accusations succeed, the two would undoubtedly meet their demise today. "Come, seize these two spies," commanded Elder Shen Xiong with a low growl. Instantly, numerous disciples of the Longxiang sect brandished their weapons, their predatory stares fixed on Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin. Noticing this, Su Qingyu hurriedly positioned herself before Xiao Yun, anxiously pleading with Su Changkong. "Father, they are certainly not spies." Su Changkong's expression remained impassive as he glanced first at Shen Xiong, then at Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin, seemingly torn in his judgment. Concurrently, Xiao Yun cast his gaze towards Su Changkong, eager to discern the latter's decision, for it held great significance. If the opposing party were to doubt them solely based on Shen Xiong's assertions, perhaps he would need to reconsider his stance. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Shen Xiong's eyes as he spoke again. The saintess must have been bewitched by him, which is why she remains obstinately devoted. In that case, I shall personally apprehend them. A tense silence enveloped the crowd. The elder was preparing to take matters into his own hands. In an instant, as his words fell, Shen Xiong vanished, extending a hand to seize Xiao Yun by the throat. The intent to kill was palpable. A surge of murderous intent erupted. In that moment, he intended to directly eliminate Xiao Yun. Once Xiao Yun was dead, there would be no evidence to the contrary, even if doubts lingered. His objectives would be fulfilled. However, in the next second, smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, they saw the sect leader, Su Changkong, standing between Xiao Yun and Shen Xiong, with a vivid red handprint emblazoned across Shen Xiong's face, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Sect leader, did you strike me?" Shen Xiong was indeed taken aback. He had considered the possibility of Su Changkong intervening. Yet he never anticipated that Su Changkong would deliver such a merciless slap in front of so many witnesses. Not only he, But even the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect, along with other elders and high-ranking officials, were equally astonished. This was the first time in history they had witnessed Su Changkong strike Shen Xiong, especially in such a public setting. Under the gaze of all, Su Changkong regarded Shen Xiong with an expression of indifference and remarked, "Although you are the grand elder of the sect, you cannot harm others without justification until the truth is uncovered." Shen Xiong's face turned pale as he replied in a low voice, "I made myself very clear earlier. Their escape from beneath the watchful eyes of an elder from Wanjian Mountain is irrefutable evidence." Su Changkong remained expressionless. They had also stated clearly before. What if it were possible that they had killed their opponent and returned? Shen Xiong's expression was as grim as if he had tasted excrement. How could two practitioners at the spirit profound level possibly kill one at the heavenly profound level? Su Changkong shot him a sidelong glance. Anything is possible. Shen Xiong nearly spat blood in frustration, gritting his teeth as he said, "Su Changkong, you are deliberately shielding them." He no longer addressed him as sect leader. Moreover, his words were particularly sharp, given the current circumstances. Most present were more inclined to believe that Xiao Yun and Lu Rian were spies for Wanjian Mountain, thus allowing them to return alive. As for having killed a heavenly profound practitioner, no one here would believe that. Where's the evidence? Su Changkong inquired blandly. You. Shen Xiong was infuriated. Yet Su Changkong wore a look of defiance, rendering him powerless. Haha, Xiao Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. At least Su Changkong was aligned with him. Since the other party was willing to unconditionally support him, it was now his turn to strike back. Thus, Xiao Yun turned to Shen Xiong. Old man, you lack evidence to prove I am a spy, yet I possess evidence that you are the true traitor. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly taken aback. Shen Xiong's heart tightened, but he quickly burst into laughter. Ha! Am I a traitor? How utterly ridiculous! Xiao Yun gazed at him. If you do not believe me, consider this. If I truly had killed that elder from Wanjian Mountain, do you not think I could extract some information from him? Shen Xiong was suddenly plunged into an icy abyss. Had he truly been exposed? Nonetheless, he let out a derisive laugh. How dare you boast so shamelessly here? If that is the case, then do present the evidence you speak of for all to see. He was incredulous. How could two mere practitioners of the Lingxian realm possibly slay someone of the Tianxian realm? Xiao Yun's words were undoubtedly a ruse aimed at him. As Shen Xiong's voice faded, every gaze in the room, including that of Su Changkong, turned towards Xiao Yun. Of course, no problem, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Then retrieved the recording stone he had previously documented. Everyone, do pay attention to see who the real traitor is. Upon seeing this, Shen Xiong's heart raced. His back drenched in sweat, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yun. Soon, the recording stone began to emit a radiant glow, revealing the image of Elder Guan in his desperate struggle for life. Indeed, it was the elder from Wanjian Mountain. My heavens, he was subjected to such brutality? Gasped the onlookers. Was Xiao Yun's claim true? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. However, Shen Xiong's expression darkened significantly. A chilling premonition surged within him, causing his breath to quicken. The recording stone continued to display the unfolding scene. Speak quickly. Do not think you can fabricate any name to deceive me, or you shall bear the consequences, Xiao Yun declared, stepping upon Elder Guan's prostrate form, his face devoid of emotion. The image of Elder Guan seethed with rage. Yet he continued, "It was you, the elder of the Longxiang sect." But at that pivotal moment, Shen Xiong abruptly moved, almost instantaneously unleashing his power in an attempt to destroy the recording stone. He was genuinely afraid. Impudent. Su Changkong also sprang into action. A resounding crash echoed as their attacks clashed violently. Shen Xiong's countenance shifted, yet he refused to relent, charging forward once more in a desperate attempt to obliterate the recording stone. "Elder, do you realize what you are doing?" Su Changkong interjected, positioning himself in front of the recording stone, his voice low yet filled with fury. Shen Xiong's face was a picture of turmoil, but he understood that his chances were dwindling. Xiao Yun regarded him with a slight smile. "Old fellow, did you not claim I was the traitor? Why then, are you so anxious?" Shen Xiong's sudden aggression caught everyone off guard, and their gazes toward him began to shift. Xiao Yun waved his hand, and the recording continued to reveal more. "It was your Longxiang sect's elder who relayed the information that you would be heading to Maple Leaf City to purchase Thunderfire crystals, instructing us to send individuals to intercept and eliminate you," Elder Guan stated in one breath. As this scene unfolded, all present were left in stunned silence. their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Xiong. It was indeed the elder. My heavens, the elder was the traitor. What a cruel heart to betray his own sect and to frame others here. It was utterly despicable. Chapter 84, Utter Defeat. The truth revealed. In an instant, everyone was filled with rage, directing their ire towards Xiong. It turned out that he was the traitor all along. This revelation was even more shocking than discovering that Xiao Yun and Lu Rian were spies, for the latter had only recently joined the Dragon Elephant sect, making their betrayal somewhat easier to accept. However, the fact that the Grand Elder was the true spy was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears and leaving them aghast. Grand Elder, how do you intend to explain this? Su Changkong fixed his gaze on Xiong, while the high-ranking members of the Dragon Elephant sect, recovering from their shock, stepped forward, subtly encircling him. At that moment, Xiong was drenched in sweat. He never anticipated that Xiao Yun would truly defeat an elder from Wanjian Mountain, nor that he would learn of Xiong's betrayal from the elder's own lips. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Utter nonsense. Xiong suddenly flicked his sleeves and declared loudly, "This is nothing but a conspiracy by Wanjian Mountain. They are slandering me." He pointed at Xiao Yun. "Can't you see? This is merely a play orchestrated by them in collusion with Wanjian Mountain. How could two practitioners of the Spirit Profound Realm possibly defeat one from the Heavenly Profound Realm and extract information from him? They have staged this drama using a recording stone solely to incite discord among us. Do not be deceived." Xiong spoke passionately, his face a mask of indignation as he claimed innocence, appearing entirely devoid of theatrical pretense. Yet, his fervor only served to deepen the crowd's confusion. Indeed, regardless of the authenticity of the recording stone's imagery, the notion that Xiao Yun and Lu Rian could triumph over a Heavenly Profound Realm practitioner was fundamentally implausible, defying all logic. After all, such an idea was simply outrageous. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly chuckled. "It seems you, old fellow, will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you claim that the imagery in the recording stone is fabricated, what will you do if I can produce evidence proving its veracity?" Xiong's heart tightened at his words. Yet, at this juncture, he had no recourse but to deny everything, retorting, "How do you intend to prove that?" Xiao Yun turned slightly, his expression calm. "The reason I ventured to Wanjian Mountain after acquiring the Thunderfire Crystal was that I suspected a traitor within our sect. Therefore, I deliberately sought to draw out an elder from Wanjian Mountain and extract the truth from him." The crowd was left in utter astonishment. In other words, Xiao Yun had acted with intent. He had intentionally gone to Wanjian Mountain to lure out a Heavenly Profound Realm elder and had succeeded in defeating him. This revelation was simply unbelievable. Humph, but you still cannot prove whether the contents of that recording stone are merely a performance orchestrated by you. Xiong scoffed coldly. Yet within his heart, he sank once more into despair. The opponent had evidently come prepared. "I can certainly provide proof." With a swift motion of his hand, Xiao Yun revealed a bloodied head that rolled onto the ground. The crowd hurriedly turned to gaze, their pupils constricting in shock. For this severed head belonged to none other than the elder from Wanjian Mountain seen in the earlier scene. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Yun, with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking, looked at Xiong and said, "Do you still believe this is mere theatrics?" A wave of uproar swept through the assembly. No one hesitated any longer. The notion of a performance? A life had been extinguished. How could this possibly be an act? This was an elder from Wanjian Mountain. "Seize him," commanded Su Changkong immediately. With a flurry of movement, the senior members of Longxiang's sect sprang into action, restraining Xiong's body and rendering him immobile. "Elder, it truly is you. Your actions have disappointed us greatly. We had placed such trust in you." The crowd erupted in condemnation, their righteous fury palpable. It was revealed that Xiong was indeed the traitor. "Master, I am wronged." Xiong's face turned ashen as he hurriedly protested. He realized he had underestimated the situation. He never anticipated that Xiao Yun would not only defeat the elder from Wanjian Mountain, but also slay him. Now he found himself utterly defenseless, left only to deny the accusations vehemently. "Take him away and ensure he is closely guarded." Su Changkong's expression was frigid. Even though he had harbored suspicions about Xiong, the stark reality incited his fury to a boiling point. "Damn you, just wait." Xiong's eyes turned crimson as he was taken away, his glare at Xiao Yun filled with an almost murderous intent. He was consumed by hatred. He had been outmaneuvered, and in such a devastating manner. I shall await your return, Xiao Yun replied with a calm smile. Father! Father! Shun Tsang cried out in utter panic upon witnessing the scene. If Shen Xiong were deemed a traitor of Wanjian Mountain, then Longxiang sect would no longer provide him sanctuary. This signified that he would plummet from his previously privileged position, and there was a grave possibility that he might even lose his life. The thought filled Shen Tsang with a blind rage, and he lunged at Xiao Yun with his remaining arm, exclaiming, I will kill you. However, Xiao Yun had anticipated this and deftly evaded the attack, delivering a kick to Shen Tsang's abdomen that sent him flying, landing in a most undignified manner. Imprison him as well. No one is permitted to approach them without my express orders, Su Chongkong commanded impassively. Soon, Shen Tsang was forcibly dragged away. Yet he continued to glare fiercely at Xiao Yun, his voice hoarse from fury. Damn you, Xiao Yun! I will not let you escape. Until Shen Tsang and his son were taken away, the onlookers still felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, utterly unreal. It was truly unexpected that he turned out to be a spy for Wanjian Mountain. Su Qingyu spoke with a lingering sense of dread. Shen Xiong was not only a traitor, but had also been lurking within the Dragon Elephant sect for so long. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Yun, I appreciate your hard work this time. Su Chongkong smiled at Xiao Yun. With the identity of the Grand Elder publicly exposed, a heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. Did the sect master know all along? Xiao Yun inquired, casting a glance at Su Chongkong. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chongkong sighed helplessly. I indeed harbored suspicions for quite some time, yet lacked the evidence. Moreover, considering he had been a long-standing member of the Dragon Elephant sect, I refrained from taking action against him. As he spoke, he smiled slightly at Xiao Yun. I never imagined he would fall into your hands. It is indeed a case of reaping what one sows. These words were a veritable bombshell. It turned out Su Chongkong had already begun to suspect Shen Xiong. Xiao Yun had surmised this. If Su Chongkong had harbored no doubts whatsoever, it could only mean that he was ill-suited for the role of sect master, perhaps having already been eliminated by Shen Xiong. Then why did he not kill him outright? Xiao Yun suddenly raised his head and asked Su Chongkong. Chapter 85. Let them come and go without return. Why did you not kill him directly? Xiao Yun questioned Su Chongkong in front of everyone. The crowd could not help but steal another glance at Xiao Yun. This seemingly harmless individual possessed a surprisingly ruthless heart. For Xiao Yun, having forged a deadly enmity with Shen Xiong and his son, it was only natural to eradicate the root of the problem for his peace of mind. Su Chongkong laughed heartily. Ha, rest assured. Shen Xiong's betrayal of the sect is unforgivable. A month from now, right here, I shall personally take his head, providing you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Chongkong truly intended to execute Shen Xiong. Good. Xiao Yun nodded. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. Since Su Chongkong had already resolved to kill Shen Xiong, why did he not act immediately, but instead choose to wait a month? Xiao Yun, although you have only recently joined the sect, your monumental achievement in uncovering Shen Xiong the spy warrants a significant reward. Su Chongkong proclaimed with another smile. The crowd cast envious glances at Xiao Yun. With Su Chongkong's words, the reward could only be substantial. Follow me. With that, Su Chongkong turned and walked away. Xiao Yun and Lu Rian followed closely behind. Father, I wish to accompany you as well. Su Qingyu hurriedly trailed after them. Her curiosity piqued regarding how Su Chongkong would reward Xiao Yun and Lu Rian. Certainly, Su Chongkong chuckled. Soon, under his guidance, the four of them arrived at the sect master's grand hall, where Su Chongkong turned once more to gaze at Xiao Yun. The two exchanged glances. Xiao Yun suddenly smiled. Did the master conceive some clever scheme? Su Qingyu, perplexed, inquired. Xiao Yun, what are you saying? My father intends to reward you. She failed to grasp the meaning behind Xiao Yun's words. However, upon hearing this, Su Chongkong's eyes sparkled with insight as he approached Xiao Yun and patted his shoulder. I knew you wouldn't be easily deceived, my young friend. Su Qingyu, witnessing this exchange, grew increasingly bewildered. She comprehended nothing of the situation. Yet, before she could pose another question, Lu Ruyan interjected. When an adult is speaking, young lady, refrain from interrupting. Su Qingyu immediately objected. I am not a child. She placed her hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Lu Ruyan merely cast a glance at Su Qingyu and remained silent, standing with an air of calm confidence. Su Qingyu glanced at Lu Ruyan's poised stature, then down at her own, and felt a wave of dismay wash over her. "That's not what I meant," she exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. "Is it such a crime to be just slightly taller? Once I grow a bit more, I will surely surpass you." Cough, cough, cough. Su Changkong, noticing the rivalry between the two women, pretended to cough lightly before smiling and saying, "Can you guess what would happen if news of my intended actions against Shen Xiong spread to Wanjian Mountain a month from now?" Xiao Yun remained silent. But he understood the implication of that single statement. Undeniably, experience spoke volumes. Lu Ruyan also refrained from answering, grasping the underlying message. It was Su Qingyu who, somewhat clueless, remarked, "Since the elder is a spy for Wanjian Mountain, if their people learn that Shen Xiong has been exposed, they would surely be furious, right?" Su Changkong nodded with a smile. "Very angry." And then, Su Qingyu's expression shifted. "Do they dare to retaliate?" Su Changkong maintained his smile. "I cannot ascertain their courage, but I am certain they would be unwilling to relinquish a pawn they have painstakingly placed in position." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyes widened in realization as she exclaimed, "So they will undoubtedly seek to rescue Shen Xiong within this month?" Lu Ruyan crossed her arms, stating, "It appears you are not entirely lacking in wit." Su Qingyu, frustrated, stomped her foot and shot an exasperated glare at Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless for being a beat slow in her reactions. Su Changkong, meanwhile, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruyan, already aware of her enigmatic nature. Her boldness in sparring with Su Qingyu while disregarding his presence piqued his curiosity about her identity even further. "Is the master attempting to play a long game to catch a big fish?" Xiao Yun queried, looking at Su Changkong. Clearly, a man of Su Changkong's caliber, capable of leading the Dragon Elephant sect, was far from foolish. Indeed, he likely contemplated matters on a grander scale. "Exactly." Su Changkong nodded, stating that within this month, Wanjian Mountain would undoubtedly send someone to rescue Shen Xiong and his son. "We can prepare in advance, ensuring that they have no way to return." With that, a surge of murderous intent erupted suddenly. This was the first time Xiao Yun sensed such a profound aura of killing intent emanating from Su Changkong, indicating that he was indeed serious about taking lives. It was indeed a commendable plan. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement with Su Changkong's thoughts, realizing that the reason the latter had refrained from directly killing Shen Xiong earlier was precisely for this purpose. Since Shen Xiong had already betrayed them, it was entirely possible that Wanjian Mountain would seize the opportunity to rescue him and attempt to win him over. During this month, if Wanjian Mountain fell for the trap and sent people to rescue Shen Xiong, Su Changkong could simply wait and strike, eliminating them as they came. Even if Wanjian Mountain grew wary and did not take the bait, they would not incur any losses. Shen Xiong still deserved to die. "Is there anything I can do?" Xiao Yun inquired, looking at Su Changkong. "Ha ha ha, you need not do anything at all, but I require your name to stoke the flames against Wanjian Mountain." Su Changkong replied with a smile. "Absolutely." Xiao Yun understood his intention. Su Changkong was evidently concerned that Wanjian Mountain might not fall for the ruse. Hence he wished to spread rumors, such as that he had killed an elder of Wanjian Mountain and managed to escape unscathed, thereby inciting their wrath. In essence, he was to serve as a tool, an excellent means to attract Wanjian Mountain's enmity. After all, Shen Xiong had to die, but the Longxiang sect would suffer the loss of a high-tier combatant. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to inflict some damage on Wanjian Mountain, it would be ideal. One must admit, Su Changkong's strategy was astute. Indeed, a person of his caliber as a sect leader possessed considerable insight. With a broad smile, Su Changkong turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Now that this matter is settled, and you have not only procured the Thunderfire crystals, but also achieved great merit, tell me what kind of reward you desire." He then glanced at Lu Ruyan. He paused, uncertain of how to address her, and awkwardly smiled. "You are all the same. Feel free to express your desires." Lu Ruyan remained silent. Firstly, she was reluctant to accept a reward from Su Changkong, and secondly, she had not contributed significantly, making it even more uncomfortable for her to speak up. Xiao Yun shrugged and replied, "I haven't thought of anything I want at the moment. Just decide based on your judgment, sect leader." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Su Changkong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiao Yun with a teasing smile. "A true man must stand by his word. You cannot go back on what you say?" Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. What was there to be excited about? "Father, Xiao Yun and his disciples have accomplished great deeds this time. You must not dismiss this casually," Su Qingyu urged anxiously, fearing that Su Changkong might be reluctant to part with valuable rewards. "You little girl, And here I thought you were on my side. Now your elbows are turning outward. Are they? Su Chongkong retorted playfully. Then, with a grand gesture, he smiled at Xiao Yun and declared, since you have asked me to grant this favor, I have decided that once I sever the head of that old fool Shin Xiong, I shall wed Qing Yu to you. Chapter 86. What do you intend to do? The most dreaded moment arrived when the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. As Su Chongkong uttered these words, both Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu felt their minds buzzing. Xiao Yun blinked in disbelief. What is this? This is the reward you promised me? Although I said I would accept whatever you offered, this is far too casual. And I am already a married man. Father, what are you saying? Su Qingyu's delicate face flushed crimson. She realized she had misunderstood Su Chongkong and was taken aback by his audacious proposition. Simultaneously, she anxiously stole a glance at Lu Ruyen, only to find her still exuding an icy demeanor, her expression inscrutable. Su Chongkong chuckled. Just a moment ago, you were defending him passionately. Why do you blush at my suggestion? Su Qingyu lowered her head bashfully. Even so, this is rather hasty. However, now that Su Chongkong had broached the subject, she could only await Xiao Yun's response, her heart racing. If Xiao Yun were to refuse, it would render the situation quite awkward. Immediately afterward, Su Chongkong turned to Xiao Yun. Young brother, you must have noticed Qing Yu's affection for you. If you share the same sentiment, I shall arrange your marriage in a month's time. Xiao Yun scratched his head and replied, I believe I should consult my wife's opinion on this matter. Did he not wish to embrace the beauty? Of course he did. But being a modern man, coupled with the fact that he was indeed already married, he felt it necessary to discuss it with Lu Ruyen. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of everyone in the hall shifted toward Lu Ruyen, awaiting her response. Suddenly, an intense chill radiated from Lu Ruyen, swiftly enveloping the ground beneath them in layers of frost. Su Chongkong's pupils constricted. A special constitution. She undoubtedly possesses a unique physique. Moreover, judging by this aura, Lu Ruyen's special constitution is extraordinary. However, this could pose a challenge. Her competition for his daughter is formidable. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Xiao Yun cleared his throat, but just as he was about to change the subject, Lu Ruyen unexpectedly spoke. I have no objections. As her words echoed, the previously biting cold dissipated in an instant, and the areas that had frozen returned to their original state as if nothing had ever changed. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. You actually agreed? He looked at Lu Ruyen in astonishment. This is unexpected. Given her temperament, she should not have consented. Not only Xiao Yun, but even Su Chongkong and Su Qingyu displayed expressions of astonishment. They could easily discern that Lu Ruyen was not an ordinary individual. Yet the fact that she agreed to share a husband with the two of them was indeed surprising. What if I now retract my consent? Lu Ruyen's face remained devoid of any expression. No, no, when a beautiful woman speaks, her word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Xiao Yun decisively stated, ultimately earning a disdainful glance from Lu Ruyen. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Chongkong laughed heartily. If that is the case, then it is settled. Once we deal with that traitor Shin Xiong, I shall personally arrange your wedding. Su Qingyu felt as though she were in a dream. She glanced at Xiao Yun and, upon meeting his gaze, shyly fled. Xiao Yun, am I truly that intimidating? Returning to the room, Xiao Yun sprawled on the bed, casting a glance at the frost-faced Lu Ruyen, and grinned. I genuinely did not expect you to agree. Lu Ruyen regarded him in turn. Do you think I would refuse, and you would not marry? Xiao Yun chuckled at her words, then shook his head. She treats me well, and you are always so cold. Perhaps finding you a sister could help soften your demeanor. Lu Ruyen gritted her teeth in frustration. His words were nothing short of opportunistic. However, I must warn you. I agreed only because you are currently stronger than I am. But should the day come when I surpass you, I will retract all my promises and kill you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's smile faded, and he looked at Lu Ruyen with utmost seriousness. If I recall correctly, you previously made a statement that should still hold true, yes? Lu Ruyen furrowed her brow. What statement? Xiao Yun swiftly stood before Lu Ruyen. You said that as long as I am stronger than you, I can do as I please. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyen's face paled, but before she could react, Xiao Yun pulled her in, pressing her onto the bed, sealing her enticing lips completely. MMM. Lu Ruyen uttered indistinct sounds, but after a token struggle, she surrendered when she realized it was futile. Until they parted, a glimmer of moisture lingered at the corners of their mouths. Xiao Yun looked at Lu Ruyen with a mischievous grin. What do you intend to do? Lu Ruyin felt a sudden chill of foreboding. Xiao Yun leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "My dear, before we go to war, why don't you wash my hair first?" Lu Ruyin's face was a mask of confusion. Wash what hair? However, as she beheld Xiao Yun's next movement, her previously serene cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of the rosy dawn. "You must be dreaming." She instinctively refused. Yet, just as she opened her lips to protest, they were completely sealed once more. The following morning, Lu Ruyin awoke languidly. She gazed at the figure of Xiao Yun lying beside her, and upon recalling her actions from the previous day, a surge of anger coursed through her, causing her to grit her teeth. Had she not experienced rebirth, she would never have fathomed the myriad of games that could be played between husband and wife. "My dear, you are awake," Xiao Yun remarked, his eyes fluttering open. Observing the remnants of blush on Lu Ruyin's face, coupled with the vivacity of the morning hour, he felt an irresistible urge to continue his endeavors. "Stay away from me," Lu Ruyin exclaimed, akin to a startled rabbit, as she hastily descended from the bed, genuinely frightened. Yesterday, Xiao Yun had been relentless, exhausting her thoroughly, and she had no desire to be restrained again so early in the day. "Aren't you going to check on your other wife?" She shot back, casting a cold glance at Xiao Yun while swiftly donning her garments. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow at her words. "You are actually suggesting I go see her?" Lu Ruyin replied with an impassive expression. "I have long stated that if you surpass me, you may do as you please, but should I outshine you, I shall be the first to eliminate you. Feel free to test that." Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. All right, I understand. The only thing strong about you is your tongue." He paused before adding, "Oh, wait, even that isn't particularly strong." With that, he dashed out of the room. As expected, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Lu Ruyin was enraged and shouted at his retreating figure, "If you have the ability, don't come back." After venting, her chest rose and fell with agitation, but a peculiar thought suddenly crossed her mind. Perhaps if Su Qingyu were to join in, it might alleviate some of the pressure on her. Chapter 87. Return to Maple Leaf City. After leaving the room, Xiao Yun proceeded directly to the house opposite, where Su Qingyu resided. "Sister Qingyu, are you in there?" He knocked on the door and inquired. Creak. The door opened, and Su Qingyu peered out. "What do you want?" she asked, scanning the surroundings to ensure Lu Ruyin was not accompanying him. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. "We live so close. Is it not permissible for me to visit?" Su Qingyu felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Just last night, she had heard noises from across the way. The thought of Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyin indulging in such activities while she eavesdropped filled her with a strange mix of tension and curiosity. Moreover, given that Su Chongkong had just mentioned arranging their marriage, the atmosphere was inevitably tinged with awkwardness upon seeing Xiao Yun. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Yun inquired, observing Su Qingyu's distracted demeanor. Nothing. Please, come in." Su Qingyu quickly snapped back to reality and stepped aside. As Xiao Yun entered the room, he was immediately struck by a noticeable increase in temperature, markedly different from the outside air. In the center of Su Qingyu's living space stood an alchemical furnace. "Sister, are you refining pills?" It suddenly dawned upon him that Su Qingyu had indeed mentioned earlier that she was an alchemist. "Otherwise, do you think I am merely a beautiful but useless vase?" Su Qingyu seemed to regain some confidence, speaking with a hint of pride. "How could that be?" Xiao Yun chuckled and inquired, "Sister, what grade of elixirs can you currently refine?" Stepping forward, Su Qingyu proudly pointed at the alchemical furnace. "Although I am still only a third-grade alchemist, I have made significant progress recently from the insights provided by that red dust sword immortal. I am now capable of attempting to refine fourth-grade elixirs." Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. "I must say, that is indeed impressive. The profession of alchemy is highly esteemed and sought after everywhere, yet it entails considerable difficulty. Some individuals are simply not suited to be alchemists, and even among the few who succeed, the journey is often long and arduous, lacking the possibility of rapid advancement. Su Qingyu, who is not much older than himself, already possesses the potential to become a fourth-grade alchemist, which truly speaks to her extraordinary talent. Her future achievements in alchemy are bound to be remarkable." Subsequently, Xiao Yun reached into the alchemical furnace and retrieved 3 pale red elixirs. "Can I eat this?" Su Qingyu nodded gently. "These are the third-grade elixirs I just refined, the Gu Xian Dan, which can enhance physical strength." Without hesitation, Xiao Yun tossed all 3 elixirs into his mouth and began to chew. "The taste is rather strange. Su Qingyu's expression changed instantly as she hurriedly approached him. Why did you eat all 3 elixirs at once? Although the potency of the 3rd-grade elixirs is not exceedingly strong, Xiao Yun's cultivation level is merely at the Ling Xian realm. Consuming 3 Gu Xiandan at once could very well overwhelm him with the potent effects and cause injury. Is there a problem? Xiao Yun asked after swallowing the elixirs. Su Qingyu looked at him with uncertainty and inquired, Don't you feel any discomfort? Xiao Yun blinked. No, aside from a brief sensation of warmth in my body. I feel nothing. Surely, these elixirs cannot be fake? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they be fake? These are 3 genuine Gu Xiandan. For you. Just a fleeting warmth in your body. Xiao Yun shrugged. Perhaps it's because my physical body is too strong, rendering these elixirs ineffective for me. Su Qingyu finally realized the situation. Xiao Yun had undergone 10 levels of intense refinement in the Thunderfire pool, while these 3 Gu Xiandan might be potent for others. For him, they were merely trivial. Very well then. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes, and suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she said, By the way, I plan to visit the Tianbao Tower in a couple of days to take the assessment for 4th-grade alchemists. Xiao Yun was slightly taken aback. Alchemists need to be assessed? Is it not sufficient to simply refine 4th-grade elixirs to be considered a 4th-grade alchemist? Observing the perplexed expression on Xiao Yun's face, Su Qingyu promptly elucidated. Though it may sound trivial, obtaining certification from Tianbao Tower not only enhances its value, but also rewards one with incentives upon passing the assessment. Hence, the majority of alchemists choose to partake in the evaluation when they possess confidence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun finally comprehended the situation. However, it further amplified his perception of the formidable nature of Tianbao Tower. It wielded such influence that even the assessments for alchemists were dictated by its authority. No wonder no one dared to offend Tianbao Tower. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed immediately, Xiao Yun declared. Now, Su Qingyu hesitated slightly. It could be feasible, but I should first inform my father so he can dispatch someone to protect us. The last time they departed from the Dragon Elephant sect, they were ambushed shortly after leaving, and a serious incident nearly occurred in Maple Leaf City. Thus, she had grown particularly cautious this time. There's no need for such complications. Xiao Yun shook his head. The previous ambush was due to that traitor Shin Xiong. This time, we should be safe. Moreover, once we arrive at Tianbao Tower, Master Mu will certainly ensure our protection. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingyu ultimately acquiesced and inquired, Very well, should we invite junior sister Lu Ruyin? Xiao Yun declined once more. It suffices for just us to go. He was aware that Lu Ruyin had a rather aloof disposition and preferred solitude over company. Hence he had no intention of including her in this venture. All right. Su Qingyu nodded, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of spending time alone with Xiao Yun. Then let us be off. Soon, the two departed from the Dragon Elephant sect and set forth towards Maple Leaf City. As Xiao Yun had predicted, their journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any peril, and they arrived safely at Maple Leaf City. Upon reaching the city, Xiao Yun escorted Su Qingyu to Tianbao Tower. Following the events of their previous encounter, several individuals from the tower recognized Xiao Yun and promptly summoned Mu Hongling. Ah, are you here to make another purchase? Mu Hongling greeted with a bright smile upon seeing Xiao Yun. She held deep gratitude towards him. Had it not been for her prior investment in Xiao Yun, she might still be merely a minor deputy in the Qi dynasty. Accompanying Mu Hongling was the previously injured Master Qin, whose demeanor appeared rather uncomfortable upon encountering Xiao Yun once more. This time, that is not our purpose. Xiao Yun feigned ignorance of Master Qin's presence and proceeded to explain his and Su Qingyu's intentions to Mu Hongling. Mu Hongling responded with a gentle smile, No problem. You have arrived at the perfect time. The alchemist assessment is in 2 days. You may rest easy, and I shall take care of the arrangements. Chapter 88. The Alchemist Assessment. Under Mu Hongling's coordination, Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu settled into Tianbao Tower, yet they soon encountered yet another awkward predicament. Are you planning to have 1 room or 2? Mu Hongling inquired with a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yun and his companion. Su Qingyu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Although Su Changkong had declared a month ago that he would betroth her to Xiao Yun, they had yet to formally unite, leaving her to defer the answer to Xiao Yun. 2 rooms, please, Xiao Yun responded. After all, with just a couple of days' time, and knowing that Su Qingyu would inevitably become his, there was no rush for the moment. Very well, Mu Hongling remarked, somewhat taken aback by Xiao Yun's answer. Yet she refrained from probing further, and swiftly arranged 2 luxurious rooms for them. She then turned to Xiao Yun, asking, "By the way, do you still have the token I gave you earlier?" Xiao Yun nodded and retrieved a delicately crafted white token from his pocket, the very one that Mu Hongling had entrusted to him. Her eyes brightened with delight as she teasingly remarked, "Oh, so you Haven Tea discarded it after all." Xiao Yun waved the token lightly, saying, "This is Master Mu's personal item. How could I possibly throw it away?" Mu Hongling rolled her eyes at his remark, noting that they were in company, yet he seemed unperturbed by the presence of others. "All right, as per our usual arrangement. You can contact me through this token if you need anything. This time, I shall be reliable," she added, referencing a prior occasion when Xiao Yun had used the token to reach out to her, but she had not arrived promptly, a matter that had weighed on her mind. "Absolutely," Xiao Yun affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu, observing the cheerful exchange between the two, felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something of great importance had been taken from her. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Mu Hongling said before turning to leave. 2 days later, the entirety of Maple Leaf City buzzed with excitement once more. Outside the Tianbao Tower, throngs of people gathered, a continuous stream of individuals creating a cacophony of noise. Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu mingled among the crowd, and Xiao Yun was somewhat astonished by the sheer number of attendees, wondering, why are there so many people? It's merely an assessment. It shouldn't be this crowded. Su Qingyu, however, was not at all surprised and explained. It's because not every Tianbao Tower conducts alchemist assessments. The Tianbao Tower in Maple Leaf City is the largest within a 100-mile radius, and only here can assessments take place, which is why everyone has come. Xiao Yun then understood. Soon after, he spotted Mu Hongling standing at the forefront. Addressing the assembly with authority, "I will preside over this alchemist assessment. Please follow me this way." She winked at Xiao Yun before turning to lead the way into the grand hall, with the crowd closely following. "Let us go inside," Xiao Yun remarked with a slight smile, and under Mu Hongling's guidance, they traversed through the Tianbao Tower, arriving at a spacious plaza. As I gazed around, I noticed at least 1,000 individuals present, of varying ages, each wearing a subtly excited expression. The moment had finally arrived. This time, I must not falter at a critical juncture. If I successfully passed the assessment for the 3rd-grade alchemist, I might even join the esteemed Tianbao Tower. The mere thought sends a thrill through me. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Mu Hongling raised her hand, and as the noise gradually subsided, she spoke. "We have prepared generous rewards for everyone, which I shall now announce. The first person to successfully refine a 4th-grade elixir will receive a top-tier, Xian-grade alchemy furnace. The first to successfully refine a 3rd-grade elixir will receive a low-tier, Xian-grade alchemy furnace." As Mu Hongling's voice echoed through the venue, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, and many were filled with fervor. A top-tier, Xian-grade alchemy furnace. Su Qingyu gently covered her small cherry-like mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The alchemy furnace is an essential tool for alchemists, and compared to other spiritual tools, it is not only more challenging to create, but also rarer, making it even more precious. To speak candidly, a top-tier Xian-grade alchemy furnace holds value comparable to a low-tier earth-grade spiritual tool. Even though Su Qingyu is the saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect, her alchemy furnace is merely of upper-tier Xian grade, highlighting its rarity. As for the absence of an assessment for 5th-grade alchemists, the reason is straightforward. If someone can truly refine a 5th-grade elixir, such an individual would hold significant status even within Tianbao Tower and would not need to participate in the assessment, as they would be directly recognized by the tower. "Sister, do you have confidence?" Xiao Yun inquired, casting a glance at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu shook her head. "It's uncertain. It ultimately depends on the strength of those participating in the 4th-grade alchemist assessment. The reward is only for the first to successfully refine an elixir. So there is a time constraint. If someone else succeeds first, then there's nothing to be done. Ha! This top-tier, Xian-grade alchemy furnace is destined to be mine." At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white robe, with a sinister gaze, slowly stepped forward, a chilling smile adorning his face. The crowd turned to look. It was him. He was Master Huang from the Sword Mountain. A formidable figure indeed. I had heard he was a genuine 4th-grade alchemist. It was astonishing that such a prominent person had also come. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "From Sword Mountain?" Xiao Yun squinted slightly. "It seems that trouble has found its way back to me." He had been speculating whether this individual had, like last time, intentionally arrived after receiving news. But upon learning that the person was indeed a fourth-grade alchemist, he dismissed that thought. Clearly, this individual was also here to participate in the alchemist assessment and would become a competitor to Su Qingyu. This is bad, it's him. Su Qingyu's expression shifted to one of disappointment. As an alchemist, she was naturally aware of Master Huang from Wanjian Mountain, who was reputedly capable of concocting fourth-tier elixirs, though he had yet to undergo the assessment at Tianbao Tower. However, she never anticipated that her luck would be so unfortunate as to encounter him. Xiao Yun grasped the other's hand and remarked, "It's all right. Just do your best. Moreover, we may not necessarily lose to him." Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. "I understand. My primary objective is merely to pass the assessment. The rewards are of little consequence." At that moment, Master Huang abruptly turned, directing his steely gaze upon Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu. "You, the one who killed Elder Guan." Chapter 89. The Struggle for First Place. "Yes, it was you who killed Elder Guan." Master Huang coldly scrutinized Xiao Yun with a malevolent glare. Just a few days prior, Wanjian Mountain had issued a warrant for Xiao Yun, and nearly everyone within the mountain was now familiar with him, including Master Huang, who recognized him at once. "Indeed, it was I," Xiao Yun replied with an impassive demeanor. In an instant, the temperature around them seemed to plummet, and the onlookers turned their attention towards the unfolding drama. "So he is the one who killed the elder of Wanjian Mountain." Given that Wanjian Mountain and the Longxiang sect were bitter enemies, this revelation was hardly surprising. Yet, few would have expected him to be so young. Do not underestimate this young man. It is said that he has a close relationship with Mu Hongling from Tianbao Tower. And even Qin, the tower master, suffered a significant loss at his hands. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Master Huang fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun, speaking in a low, intense tone. "I never thought you would be so audacious as to show yourself." Xiao Yun, undeterred, retorted, "I dare to emerge, if you have the ability. Come and fight me." Enraged, Master Huang clenched his teeth, but just as he prepared to respond, Mu Hongling interjected, "The alchemist assessment is about to commence." With her words, a series of uniformly designed alchemical furnaces rose in the center of the plaza, prompting many who had no intention of participating in the assessment to retreat to the periphery. To ensure fairness, the alchemical furnaces were provided by Tianbao Tower, and spectators were permitted to observe, thereby minimizing the potential for cheating or underhanded tactics. "You wait here." Master Huang issued a menacing warning before turning to Su Qingyu with a mocking smile. "You must be the saintess of the Longxiang sect. I'll make it clear. As long as I am present, do not expect to pass the assessment." This was a blatant threat. Su Qingyu frowned slightly at his words and defiantly replied, "Do not forget, this is Tianbao Tower. The organizing body of the alchemist assessment is Tianbao Tower. And should anyone be caught cheating or interfering with other alchemists during the evaluation, they would face severe repercussions." "Very well, we shall see." Master Huang smiled enigmatically before turning and walking into the square, casually selecting a Dan furnace to stand by. Su Qingyu felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Yet she still turned to Xiao Yun and declared, "Junior brother Xiao Yun, I shall join as well." With that, she chose a furnace near the edge, deliberately distancing herself from Master Huang of the Wanjian Mountain. Before long, a multitude of alchemists gathered in the square, standing in anticipation. There were over 1,000 participants, each displaying an expression of excitement. Subsequently, Mu Hongling produced a massive hourglass and announced loudly, "The alchemist assessment officially commences." As her voice faded, the grains of sand within the hourglass began to flow, prompting the assembled alchemists to spring into action, while the onlookers eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun keenly observed Su Qingyu in the square, noting her graceful manipulation of flames as she deftly retrieved various herbs, her movements fluid and harmonious. Although Xiao Yun lacked knowledge of alchemy, the disparity among the thousands engaging in the craft became evident. One could easily discern who moved with proficiency and who appeared clumsy. He could ascertain that within this multitude, Su Qingyu undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable, yet the outcome would only be revealed in due time. To his astonishment, Master Huang was concocting a fourth-tier elixir, the Celestial Spirit Pill, utilizing the rare Celestial Spirit herb. Furthermore, the saintess of the Longxiang sect was also present. Her materials of considerable quality, undoubtedly aiming to refine a fourth-tier elixir as well. Good heavens, how young is she to aspire to concoct a fourth-tier elixir? Truly, the comparison is infuriating. murmured the spectators. Among them were several knowledgeable in alchemy, who, upon observing the herbs produced by the competitors, could surmise their intended concoctions, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Xiao Yun, listening quietly, discerned that aside from Master Huang of Wanjin Mountain, Su Qingyu, and a few others, the remaining participants were primarily engaged in crafting second- and third-tier elixirs, with even a few attempting first-tier ones. In total, 6 individuals were striving to create fourth-tier elixirs. As time gradually passed, the participants completed their preparations and immersed themselves fully in the art of alchemy, while Xiao Yun focused intently on Su Qingyu and the other 5. Qingyu indeed held a distinct advantage. After careful observation, Xiao Yun nodded inwardly. Among the 6 alchemists attempting to refine fourth-tier elixirs, Su Qingyu ranked among the top 3 in terms of both speed and skill. However, it must be said that Master Huang from Wanjin Mountain possessed remarkable prowess. His speed surpassed Su Qingyu's, and he maintained a composed demeanor, unlike the tension displayed by her and the others. From this alone, it is evident that Master Huang is certainly not a novice in the art of crafting fourth-grade elixirs. One could even assert that he possesses considerable experience, making success merely a matter of time. Indeed, Master Huang is formidable. It appears that he is destined to claim the title of first in fourth-grade elixirs. However, the Saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect is also quite impressive, trailing Huang by only a slight margin. The onlookers were filled with excitement. Xiao Yun gathered from their discussions that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Master Huang would undoubtedly secure first place in the fourth-grade elixirs, while Su Qingyu could at best achieve second place. At that moment, while concocting elixirs, Master Huang cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, feeling a twinge of shock, which quickly morphed into a disdainful scoff. A mere girl with golden hair dares to compete with me. Although he was astonished that Su Qingyu's proficiency was not significantly inferior to his own, he was utterly confident in his ability to secure first place. Just then, a voice cried out from the crowd, "Look!" Everyone hurriedly turned their attention, only to see beads of sweat forming densely on Su Qingyu's forehead. Yet, she remained fully engrossed in her alchemical endeavor. Upon realizing that Master Huang consistently outpaced her, her teeth clenched in determination. She could not afford to lose to Wang Jinshan. Without hesitation, she threw all the herbs, which were supposed to be refined gradually, into the cauldron at once. "What is she doing?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, many widening their eyes in disbelief. "I understand," exclaimed an enthusiastic onlooker. "She intends to refine all the remaining herbs in one go to save considerable time. She aims to compete for first place with Master Huang of Wanjianshan." Chapter 90. Everything is within my grasp. Single-step refinement. All were left speechless. Particularly those knowledgeable in alchemy felt the gravity of her actions. Typically, before achieving the rank of fifth-grade alchemist, one must diligently refine the necessary materials with utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to complete failure. Yet now, Su Qingyu, still merely a third-grade alchemist, had discarded the consensus of all and decided to throw all the herbs into the cauldron, seeking to accomplish the refinement in one fell swoop. This approach can only be described as audacious, bordering on sheer folly. Even Master Huang, amidst his own alchemical process, burst into laughter. "Ha! What a foolish little girl." He found it utterly amusing. Such a maneuver was beyond his courage, let alone his imagination. A mere child believing she could defeat him using such a method? It was nothing short of a delusion. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu remained oblivious to the voices surrounding her. Sweat dripped from her chin, and both her mind and spirit were in a state of extreme tension. She had never attempted such a method before. If she succeeds, she will undoubtedly surpass Master Huang and claim the top position. However, should she fail, not only will she be bested by Master Huang, but her aspirations of becoming an alchemist will also be dashed. One can only imagine the tension she is experiencing at this moment, yet there is no turning back. Time continues to elapse. Just as everyone anticipated that Su Qingyu might falter at any moment, they were astonished to discover that not only was she not failing, but she was on the brink of success. My goodness, she has already surpassed Master Huang. She is truly on the verge of triumph. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Only a fraction remained, the final stretch. Su Qingyu's eyes were fixated on the interior of the alchemical furnace, meticulously managing the temperature, her heart racing. Not just her, but everyone present was riveted on Su Qingyu, holding their breaths. Even many candidates undergoing assessments gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. She is truly about to succeed. With unwavering concentration, Su Qingyu meticulously adjusted the proportions of each herb, fully refining the final ingredient and gradually merging the essence of these materials together. Within mere moments, a delicate fragrance wafted from the furnace, and Su Qingyu felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. I did it. She was overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Approaching this endeavor with a mindset of either achieving success or facing demise, she could hardly believe that she had indeed succeeded. She was acutely aware that her triumph was significantly influenced by the alchemical insights imparted to her by the previous Sword Immortal. Otherwise, success would have been unattainable. She had succeeded. In the next instant, the entire venue erupted in excitement. My heavens! She truly succeeded. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Su Qingyu had accomplished it. She had successfully refined all the herbs in one go and effectively fused them together. Now only one final step remained before she could complete the elixir and secure first place. This was nothing short of miraculous. Remarkable. Xiaoyan raised his thumb in admiration. He could see that Su Qingyu's relentless effort was not for the sake of the prize, but rather to avoid being outdone by the disciples of Wanjian Mountain. After all, this was a matter of sect honor, especially against an adversary from Wanjian Mountain. Meanwhile, Master Huang's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "Impossible! This absolutely cannot be." He could hardly believe it. Such a feat, not even he could accomplish. Yet Su Qingyu had truly succeeded. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that she had established a commanding lead, effectively securing first place. No, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by a mere girl. A cold glimmer flickered in Master Huang's eyes. If he were to be bested by a mere girl from the Dragon Elephant sect in front of a large assembly, his reputation would be utterly shattered, leaving him no face to return to the Mountain of 10,000 Swords. He must devise a scheme to thwart Su Qingyu's ascent to victory. Thus, while continuing his alchemical pursuits, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at a man beside him. A barely perceptible smirk curling his lips as he immediately transmitted a message to the man. I am Master Huang of the Mountain of 10,000 Swords. I command you to sabotage that girl's alchemy. Once accomplished, not only will I ensure your admission to the Mountain of 10,000 Swords, but I shall also take you on as my disciple. The organizer of this alchemist assessment was the Heavenly Treasure Tower, making it impossible for him to intervene directly against Su Qingyu's alchemy. However, should an unfortunate incident occur during her process, he could easily distance himself from blame. The man hesitated, fully aware that Master Huang was exploiting him. Yet, as a mere second-tier alchemist, becoming Huang's disciple would be a monumental opportunity for him. Furthermore, as long as he acted convincingly, the observers from Heavenly Treasure Tower would likely remain oblivious to his intentions. Let us do it. I agree, but you must remember your promise to me. The man gritted his teeth in response, gradually adjusting the temperature of the alchemical furnace. In the midst of a crowd of 1,000, no one noticed his actions. Boom. It wasn't long before a violent explosion erupted. As the alchemical furnace before him spiraled out of control, unleashing a powerful force that hurled him and the furnace into the air. The furnace has exploded. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Yet, this was hardly a rarity. After all, not everyone could be as exceptional as Su Qingyu. And furnace explosions were merely common occurrences in such assessments. Be careful. Suddenly, a voice cried out, and everyone turned to see that the man, along with the furnace, was hurtling directly towards Su Qingyu, who was in the midst of her alchemical process. What? Su Qingyu panicked. She was in the final stages. Should she attempt to defend or dodge, all her prior efforts would be rendered futile, leading to her failure. Quick, stop them. At that moment, Mu Hongling's expression shifted as well. But it was too late. The man was on a direct course towards Su Qingyu, an eventuality none had anticipated. It's over. How regrettable. Truly, the heavens are unkind. The onlookers shook their heads, envisioning the moment of Su Qingyu's inevitable failure and subsequent despair. Ha ha ha, to challenge me. You are still too green. Master Huang observed this scene with a cold, mocking smile. As long as Su Qingyu faltered in her alchemical endeavor, victory would ultimately be his. And he would be the one to laugh last. But at that moment, whoosh, a blurred shadow darted past. Just when everyone believed Su Qingyu was destined for failure, Xiaoyan had inexplicably appeared in front of her. Junior brother Xiaoyan. Su Qingyu was simultaneously astonished and delighted. Everything is within my grasp. Xiao Yun offered her a faint smile, then extended both hands, firmly grasping the man and the flying alchemical furnace. Thus, the crisis was averted. Chapter 91. Losing both the lady and the troops. Everything is within my grasp. Xiao Yun stood protectively in front of Su Qingyu, catching the man and the furnace effortlessly. Thank you. Su Qingyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's timely intervention, she would have either failed in her alchemical endeavor or sustained injuries. His divine-like presence and the declaration that everything is within my grasp deeply touched the tender recesses of her heart, causing her gaze to linger on Xiao Yun with an almost ethereal intensity. This was an unprecedented feeling. He had actually intervened. Goodness, that was an incredible rescue. If he hadn't appeared, that girl would have surely lost. The onlookers murmured among themselves. They had initially believed that Su Qingyu was destined for misfortune, as she seemed on the brink of success only to have it all slip away. But Xiao Yun's timely appearance saved the day. Damn it! Master Huang exclaimed in frustration. We were so close to success. This kid is treading a dangerous path. Continue, Xiao Yun urged Su Qingyu with a gentle smile, then turned his gaze to the man he had caught, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. The man was immediately struck with panic, hastily explaining, I apologize. My alchemy failed, and the furnace exploded. Xiao Yun scrutinized him, narrowing his eyes. Are you certain it was an accident? Was it truly a failure that caused the explosion? What raised his suspicion was the fact that, despite the multitude present, the direction in which the man had flown was fortuitously aimed at Su Qingyu. Was it merely coincidence? Had he not been focused on Su Qingyu, she would have already faced defeat. Absolutely. The man quickly bowed his head and declared, then turned to leave. I failed the assessment. I must take my leave. Not so fast. Xiao Yun seized him, stating coolly, if you wish to prove your innocence, you will wait until the assessment concludes. Otherwise, it will indicate your guilty conscience, and I will not spare you. The man's face turned rigid. As merely an alchemist, he was no match for Xiao Yun. If the latter desired to punish him, escape would be impossible. But Xiao Yun fixed him with a cold stare. Is there a problem? The man shuddered, hastily shaking his head. No problem, no problem. I will wait. He promptly squatted down obediently, though anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that Xiao Yun might uncover his ulterior motives. Xiao Yun surveyed the square once more, noting that many had already failed in their alchemical attempts and departed in despair. Among those attempting to concoct fourth-tier elixirs, even Su Qingyu's group saw 2 out of 6 fail. Among the remaining participants, Su Qingyu maintained a significant lead, followed closely by Master Huang from Wanjin Mountain. As she was on the verge of completing the final step, Master Huang's countenance darkened considerably. It was utterly infuriating. Could it be that I am truly destined to lose to this yellow-haired girl? Prior to the assessment, he had publicly declared that as long as he was present, Su Qingyu would never be able to pass. Yet now she was not only poised to succeed, but also surpassing him. A burning shame coursed through him. No. Even if I cannot secure first place, I must not lose to anyone from the Longsheng sect. Master Huang gritted his teeth, his expression growing increasingly deranged. You have forced my hand. Then let us perish together. Suddenly, the flames in his alchemy furnace erupted violently, and one of the pills, which had already begun to take shape, unexpectedly detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Boom! The explosion resonated deafeningly. Alarmed, the contestants closest to Master Huang were taken aback, caught off guard, and propelled away along with the furnace by the ferocious shockwave. In an instant, dozens suffered, not only sustaining injuries, but also rendering their alchemical efforts a complete failure. Simultaneously, the shockwave expanded outward, swiftly reaching Su Qingyu's vicinity. As tragedy threatened to repeat itself, Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he swiftly flipped his palm. A golden seal appeared, the very Vajra seal he had previously acquired. The seal expanded instantaneously, positioning itself before Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu, completely absorbing the oncoming shockwave and preventing any harm from befalling them. What a formidable shockwave! Su Qingyu was momentarily shaken. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's presence, she would have nearly faced failure once more. However, while she remained unscathed, others were not so fortunate. The explosive force of a fourth-grade pill was no trifling matter, and the unexpected nature of the incident caught everyone off guard. Who could have anticipated that even Master Huang from Wanjin Mountain could misfire? The resulting chaos led to nearly every participant in the square being affected, all concluding their efforts in failure. It's over. Everything is ruined. Can you believe it? I was so close to succeeding. No, my friends. Master Huang is a bona fide fourth-grade alchemist. How could he also have a furnace explosion? A chorus of lamentations filled the square. At that moment, all were left in shock, especially those whose alchemical attempts had been thwarted, their faces reflecting utter despondency. Though someone had misfired, no one could have imagined that even Master Huang from Wanjian Mountain would succumb to such a fate, erasing all their hard work in an instant. Yet, confronted with the instigator of this calamity, they dared not voice their anger towards Master Huang, for he was a figure of Wanjian Mountain, a personage most could not afford to offend, forcing them to swallow their grievances in silence. What a detestable young man! As she gazed at the unscathed Su Qingyu, Master Huang's teeth ground together in frustration. Once again, the opponent had evaded disaster. All of this was the fault of that detestable Xiao Yun. I have succeeded. At that moment, Su Qingyu's voice rang out. In her hands, she proudly held a plump medicinal pill, the very fourth-grade elixir she had just successfully refined. She had truly triumphed. An immediate wave of envy washed over the onlookers. They, a multitude of aspiring alchemists, had faced failure, while only Su Qingyu emerged victorious in creating a fourth-grade pill, fostering a growing sense of discontent among them. What could be done about this? Indeed, if all of them failed, it would be a tremendous loss. They deserved another chance. The participants who had been adversely affected and subsequently failed turned their ire towards Mu Hongling, their faces etched with indignation. They were unwilling to let this matter rest. Mu Hongling, upon noticing their expressions, furrowed her brow slightly. She had not anticipated such a situation during her inaugural assessment as the alchemy examiner. However, she responded swiftly. Stepping forward, all participants who had been impacted and failed could retake the assessment. This announcement brought a collective sigh of relief. In stark contrast, Master Huang of Wanjian Mountain was seething, his face turning a shade of green. He had originally intended to sabotage the furnace, seeking to perish alongside Su Qingyu. Yet to his astonishment, she emerged unscathed, successfully refining a fourth-grade elixir, while he himself could not even pass the assessment, resulting in a most unfortunate loss. Humph, we shall see. He snorted coldly, preparing to leave, when suddenly a figure stepped into his path, obstructing his way. Chapter 92. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. What do you mean by this? Master Huang glared sternly at the figure of Xiao Yun before him. Xiao Yun met his gaze, his voice turning icy. You think you can walk away after committing such foul deeds? It will not be so simple. The crowd turned their attention towards them, equally taken aback. Those knowledgeable in the field could discern that Master Huang was indeed a legitimate alchemist, exhibiting considerable skill. And under normal circumstances, he would never falter in such a setting. Yet, here he was, having made such a rudimentary mistake as causing an explosion in the furnace. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Master Huang replied, maintaining his composure. Do you not understand? Xiao Yun suddenly laughed. Then enlighten me as to why you caused the furnace to explode. Master Huang scoffed dismissively. Ignorant child, do you truly believe that alchemy guarantees success? Not even a fifth-grade alchemist, nor those of higher ranks, would dare claim 100% success rate. Spare me your unfounded accusations. This statement held some truth. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun was convinced that the incident had been intentional. In response to Master Huang's mockery, he turned to the man he had previously detained. Then you explain what transpired. The man immediately paled, devoid of color. I find myself at a loss. Although he is aware of the intricacies involved, he dares not offend Master Huang. Stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts. What more do you wish to say? Master Huang, witnessing the scene, becomes increasingly smug, casting a contemptuous glance at Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun remains unfazed. He continues to address the man, stating, You must deliberate carefully. If you confess the truth, you will only incur the wrath of one person. However, should you choose to deceive, you will provoke the ire of Tianbao Tower. You should know well which consequence bears greater weight. Upon hearing this, the man breaks into a cold sweat. Aye. He grapples fiercely within himself. At that moment, Mu Hongling approaches with a stern expression, surveying the crowd and declaring, This alchemy assessment is under my jurisdiction. If anyone dares to conceal pertinent information, I shall not spare them. With her words, the atmosphere falls silent. They, too, harbor suspicions of foul play, yet they are restrained by Master Huang's status. Actually, the man's complexion turns ashen, and just as he prepares to divulge everything under the mounting psychological pressure, he catches sight of Master Huang warning gaze, causing him to tremble in fear. "Speak quickly." Mu Hongling suddenly barks. "I shall speak." The man, utterly collapsing under the weight of his anxiety, kneels on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, exclaiming, "It was Master Huang. He transmitted to me, instructing me to deliberately sabotage the alchemical endeavor of the saintess of the Longxiang sect." A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. "It is indeed Master Huang. I suspected it could not be mere coincidence. A fourth-tier alchemist from the illustrious Wanjian mountain resorting to such despicable tactics is utterly disgraceful." The crowd buzzes with chatter. So, there truly was someone intent on causing havoc. Nonsense. Master Huang, now flustered, can only adamantly deny the charges, proclaiming, "He is slandering me." The man shakes his head vehemently. "I am not fabricating tales. It was he who communicated with me, promising that should I comply, not only would I gain entrance to Wanjian Mountain, but he would also take me as his disciple. I realize my error now." At this revelation, no one dares to question his words any longer. However, the moment his voice falls, Master Huang suddenly turns to flee. Quick, escape. The truth is exposed. He can only run in a panic. Swish. A fleeting shadow darts past. Just as he has not ventured far, Xiao Yun, having anticipated this, stands before him once more, seizing him by the throat. "You." Master Huang's pupils dilate in shock. But before he can utter a word, Xiao Yun grips his neck tightly, lifting him off the ground. "Now that the previous matter is clarified, let us discuss the incident of your furnace explosion, shall we?" Xiao Yun speaks coolly. The crowd momentarily hesitates, pondering the implication. Could it be that Master Huang intentionally caused the explosion? I have explained. It was merely an accident. Master Huang struggles vigorously, his face flushed with indignation. "Is that so?" Xiao Yun chuckled. "Then if I were to strangle you to death now, would that also be deemed an accident?" Master Huang's expression changed drastically. Yet this time, Xiao Yun offered him no opportunity to speak. His hand gradually tightened. Master Huang struggled with all his might, but against Xiao Yun, he possessed no strength to resist. As a suffocating sensation enveloped him, Master Huang's face transitioned from crimson to pallid. "I will speak. I will speak." He was genuinely terrified. Xiao Yun truly dared to take his life. "You have but one chance to speak." Xiao Yun released his grip, his face devoid of expression. This Master Huang was leagues apart from Elder Guan, who had previously faced death with courage. His resolve was far too weak. "Yes, I did it on purpose. My intention was to perish alongside her in the explosion, but I never anticipated." His words trailed off, yet everyone comprehended his unspoken thoughts. They were astonished that in the end, Su Qingyu had succeeded, while he not only failed in alchemy, but also could not achieve his objective. It was utterly infuriating. He might target others, but we are all innocent, and yet he showed us no mercy. Such a person is truly despicable. A wave of uproar surged through the crowd, their gazes towards Master Huang filled with loathing. After all, no one had expected that a fourth-tier alchemist from the esteemed Wanjian Mountain could commit such self-sabotaging acts. Shameless and vile. Su Qingyu was equally enraged. She had been focusing intently on her alchemy and had given little thought to the matter until now. And upon learning the truth, her fury ignited. Simultaneously, she felt an increasing gratitude towards Xiao Yun. Had it not been for his timely interventions on 2 occasions, she would have undoubtedly failed and never succeeded in refining the elixir. "I have stated it clearly. Can I now be spared?" Master Huang, utterly unfazed by the crowd's furious glares, believed that as long as he could return to Wanjian Mountain, he would still be a revered fourth-tier alchemist. However, Xiao Yun laughed aloud. Looking at Master Huang, he inquired, "When did I ever say I would spare you?" At these words, Master Huang's countenance turned ashen. "You dare to harm me." His voice cut off abruptly. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Yun's fist pierced through Master Huang's chest, his internal organs starkly visible. Master Huang's eyes widened in rage, but the next moment, he collapsed straight down, unseeing in death. This scene rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. Gasp! Master Huang is dead. This young man possesses remarkable audacity. Well done. It is a fitting release of pent-up anger. After a prolonged silence, the crowd gradually regained their composure. They held no sympathy for such a loathsome individual, and not a single person felt sorrow for his demise. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. After regaining her senses, Mu Hongling gave Xiao Yun a thumbs up and then addressed the crowd. "Now I declare that the first place in this fourth-tier alchemist assessment goes to Su Qingyu. the saintess of the Longxiang sect. Chapter 93. Were you sneaking around outside? The dust settled. Su Qingyu has secured the first place. Such a result was unanimously accepted by everyone, as Su Qingyu's earlier display of prowess had truly captivated them. At that moment, two members of Tianbao Tower seized Master Huang, attempting to drag him outside. Master Huang's countenance shifted dramatically. No, I am a member of Wanjin Mountain. How dare you kill me? He was genuinely panicked. In this life-and-death moment, his mind went blank, and he could only hope that invoking the name of Wanjin Mountain would preserve his life. However, Mu Hongling remained unfazed, calmly replying, even if he is from Wanjin Mountain. What of it? If they have objections, let their higher-ups come to speak with me personally. This declaration exuded authority. Had this been a month prior, she would never have dared to offend Wanjin Mountain, but with her current status, she was not merely equal to their higher-ups. They certainly would not dare to provoke her lightly. She possessed that leverage. Well said. It should be this way. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who, having been affected by Master Huang earlier, were now delighted to witness his comeuppance. No, I was wrong. I beg you, do not kill me. Master Huang's face paled, collapsing to the ground as he desperately pleaded for mercy. He never imagined that his participation in the alchemist assessment would cost him his life. You do not truly understand your mistake. You only realize that death is imminent. Mu Hongling remained unmoved. Take him away. Soon. Master Huang was dragged out by two burly men, his screams echoing, leaving the crowd both astonished and relieved. Master Huang was truly dead. This figure, once held in high regard, had met his end, and they were entirely convinced that even if the higher-ups of Wanjian Mountain learned of this, they would not dare utter a word of protest. Who would be foolish enough to offend Tianbao Tower? Mu Hongling surveyed the crowd and then spoke with a calm demeanor. The assessment will continue. Anyone who dares to cause further disruptions will be the next to face consequences. The crowd fell silent, gripped by trepidation. The hourglass resumed its timing, and the alchemist assessment continued. Xiao Yun and Su Qingyu, upon Mu Hongling's invitation, left the square and entered an exquisitely arranged hall. Here, this is your reward. Mu Hongling produced a storage ring and handed it to Su Qingyu. The prize for securing first place in the fourth-tier alchemist assessment, containing a precious top-grade alchemy furnace. Thank you. Su Qingyu accepted it with immense joy. Mu Hongling smiled slightly, teasingly pointing at Xiao Yun. In fact, I believe you should be thanking him more. Su Qingyu immediately turned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Yun. Though she spoke not a word, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Mu Hongling was correct. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's timely assistance, she could never have achieved first place. Xiao Yun shrugged and remarked, well, the assessment has concluded, and it is time for us to return. Su Qingyu remained silent, merely extending her hand to entwine it with Xiao Yun's arm, her face radiating bliss. The prospect of marrying Xiao Yun was drawing nearer, and her heart brimmed with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Xiao Yun turned to Mu Hongling and said, by the way, there's something I would like your assistance with. Mu Hongling blinked. What is it? Xiao Yun then recounted the betrayal of the Grand Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect and the subsequent scheme devised by Su Chongkong. However, I am concerned that Wanjian Mountain may have other sinister plots in motion, so I thought that if the situation turns dire, you could lend your support, just in case. Though Su Chongkong's plan was commendable, Xiao Yun deemed it prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. He held an unwavering trust in Mu Hongling regarding the significance of this matter and felt no need for discretion. No problem. Mu Hongling promptly replied. You have the token I gave you, right? When the time comes, activate it, and I shall ensure my swift arrival. Xiao Yun nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Upon returning to the Dragon Elephant sect, Xiao Yun headed straight to his quarters. As he pushed the door open, a chilling wave of frost enveloped him. Upon looking up, he noticed that the room was thickly coated in layers of ice, an oppressive cold permeating the air. Lu Rian was seated on the bed, her internal energy flowing rhythmically, her cultivation evidently having advanced to the 4th level of Spirit Profound. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He recalled that she had only recently achieved a breakthrough, and now, it appeared she had done so again in a short span of time. She must have awakened a unique physique, one that was certainly extraordinary. This was indisputable. Moreover, after spending time together, he sensed that Lu Ruyan was concealing something from him. Yet, since she chose not to divulge it, he refrained from pressing her, believing she would eventually reveal the truth when the moment was right. Are you truly back? As Xiao Yun observed Lu Ruyan, she slowly opened her eyes. However, Before he could respond, she suddenly appeared before him, leaning in to inhale his scent, her delicate brows furrowing. Have you been unfaithful while you were away? Xiao Yun's expression froze. I swear I haven't. By heaven's conscience, I was merely sharing a room with Su Qingyu. How could there be any question of infidelity? Lu Rian's enchanting gaze bore into him. Are you certain? Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. That is more like it. Lu Rian finally smiled in satisfaction. Just as she relaxed her guard, Xiao Yun broke into a grin and swiftly swept her up in his arms. What are you doing? Lu Rian exclaimed, startled, as Xiao Yun carried her to the bed, following closely behind. My dear, they say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Have you missed me these past few days? Xiao Yun asked with a playful smile directed at Lu Rian. Impossible. Lu Rian forcefully brushed away Xiao Yun's hand, then flashed a cunning smile. I previously mentioned that if the day comes when my cultivation surpasses yours, you shall no longer enjoy a life of ease. With that, she launched an attack towards Xiao Yun. Having endured humiliation for so long, she was finally ready to assert herself. However, just as her palm was about to make contact with Xiao Yun, he maintained a smile and suddenly seized her wrist, rendering her attempts to break free utterly futile. How could this be? Lu Rian was incredulous. Her cultivation was undeniably higher than Xiao Yun's. Coupled with her Xianbing sacred body, she should have been able to defeat him even at the pinnacle of the spirit mystic realm. Yet now, she was helpless against him. My dear, it seems you still have much to strive for. Xiao Yun chuckled, his hands not idle as he began to ascend the mountainside with deliberate poise, contemplating his next move. Release me at once. Lu Rian's cheeks flushed. Under Xiao Yun's teasing, her breath grew increasingly heavy. Since you are so eager for a fight, let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds. With that, Xiao Yun lunged forward. Soon, the room echoed with Lu Rian's sounds of indignation intertwined with reluctant pleasure. The atmosphere thick with spring's vitality. Chapter 94, The Master of Wanjian Mountain. A month later, Xiao Yun and Lu Rian stepped out of their quarters to find Su Qingyu waiting outside. You both have arrived, Su Qingyu said, her face tinged with a blush. Over the past few days, she had occasionally heard strange sounds emanating from the opposite room, leaving her feeling flustered. Meanwhile, Lu Rian remained expressionless. Exuding an aura of coldness that deterred strangers, she found it difficult to fathom how such sounds were produced. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Is it time for the event? Xiao Yun inquired. Today marks the public execution of Shen Xiong. Since Xiao Yun had exposed Shen Xiong's treachery, his reputation had plummeted, especially after it was revealed that Shen Xiong had conspired with Wanjian Mountain against Xiao Yun, inciting widespread outrage. Su Qingyu nodded solemnly. Indeed, my father and the others are ready. Let us hurry. She was aware that the public execution of Shen Xiong was a ruse. Su Changkong's true intention was to lure Wanjian Mountain into a trap. If they fell for it, a great battle was sure to ensue. Then let us proceed, Xiao Yun said, gazing ahead. Su Changkong's plan was commendable, yet inexplicably, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Soon, the trio arrived at the foot of Longshang sect, where they found themselves surrounded by a throng of disciples, an impenetrable crowd. The saintess has arrived. And that fellow, I heard the Grand Elder was captured by him. As Xiao Yun and his companions arrived, they immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Su Qingyu, as the saintess of the Dragon Elephant sect, naturally commanded high popularity, while Xiao Yun garnered admiration for exposing the traitor Shen Xiong. As for Lu Rian, her beauty rendered her universally adored wherever she went. Yet, the fact that she was now married to Xiao Yun incited a wave of envy among onlookers. Xiao Yun cast his gaze forward and beheld Shen Xiong, who had lost all the former grandeur of his position as elder. Bound by specially crafted chains, his face bore no expression, appearing utterly despondent, as if he had aged several decades in the span of a month. Beside him was Shen Tsang, similarly restrained but slightly better off, his face marred by fury, particularly upon seeing Xiao Yun, which triggered an explosive outburst. Curse you! You will pay for this. Shen Tsang's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Xiao Yun, his voice hoarse with rage. He loathed Xiao Yun deeply. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's interference, he and his father would not have been exposed, and he would still bask in the glory of being the esteemed son of the elder. With Xiao Yun's appearance, however, he had plummeted into disgrace. At the same time, Shen Xiong noticed Xiao Yun approaching. In stark contrast to Shen Tsang's fury, he appeared remarkably calm. I knew you would come, Xiao Yun remarked. Ignoring Shen Tsang's rage, as he positioned himself before Shenxiong. Do you believe you will meet your end here today? Shenxiong replied with a faint smile. I believe I shall not. His gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yun, and despite his calm demeanor, the veins in his eyes were fraught with blood. He too harbored a profound hatred for Xiao Yun. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's emergence, he would never have been exposed so swiftly, thwarting his meticulously laid plans. Is that so? Xiao Yun replied with a subtle smile. Then let us wager on it. Let us bet on whether you will die today. Shenxiong raised his head, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yun. And if I win? Xiao Yun shrugged. If you win, you shall be free. A cruel smile crept across Shenxiong's face. Not enough? Far from sufficient. If I win, I shall personally flay you alive, ensuring your suffering is beyond measure. This proclamation chilled the air around them, and Shenxiong erupted into laughter. Ha! Xiao Yun remained silent. At that moment, Su Changkong approached. Flanked by a group of solemn-faced high-ranking members of the Dragon Elephant sect, clearly aware of Su Changkong's plans and prepared for battle at any moment. Are you so confident that you will not perish today? Su Changkong inquired, directing his gaze at Shenxiong. Ha ha! Shenxiong continued to laugh heartily, casting a scornful look at Su Changkong. You may certainly find out. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Changkong ceased his idle chatter. He turned to the multitude of Dragon Elephant sect disciples surrounding him and declared loudly, Shenxiong, once the esteemed Grand Elder of our Dragon Elephant sect, has betrayed our order, conspiring with the individuals from the Wanjin Mountain to harm our disciples. His transgressions are utterly heinous, and today we shall execute him publicly. As Su Changkong's words resonated, the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect erupted in applause, the atmosphere instantly charged with fervor. Traitors deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Indeed, this is the course of action. Slay him, slay him. After uttering these words, Su Changkong discreetly scanned the surroundings, but found no signs of irregularity. Could it be that the people from Wanjin Mountain had not fallen for their ruse? Doubt flickered within him, yet the moment had arrived. Regardless of whether the Wanjin Mountain individuals appeared, he had to take action. With a swish, the sharp blade was drawn, gleaming coldly. Su Changkong, wielding the lethal weapon, approached Shenxiong under the watchful eyes of the crowd and, without hesitation, swung his sword. Just as the blade was poised to sever Shenxiong's head, a streak of cold light, swift as a meteor, suddenly descended. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. An arrow shot forth, striking Su Changkong's sword with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the impact deflecting it and allowing Shenxiong to narrowly escape death. They have arrived. A tremor coursed through the crowd. Someone truly came at this moment. Who could it be? Including Su Changkong, all the elders and disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect turned simultaneously to gaze at the source. At the foot of the mountain, a dozen figures approached slowly, among them a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, who smiled at Su Changkong and said, Su Changkong, it has indeed been a while. Upon seeing this man, the high-ranking members of Wanjin Mountain felt a jolt of apprehension, hastily brandishing their weapons as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The people from Wanjin Mountain have truly arrived. Su Changkong stepped forward, fixing a cold gaze upon the man in white. Situ Yao, I never imagined you would come in person. Situ Yao, the master of Wanjin Mountain, held significant renown throughout the entire Northern Spirit domain. In fact, for many of the disciples present from the Dragon Elephant sect, this was their first encounter with him, and tension surged palpably. The master of Wanjin Mountain has come. Moreover, the fact that he was able to reach the foot of the mountain indicated that their previously established defenses had been entirely breached. Situ Yao chuckled, maintaining his composure before the assembly of Dragon Elephant sect members, and pointed at Shenxiong, stating, I have come here, of course, to rescue him. I wonder if Sect Master Su might grant me a favor? Chapter 95. Something feels off. With a smile upon his face, Situ Yao openly declared his intent to rescue Shenxiong before Su Changkong and the gathered members of the Dragon Elephant sect. Do you think I would acquiesce? Su Changkong regarded him, a surge of excitement swelling within. Not only had Situ Yao arrived, but also numerous elders and high-ranking officials from Wanjin Mountain. If executed properly, he could potentially ensnare them all. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Something feels amiss. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Su Qingyu inquired with a hint of confusion. With so many from Wanjin Mountain having fallen for the trap, this situation should have been advantageous for them. Xiao Yun remained silent, sensing that Situ Yao exuded an excessive confidence. Ordinarily, if the adversary were there to rescue someone, they would engage in a swift and decisive confrontation upon meeting. Yet now, Situ Yao appeared far too composed, indulging in idle chatter, even exuding an air of assured victory. "Ah, what a pity it would be if you refuse," Situ Yao remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Chongkong. However, Su Chongkong waved his hand decisively. "Activate the binding array." At the moment his voice fell, the ground beneath them erupted in a brilliant radiance. A formidable surge of profound energy soaring skyward, coalescing in midair into a transparent barrier that enveloped everyone present. "Ha ha ha, it's the binding array. Splendid. They cannot escape this time." The members of the Dragon Elephant sect erupted with fervor. This binding array was their most potent trap for ensnaring foes, once caught within. Even superlative warriors like Su Chongkong and Situ Yao would find it arduous to escape. Now, everyone from Wanjian Mountain, including Situ Yao, was ensnared within the array, providing an opportune moment to eradicate them entirely and obliterate Wanjian Mountain. Su Chongkong turned to Situ Yao, declaring, "Situ Yao, you've arrived just in time. Let us see how you intend to escape now." With the binding array he had meticulously prepared, there was no chance for Situ Yao and his companions to evade. This was an unparalleled opportunity. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, tension palpable in the air. Yet unexpectedly, even in the face of such a dire circumstance, Situ Yao remained unfazed, even smiling. "Escape? I find that unnecessary," he remarked with a smile that betrayed no anxiety, exuding an air of calm. Su Chongkong narrowed his eyes, then retorted, Let me see if you have improved over these years." With that, a torrent of profound energy erupted from him as he charged directly at Situ Yao, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Su Chongkong, unarmed, unleashed a torrent of vitality, each punch and strike laden with terrifying power. His assault both ferocious and bewilderingly swift. Opposite him, Situ Yao was equally formidable, wielding a sharp sword, deftly parrying Su Chongkong's strikes while simultaneously counterattacking, showing no signs of disadvantage. Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated deafeningly. It was evident that both Su Chongkong and Situ Yao were closely matched in strength. It would be difficult to determine a victor in the short term. Observing the situation, the members of the Dragon Elephant sect swiftly mobilized. "Kill. Annihilate them. Let it be that the people of Wanjian Mountain have no return today." A dozen high-ranking elders from the Dragon Elephant sect simultaneously launched their assault, charging towards the disciples of the Wanjian Mountain, and the fierce battle erupted instantaneously. The sight of adversaries meeting ignited an intense animosity. It was a clash of kings, with each side's champions pitted against one another. Nearly 30 of the foremost experts from the two great sects engaged in combat, creating a grand spectacle. The fluctuations of their battle were utterly terrifying. Some of the less formidable disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect turned pale and hastily retreated several dozen yards, fearing the repercussions of the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and many other disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect refrained from joining the fray, as their cultivation levels were insufficient. Should they rashly enter the battle, they would not only be unable to assist, but could also face grave peril. Seeing this scene, Su Qingyu anxiously remarked, "With the binding god array in place, my father and the others will soon gain the upper hand. The array not only serves to ensnare the enemy, but also weakens their cultivation to a certain extent. Su Chongkong and the others have long been prepared, so they will not be affected, while the disciples of Wanjian Mountain will find their full strength diminished to only 80%. The sect leader held the advantage. Indeed, as time passed, the tide of battle between Su Chongkong and Situ Yao began to shift. Initially able to counterattack occasionally, Situ Yao found himself increasingly suppressed by Su Chongkong, forced into a defensive position. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Not only Su Chongkong, but even the elite forces of both sides mirrored this trend. With the aid of the Binding God Array, the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect grew more valiant, while injuries began to plague the ranks of Wanjian Mountain. Splendid. Su Qingyu rejoiced. It was evident to any discerning observer that this battle would not last long, and victory was assured. Perhaps they would even eradicate Wanjian Mountain. What was amiss? Xiaoyan scrutinized the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Could the Lord of Wanjian Mountain truly be so foolish as to venture here merely to offer up lives? Just as he pondered this perplexity, his gaze fell upon the bound Shin Xiong, whose face suddenly broke into a cold smirk. "Do you know something?" Xiao Yun approached him and inquired, "Ha ha, what do you think?" Shun Xiong laughed heartily, his confidence unmistakable. "You're so clever. Why not take a guess at how today's outcome will unfold?" His laughter was filled with an audacious certainty. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun retrieved the token Mu Hongling had given him, channeling his spiritual energy into it. "Summon help. We must call for reinforcements immediately." If Situ Yao's overconfidence had raised some doubts for him, Shen Xiong's unwavering assurance confirmed his suspicion that Wanjian Mountain had a hidden agenda. At that moment, the battle between Su Changkong and Situ Yao reached a fevered pitch. With a resounding crash, Su Changkong's fist struck heavily against Situ Yao's sword, unleashing a formidable force that sent Situ Yao staggering back several paces, his footing unsteady. Su Changkong gazed at his opponent and declared, "Situ Yao, it is high time we put an end to the enmity between our two great sects." With that, a tremendous force erupted forth, and he unleashed a devastating punch, the wrathful diamond fist. This strike was exceedingly fearsome, producing a series of thunderous booms that reverberated through the air. The murderous intent in Su Changkong's eyes was palpable. He had poured every ounce of his strength into this attack, determined to either vanquish or severely wound Situ Yao. Under ordinary circumstances, their strengths were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, with the enhancement of the Binding God Array, Situ Yao found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Seizing this opportunity, Su Changkong aimed to utterly defeat his foe and shatter the entirety of Wanjian Mountain. Yet, in the face of Su Changkong's lethal assault, Situ Yao remained unfazed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Heh, do you truly believe victory is assured?"